Some people once met him when they were most helpless and were amazed for the rest of their lives. When someone was at the peak of his career, he glanced at him unintentionally, and it was like seeing the sky. He is Tianyi Kilinzi, a self-made man. He is the hidden dragon that can save the crumbling wealthy family. He is the black hand hiding in the dark, manipulating everything. He is the uncrowned king who was revered as a god his opponents would spend their entire lives trying to get a glimpse of. He always shrugged helplessly, saying that all his achievements were not due to his hard work. He just worked hard to integrate the results of his daily tasks, and things became like that. He is also trying to understand this world that is somewhat confusing to him. Logically speaking, he should be a genius and the absolute protagonist, but sometimes, he always felt something was strange, and it all started on the eve of the college entrance examination, just after his 18th birthday, when he was asked to pay a large sum of money to have a child. Chapter 1 Shortcuts to Life. Where is this? I remember I was hit by a truck, didn't I? Wait, last night Guran opened his eyes and found himself in a warmly furnished room. At this moment, he felt tired all over, his mind was dizzy, and the memory fragments in his mind were constantly flowing. At this moment, a voice called Guran back. Awake? Guran looked up and saw the back of a curvy woman. Guran replied instinctively. At this moment, the woman was sorting out her clothes, and she could vaguely see some red marks on her snow-like skin. The woman looked back, and Guran saw a bright and moving face. The most prominent thing is her temperament, like the sun after the first snow in spring, with a warmth that penetrates the heart in the high cold. The women Guran has seen, including those seen on TV and mobile phones, combined with temperament and face, this woman has at least 95 points. However, Guran, who had recovered at this moment, suddenly thought of something. Turning his head, he looked at the two red books on the bedside table. Marriage certificate, Ruan Yuling. This is the name of this woman. In his past memory, only yesterday there was an intersection between the two of them, especially last night. The intersection was deep. Without waiting for Guran to think about anything else, a paper contract was handed over by Ruan Yuling. This is yours, and mine will be taken away. This house is for you to live in for the time being. Within 1 year, when you reach my goal, this house can be used as a reward for you. Also, here is 100,000, your living expenses this month. You can't keep money at your age. When you are admitted to university and enter society, I will prepare another sum for you. As long as you don't spend money indiscriminately with your hands and feet, you should be very well off in your future life. The woman spoke, but Guran listened the whole time. In some important places, Guran even took out his mobile phone and recorded it with a memo. There was no way. At first, Guran thought it was a fairy dance, but after recalling all kinds of things last night and the current situation, he realized that this might be his future parents of food and clothing. Guran's positive attitude change made the woman feel funny and a little relieved at the same time. At least, Guran's attitude made her quite satisfied. Of course, seeing the scratches on Guran's body, as well as the angular facial features, which belonged to the sturdy upper body of the young man, her eyes couldn't help but become erratic again. A touch of crimson floated across his cheeks. At this moment, Guran, while recording the woman's words, was actually secretly sorting out her own situation. At this moment, his heart is also twists and turns. He probably passed through, however, because when the system took it through, it collided with other systems, and then a major data error occurred. Originally, he was supposed to travel through rebirth to a certain fantasy world, but he came to this world by mistake, and the system was also dysfunctional due to the collision, so it could only be returned to the factory for overhaul, and he could get together and disperse. His system is also an authentic system, leaving him with a panel that can trigger tasks before leaving. According to the system, that is the function related to this world that it stripped out after combing itself. It can't take these functions away by itself, and if it is destroyed, it will waste its own strength, so it will simply be left to Gu or AN. In addition, the system also left Guran with a novice gift package that is a welfare price that is bound by the system itself and then automatically distributed. Even if the system is unbound, it can't be retracted. Simply merge with the task panel to form a basic panel that is not intelligent. Name, Guran age, 18 task, seeking a son with a lot of money 1% reward, can be withdrawn backpack, 1/999 The novice gift bag is not opened. The tasks in the tasks panel are triggered randomly according to what the system finally said. The task will only be triggered if it involves the main task of certain stories in this world. After completing the progress, you can get a stage progress reward. After the task is fully completed, there is still a task completion experience. Sometimes there are even some special extra rewards. After the system left, Guran wandered around, trying to understand the world he traveled through, but before he could understand the situation in detail, he just saw a small advertisement posted not far away. Task trigger, the task of seeking a child for a lot of money. Then, Guran made the call under the advertisement. What Guran didn't expect was that the one who asked for a son with a lot of money would be a 22-year-old beauty. First, the other party asked Guran to accompany her to drink and talk to him. After understanding the general situation, he took advantage of the alcohol and took Guran to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register and obtain a certificate directly. Yesterday, it happened to be Guran's 18th birthday. In this damn world, you can get married when you are an adult, and the protection measures for minors do not seem to be in place. After that, he was taken home by the woman to refill his glass and accompany him to drink for the second time. In the process, Guran probably understood the other party's situation. Ruan Yuling, this is her name, is 23 years old, has graduated from university for a year, and is preparing to go to graduate school. She is an excellent intellectual and a proper rich woman at the same time. Both her parents died and left a huge inheritance. As long as she didn't die indiscriminately, she would be a landlord who collected rent with proper food and clothing, and Ruan Yuling is also a rich second generation who listens to advice. Therefore, her quality of life is always very superior. If there is no accident, she will never feel poor in her life. However, God doesn't seem to like to give people a perfect life. A year ago, during Ruan Yuling's physical examination, she was told that her body's reproductive function was declining. According to the doctor's estimation, with her current decline in reproductive function, she will completely lose her fertility in up to 2 years. The only solution now is to try to conceive a child of your own. Pregnancy hurts people, but sometimes it Also nourishes people. If you are pregnant at this time, you may be able to stabilize your own function through physical influence with your child. Of course, even if it doesn't work in the end, take advantage of this opportunity to have a child. Even if there is no fertility in the future, there will be no regrets. However, Ruan Yuling was affected by his parents' marriage in his early years, especially the death of his parents in a car accident caused by the uncontrolled quarrel between the two of them. Therefore, Ruan Yuling was very repulsive about marriage and didn't even have the idea of finding the other half. However, both parents love him very much, so she does not exclude becoming a mother. Therefore, after knowing the condition of his body, Ruan Yuling's first thought was to do a test tube. However, her body's gestation function is very weak, and if she does a test tube, the success rate will be even lower. Therefore, she thought of the way to ask for a son with a lot of money. Her requirement is that high-quality men over the age of 18 and under the age of 25, especially in terms of body, need to have a good physique and extremely excellent genetic quality, but it's a pity that her conditions are too good, and it feels like a fairy dance. Chapter 2. A rich woman with great value for money. Even if someone calls for consultation, it's either a greasy wretched man or some yellow-haired addict, until she met Gu Ran. This allowed Ruan Yuling, whose reproductive function was declining, to make his own decision decisively. If you don't wait, it's just him. After all, what could be more cost-effective than a high school student who has just come of age, is in his youth, and is full of vitality. In particular, Gu Ran is still very handsome. At the height of 185, he is slender and energetic. He is dressed as a big sunshine boy, and he is a little wolf dog when he is undressed. So, in a conversation with Gu Ran decisively, he explained his requirements in detail. Agreement to get married. Gu Ran later divorced and could not share any property. A year later, regardless of whether Ruan Yuling could conceive a child or not, they would divorce, and if it is completed during this period, Party A has the right to break up at any time, and Party B must comply unconditionally. However, regardless of the result, Gu Ran will get a sum of money after the contract ends. As a boy, especially a boy with golden fingers, Gu Ran felt that he should decisively refuse in the face of such a thing. However, Gu Ran is a calm boy. After thinking about it calmly for a while, he found that he didn't seem to have a reason to refuse. After all, why should I refuse a woman who was willing to give birth to herself, but does not hold herself responsible, and even gives herself money later, so as not to restrain her freedom? The point is, that woman is still very beautiful. The most important thing is that the woman is still related to her golden finger mission. There is no reason to refuse. So, Gu Ran complied. For Gu Ran and Ruan Yuling, this unexpected combination, both in the process and in the result, made each other very satisfied. As a result, on Gu Ran's 18th birthday, well, that is, yesterday, he fulfilled his dream of not wanting to work hard in life. The wish came true. My own Suwei awakens. I have golden fingers, and I can look forward to the future. I was pulled by a beautiful rich woman to get married, support her, and eat meat that night. This is because I met a nobleman. I started a family first and then established a business. There is nothing wrong with it. I'll go first, give you a little buffer time, and I'll come back tomorrow night. By the way, this house is considered our wedding room. Without my consent, you can't bring people from all walks of life over. Also, in school, it's best to focus on your studies at your age. Of course, I won't prevent you from falling in love, even with other girls. However, you must provide me with a health certificate from the other party, and you must give priority to me. Once I find out that you did not do what the contract said, you will not simply recover everything, you will have to repay the liquidated damages. After Ruan Yuling finished speaking, he glanced at Gu Ran, who was still in a daze, and finally did not continue to say more, and turned and left. When Ruan Yuling left completely, Gu Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Feel free to put on the pajamas Ruan Yuling prepared for him next to him, get up and look around his future home, while also sorting out his 18 years of memories. In the end, Gu Ran discovered that his life could be summed up in one sentence: the father who was gaining momentum, the mother who pretends to be rich, the jealous and vain sister, and the one who doesn't want to work hard to their family, including himself, really doesn't have a good person. However, one thing is still good: their family has a very good internal mental outlook. There is never internal friction, and all mistakes are the fault of others. Everything is the same. The core goal is all to make money and enjoy decency, and the luxury is to be single and focused. What kind of wonderful family was I born into? No, I don't seem to belong to my parents. I was adopted. I was originally adopted as the adoptive husband of my younger sister and the future son-in-law. It was only later that, because of the counterpart of the core values, coupled with the fact that the younger sister looked more and more beautiful and had the potential to become a fishing girl, the adoptive parents wanted to maximize their interests and unite together to make money, so they did not kiss each other. Gu Ran touched his chin and decided decisively to hide the fact that he had money and a house after getting married. This is instinct, because if the three of his parents and sisters encounter a similar situation, they will do the same. To make money, everyone agrees. To enjoy happiness, before you fully realize economic prosperity and freedom to pretend to be coerced, you must first enjoy it exclusively. Gu Ran opened the task panel, but saw that the task was showing a state of seeking 1% of the money. Below, there is also the extractable sign. Gu Ran was speechless, tried to click, and was immediately prompted whether to extract it or not. Gu Ran naturally did not hesitate. Extract. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a single-family villa in Tianlan community. A voice sounded, and then a real estate certificate, a key, and a set of password lock equipment appeared in Gu Ran's hand. After Gu Ran opened it, he found that his name was actually written on it, Tianlan Community. Isn't this community? Gu Ran was taken aback, but he thought of the name of the community that Ruan Yuling had inadvertently scanned when he was brought back by Ruan Yuling last night. Through the small talk with Ruan Yuling last night, Gu Ran knew that this community is divided into 3 grades of villa area, western building area, and high-rise area. The villa area is a single-family residence with a 3-story hardcover design, a vast area, and a separate garage and garden, the tallest building in the western building area has only 6 floors, and it is a single-family house. The high-rise area is the kind of place where he now lives, with more than 24 floors and an area of about 100 square meters. And even in this kind of high-rise area, in this city with every inch of land and every inch of gold, it takes 2 or 3 million to get it, and the top floor like him may be much more expensive to buy in the villa area. It is estimated that it will take at least more than 10 million to win, and maybe even more. That's the 1% reward? Is the rich woman so cost-effective? At this moment, Gu Ran couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the real estate certificate in his hand. 2 hours later, when Gu Ran sat in his big villa and sent away the master who had installed a password lock for him, he stored the property information of the community in his hand, and then he really realized that he really owned his own set of houses. Moreover, it is still a large villa with perfect supporting facilities, exquisite decoration, and a value of more than 10 million. By the way, I seem to have a novice spree. Gu Ran opened the storage backpack. The storage backpack has a total of 999 compartments, and each storage compartment can store items. Among them, only the first storage compartment has a golden spree, and the others are currently empty. Follow the prompts. Each storage compartment can store any item. Items can also be superimposed in each storage compartment. However, reality is not a game, so the superimposed items do not have to be exactly the same, but they must be of the same category. For example, if there is a key in a storage compartment, then the superimposed one must also be a key. If it is a certificate, then it must all be a certificate. Chapter 3 Goldfinger. The upper limit of the overlay is up to 999. This ability is completely conceptual. In theory, as long as you use your brain. In fact, this seems to be just a storage compartment for 999 superimposed on 999, which is equivalent to infinite space, because Gu Ran can reserve some empty boxes in the storage compartment. And this definition category is also a box, and what is contained in the box is not the definition of the box category. In a sense, this storage compartment is a very good plug. Gu Ran clicked on the golden gift bag in the storage backpack. After a burst of light, the gift bag in the storage backpack disappeared and was replaced by 3 items. A card, a book, a scroll, card, random physical fitness card book, random skill book scroll, random occupation book. But if the card is used, you can get a random special physique. The book is a skill book, and you can get random skills when you use it. When the scrolls are used, you can get a random occupation. Gu Ran never believed in randomness, knowing that this thing was probably set up. Gu Ran did not hesitate to use 3 things. He knew that this might be the only opportunity in his life to come into contact with supernatural abilities, and he must enjoy it all. After a while, Gu Ran woke up from the combing of power messages. Pure Yang Dao body, 3 light technique, alchemist. The pure Yang Dao body, if placed in the fantasy world, may be a physique that is not particularly powerful, but he is quite useful in the modern world of ordinary people, especially the type of Gu Ran who doesn't want to work hard. The pure Yang Dao body can be divided into 2 parts, pure Yang body and Dao body. A pure Yang body means that it can keep itself in a state of pure Yang at all times. Even if the essence is damaged for some reason, you can quickly replenish your losses through the pure Yang body, repair the body, and return to the pure Yang state. The pure masculine body, the masculinity exuded by the whole body, will be more physiologically attractive to women. As for the body, not only will it be close to nature, but its appearance will also be further optimized to make it more natural and attractive. Self-learning ability and understanding ability are also better than ordinary people. As for the effect of pure Yang Dao body cultivation, what is the effect? Gu Ran didn't know how to practice. He only knew that even if he simply ate the old foundation of this physique, it would be enough in a short time. Sangwang technique. This skill is a passive skill. It can passively collect the power of the 3 lights of the sun, moon and stars and store it in the body to form a kind of nourishing power. This power can cultivate flowers and plants, repair and improve the body, and at the same time virtually refine one's spirit, consciousness, and physique. Although the daily improvement is not too obvious, it is persistent. In simple terms, this is the passive skill that can slowly strengthen oneself by going out for a walk every day, exclusive to lazy people. Finally, the alchemist. After taking office in this profession, Gu Ran had an innate talent for medicine, especially in the pure young Taoist body. The Taoist body's closeness to nature allows him to naturally understand the medicinal properties of many things, and at the same time, he can easily know how to compare with each other in his heart, and what effect can be achieved after configuration. At this point, even the old Chinese medicine practitioners who practice medicine all year round may not be able to reach such a level of fineness as Gu Ran. This can be understood as a kind of talent. An innate talent that can be achieved without hard work. Now Gu Ran only needs to study medicine systematically, so he can master everything in a very short time and become a good doctor. Moreover, he is also a doctor who can alchemy. However, it is difficult for a clever woman to do nothing without rice. The medicinal herbs in this world do not have spiritual power, so even if the pill is refined, it is only a pill that has a good effect on ordinary people, and it cannot be the kind of pill for cultivating and improving cultivation. However, all this is enough. The pure Yang Dao body keeps me healthy. Whether the Sanwang technique is to cultivate herbs in the future or to enhance physical fitness, it can be regarded as a guarantee of life. Finally, alchemist, maybe my future can develop in the direction of medicine. After all, Practicing medicine requires a medical certificate. Guran made a simple plan for his life in this way. After tidying up everything, Guran didn't stay in his big villa for long before returning to the house he and Ruan Yuling gave him, and starting his own nurturing life safely. Of course, the care belongs to the care, and you still have to go to school. According to Ruan Yuling's words, Guran's identity as a high school student, just like his age, is also the source of Guran's worth. For example, some people like to raise female high school students. They are also 18 years old. The little spirit girl and the high girl, those are two price points. Guran's school is not too far from Tianlan community, and it takes about 10 minutes to ride a battery car. Guran was in school, and because he tried his best to manage himself, he was also regarded as a school grass. However, they are now in their senior year of high school, and there are only 106 days left in the countdown to the college entrance examination written in chalk on the back of the blackboard. Campus grass, for senior high school students who are trying to move up, is not as popular as Senior 1 and Senior 2. However, no matter what, Guran is still a dream of many girls on campus, and among them, there is a girl who likes him very much. The girl's name is Nanli, and he is at the same table. A baby-faced girl with black glasses and half of her face covered. Once this girl gave him the feeling of licking a dog. She is always careful by her side, not even daring to confess the most basic things, but she peeks at herself no less than hundreds of times a day. Before awakening, Guran had always regarded this girl as a hidden tire in his spare tire, and now, although Guran has awakened Suhue, he doesn't know that this is the world of female frequency. According to his thinking, this should be an urban world, and in his current situation, it should be a counterattack by grassroots, make a fortune, marry by Fume, and embark on the pinnacle of life. And these, because of his bad teeth, he lived such a life in advance. However, he couldn't help but recall the situation of this girl named Nanli. As a professional fishing man, he naturally investigated the situation of fish in his pond. Nanli, naturally, is also among them. Like Guran, she is in the state of adoptive son and daughter. However, unlike Guran and Guang Tongchen's family, she is not only in a patriarchal family, she is not yet biological, but she has a biological younger brother. The purpose of her existence may be to wait until she is an adult, drop out of school and marry a rich man, provide a bride price for her brother, and even for her parents and younger brother's family to continue to suck blood. Guran lives in such a family and naturally understands this feeling. Therefore, he knows too well what kind of care such a girl needs. But Guran's thoughts on Nanli were not very good before. His original idea was that Nanli would be sucked by his parents anyway, so it was better to suck a little bit by himself. Guran thought of this, but suddenly woke up. What's so special? I've passed through it all. Isn't it the male lead? Why does my behavior make me feel so dangerous? Guran had a bad feeling. Chapter 4 Mission 2 The Punisher awakens at this moment. Nanli, who was sitting on Guran and observing him secretly, said cautiously. Then, that, classmate Guran, what happened to you today? Ha? No, it's nothing, I just thought of something out of my mind. Oh, is that so? Why do you ask that? No, I just always feel that you are a little different from before. Different? How is it different? Well, no, it just feels. Nanli spoke. In front of the excited boy, she stammered nervously, let alone telling Guran how she really felt. The role of the pure Yang Dao body made Guran's fellow table Nanli the first to clearly feel the difference between Guran and the past. I used to have a beating heart for Guran's classmates, but now sitting with Guran's classmates, I feel my heart pounding all the time, my breathing is short, and I even unconsciously have the urge to go to the toilet. Guran's classmates are better looking, and their temperament is cleaner and more comfortable. When I don't laugh, it's a cold boy. But when he laughed, he was as radiant as a little sun, with a charm that went straight to his heart, making people unforgettable at a glance. And on his body, although he didn't use any perfume, there was always a looming smell. The taste has a faint milk-like taste, but it is not very similar. It smells very good. It makes people want to smell it again after taking a sip. It is difficult to sustain themselves. These are all things that Guran had never had before, and Guran watched the guy around him who kept coming over involuntarily, and then kept waking up and distancing himself from him, struggling and wandering, obsessed and troubled. Through those big eyes with hidden thoughts, Guran found that his table was surprisingly cute. It also seems that it is not as dull as imagined. Moreover, Guran found that even in such a struggling situation, this girl was able to finish the class word for word, and finish her notes very standard. Guran's grades are usually the first in the class and the top 10 in the school. When the grades are the best, they are the second best in the school. In Guran's memory, one reason why he was at the same table with Nanli was for Nanli's notes. At this moment, a mission barrage appeared in front of Guran's eyes. Task 2, Awakening of the Airbag Mission Content, changed Nanli's terrible and cowardly life. Awakening? How to wake up? System, you always have to give me a general plan. Guran complained helplessly in his heart, but it was a pity that the system had already run away and would not respond to him or explain anything to him. Everything seems to depend on Guran's understanding. Originally, Guran hadn't figured out how to get along with the inflator at the same table. When he was out of school, he borrowed Nanli's notes, then handed him the meal card and lunchbox, and asked her to help him go to the cafeteria for a meal. Do not live in groups. As a standard fishing man, he must always demonstrate his excellence, and excellence, although his mind is impure, he is indeed working hard, and he has put more time and thought into it than ordinary people. He wants to study hard and strive to get admitted to a good school. Only in this way can he get rid of his current life and usher in a better future. Therefore, his time in school, except for short-term ostentation and pretense, was basically spent on learning. Letting the same table help with the meal can not only show his hard work, but also show the charm of his schoolgrass, and he can also enjoy the help of notes and the convenience of life brought by Nanli. If you get more in one fell swoop, why not do it? This behavior has been going on for 2.5 years since Guran and Nanli became the same table because of an accident. After awakening, after Guran's mentality calmed down, he found that all that seemed not to be an accident, this girl seems to be using her own way, getting closer to him a little bit, and integrating into his life a little bit, quietly. It has become a habit of him. This kind of liking is very delicate, so delicate that it is as imperceptible as air even to the extremely humble level. Gu Ran flipped through the notes recorded by Nanli, perhaps because of the pure Yang Dao body. Gu Ran found that his understanding of the school's knowledge points was clearer and more thorough than before. In the past, it took more than half an hour to review the knowledge points, but at this moment, a few minutes after Nanli left, he reviewed them in Nanli's notebook clearly. He discovered at this moment that he didn't need a notebook at all. Although he was in a daze in class, he seemed to remember all the knowledge points mentioned by the teacher, and he gradually understood them thoroughly in his taste. The same table seems to be much more interesting than I thought. Gu Ran looked at the notes, with beautiful handwriting and clear logic. This is not at all like the performance of middle-level students, so this girl is in hiding. Moreover, it's hidden very deep. After reading the notes, Gu Ran found that it was estimated that it would take 20 minutes before Nanli came back from dinner, because of the awakening of memory and the relationship between tasks. He has no idea of continuing to toss the little licking dog. Gu Ran simply got up and walked in the direction of the cafeteria. By the way, bask in the sun. Sunguang technique requires frequent walking outside in order to better replenish strength. Along the way, Gu Ran's appearance and temperament attracted many girls to look back frequently. Even a bold girl who had been premeditated ran over and handed him a confession. Gu Ran accepted the other party's confession as in the past, but unlike the evil charm smile and cynicism of the past, his smile was warm, and he gave the girl a response. Sorry classmate, although you are very good looking, it is enough to make me feel excited, but I am a very dedicated man. If I identify a girl, I will talk to her seriously for the purpose of getting married. And I am a very rational person. From the beginning, my goal was Yanda, so I won't delay my goal because I like it, because I don't want to disappoint my parents. If you want, I will take your letter and wait for you at the gate of Yin Gate in September this year. I look forward to meeting you again in the hustle and bustle of the crowd, and I hope you will be the girl I destined. Gu Ran's words were not only telling this girl, but also telling some girls who had secretly handed him a confession book and wanted to make a chance encounter with him. Gu Ran left, leaving the girl standing there blankly. The girl knew that she was rejected, but for some unknown reason, she felt that she liked Gu Ran even more, because at that moment, her confused life seemed to be covered with a layer of moonlight. White moonlight. Although the moonlight may not really belong to oneself, just as the moon never belongs to anyone, however, it is already a kind of luck to be shrouded in moonlight for a short time, so that one's confused life can get a trace of favor. Chapter 5, My Sister's Metamorphosis. Classmate Gu, me, am I really capable of being admitted to Yanda University? Hard work does not necessarily lead to results, but a girl who works hard and is brave is the most beautiful. Gu Ran replied with a smile, sincere and frank. At that moment, Gu Ran's smile like sunshine turned into countless sharp arrows, piercing every girl's heart indiscriminately. Gu Ran left, ending this hurried episode, and headed all the way to the cafeteria. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, I saw a group of girls surrounding the dog-licking classmate Nanli, pushing and yelling. Gu Ran stepped forward and wanted to see what was going on. At this time, Nanli was guarding the lunchbox and rushed outside, just in time to collide with Gu Ran. Nanli's body staggered and his body was unstable. Gu Ran instinctively raised his hand, just in time to stop her waist. The men and women looked at each other. At this moment, Gu Ran felt that the surrounding air was full of inexplicable atmosphere. Time seemed to pause for a moment at this moment, and each other's heartbeats could even be heard. Are you all right? No, it's okay. Thank you, classmate Gu Ran. Nanli broke free from Gu Ran's arms, and Gu Ran didn't mean to miss him. He suddenly turned his head and looked sharply at the little girl who was bullying Nanli. Gu Shuer, give me an explanation. Ah, that, brother, what a coincidence, why did you have time to come here today? That girl looks very good, and she has been well dressed, and she is an absolute little beauty. It's just that the utilitarian and perverse aura revealed by those eyes destroyed her original very good temperament a lot and greatly reduced her points. Her name is Gu Shuer, Gu Ran's elder sister, and the boss of the campus women's bullying group. If it hadn't been for Gu Ran to watch this old girl grow up since she was a child, with what Gu Shuer did in school, he would really wonder if this old girl was super strong. This is a crooked neck tree that has been raised crooked by my family. Fortunately, Gu Ranka her, have you finished the book I asked you to read? Have you written it after reading it? Brother, I'll check it out when I go back. If I can't finish it, you can just wait for the belt fried shredded meat. Brother, don't, I was wrong. What's wrong? Shouldn't I bully students? No, shouldn't you bully the students who use my card to feed me? Nanli, I'm just running errands, I can't bully, understand? I understand, I won't bother her in the future, I'll leave now. Wait brother, I really know I was wrong. I didn't ask this, are you out of money? Why not, just accidentally yesterday give me the meal card. Ha? Gu Shuer honestly handed in her meal card, but Gu Ran didn't say much, went directly to the recharge area of the canteen, and charged 1,000 yuan into Gu Shuer's meal card. In school, everyone else thought that the two families were in a good situation, because on the day of the freshman registration, their parents came over in a horse-drawn carriage. Of course, that's rented. In school, Gu Ran often saves money and makes some high-end and expensive products to show off. At the same time, he also shows that he is not interested in money and is more focused on learning. He never spends money, nor is he extravagant and wasteful, and he looks very cultured, and Gu Shuer couldn't hold too much, so she leaned on Gu Ran to carry the pot. When she encountered something that she couldn't pay, she took the reason that her money was controlled by her brother. It was her parents who wanted to prevent her from spending money indiscriminately, and the economic power was with her brother. Taking this opportunity, Gu Shuer often caught some female classmates who had a good impression of Gu Ran, eating and drinking. In fact, Gu Shuer and Gu Ran were able to grab the top spot for 100 yuan in private. After all, the living expenses of the two of them for a semester are only about 1,500 yuan in total. On average, everyone lives on more than 100 yuan a Month. All this is because of having a good pair of parents, so that they can understand from a very young age that you can only be hungry if you don't fight. And the reason why Guran did this abnormally was unsurprisingly, he triggered the task again. Task 3, Sister Transformation Task Content. Let her converge, that is, the merit is immeasurable. There are 1,000 yuan in the card, which is a week's living expenses. Although it is not too much, it is enough to save money and save money. After Guran finished speaking, he stuffed the card into Gu Shuer's hand, then took Nanli and left. Gu Shuer held the meal card in her hand, looked at Guran who had left in a daze, reacted quickly, and cried to Guran at a distance, "Brother, charge me a few thousand more, just 1,000 yuan a week, how do you want me to live?" Of course, Guran ignored it, because there is no need to bother. The rest is the moment when Gu Shuer takes her girlfriends around her and goes to the canteen to pretend to show off. She uses 1,000 a week, and it's not that she can only use 1,000, but that his brother is lenient and only gives her 1,000 to prevent her from spending money indiscriminately. The above is the purpose of Gu Shuer's last words to Guran. The two brothers and sisters, as fishing men and fishing women, have common core values. Many times, they don't need to express anything deliberately, and they can pretend to be each other. This is not deliberate learning, but a tacit understanding honed from an early age in such a family environment. My brother was able to recharge me with 1,000 yuan. I don't know where he made his fortune? No, I have to spend a wave of money quickly, lest he turn around and ask me for a meal card. Gu Shuer thought in her heart, and rushed to the cafeteria with the little sisters without hesitation. In the past few years, Gu Ranming had charged her with money on her face, and secretly asked her to go back to do a lot of things. Of course, Gu Shuer also did a lot. Ding, Sister Deformation Task Completion 1% task reward is issued. Acid extracted, extract. Congratulations on obtaining skills, tearing clothes, exclusive skills for bullying. So far away from the canteen, Guran looked weird and speechless after extracting her sister's reward, exclusive skills for bullying? What kind of superhuman skill is this? This old girl has never made him look forward to it. However, Guran quickly recovered and let go of Nanli, who had been dragged away by him. Sorry, Gu Shuer was spoiled at home, and I apologize to you on her behalf. It's okay. Why doesn't it matter? If she bullies you and tells me in the future, I'll go back and let her eat belt fried meat. Watching Bali perform what is called belt fried meat, Nanli couldn't help laughing. What's the matter? Very funny? No, I just suddenly felt that you seemed a little different from before. Why is it different? In the past, you never cared about this, and you never said that I was your exclusive errand runner. Sorry, I shouldn't have. No, I like this title very much. I will be your exclusive errand runner from now on. You don't deserve it. Guran, you. Chapter 6. The perfect nobleman. Nanli was suddenly taken aback by Guran's turning point, and the originally good atmosphere was made very embarrassing by Guran. But then, I saw Guran speak. In the future, I am destined to reach the pinnacle of my life. You want to be my exclusive errand runner. You don't have the background of a 985, but you can't keep up with my pace. 985? Can you become your errand runner after you are admitted? However, even if I get admitted, my family won't let me go. Then you have to take the 985 exam first. People don't just live in the current predicament, they have to learn to show their own value, so that other people can change their outlook on you, and then you can have more leverage to talk about the future. But I need you, Nanli. You need me? Nanli, I am a very dedicated person. Even if I am running errands, I hope you will always be alone. So, come on, don't be thrown too far by me. Guran rubbed Nanli's hair, then took the lunchbox from Nanli's hand, turned around and left. After Nanli was stunned for a long time, she suddenly reacted and said, Guran, your meal card. Let you go, I will trouble you in the future. Ha? Oh, good. Nanli quickly followed Guran, kept a distance from Guran, lowered his head and followed like that. It's just that the corners of the ruddy mouth that are not noticed by others are quietly evoked. Keep up with your pace? Is it consistent? Although I don't believe it, this guy seems to be a bit different. Ding, the airbag awakening task is completed. 1% task reward is issued, whether to withdraw it or not, yes. In the evening, after school. At the invitation of the boys in the same class, Guran went to the stadium to play together to relieve the fatigue of a hard day of study. As a qualified young man, learning is very important, and campus skills are equally important. As an enterprising player, Guran is quite aggressive in playing basketball, so it has become an opportunity for him to show his edge. Of course, he also has an opponent as a result. Fu Yanjing, this is the real rich second generation. When he signed up for school in his first year of high school, he was sent over by Rolls-Royce. Not only is he handsome and has a good personality, but he also dominates the school all year round in his studies, and his appearance is even better. Although Guran is stable in the top 10 of the school and occasionally gets admitted to the second place, there is always a gap of 20 or 30 points between him and Fu Yanjing, who is in the first place. It can be said that Fu Yanjing used to suppress Gu Ran in all aspects. It's not that Guran didn't launch a secret contest against him, but it's a pity that the later ending was not very good. Over time, Guran knew that the opponent was not invincible and could not influence the opponent. After pulling him down from the first place position, he decisively avoided the edge. Fortunately, Fu Yanjing and Guran are not in the same class. They are also far away from each other's classes. There are not many conflicts. At most, they are occasionally used to make Guran very annoying. This time, on the court, as soon as Guran arrived, he saw the classmate who invited him over, and he was arguing with a group of people. Those people are all acquaintances who often play ball. In the middle, there is Fu Yanjing. When Fu Yanjing saw Guran, there was no wave on his face, as if to him, nothing was important, and no one was worthy of attention. In front of him, no problem is a problem. Invincible self-confidence self. Confidence with money. Self-confidence to overcome all difficulties. This is the self-confidence of a rich, handsome, and capable son. He is so perfect, both for boys and girls. It is this kind of indifference made Guran envious and jealous, and even secretly imitated it, but it was a pity that it felt very uncomfortable. Self-confidence does not come out of thin air. True self-confidence comes from one's own background, knowledge, means, and one's own accumulated heritage. When you encounter something, others are worried and anxious about it, but you can easily solve it. Even if you don't need to talk, someone will do it for you and solve all problems. This gap in contrast allows you to maintain self-confidence in front of anyone. In the past, Guran could only pretend to be confident. He doesn't need it today. Perhaps he is not as good as Fu Yanjing's family background, but he is no longer the one who is destitute and needs to show off his appearance. The battle started quietly for some unknown reason. Perhaps it was the moment when Fu Yanjing and Gu Ran looked at each other, perhaps from the moment when Gu Ran and Fu Yanjing appeared in the playground at the same time. Gu Ran's existence seemed to be born to be overwhelmed by Fu Yanjing, used his failure to add a touch of brilliance and a grievance to Fu Yanjing's life resume. The two sides opened up their positions and started a duel. Gu Ran, not as provocative as he used to be, but the classmates around him who were fascinated by him had already issued a mocking declaration in advance. On Fu Yanjing's side, everyone responded angrily, but Fu Yanjing himself didn't say much, but his sharp gaze let Gu Ran know that he was trying to pretend to be forced to punch him in the face. Moreover, he still hit Gu Ran in the face. At this moment, a lot of people have already gathered on the court, and Nanli and Gu Shuer are already quietly in the crowd at this moment. Nanli's gaze has been paying attention to Gu Ran, even if Fu Yanjing's family background is much better than Gu Ran's identity. But the eyes of the errand boy are always focused on Gu Ran. Even for a moment, Fu Yanjing's gaze fell on Xiao Ran's body, still ignored by Xiao Ran. At this moment, Nanli's eyes were full of Gu Ran, and his emotions were full of value. Compared with Nanli, Gu Ran's elder sister Gu Shuer was in stark contrast. At this moment, she was pulling her little sister and shouting, "Fu Yanjing, come on there. There is no father and son in the mall, and no brother or sister in love." Gu Shuer interprets reality vividly, and the duel between the two major schools is hard not to get excited. The duel began, tit for tat, you come and I go. The main players on both sides are undoubtedly Gu Ran and Fu Yanjing. If it were Gu Ran, who had been overwhelmed by everything in the past, if he didn't use unconventional operations, he might only be defeated in the end. But this time Gu Ran was different from usual. Not only is he forge ahead and full of energy, but he also has good physical coordination and reaction ability, and his bounce is beyond the past. Many onlookers with a bit of basketball common sense, seeing Gu Ran's skills, vaguely seem to see the figure of a regular basketball player. All the balls that reached Gu Ran's hands were basically hit accurately. In the end, Gu Ran led his small team to a thrilling victory against Fu Yanjing with a strong score. There is no way. Gu Ran's side is a scattered team, while Fu Yanjing's side is like a gathering place for a group of rich second generations. Although none of Fu Yanjing was as rich as Fu Yanjing, it was obvious from the skills of each of them that they had been instructed and trained by specialized people. Chapter 7 Mysterious Roommate. Gu Ran, right, do you want to have another one? After the game, Fu Yanjing couldn't continue to be silent at the moment, so he walked out of the crowd and came to Gu Ran to invite him to fight again, but Gu Ran waved his hand decisively and refused. Next time, playing golf is just a hobby, and evening self-study is almost here, so I have to go back to study. Okay, let's talk about it later. Gone. Gu Ran nodded to Fu Yanjing. There was no public provocation, no deliberate run, but just plainly took his classmates out of the court. That speechless victory, no one can be blamed, no enmity, but it is the best counterattack. For all this, I must first thank Sister Wan for her financial support and relax Gu Ran's mentality. Secondly, it is the skill reward brought by Nanli, a proficient in basketball. This is Gu Ran's confidence that he can turn the tide at a disadvantage. Nanli, treasure girl, I love it, unlike her own sister. She broke out some useless things at the beginning. However, Gu Ran quickly discovered the new use of her sister's skills. After evening self-study, Gu Ran and his little classmate Nanli said hello, and then left the school directly. He applied for off-campus accommodation. It's actually far from the school. The reason is also very simple, to prevent classmates from knowing his true situation. After all, even if the second-generation wealthy Chinese let their children be frugal, they will deduct their living expenses at most, and usually they will not even deduct their accommodation. And Gu Ran's previous residence was really ordinary. A house of more than 100 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom and 1 kitchen. 3 bedrooms, rented by 3 tenants. The bathroom is shared except for the use of water in the kitchen. All cooking was stopped. Once here, there were 3 people living in Gu Ran, 2 men and 1 woman. Gu Ran, a former senior, and a girl who has never met before. As seniors checked out within a month of renting a house in Gu Ran. It is said that they dropped out of school because of their poor studies and couldn't stand the dull atmosphere of senior high school. Their eyes were red on the day they left, and they looked really reluctant, and since then, the senior's room has never been rented out again. And another girl who shared with Gu Ran hadn't seen her since the beginning. Every time he came back, the other party either closed the door or had already rested. Because I heard from the senior that the girl on the opposite side was an ugly black fat woman, Gu Ran decisively stopped the fish farming investigation, and even avoided her to a certain extent. There is no way, boys must protect themselves when they live outside. Until now, Gu Ran was about to leave here, and the two had never met once. Of course, the two people are not completely without communication. At the beginning of each month, Gu Ran would leave a note for the other party to share the utility bills equally, and the other party was interested in this aspect. In the past 2 years, a tacit understanding has gradually formed with each other. At this moment, Gu Ran has a new home, and finally he doesn't have to live a life of worry. However, Gu Ran did not directly return to the rental house, but stayed there temporarily. He was not sure if Ruan Yuling would have a midway change because his service was not in place. At that time, he was worried not only about the payment of liquidated damages, but also that his mission rewards would also be withdrawn and he would become a pauper again. A person is afraid of being poor, and after enjoying the taste of wealth, he really Doesn't want to go back even if Guran didn't like to make these things too public however, unassuming and not, those are two concepts, therefore, just in case, Guran not only did not return the house, but also renewed the rent for 3 months. It's only more than 100 days before the college entrance examination, and if something happens, he still has at least one place to stay during this period. He did not allow himself to make any mistakes, because the college entrance examination was currently the best way for him to realize his ideals in life and change his life against the sky. As a fishing man and eating soft rice, you must have a rational and realistic heart, and you cannot be lost by the prosperity that does not belong to you in front of you, and you cannot recognize your place. After packing up, Guran put his packed suitcase directly into the storage backpack. After returning to Tianlan community, Guran originally wanted to take out the suitcase and then pack out a study room for study, but as soon as I entered the room, I saw Ruan Yuling sitting on the sofa in her pajamas, elegant like a rose to be folded. The silk pajamas were close-fitting and perfectly outlined her beauty. Beside her, there was a bottle of red wine that had just woken up. Guran then remembered that he was carrying a task in the wedding room tonight. Back? Why is it so late? After self-study in the evening, I went back to my original place to pack up some study materials and change some clothes. Well, you can bring some necessary study materials. I'll buy the others for you again. You don't need to change the clothes. I have prepared new ones for you and put them all in the closet. Don't refuse me. For me, if you look good in your clothes, I can also be pleasing to the eye. This is within the terms of the contract. Okay. Can you drink? It won't. Have a drink with me today? I think it's best not to. Drinking alcohol will have an impact on the body. I heard that it will affect the quality of pregnancy. Well, if you have a heart, then stop drinking, go take a shower. Good. Guran nodded, put his school bag on the cabinet next to him, then turned and headed for the bathroom. In the bathroom, Guran found a lot of men's products, all of which were unused, and there was even a new men's bathrobe. Obviously, these were prepared for him by Ruan Yuling. This is a woman who doesn't speak much, but can arrange everything in your life. I have to say that Guran has a faint feeling of home. But Guran was still very restrained. He is a fishing man, and all this is a contract. Transaction. Do things safely and honestly, and follow the contractual arrangements honestly. This is the respect for your future. Guran suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart, and after washing himself carefully, he turned into exhaustion. Then he put on a bath towel and walked outside. In the living room, Ruan Yuling's figure has disappeared. In the master bedroom, the portal is half-concealed. In the master bedroom, the light was dim with some crimson, and a flower quietly confided, as if waiting for Guran to pick it. Guran lightly stepped into the master bedroom. Ruan Yuling had already lay down, as if asleep. But Guran's vision was very good, and he clearly saw the closed eyelashes trembling slightly on his beautiful face in the dim light. Obviously, under Ruan Yuling's calm appearance, his heart is not so calm. Guran lay there, thinking about whether he should take the initiative and how to better take the initiative to satisfy customers, but just as he was considering, a hand quietly brushed his heart, from his heart to his abdominal muscles. In Guran's ears, exhalation and whispering followed, good practice. Does my sister like it? My sister wants to like it more. Mua. Asterisk 3. Chapter 8, Treasure Girl, always brings surprises. The next day, looking at Ruan Yuling who was lying there beside her, Guran didn't call her, but quietly pecked her mouth and got up to pick up the phone, see the alarm that will ring in 2 minutes, and turn it off. Guran's biological clock will always wake him up a few minutes before his scheduled arrival, and if Guran is irregular, this is not the case. Go out of the room. It took more than 10 minutes to make 2 simple sandwiches, eat one by yourself, then leave one on the table, leave a note, then change into the clothes in the locker and go out with your school bag on your back. It wasn't until 8 or 9 o'clock that Ruan Yuling woke up from her slumber. This was still a reminder from her mobile phone memo. Sitting up with his sore body propped up and looking at the clothes torn into strips on the ground, Ruan Yuling couldn't help but think back to last night. At first, she was still a shy big boy, but later she became a calf, and she was full of energy towards her, making her feel a special feeling that she hadn't experienced when she was in school. It was as if she was being bullied, unable to resist, helpless to beg for mercy, and finally in despair. This feeling is something she has never felt before. This guy, what on earth do you treat me like? Ruan Yuling walked out of the bedroom with his waist on his back, looking at the sandwiches on the dining table and the notes left next to him. There was not a lot of anger in his heart. At this moment, it was completely gone. It seems that my dedication has not been taken for granted. This stinky brother has a heart. It's a pity that we are destined to be a short-lived landscape in each other's lives. Ruan Yuling picked up the sandwich on the table and ate it in small sips, with a complexity in her eyes that she might not have realized. She made all the psychological preparations and worst-case plans, but finally lost to inexperience and underestimated the impact of a long-term relationship. Inside the school, the corners of Guran's mouth were slightly raised, and he sat in the classroom, listening to the teacher's lecture with ease. Guran, you seem to be very happy today. Is it that obvious? Well, the corners of your mouth were raised 135 times in both classes. Really? So, you peeked at me at least 135 times in 2 classes. I don't have it, Shu, don't deny it. Although I know that I am very good, you can't help it, but I still hope that Nanli students will put their studies first. After all, you will be the first to run errands in the future. Existence. I've been listening. Nanli denied with erratic eyes, but Guran found that this guy didn't seem to be lying. Not even now that Nanli is communicating with her in a low voice, she is still recording today's notes in her hands, and looking at the ease and the summary in place. It is obviously not like copying hard copy. You guy, you won't be able to use one mind and 2 minds, will you? I don't know, but since I was a child, I had a lot of things in my family, so I could only study while working. After a long time, I developed this habit. Nanli explained this way, so that Gu Ran suddenly didn't have so many expectations for the skill of one-hearted and two use, but he still stretched out his thumb silently. Awesome. Oh, D treasure girls always bring surprises. By the way, you haven't said why you were so happy? Secret. Oh, then what do you want to eat for lunch? Sweet and sour fish, braised pork ribs, and a spicy stir-fried cabbage and shredded green pepper meat. So many, you can't seem to put in your lunchbox. It's okay, I brought a new lunchbox today. As Gu Ran said, he took out a lunchbox that was twice as large as before from his backpack. This lunchbox? Did your sister give it to you? Why do you ask that? Because of this style of lunchbox, it looks like a girl's aesthetic. That's it, but it wasn't from Gu Shui. Who is that? My gold master. Gold master? Actually, I was adopted. This is the lunchbox that the gold owner prepared for me. Cut, I don't believe it, just don't say it if you don't say it. After Gu Ran Suhui awakened, she had the blessing of golden fingers in her heart, but she didn't like to pretend anymore. She talked a lot. When she had nothing to do, she spoke to tease Nanli, and although Nanli was a little strange about Gu Ran's changes, as the interaction between the two people became more and more, coupled with the tacit understanding of the same table for more than 2 years, the two people got along more and more tacitly. Even in the process, both of them discovered an interesting thing, that is, they have a special tacit understanding. There is an amazing synchronization in some ideas, thinking, language, communication styles, and even views on some things. This is not intentional, nor even intentional accommodation. The two people who were originally pretending to be each other, after they stopped pretending, found that they got along unexpectedly. It was just a little more than a day of talking, but it felt like I had known each other for many years, and I directly made up for the feelings that hadn't been heated at the same table for 2 years. One morning passed in a hurry, and when the school bell rang again, Nanli took the lunchbox and headed for the school cafeteria. About 20 minutes later, Nanli returned with the lunchbox. Here comes the meal. Here you are, let's go together. What? Let's eat together. No, I brought it myself. No need. You don't think that I can finish 4 dishes by myself, do you? But it's a shame to waste. Hurry up, I have to study later. Oh, here, have a spare rib. How do you know that I like to eat ribs? I don't remember, I only know that there is a greedy cat who stared at the ribs for a dozen times while eating. I don't have it, just finish it for me if you don't have it, hurry up. Soon. Looking at Nanli, who was eating heavily, Gu Ran nodded in satisfaction. For the cowardly Xiao Nanli, it was simply impossible to change her habits through verbal persuasion. The only thing that can be done is daily. Imperceptibly, she became an inflatable bag every day, and instinctively made some flinching moves. Let her experience more of what she has never experienced before, and let her know that she can have different possibilities, so that she can truly gradually believe that she can have a better future. If you have a heart, you can live up to it. During the meal, although Nanli didn't have any superfluous performance, a familiar and pleasant reminder suddenly came from Gu Ran's ears at a certain moment. Inflatable bag awakening task 2% task rewards are issued, whether to withdraw or not. Yes. Congratulations on gaining skills and proficiency in driving. In addition, a dozen driver's licenses of different specifications appeared in Gu Ran's pocket, and then they were quietly put into the space backpack by Gu Ran, and the new Maybach he had just proposed this morning was placed next to the adjacent storage compartment. Yes, Maybach. This is the reward that Gu Ran brought to the rich woman Wan Yuling this morning after a night of hard work last night. I have to say that a rich woman is a rich woman. After just 2 nights of hard work, Gu Ran finally had it. Originally thinking about when to get a driver's license, Nanli let this idea come true directly. Chapter 9. My sister's evil reward: proficient in driving, not to mention cars, even airplanes and tanks don't seem to be a problem. After school was over that evening, Gu Ran and his classmates played ball as scheduled. On the court, Fu Yanjing and the students in their class, unsurprisingly, were waiting for him there, full of fighting spirit. Gu Ran did not flinch and faced off decisively. This time, Gu Ran's side lost, but Gu Ran was still proud of his defeat, because Fu Yanjing and the others won. It was a victory for all of them to cooperate seamlessly. They obviously studied tactics before the game and came for pure victory, and Gu Ran's side is obviously for leisure. Although they were in a hurry to study the opponent's tactics, Gu Ran could always seize the opportunity to score one after another, almost turning the tide. After the game, Fu Yanjing came to Gu Ran's side and said indifferently, "You lost." "Yeah, I lost, I was convinced. With your skills, as long as your team cooperates a little bit, the outcome is hard to say." Although Fu Yanjing is an opponent and the object of Gu Ran's envy and hatred, this guy is indeed annoying. He does have the cultivation and temperament of a wealthy son. Facing Fu Yanjing's words, Gu Ran did not deny Fu Yanjing's words, but did not intend to do as the other party said. There is no need for that. Playing is originally for entertainment and leisure. It doesn't matter who loses or wins. Happiness is the most important thing. Gu Ran replied with a smile, his expression calm and firm, which made Fu Yanjing feel as if his strength was hitting cotton. It was hard to meet an opponent worthy of attention, and the opponent just wanted to play casually from the beginning. It was just playing. On the contrary, they are a bit more serious. Gu Ran, there is something wrong with your attitude. If everything is indisputable, then you will never be able to truly stand on the top of the mountain, and you will never be able to surpass me, whether it is in playing or studying. Fu Yanjing looked at Gu Ran's distant figure and couldn't help but shouted, as if he wanted to arouse Gu Ran's fighting spirit. However, what responded to Fu Yanjing was just a wave of his hand that never looked back. Challenge. What is the challenge? As a qualified fishing man, why did he have to get along with the second generation of wealthy men like Fu Yanjing? And he had to compete with each other. He has no power and no power. If Fu Yanjing uses small means casually, or if the people around Fu Yanjing misunderstand what he means and think carefully, he may make himself doomed. Instead of fighting for a while, is it better to live and develop and enjoy the life of being nurtured? Not long after Gu Ran left, Gu Shuer quickly found Gu Ran. Gu Ran, did you offend Fu Yanjing? How can it be? His family is a real wealthy family, how can we afford it? That's good, otherwise I will have to sever my relationship with you. Fuck off, did you come here to say this? Of course not. I just wanted to ask if you could contact Fu Yanjing. What do you want to do? If your sister becomes his girlfriend, won't he embarrass you? In the future, our whole family will be able to eat and drink spicy food. Oh, just you. Gu Ran looked at Gu Shuer and listened to the little abacus in her heart from a long distance away. What's wrong with me? Look down on me, right? Of course not, but it feels like your purpose is wrong. What do you say? Is your ultimate goal just to become Fu Yanjing's girlfriend? Is there any problem with this? Of course, if you become a girlfriend, you will still break up. Why can't you be bold and become Fu Yanjing's wife, or even become the head of the Fu family in the future, or even become the ultimate beneficiary of the Fu family's property? Me, can I? Of course, you are my sister Gu Shuer. As long as you want, you can't do anything. Really? But what can I do to make Fu Yanjing like me? No, what you have to do now is not to make him like you, but to make him need you, rely on you, and finally be inseparable from you. What's the difference? Of course it's different. If you want to pursue him, you need to know everything about him, understand what he really needs, and then get close to him and let him get used to everything about you. In the end, you pretend to leave him and let him understand that he can't do without you. Finally, when you reappear in front of him, you are the only one in his heart that cannot be replaced. Unexpectedly, it can still be like this. These are actually second to none. When you have deep contact with him, you will inevitably have to see your parents. The big family is very demanding of your daughter-in-law, and it's too late for you to work hard at that time, so you must prepare now to increase your leverage. But what should I do? Sister, this is a big gamble. Remember, people like us cannot have feelings. Don't hang yourself from a tree either. Before approaching Fu Yanjing, you should take a good look at yourself. Train yourself? But there are only more than 100 days left in the college entrance examination, and my grades are barely even undergraduate. Is it a bit late to catch up with him now? Sister, sometimes the process is more important than the result. You don't even do it, who knows what the result will be? Fu Yanjing may have only one, but there are many wealthy people. But I only like Fu Yanjing. Do you like it? Wake up, don't deceive yourself, you are greedy for his body, you are lowly. Brother, how can there be a brother who says that to his sister? I know you too well. I remind you that you can lie to others, but don't fool yourself into it. Remember, don't move your true feelings. That's a taboo that we can't touch. Do you understand? I see, brother, starting from today, I must study hard. Even if I fail the exam this time, I will continue to review for a year. Brother, you have to help me. Don't worry, I will organize a complete note for you in the next 2 days. As long as you pay attention to it, everything will have a chance. Brother, you are the best. Ding, sister transformation strategy 2%. Whether the 2% reward is withdrawn, yes. Ding, congratulations on getting a bottle of powerful psychedelic medicine. Side effect, 1 shot into the soul. There is a probability of critical strike. At this moment, Guran looked at the medicine in his hand. He didn't know what to say. This bottle of medicine seemed to come in time, however. He didn't understand why the reward that the old girl broke out was this. The first is the bullying skill of tearing clothes. Although it is not very useful, it can occasionally add some interest to Sister Ruan. However, is this second reward illegal? What happened to my sister? What went wrong? No wonder the task said to let this old girl converge. This is a scourge. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly in a daze, and your eyes are weird? No, I just suddenly remembered something. Chapter 10. It's hard to refuse such kindness. Gu Ren shook his head and perfunctorily said a few words, and then after giving the old girl a few words of encouragement, he sent her away. Of course, before she left, Gu Ren didn't forget to ask her for a meal card and 200 yuan. Borrowing meal cards and money from each other is the normal operation of brothers and sisters. Although Gu Ren doesn't need it now, he must create the illusion that he is not doing well for his old sister getting along with people. Abandoning that little emotional fetters is just a question of who is in charge. Have a higher moral standard, draw a flatbread, and make the other party willing to pay. The moral standard is a little lower, directly PUA, constantly squeezing the opponent. Or, if you have a certain super male gene, you can force it directly, so that the other party is improperly forcing the habit. However, in the end, it is easy to have an accident. Either the other party has an accident or the other party has an accident. Even Gu Ran's family combination regarded the last model as an alternative. Usually, they all draw flatbread after PUA with each other. Evening self-study. Nanli, can you do me a favor? What are you busy with? My old sister is suddenly going to work hard. Can you lend me your notes from the past few years and I will make a copy for her? Yes, it's okay, but what good is it for me? Gu Ran glanced at Nanli unexpectedly. This little girl, yes, she actually started to talk to him about the terms. Well, I'm kidding, why are you so surprised? No, I think this is very good. All needs are not one way, as they should be. No, I really don't need to. In return, in the future, I will eat in the cafeteria and swipe my card, and I will invite you to eat until the college entrance examination is over. Ha? Shall we eat together? Nonsense, you are my professional errand runner. Do you want to eat by yourself? If you secretly invite other people to dinner with my meal card, wouldn't I be at a loss? I don't know. Sorry, I won't harm my own interests for a promise. You give up, I won't give you a chance. Guran patted Nanli on the shoulder, as if seeing through everything. Nanli wanted to say something, but finally opened her mouth and turned into silence again. Although Guran's words were babbled, Nanli, who had grown up in the PUA circle all the year round, could clearly feel the other thoughts under Guran's pretended snobbish face that he is trying to guide himself, and she didn't seem to reject this feeling, even, kind of like it. He has really become different from before. If life keeps going like this, maybe it's not bad. Ding, the inflator awakens 3% reward, whether to withdraw or not. Extract. Ding, congratulations. You are proficient in calligraphy, have font copying skills, and are good at writing in more than 20 different fonts. Unexpectedly, this time, Guran's Chinese composition should not need to deduct the paper points. Evening self-study is over. Guran returned to the wedding room with Ruan Yuling, and as soon as he entered the door, he smelled the smell of food. Ruan Yuling was wearing an apron and was walking out of the kitchen with a soup bowl. I'm back, you go take a shower to relieve your fatigue, I'll clean up the kitchen, and you can eat. Oh, good. Outside, Guran is the tyrant of school grass. At home, he is a little milk dog raised by his rich wife and sister. It is necessary to be obedient. After all, to make money, you always have to be humble to serve customers. It's a big deal. When I go to bed later, I'll secretly find a little field. Guran took about 10 minutes and took a bath carefully. Because of the relationship between the pure Yang Dao body, Guran's figure is quietly fine-tuning, becoming more and more perfect. The skin is smooth and there is no dirt at all. However, after taking a hot bath, the coolness brought about by the hot water infiltrating the skin and evaporating from the skin again still made Guran feel a rare relaxation, especially at this time. There is still a table of good dishes waiting for you. However, when Guran saw the situation of the meal clearly, he felt a little pressure. Cordyceps sea cucumber soup, wolfberry old turtle soup, pickled eel, beef tendon soup, roast lamb loin, and a small bottle of health drink. Sister Ruan, do you think my strength is not enough? What are you talking about? Am I worried that your body won't be able to eat it? These days are my danger days. If I can't conceive after this week, I can only wait for next month. My body doesn't have a few months to wait, so I can only wrong you. I understand, sister, I will eat. Since the gold owner was concerned and the other party also expressed his expectations, Guran had nothing to say. The characteristic of the pure young Taoist body is not only to maintain Guran's energy, but also the automatic adjustment of the Taoist body. To put it simply, Guran can always be at the peak, but there will be no situation where he can make up for the fire on his head. Even if you eat wolfberry as rice, Guran won't get angry. This is the passive adjustment ability brought about by the Taoist body. However, Guran was fine, but Ruan Yuling, who was sitting next to Guran, could not help but get a little angry when he smelled Guran's breath from time to time. Sister, what's wrong with you? I'm a little sleepy. Can you take my sister to the room to rest? I haven't brushed the dishes yet. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I want to eat something else now. *degree asterisk. The next day, under the reminder of the biological clock, Guran woke up 5 minutes before the mobile phone alarm, got up and brushed the dishes and chopsticks from last night, and made some breakfast. By the way, as before, I made one myself and left one for Ruan Yuling. Ruan Yuling didn't say that he wouldn't be allowed to cook her breakfast, so it meant that the other party didn't hate this, but the Golden Master's father, he has to entertain him. Of course, the most important thing is that Guran is happy. There is no way. I don't talk about eating meat every night, and when I open my eyes and wake up in the morning, there are rewards waiting for me. Ding, congratulations on getting a 3% reward and getting a copy of the Heart Mall. After Guran withdrew the reward, he had an extra card in his hand and some more things in his mind. Heartbeat is a brand in this world that specializes in dressing up. It contains almost all categories of clothing, food, housing, and travel, shoes, hats, and clothes, whether they are daily wear, holiday costumes, or serious or unorthodox cosplay costumes, can be said to have everything. And that card is the monthly income entry card of the entire Heart Mall. When Guran left the community and was walking on the way to school, his cell phone rang suddenly. Hey, Mr. Gu, I am the chief person in charge of the Heart Mall under your name. Oh, what's the matter? That's it. The new clothes scheduled for next summer are out. According to the regulations, you have priority to wear them. When you have time, I will send them to you. Is that right? Then I'll give you an address later. You can send it there first. Well, you can erase the trademark for me. By the way, you can send me a few more new styles, sizes, and remarks this year. I will send it to you later with the address. Chapter 11. Sister Ruan is the best. After Guran ended the conversation with the other party, after hesitating for a while, he sent his location in the villa in Tianlan community to the other party. The Heart Mall, in addition to selling all kinds of things to wear, also specializes in custom-made clothes for some people. Those clothes do not have any trademarks, but they are all new clothes for the coming year. Some in-house special offers, a small number of clothes are made and only sold to a small number of people. The main focus is a fit, good-looking, and rare one. If you have money, you may not be able to buy it. As for the question of whether the heart will be copied, this is not important at all, because Heartbeat itself is the biggest label. What many people wear is actually just a favorite brand. People who really have a higher pursuit of clothes are usually customized, or they go to major stores to hang out. Moreover, there are very few owners of this kind of customer treatment. Only some people inside the heart know it, and many people may not even know the existence of this kind of clothes. Guran thought for a while, then sent the body sizes of his parents and elder sister to each other, thought for a while, and then sent Nanli's approximate body proportions. As for Ruan Yuling, Guran thought for a while before finally giving up. A sister. Ruan's economic conditions don't need this at all. Getting too close makes it uncomfortable to get along. Expressing one's generosity to those who have no money, and expressing one's heart to those who have money, this is a standard male cultivation, and action is the most efficient way to express your mind. Time passed quietly at this moment. In a hurry. 2 weeks passed. As the college entrance examination approaches, many students work hard to concentrate on their studies even if they have no pressure in their hearts, but in this atmosphere. In The past 2 weeks, Guran has combed through all the knowledge points of the past. To further make up for some past omissions, and at the same time take advantage of some advantages brought by pure nature. Some breakthroughs have been made in some subjects, although the progress of each subject does not seem to be too obvious. It is a considerable amount of data when added together during this time. Guran also felt extremely fulfilling. In the first week, I studied to tease the same table during the day, ate meat at night, and occasionally swiped a copy of my old sister to correct her thoughts. Life is called a rule. In the second week, Ruan Yuling abided by the agreement and did not let Guran go again. Of course, she didn't leave either, but lived with Guran very naturally. However, Ruan Yuling put Guran's studies first and made room for Guran and asked him to live in the second bedroom. There was no way, because on the 8th day, when Guran and Ruan Yuling slept in the same room, both of them said they would do nothing, but no one could sleep without doing something. In the end, it was not until 3 o'clock in the morning that Ruan Yuling finally did what he had to do, and then he fell asleep until the afternoon, while Guran took a morning bath, completed the all-night achievement, and went directly to school. Ruan Yuling may have felt that this would delay Guran's studies, so he made the above decision. Although Guran said that he had nothing to do with it, Ruan Yuling insisted. In desperation, Guran could only respect Sister Ruan's persistence and started her own monk-like life, and she was temporarily unable to get things from Ruan Yuling. However, a week, plus 1 day for 8 days, Guran steadily swiped 8 rewards from Ruan Yuling. On the first day, Tianlan Villa the next day, the latest Maybach on the 3rd day, Heartbeat Mall on the 4th day, Super 10 Hotel on the 5th day, the facade of a street of gourmet food. On the 6th day, the school has 10% of the shares. On the 7th day, a 5-star hotel. On the 8th day, the clear water bath. I have to say that the most fragrant is Sister Ruan with me to eat. The reward is stable and real. 1 piece of hard work, 1 piece of harvest. Among them, the income of Super 10 hotels and 5-star hotels is transferred to Guran on a daily basis. In just a few days, Guran already had millions of accounts in his hands. Moreover, these are net income, not counting the working capital and spare funds for the operation of its own industry. With this money, Guran couldn't do much big things, but it was more than enough for daily expenses. In addition, it is the progress of Nanli's strategy. Nanli, like Gu Shuer, does not have Ruan Yuling's fixed check-in status. In 2 weeks, the reward was only triggered 3 times again. Once it was a heartwarming dress that sent Nanli clothes to erase the label. Once when it was raining, I handed Nanli an umbrella. The last time it was the old sister who assisted the attack and shouted little sister-in-law, which was completed by accident. In 3 missions, Guran was rewarded for his skills in 3 aspects. Proficient in musical instruments, Guran is directly good at playing 12 common musical instruments. Proficient in singing, Guran has extraordinary singing skills, and also has absolute pitch. Proficient in painting, he has many painting methods, among which he is best at sketching, oil painting, and landscape painting. A treasure girl is a treasure girl. Although these skills are not very useful in life, for a standard fishing man, each of these skills can give him extra points. Finally, it's my own sister. As an old sister who grew up together, Guran knew her too well. Therefore, he naturally did not let go of this opportunity, and swiped the reward 5 times before and after. Moreover, 5 times is not the limit. I just don't want to arouse the suspicion of the suspicious sister too often. The price is nothing more than a set of heartwarming costumes, hats, t-shirts, coats, shoes, and skirts. This was originally a set of gifts. The witty Guran divided it into 5 times to send it, and got the progress of the 5-time old sister transformation strategy. Of course, the reward brought by the old sister also kept Guran silent. As always, mysterious contact number. By calling the other party, you can get a detailed character survey, and there is a certain chance that the hidden secrets of the investigator can be discovered. Every splash must be in the water cup. As long as you fill it with water and lock the target, you will definitely be able to splash the opponent. Side effect, easy to be counterattacked. Fake pregnancy checklist, write the name of a person. As long as the other person is a woman, you can make other people mistakenly think that she is pregnant. Side effect, it is easy to be debunked. Hit the dagger 100% hard, lock the opponent. The first sword will hit the opponent hard. Side effects, it can't hurt the key points, and it can recover after a period of recuperation. Evil invitation letter, you can form a group of 5 at any time. Lock opponents, destroy innocent people, take pictures and videos as a souvenir, and send it to your mailbox as soon as possible. Side effects, if the target is a weak and beautiful woman, it is easy for the hero to save the beauty and face criminal responsibility. The 5 kinds of props, wonderful, bizarre, and side effects, all have the smell of evil. Doryman props, sister, she is really a special talent. Chapter 12, driving a Maybach to send someone off in the hurried passage of time. A new round of monthly exams just began. This time it is one of the few joint exams away from the college entrance examination. But for the students who are doing test papers every day, even in every class, it is nothing at all. After each monthly exam, the school will also have a day off. Point 1 is to relieve highly tight nerves, and the other is to leave students to go home and reunite with their families for a while. And Guran, without accident, was going back. Brother, when will you go back? As usual this afternoon, or tomorrow morning? Although I want to be early tomorrow morning, but you asked, I decided to go back and pack up right away and set off. No, my classmates and I have made an appointment to go to the bar tonight. Don't even think about it. Oh, brother, I got a few VIP package tickets for Qingshui bathing pool from my classmates. You can take your classmates to take a bath. Great, brother, I love you, you deserve to be my foster child, come on, give me a kiss. 3, red heart, fuck off, the guy who has milk is a mother. Brother, does your friend have any friends? Do you mind multiple friends? Mind, that's what your brother finally climbed up. Go there and take it easy for me. Don't cause me trouble, understand? Don't worry, how could I cause trouble? If you meet an acquaintance, treat it as if you haven't seen it. Acquaintance? Who is it? I don't know, but I always think that as long as you pretend to be coerced, there will always be the possibility of being punched in the face. Brother, why are you like this? Forget it, I won't give you the ticket. Okay, I just promise you. I'll get you a ticket, so you can go back to the dormitory and clean up. Brother, shall I go to your place of lodging to find you later? No, just wait for me at the entrance of the school, and I will pick you up by car. Driving? Brother, when did you have a car? My friend, I'll pick up the person later, I just have half a day to rest. Understand, I'm going to call my best friend. At this moment, it is a good time to show off, and it is naturally impossible for the old girl to let go of such an opportunity. Watching the old girl and the young lady go to show off, Guran shook her head helplessly, but soon saw Nanli coming from a distance. Looking at Nanli's expression, he was not as happy as he thought. Guran quickly thought that after every monthly exam, Nanli seemed to have such a troubled expression. Trotting errands, why do you look like you are in mourning after? Every monthly exam? It's nothing, it's just that I'm going home after the exam. I don't like the atmosphere at home very much. Is that so? When will you leave? I'll go to the station later. Coincidentally, I just have to give it away later. Wait for me and I'll take you to the station. Will it trouble you? Trouble, you have to repay me well in the future. Guran spoke, then did not give Nanli the opportunity to refuse, waved his hand, and left in his battery car. When Guran found a place where there was no one, he released the Maybach that he had never driven before, and then put 2 fruit baskets that he had bought before in the back seat, and then drove to the school gate. There, the old sister Gushwer had already taken her 2 little girlfriends to wait there, while Nanli stood aside and lowered her head to play with her fingers. Fortunately, Guran had warned Gushwer in advance, otherwise Gushwer would definitely take her little best friend and look for Nanli's inflatable bag to pass the boring time. But after seeing Guran stop the car, neither Gushwer nor Nanli stepped forward. Obviously, they never thought that it was Guran who was sitting in the car until she opened the car window. Gushwer saw Guran driving with a horrible expression on her face, and heard Guran shouting to her, "Get in the car." Only then did Gushwer react, her face overflowing with surprise. "Brother, when will you be able to drive?" "I can't get up, I'm leaving if I don't get up." "Come on, I'm coming." "Wait, what's the matter?" "Sit in the back." Gushwer wanted to argue, but when she saw Guran's gaze, she decisively confessed, because according to Gushwer's understanding of her brother, if she said one more thing, maybe her brother wouldn't have an attack on the spot, but she wouldn't want to get too much preferential treatment from her brother for at least a month even. Her brother might secretly pit her and sell her bad. Yes, this is her brother, and acquaintances have the least psychological burden to start with. Because Gushwer is the same. Gushwer took her little girlfriend to the back seat, while Guran shouted at Nanli, who was still standing there, hesitant. Trotting errands, hurry up, don't let me say it a second time. Me, I'll just leave it alone, I'll just take a taxi. I'm afraid it will get dirty for you with such a good car. Don't worry, it's not my car anyway, so I don't feel bad if it gets dirty. Brother, what are you talking about? This is not our family. Shut up, I don't have your share of talking. Gushwer shut up again, because she found that even if her brother said it was not her own car, her 2 little girlfriends didn't believe it. They all thought it was Guran who was taking care of Nanli's mind. It turns out that the installation can still be installed like this. The elder brother is worthy of being the elder brother, and Gushwer feels that she has learned something from the elder brother after a long time. Nanli was ordered by Guran. She was used to being obedient. She hesitated repeatedly and avoided being paid too much attention. In the end, she got in the car and sat in the co-pilot. Fasten your seatbelt. Oh. Nanli honestly fastened his seatbelt, and then Guran set off directly. At first, Gushwer was worried that her brother would not be able to drive, so don't hit other people's cars at that time. However, when the vehicle started and saw his brother calmly and skillfully operating, he suddenly realized that he, the elder brother, didn't know when he really learned to drive. But at this moment, although Gushwer was puzzled, she did not ask in front of her classmates. Guran, on the other hand, ordered Gushwer while driving. I have 2 fruit baskets in the trunk, one for you to take to the bath and eat with your classmates. But remember, don't play too crazy. I'll pick you up to the dormitory around 9 o'clock in the evening. Don't go wild for me, understand? Oh, I see, brother, you are so annoying. Although Gushwer looked very impatient, she was more coquettish. All this, unsurprisingly, is that Guran's emotional value and material value are in place. When the old sister has a face, she is also respectful to her brother. Otherwise, Gushwer may not only fight and grab, but may also initiate the export of the quintessence of the country. Chapter 13 Nanli's hidden background. About 15 minutes later, Guran's car stopped at the Qingshui bath. The Qingshui bathing pool is not so much a bathing center, but actually it is very playable. Not only can you take a bath, steam in the sauna, you can also eat, watch movies, play games, and even have a private room party. The VIP package coupon means that you can rely on a coupon to enjoy all the services inside, and even give away small gifts when you leave. The service can be said to be quite in place, because Guran wanted to study and eat neat. She hadn't really been there yet, but Gushwer and a few of her girlfriends were cheaper in advance. Brother, love you. Gushwer got out of the car and went to the trunk to carry the fruit basket. After beckoning to Guran, her small mouth was as sweet as honey, showing her realistic face vividly. Guran rolled her eyes back, then closed the car window and left directly with Nanli. Guran, just put me here, the station is nearby, and I'll just walk over. Well, by the way, take the fruit in the trunk and take it back to your uncles and aunts. There is also a set of clothes that I haven't worn. It's a bit thin. I don't bother to return it. Let your brother give it a try and send it to him when it suits him. No need for these. This is the advance salary for errands for you in advance. But, you asked me to have dinner with you. It's all your cards. That's just a tip for errands, not a salary. But you are like this, my parents won't believe it, they will think of me think you are on the list of big money? Or, be nurtured? Well, I don't want to be misunderstood. It's not up to you, I'm just going to let them misunderstand you. But, I don't want that. Then you don't want them to be nice to you? At least, on the surface, be careful. They said that I was a cheap money-losing product, and it was of little value to them, and I was used to it. The bargain knows to bring things home. Do you think they think you are enlightened? The bargain knows to buy clothes for your brother. Do you think they will find you pleasing to the eye? But they will only let me ask you endlessly when the time comes, and they will even say some unpleasant things to me. I can't do it, then what? Then you just, no, you did it on purpose. Ah, I found it. But why? Do you want to hear the truth or the lie? Lie. Isn't it normal for a prince to give help to a princess in distress? I'm not a princess, I want to hear the truth. You all say that you are a bargain who loses money. It's better to be cheaper for me than for others. Nanli, think about it, how about letting me take care of you? Guran, you bastard. Guran looked at Nanli, who was carrying a fruit basket and walking towards the station with difficulty, but there was a reminder in his mind. Ding, the inflator awakens plus 1% to you withdraw rewards, extract. Congratulations on gaining skills and proficiency in cooking. Treasure girl, well-deserved name. Guran looked at Nanli's back as he entered the station, talking to himself playfully. Mysterious contact number, by calling the other party, you can get a detailed character survey, and there is a certain chance that the hidden secrets of the investigator can be discovered. Guran used it once to investigate the situation in Nanli. Among them, not only did they have some understanding of the overall situation of Nanli, but they also got a glimpse of a hidden secret from the investigation. Nanli turned out to be a lost daughter, although I don't know which family's daughter is the specific one. According to the investigation, Nanli's biological parents are definitely rich people. But her parents seem to have left the city for some reason. Finally, the most reliable information about her parents was the surname Shin. There is also a pendant on Nanli's body, which is related to her life. This kind of situation with pendants, and his parents are rich, and he is still investigating and looking for it in secret, makes Guran always feel that Nanli will develop sooner or later, even if it is not for Nanli's identity. The skill rewards provided by Nanli alone are worth Guran's continuous efforts to catch up with them. After all, Guran found out there was one eye, silently peeping into his little errand in the dark. That person is not someone else, it is that guy Fu Yanjing. Although he didn't know when Nanli attracted the attention of the rich second generation, as a fellow table and his own errand boy, he had an obligation to protect Nanli's personal safety. After all, the rich second generation or something is mostly frivolous. If you really keep an eye on Nanli, it will not be good if you use any moth methods while you are away in the future. After all, novels are written like that. Guran would rather beware a lot than go to the hero to save the United States after an accident. If necessary, Guran didn't mind leaving the black and evil powers whole card to Fu Yanjing. I hope he won't make any excesses. I won't let the treasure girl suffer any harm. Guran murmured, thinking far away on the other side, in a large villa, the gentle and elegant noble son Fu Yanjing sneezed unconsciously, muttering to himself in some confusion, I have a cold? Shaking his head, Fu Yanjing looked at the carefully framed photos in his hand. That photo looked like it was taken casually. Among them, a girl looked at her with a smile, just as the breeze blew away her bangs, revealing a stunning and pure and brilliant smile. If Guran were here, he might not recognize this girl. However, he was able to recognize the clothes on this girl, which was the scene where his little errands intersected with him. It's just that Guran didn't see the scene of the wind blowing across Nanli Luhai. I kept this smile, but I didn't understand the meaning of this smile. What's more regrettable is that this smile is not for me. Nanli, I noticed you from the beginning. I recognized you. But you have a choice. I won't intervene in your life, I just silently put it in my heart. If one day, Guran treats you badly, I will not hesitate to appear by your side. Fu Yanjing murmured to herself, her eyes affectionate but with some secret attachment. If Guran were here, he might feel that he was the one who was superfluous. The rich second generation, the top wealthy, still have a secret love. It's a pity that Guran doesn't know what kind of world he is in. At present, he only thinks that he has arrived in the city by mistake and is ready to make a fortune and reach the pinnacle of his life. He didn't know that in the world of female frequency, struggle is not of much use. It is better to have a good family. Guran didn't know that the success of the female frequency could actually be achieved by inheriting the family business, or directly by changing parents. Guran didn't know these things, because of the frequency of men, they usually change their fate against the sky, increase their luck, and add clothes when the weather is cool. Chapter 14. It's better to make things difficult for others than for yourself. On the other side, Guran watched Nanli enter the station and sat in the car for a moment and thought. In fact, he had thought about sending Nanli home directly and shocking the Nanli family with his financial resources. However, after thinking about Nanli's situation and his task, after thinking about it again and again, he decided to take his time. It is king to change Nanli a little bit, catch the appetite of the Nanli family a little bit, and slowly grasp it. Guran knew too much about dealing with the kind of people in Nanli's family. Even, he doesn't hate getting along with such people. That he was never afraid of being sucked into blood, because he had many ways to spit out the blood they sucked, and even squeeze them in turn. Nanli, this treasure girl, can provide him with a lot of things. Moreover, she also has an unknown background identity. This is completely the best investment target for the rich woman after Sister Ruan is over. Moreover, giving the errands to others, Guran admitted that he was not reconciled. Therefore, he can only decide to come by himself. Guran glanced at the time, and there were still a few hours to pick up the old girl. He didn't return to the community either. Anyway, he couldn't eat meat when he went back. It's better to go around. Guran drove around a few industrial areas secretly, inspected them, and secretly met with the person in charge there at the same time. It can be regarded as an understanding of the general situation, and also recognize the face, to prevent future situations where you were blocked at the door and not allowed to enter. Although that can be pretended to be a punch in the face, Guran does it like that. It's not in line with his idea of being a man. What he wants is efficiency, turning over the wind and rain, turning over the rain and snow. After recognizing his face, Guran didn't stay in those industrial places much. He went to some mobile phone stores and bought some mobile phones. Some use it for themselves, as a separate private phone, to contact the person in charge of some industries. The rest are ready to be given away. For example, it was given to Gu Shuer to brush the deformation task of the old girl. It's a pity that the phone can't be disassembled, otherwise Guran would still want to send it in batches, so that he might maximize the task of developing his sister. As a guy like Gu Shuer, feelings come and go quickly, and you have to hang them slowly. You can't give too much one-time stimulation, otherwise it won't be easy to handle. Wait a minute, before you send the phone, you should send something else. You should push the phone back and give it to you after the college entrance examination. Guran thought, took out a notebook from the space backpack, and used elegant fonts to record some task plans in his heart. On top of this, there are the routines of the old sisters, the daily life of Nanli, and the impact on Sister Rowan's confidence. Tomorrow, I'm going home. Guran looked at the feasting outside the car window and thought of the two in the family, and the memories of 18 years of life poured in. He awakened the memory of his previous life, and he was still the original Guran. It's just that because of the memory of his previous life, he has unlocked part of his obsession in this world, and it will not be as extreme as in the past. In addition, it is the benefits of Goldfinger. He no longer needs to be so eager to succeed, and his desire for money, status, fame, etc. is not as great as before. The so-called mutual life is born from the heart. The mentality is calmed down, and Guran's temperament and face are also quietly changing. Although he is still a fishing man, he can fish more calmly, and for his adoptive parents in this life, Guran's heart said that it was false to have no feelings. It's just that there are too many things mixed in this relationship, so that he can get rid of it at any time without feeling distressed. In his 18 years of life, he has often been treated differently. It's just that unlike Nanli, he understood this very early. Therefore, a long time ago, he knew what he wanted and how to do it to get rid of those. By now, he no longer needs to deliberately get rid of anything, but to control it in turn, because he knew that blindly avoiding and getting rid of it would not solve the problem at all. Who caused the problem and solved the person who caused the problem is the key to everything. The person who affects you, you can actually influence him in turn, although you may become each other in the process. This will make you a little broken. However, in that environment, you cannot escape. Instead of being uncomfortable with yourself, it is better to be uncomfortable with others. Instead of expecting the other party to get retribution, it is better to let yourself be the other party's retribution. This idea is a bit evil, and if you don't pay attention to it, you will go to the extreme of detours or even catastrophe. Therefore, this path requires a kind heart. At least, there can be some real light in my heart, so that I cannot be swallowed up by darkness and cold in the lonely and dark road. That night, Guran wandered outside for a long time. After visiting several of his properties, he also bought some things and put them in his backpack. When it was almost time, Guran drove to the entrance of Qingshui bathing pool, received the old girl and her best friend who appeared there on time, and took them back to the school dormitory. Gu Shuer and his little girlfriend were having a great time, and they were still talking nonstop when they entered the car. Especially Gu Shuer, rambling, said that she met a proud sister today. Originally, she was a little jealous of each other and wanted to step on it, but when she thought of her brother's words, she restrained and chatted with each other. What Gu Shuer didn't expect was that the sister was very generous and upgraded them to the supreme VIP package in the bath, allowing them to experience the highest service specifications of the Qingshui bath. In the end, because the various services were too good, they didn't have much to eat in the fruit basket they brought. At this moment, Gu Shuer and the others still had most of the unfinished fruit baskets in their hands, and they were about to take them back to the bedroom to share and show off. Gu Shuer will not miss any opportunity to show herself. I'm leaving first. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, you will go directly to my place of accommodation and wait for me. I will take you home. Okay, my dear. It's sloppy. Come on, after saying goodbye to Gu Shuer, Guran drove away, then found an unmanned corner, put Maybach away again, replaced it with his own small electric donkey, and then slowly returned to Tianlan community. When he arrived at the wedding room, he opened the door and entered, only to find that Ruan Yuling seemed to have just returned, and the clothes he had gone out had not been changed. Back? You too? Come on. Well, I haven't taken a shower yet. Come here first. Oh. Guran is very obedient. He is a rich second generation with money outside, and a little milk dog at home. Ruan Yuling leaned directly to Guran, leaned over and sniffed, frowning. The taste of a woman, and there is more than one, don't you explain it? I sent my sister and a few of her friends to the clear water bath to play. Drive me back to give it away? Chapter 15. The Beauty in the Rental House. Did you see it? At that time, I was passing by the bathing place and saw you giving it away. Later, I met your sister in the bathing place, so I just had a few casual chats. You are the arrogant big sister in her mouth. I didn't do anything, but when I was communicating, I heard from her little best friend that her brother was you, so I upgraded her service. I deposited a lot of money there, and I rarely go there, so it's a waste to put it there. Don't do this next time. I don't want to work hard. My sister also wants to find the rich second generation. Be careful not to be entangled by her. Why, can your sister be a woman too? Although I haven't seen her before, with what I know about her, it's not impossible. You just like to pretend to be rich so much? It's not that I like it, it's that I have to do it, otherwise, I will be very out of group. If you don't belong to the group, you don't belong to the group. It's a big deal to find another circle. I have no choice. Forget it, I don't understand very well, but I listen to you. By the way, are you driving? Do you have a driver's license? I learned it secretly, but not yet. If you don't, you dare to hit the road. You are really brave. Sorry. After the college entrance examination, go to a driving school. Before college, if you can get your driver's license, I will give you a car. No, I'll just buy it myself in the future. Don't you want to work hard? When will I have the money to buy Maybach? 100,000 a month, I can buy more than 10,000 by then. I'll send you. It's really unnecessary. I said, don't refuse me. But this is really not within the contract, and you won't get much happiness, right? I'm happy to give you a car, so this is within the contract. Then, thank you, the gold owner, for your great reward. Then how does my brother want to repay me? Seeing Ron Yuling's eyes with a straight invitation, Guran knew that there would be a bloody battle tonight. In addition, he also saw a kind of other emotion in Ron Yuling's eyes. It was a kind of possession, an irritable mood that wanted to suck Guran dry. Obviously, Sister Wan was jealous. Sister Wan, who was just restrained, didn't say anything, but blindly used her actions to express her dissatisfaction. 2 hours later, Guran and Ron Yuling lay there for a truce. Wan Yuling was paralyzed like a noodle, and finally said what he hadn't said. Who is the one sitting in your co-pilot? I am at the same table, a person who is somewhat similar to me. Do you like her? Maybe, but more importantly, I want to give her a hand. Maybe I also want to give myself a hand. Is that so? A similar family, a similar experience, and I happen to understand what she has experienced. I can't stand idly by. Then when are you going to help? Who knows? Maybe after the college entrance examination is over. Maybe you will get tired tomorrow. Would you do the same to your sister? If Gong doesn't give up, his younger brother will work hard and is willing to go through fire and water for his elder sister. Don't coax me by coaxing a little girl. I'm looking for you to fight. If you have it, you have it, and if you don't have it, it's your life. But before our relationship is over, my sister still wants a selfish person to possess you. Of course, this is the great power of the gold owner. Sensible, my sister is not a stingy person. You are allowed to contact, but you can't have substantive behavior, otherwise. Ruan Yuling made a scissor hand, looking like he was joking, but Guran felt a cool breeze blowing on the back of his head and shivered unconsciously. This woman likes to use the lightest words to elaborate on the most serious issues. The so-called lack of substantive behavior is not a requirement, but a bottom line. Do you want to do it again? I'm talking to you about other people's little girls, so you just ask me if I want it. Is your change of topic too blunt? Because of the guilty conscience of being a thief, I want to show more loyalty in front of my sister and wife. Then are you cheating in your marriage? How do you punish your cheating husband? My punishment is cruel. After an hour it's not coming, I'm going to sleep. Actually, I can do it. Fuck off, why are you so energetic, you little calf? Use your own hands, don't bother my mother. Ruan Yuling kicked Guran out of bed, then tilted his head, and fell asleep within a minute. She was really tired and a little scared. On the other hand, Guran didn't nod her face at all, and went back to the bed head over heels, hugging Sister Wan, who was fragrant, and found a comfortable place to quickly fall asleep. Early the next morning, Guran got up early and finished breakfast. Instead of calling Ruan Yuling, who was still asleep, he rode his little electric donkey towards the original accommodation. On the way, he bought an early breakfast for his sister. By the way, excuse me, why don't you just make a copy for Gu Shuer and take it with you? Sorry, she doesn't deserve it. Well, sandwiches are not allowed in Gu Ran's rental house. Gu Ran was worried that Gu Shuer's suspicion would destroy his wealth. Gu Ran's pure Yang Dao body plus Sun Wang technique, the strength of his body, quietly improved, and he no longer worried that the ugly and fat roommate in the rental house had bad intentions towards him. Therefore, he decisively went upstairs and waited. But at the moment Guran opened the door with the key, he saw a casually dressed figure coming into view. It was a girl who was not too tall. She was 1.63 meters tall, her hair was jet black and supple, her skin was as white as jade, and she felt faintly translucent. It was amazing at first glance. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the girl seemed to be frightened by her sudden appearance. She accidentally twisted her foot and fell straight towards her. In this situation, Guran instinctively wanted to avoid it, but saw some broken glass at the door. If the opponent falls, they will directly touch it and they will definitely be injured. Gu Ran's body, which had instinctively flashed away, did not change, but he pulled the opponent easily. Although the girl's dumping position was offset, her balance was insufficient, and she directly crashed into Gu Ran's arms, knocking Gu Ran, who was also unsteady, onto the ground next to her. Then, the two of them confronted each other inexplicably. 3. Red Heart. At the end of the conversation, a silver thread was pulled out from the corner of the two mouths. Gu Ran looked at the other party looked at Gu Ran. The other party did not scream as imagined, but immediately got up and stepped back, raised his leg and pressed down, and stepped on Gu Ran's key. Gu Ran quickly avoided, blocking the opponent's next offensive with his backhand. The girl saw that the raid was unsuccessful, but she did not fight in love, so she backed away decisively, looking at Gu Ran vigilantly, her eyes as alert as a little wild cat. But Gu Ran looked at the other party like this, but he was not annoyed by the other party's actions, but after hesitating for a while, he asked, "Are you not sick?" Chapter 16, Fat and Dark Roommate. The girl was taken aback when she heard this, thinking that Gu Ran was scolding her, and she raised her hand to draw it towards Gu Ran's face. Seeing that he was about to be attacked, Gu Ran quickly distanced himself from the opponent and did not let him approach. The girl originally wanted to take advantage of the victory and chase after her, but suddenly saw a pile of glass dregs at the door, and seemed to realize that Gu Ran's previous behavior did not seem to deliberately take advantage of her. She was originally grumpy like a little wild cat, but her mood calmed down for the most part. He glared at Guran fiercely, and then walked into his bedroom without looking back. At this moment, Guran saw the girl get into the bedroom and suddenly reacted with a look of disbelief. This guy is a mysterious roommate I haven't seen in 2 years? It doesn't seem to fit with the senior to be ugly and fat. Could it be that you have secretly lost weight in the past 2 years? Guran watched the girl enter the rental house that was once classified as a restricted area by herself, with a puzzled expression on her face, scratching his head. He didn't plan to say much, but suddenly saw a note flying out of the crack in the door of the room opposite. The note said, "Who are you? Why are you here? How can there be a rental room key?" When Guran saw this, he was also taken aback. It suddenly occurred to him that according to the past, both he and Gushwer would go home yesterday afternoon, and they would stay at home for one night before returning this afternoon. This time, he broke the habit of the past and chose to go home the next day, and now he is back at this point, in the middle. It seemed that the original rules of life were inadvertently disrupted. However, seeing the reaction of the other party, Guran was also relieved. At least, the other party seems to be guarding itself. This is a good thing. So Guran took out the pen from his backpack and replied on the note, "Sorry, I am the tenant opposite you, and I suddenly changed the time, which caused you trouble. But although I will continue to rent an apartment, I will basically not come here to live in the future. If I really have something to come back, I will knock on the door in advance." After Guran finished writing these, he stuffed the note back in. After a while, Guran heard a slight writing sound coming from inside. Not long after, a new note was handed out again. However, Guran was taken aback by the above content. "Have you lost weight?" After a moment of silence, Guran wrote on the note, "If you don't count the weight gain as part of your body's growth, there shouldn't be." After Guran finished writing, he stuffed the note in again, but the room was silent for a long time. But the door opened with a click. The girl changed into a dress, and against the background of the clothes, the other party was sweeter, a soft and delicate Lolita. At this moment, the Lolita girl also looked at Guang. At this moment, Guran is as dazzling and warm as the sun. Two people stood together, as if the sun and the moon met. However, at this moment, there was a kind of weirdness and doubt on the faces of both of them. Are you my co-renting roommate? Aren't you black and fat and black and fat?" You are black and fat. Don't get excited, don't, huh? I can talk now, I can talk again?" Guran looked at the grumpy girl who suddenly changed from a bright moon to a crazy rabbit, and originally wanted to speak a few words of explanation, but the other party changed his face too quickly. The moment before, he was a little grumpy, and the grumpy and angry expression turned into doubt, and then into surprise. It was as if, a mute, he suddenly found that he could speak. "Well, it's okay, I'll go first." "Wait, Today, I am happy, you can talk to me. It just so happens that I also want to know about your ugly fat roommate." "Ugly fat roommate, are you too?" At this moment, both of them were silent, thinking of a senior with a mean expression. After a while, "That bastard, don't let me encounter it again, otherwise, it won't be as simple as wolf spray and dropping out of school." "Anti-wolf spray? Drop out of school? That's it." I said how the senior's eyes were red at the beginning, and he also said that he didn't want to say goodbye to youth. What did that guy say about me? Ugly and fat, black, sick and delicate, don't like to talk, but also like to peep at others. Well, what did he say about me? Ugly and fat, dead house, like to be peeped at, fight back. If you meet that senior next time, you can pour sulfuric acid, that's a lot of energy. Next time I meet, I will sink the river directly for him. Oh, by the way, are you from school too? Why haven't I seen you before? I have a special situation. I don't often go to school. I usually teach myself at home. That's it, haven't you asked for your name yet? You are leaving, do you still have to ask? Well, then don't bother. Weiran, my name is Yu Weiran. It depends on your honesty in the past 2 years. If I am happy today, I won't care more about you. Well, thank you for your generosity. You haven't told me your name yet. Me? My name is Guran. Guran, are you the brother of Gushwer's psychopath? If the Gushwer in your mouth is Gushwer who is coming to me soon, it may be. Forget it, I don't want to know this. Yueran seemed to be in a really good mood, or rather, at this moment, she didn't seem to care about talking to Guran, but simply wanted to find a conversation. You just said, you don't plan to live here anymore? I have lived in other places outside, but it is unstable, so I will renew my lease here, but I don't think I will come back often in the future. If you don't live here, you have to renew your lease. Don't you plan to let Gushwer know? According to my understanding of Gushwer's guy, the situation of the two of you should not be as beautiful as seen in school, even more beautiful than ordinary people, and there should be no spare money to rent other houses. You are not being nurtured, are you? Classmate Weiran, you are so smart, do you know that you can easily be killed by others? Also, why do you know Gushwer so well, and Gushwer still tells you so much? Is she so easy to trust people? Don't worry about it, in other words, are you really being nurtured? That's right. You just admit it so generously? After graduation, I also work for others. I can take fewer detours for decades. Why should I hide it? I didn't expect you to be so calm. Occupation, regardless of rank, I can't waste my own resources. Yes, you look like the best skin I've ever seen. Take the liberty to ask, what price is your price? Is it convenient to talk about it? Take the liberty to ask. Why, you also intend to support me? I am very expensive. It's not impossible, it's just that I don't know if you accept bulk packages? Do you want to skip the parts that provide emotional value and follow me to the stomach? It's not impossible, introduce the business if I need to consider it. Chapter 17 Returning home. Sorry, I have professional ethics. I only accept long-term contracts, and I must have a certificate of physical health and meet the standards of appearance. By the way, you kissed me just now. I asked if you were sick, not to scold you, but to show me a physical examination certificate to prove that you do not have any major infectious diseases. You are sick, I am very well. Whether it's good or not, you don't count. You have seriously affected the quality of my service just now. You must be responsible for this matter. Gu Ran spoke, full of professional ethics, leaving Yu Weiran speechless. I haven't pursued this matter yet, but you should pursue it first. If you get it cheap, you can still sell it well, right? On the other hand, Gu Ran argued rationally, indicating that he had really suffered a loss in this matter. I can eat all-you-can-eat ready-made fatty meat for 80 yuan a day. Why do I have to ruin my quality of life for a bite of raw meat that I don't know if the quarantine is up to standard? Fuck off, you are raw meat. However, you are quite dedicated. It seems that the person who nurtured you is quite young, and he looks very good. I will not divulge any information from customers. Okay, don't ask. By the way, does Gu Shuer know about you? Such a good thing, why should I tell her? I am going to enjoy it alone. If other people say that, I definitely don't believe it, but if it's Gu Shuer, I believe you. You seem to know Gu Shuer very well. At the same table, we have been at the same table since the first grade of high school. Didn't you hear her mention you? That guy, he owes a lot. Forget it, I don't care about your grievances. The time is up. I'm leaving. Goodbye, my former roommate. Okay, goodbye, roommate. Gu Ran went back to the room and simply started to pack up some other things, but Yu Weiran glanced at Gu Ran's back and turned and entered his room. Yu Ran finished packing up and left the rental house directly to it. Wasn't until he went downstairs that his look, which was pretended to be relaxed, gradually became solemn. Looking back at the rental house, he didn't feel surprised and aftertaste for the appearance of the girl named Yu Weiran at this moment. He had only caution in his heart. This girl named Yu Weiran only guessed the matter of he was taken care of from the moment he left the rental house and continued to rent the house. Especially in the communication with Yu Weiran, Gu Ran had a feeling that the other party was capturing and collecting certain information from his words, trying to learn more about him. This kind of insight, reasoning ability, and ability to organize information are really a bit perverted. It's a pity not to be a detective. I actually lived with such a guy for nearly 3 years. This feeling, how can it be more scary than the roommate is an ugly and fat voyeur? Forget it, you won't be able to come here or not in the future. Gu Ran was thinking in her heart, and it didn't take long for Gu Shuer to arrive. Brother. Why is it so late? Sorry, brother, I had a great chat with my roommate last night. Cut the nonsense and let's go. Well, do you want to bring something home? Are you sure? Sorry, brother, I was confused yesterday. Our parents don't need such flashy things. We just have filial piety. Gu Shuer reacted directly and laughed again and again. Vampire parents, what kind of children are they worthy of? Naturally, they are the same blood-sucking children, otherwise how can they get their blood back? Although Gu Shuer was born to adoptive parents, because she was a girl, Gu Shuer didn't get much preferential treatment at home. Of course, the most important thing is that my parents are selfish enough. Realizing that their half-year living expenses of 1,500 yuan were actually just. Because Gu Ran's academic performance was very good, they gave the two people a long face and a face in the neighborhood. This is not a unilateral payment, but more like a reward after completing a certain task. Moreover, they will use various ways to express how much they have paid for Gu Ran and Gu Shuer, and they have even taught their upbringing to many people. It's just that many times those methods of upbringing are either superficial or have not been practiced at all. They belong to the wonderful theories learned from watching TV. They are used for after-dinner talks to support themselves. The technique of the scene, let's go, brother, take the path, don't let anyone see it. If you want to tell me, wear a mask and helmet. Gu Ran took Gu Shuer, fully armed, and headed in the direction of home. Although the place where they go to school is the city high school, even in the urban area, there are some underdeveloped places. For example, the undeveloped countryside in the suburbs outside the city. Although it is not far from the urban area, it is a proper rural area. Their home is in such a place. It was a bumpy road. After Gu Ran took Gu Shuer through, it took about an hour to get home before the battery car was almost exhausted. Dad, Mom, your baby girl is back. As soon as Gu Shuer got out of the car, she yelled and kicked the door in, while Gu Ran pushed the battery car to recharge, because he has to go back in the afternoon. He must use his limited time to loot a little more electricity in his home. Come back when you come back. What are you yelling about? A middle-aged woman walked out of the house and took 3 steps and 2 steps to Gu Shuer, who had opened the refrigerator and was looking through things to see what she had to eat. She wanted to prevent Gu Shuer from checking the refrigerator. Unfortunately, it's too late. Ji Yuma is old after all, and she can't stop Gu Shuer, who has fast eyes and quick hands. The refrigerator door opened, and Gu Shuer saw the beer pig's head and a portion of crayfish in it. Gu Shuer's face suddenly lit up and said with a smile, "Yo, crayfish, it's still my favorite spicy flavor." "Dead girl, stop it, that's for your dad." "What?" "Zheng Dongmei, my dad is working hard to support this family outside, so you will give him these as your daughter-in-law?" "No, my dad must eat the freshest and best." "Brother, I remember that there is still a chicken in our family. Go and kill it. I am going to show it to our dad today." "Dead girl, don't mess with me anymore. I knew that Gu Shuer, you are the most filial. Our dad didn't hurt you for nothing. I will kill the chicken for you." "Gu Ran, stop it for me. If you dare to kill that chicken, I'll talk to you." "Hey, Mom, there's someone at home. This drink is okay. Why don't you give it to Dad? I'll take it down for you. Stop the dead girl, she was going to your grandmother's place. Oh, you didn't say it earlier, I just feel sorry for my dad. Look at this. It's all demolished. Give this box of drinks to my dad. Then you can go to grandma's place and buy it. Mom, where to put the chicken blood? Boil some water, by the way, I will shed the hair for the chicken. Asshole boy, why are your hands so fast? My chicken, it's still laying eggs, you killed it wrong. Huh, is it a hen? I just made some chicken soup for Dad to make up for it. By the way, the last time I came back, I remembered that Mom still hid half of ginseng. Ginseng stewed chicken is the most nutritious. Let me think about where to put it. Gooshware, stop it, it's not there. Hey, Mom, there is still meat in the refrigerator. Let me get Dad another braised pork. Chapter 18. We are feeling more and more like a couple. Time is leisurely. Guran and Gooshware filial piously cooked a meal for their parents. Of course, the finished product of the rice is shrunk a bit in the process. Guran and Gooshware tasted more because of some disputes about taste. In the end, Guran and Gooshware didn't have a good meal, so they were full of hiccups. In the retention and reluctance of their mother to pull Gooshware's stuffed backpack and try her best not to let them go, Gooshware pulled over the backpack and, under Guran's leadership, pulled over the backpack. Next, he left Puff to sit on the ground, patting his thighs and yelling that he was not willing to let them go. Hey, sure enough, my mother is worried about traveling thousands of miles, and we will come back often to see it in the future. It makes sense, but it's best to be like today, when Dad is away. After all, father's love is like a mountain, and it's not easy to move. On the way, Guran and Gooshware spoke with emotion. There are a total of 1,500 living expenses for two people in half a year. Even if the autumn breeze is outside, it will not be enough to spend. Therefore, they can only go home often to see it every month. If you want not to starve, you have to fight and fight. Excuse me, do you think this is not good? Sorry. This is all learned from the second senior. If they don't fight a little bit and don't cooperate with each other a little bit more, it won't be their turn to do anything good. If it weren't for Guran, when she was a child, Gooshware would have been almost starved to death at least 3 times, died of illness 5 times, and died or was severely disabled more than a dozen times due to various accidents. This pair of parents is not mistreating them, it's just that there is a kind of person who has a thin nature and can be selfish and indifferent to the extreme. Even for children and such people, Guran and Gooshware, they met a pair. If you want to survive, you can only fight desperately, otherwise you won't be able to survive at all, and the two of them tried their best to show their worth outside, pretending to be rich and showing off, and because of their family environment, they instinctively developed a habit. Brother, how do you feel? The two of us are becoming more and more like the two of them. If there is any way, we may not want to live like them, but we will eventually find out that we have already become them one day. I'm not talking about this aspect. What is that aspect? I mean, are the two of us getting more and more married like the two of them? Oh, you want to fart, but I want to be a man raised by a rich woman, and you deserve it too. I am also destined to be a rich wife. I advise you to be self-aware. Gooshware retorted without hesitation, but then said nothing. On the bumpy path, the little electric donkey was carrying 2 people forward. Gooshware might be too tired with a large bag and leaned on Guran's back unconsciously. Guran drove intently, did not see Gooshware's silence, and never refused Gooshware's support. Life, sometimes it's never made up of people. What seems to be a choice is actually just a kind of passive survival and helplessness. On the way back, Guran also asked Yuwaran's situation. By the way, Gooshware said that the name was a bit familiar, but she couldn't remember it. Later, Guran asked Gooshware at the same table, only then did Gooshware patted her thigh, and then she remembered that her colleague at the table was Yuwaran. Subsequently, from Gooshware's mouth, Guran learned about the impressions of Yuwaran from other people in the school. A silent girl who hid herself under a wide school uniform, wearing glasses, half of his face covered by his collar. He occasionally goes to school, but never communicates with others. Silent like a soul. At the beginning, Gooshware looked at the clothes worn by the other party as if they were a brand, and wanted to get closer to see if she could make some money, but in the end, Gooshware didn't get anything, and she was cheated of a meal. This is also the main reason why Gooshware has an impression of the name Waran. Later, Yuwaran rarely went to school. Sometimes, I may not go 2 or 3 times in half a year, and each time I just stay in the class for less than half a day and leave. Therefore, although Gooshware said that she had the same table, she had basically enjoyed the seats of 2 people for 3 years. After Guran understood this, he was also surprised. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Guran took Gooshware back to the rental house. After the two of them had divided the spoils in the scramble, Guran took Gooshware to the school dormitory. Gooshware lives in school and Guran lives outside. This is also the result of the two of them fighting for it. The former is that the family is afraid that Gooshware will engage in boyfriend and girlfriend relationships in high school. Don't play with your worth too low. In the future, the bride price will not be able to sell at a good price. In the latter, Guran rented an apartment because he was worried that Guran would not find a house when he was fooling around, and it would be a waste of money to open a hotel. Don't find a girlfriend in the future, and you will have to go on a blind date or something. After sending Gooshware away, Guran took some of the rations Gooshware had snatched from home, and then rode an electric donkey back to Tianlan community. Halfway through, he stopped at a milk tea shop to inspect the situation. By the way, this is his reward from Sister Juan this morning. The ownership of the Aunt Michelle milk tea chain store in the city has its own store manager, management and employees, and the salary is settled into Guran's exclusive bank card on the day of settlement. Guran wandered outside for more than 2 hours. After absorbing enough Sangguang energy, he returned to Tianlan community about sunset. Pushing the door in, Guran found that Ruan Yuling was not there. After he put down his school bag, he flipped through the refrigerator and saw that there were many ingredients in it. Out of the cooking skills obtained last night, the combination and collocation of these ingredients, and even the cooking sequence and precautions, quickly appeared in Guran's mind. Thinking of this, Guran's stomach was also a Little hungry, simply rolled up his sleeves, took out some ingredients from the refrigerator, and after half an hour of busy work in the kitchen, he made 4 dishes and 1 soup. After doing this, Guran did not have dinner immediately, but went to the bathroom, washed away the smell of oil, fume and sweat, and threw the clothes into the washing machine for washing before heading towards the living room. At this time, at the dining table, there was already one sitting there. It was Ron Yuling, who came back from outside without knowing when. Next to Ron Yuling, there was also a huge canvas bag with a pile of heavy things in it. Sister Ron, what is this? Oh, the rent collected in the afternoon. It's too late to go to the bank, so I can only bring it back first. I'm exhausted. My sister has worked hard, so I really want to share it for you. Really? Then my sister will give you the task of collecting rent in the future? No, I am delicate and weak, and I can't suffer a little. Virtue. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Did you cook the food? Well, just get some. Whatever. It looks good, and it's much better than the pre-made dishes I made. Pre-made dishes? What kind of food did you give me? Why, I made that beef tendon soup by myself. That's it, no wonder it's a bit light, It's a bit light astragalus flavor. My sister added astragalus to the soup, right? Ha! Chapter 19 Self-pleasure. Full of wine and food, go to bed after eating and play games. Guran didn't ask the other party's needs, but took the initiative to approach quietly. Ron Yuling didn't take the initiative to drive Guran away to the side bedroom. After all, with Guran, there was always some good smell lingering between her nose, which made her feel that her brother was so fragrant, and when everything came naturally and fell into place, the two never mentioned the contents of the contract. Originally, it was just something that was stipulated to be done within 7 days of the danger period, but now there is a trend towards not doing it within 7 days of the danger period. The younger brother is too young and may not be able to support his elder sister for a day, but the younger brother has strength, and he will use all his strength on his elder sister. The 3 light technique and the pure Yang Dao body seem to match well. Not only does Guran have more trial and error costs, but every time he makes a mistake, it will bring a certain amount of progress. In the morning, Guran made an early breakfast as usual, because a chef is proficient in skills. He makes more tricks, but he doesn't make sandwiches every day. However, Guran only made what he liked to eat, and by the way, he made one and put it there, whether Ron Yuling eats or not. It has nothing to do with him. As long as the other party doesn't mention not to continue to do it, then Guran will maintain such a habit. As for taking the initiative to be courting, Sister Ron will do whatever she likes to eat carefully. That was what she did by licking the dog, not what he, a little milk dog, wanted to do. Moreover, the relationship between Guran and Ron Yuling is not suitable. The best relationship between the two of them is to maintain the best state they are in now. The minds of rich people are more guarded, especially for those like Ron Yuling who have no father and no mother, and who have more wealth than wealth. It is necessary to raise a heart of prevention. Anyone who is close to her, whether it is a man or a woman, must pay attention to it. Even the big bag of rent collected last night might be an invisible temptation. Guran can understand this, because if he changes to him, he will also beware of other people who may covet his good life. Fortunately, Guran was able to get a better one from Ron Yuling. Being able to get more from the task will not damage Ron Yuling's own wealth. This is the inner foundation of harmony between two people. Even as a result, Guran did not want to further explore Ron Yuling's life and economic ideas. Even if the other party wanted to try to show it to himself, Guran would pretend that he didn't know and chose to ignore it or refuse directly. Everything is simply in accordance with the contract. If you don't advance or retreat, honestly, you can have feelings, but for anything that involves your own and the other party's interests, any feelings must step aside. Only with such cold restraint can this relationship, which is not very stable, last longer and be able to better handle her sister's tasks. Back to school, the stressful and dull study resumed. Perhaps because of the one-day holiday, the students in the class are more energetic than before, and there are more whispers in the classroom. Guran and Nanli were quietly reviewing the insufficient homework in each class, or doing a set of test papers to practice their hands. However, today's Nanli seems to be a little absent-minded. This kind of absent-mindedness lasted until noon. Nanli went to the cafeteria and came back from a meal. When she was eating with Guran, Nanli hesitated, but asked, "Well, Guran, thank you for your gift. What is your parents' attitude? They are a lot more enthusiastic about my attitude, but they are all inquiring about your situation." "Oh, what do you say?" "I said it was a classmate, an ordinary friend." "Oh, Nanli classmates are really ruthless. They don't believe it, and then what?" "Then I said, you are at the same table with me, and the conditions at home are very good. Continue, they asked me to take the initiative, and get more benefits from you." "Then classmate Nanli, did you listen to your parents? Disobedient is not a good boy. Are you not angry? They are like that angry?" "Of course I'm angry. Nanli classmates are indifferent to me now. Can I not be angry? I'm still waiting for you to use beauty tricks for me." "Guran, you villain." "Oh, Xiao Nanli, this is not bad, this is a game in the adult world. You are not an adult yet, you don't understand. You are more than 2 months older than me, don't talk about yourself as old-fashioned. Classmate Nanli, this is your only time and most chance to change your life. Why don't you try it once?" "But your heart is not really white as snow, you are just suppressing the other side of yourself and making yourself appear harmless. Now, I want to see a different side of you. But, I'm afraid, I'm not sure if that's correct. In this world, there is no right or wrong at all. What you are worried about is actually just that after you make a mistake, you are not sure if you have a chance to recover. Because you haven't found a stable retreat route, you don't dare to easily bet on everything you have for this, do you? Guran looked at Nanli with burning eyes, as if directly through Nanli's disguise, she could see her whole person through this panicked Nanli, and at the same time, it shook her heart. Guran really knows what she thinks. Similarly, Guran was right this time. Maybe it's really an opportunity to change your life, but it's just that Guran's purpose is also very clear that he wants her for this reason. He is willing to take her to try a different life. However, what Nanli was not sure about was whether he could trust Guran, because while Guran pulled her out of the deep pit, he also took her to another deep pit that was Guran's pit. Once she accepted Guran's generous help, it was equivalent to putting on a collar for herself, and handing the chain on the other side of the collar to Guran's hand, leaving it at the mercy of the other party. Guran, can I trust you? Classmate Nanli, why do you have to believe in me, or in other people? Why not try to believe in yourself? Believe in yourself? People's origin, living environment, and even their own thoughts are often not determined by themselves. But one thing is that no matter what kind of environment we are in, we must learn to survive hard and make ourselves survive better. Life is a great game of survival. Only those who are pleasing to themselves can laugh to the end. The one who pleases oneself? A person who strives to make himself happy and is satisfied in self-achievement. Your words sound very reasonable, but why? I always feel that you are leading me to depravity. Yo, there is progress, I reacted so quickly. Bad guy. Nanli gave Guran a blank look, but he was not very angry. Chapter 20 Buyer-seller relationship. Gradually, Nanli had become accustomed to the changing Guran even unconsciously. Nanli herself did not realize that she was constantly influenced by Guran's character and thinking, and Guran was also influenced by Nanli. For example, Guran would never tease girls that much, except for Nanli. Because of every teasing by Guran, he could get a response he wanted from Nanli. To some extent, Nanli is also using her own methods to attract Guran's attention. High-end hunters often exist in the form of prey. Throughout the afternoon, Nanli was troubled, but it still did not affect her to make perfect notes. A girl with one heart and two uses is really enviable. It wasn't until after school was over in the afternoon and there was no one in the classroom that Nanli spoke, as if he had made some major decision. Guran, do you want me? Of course. But, why? Girls who are more beautiful than me abound, but why is it me? Am I docile and not resisting, or do you want to watch me fall? I need a partner, not a simple physical lover, but also a soul confidant, a partner who can match me in all aspects. Why do you have to be me? What you cultivate by yourself can be trusted. I can figure out your character clearly, and I am more relieved. Unsurprisingly, you should also have some understanding of my character. I didn't think I understood it before, but recently, I'm a little uncertain. No matter how people change, the character of the roots will not change. So are you. I look forward to your change, but I never worry that you will become different from you because of your personality change. You look at me too highly, everyone will be affected by the surrounding environment. If I am in that presumptuous posture for a long time, I will also gradually get lost. When you tell me this now, doesn't it actually mean that you have this sense of prevention? But some changes are always silent. For example, if I have money, I should swell and show off unconsciously, even if I am very restrained, but I still can't control myself to compare. A very clear understanding is also one of the reasons why I am looking for you, because I will also float, even if I am very restrained. Now you still find that I have changed. So in the future, I want to be a mirror with you to prevent myself from continuing to swell. Since the boss believes in me so much, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing to sell to the boss. My requirements are very high, and you have to be prepared. I will work hard, but I have one last question. What's the problem? How long do you want to buy me? If possible, I hope to buy out directly so that you will always be by my side. However, I want to have a happy life of my own. Study, fall in love, get married, have children, etc. Don't worry, my employees have very good benefits, and these bosses can help you achieve them. Including marriage? Of course, but you have to be prepared for divorce. After all, your boss's occupation is a bit special and he won't hang himself from a tree. After the divorce, will the boss still use me? Why not? Is that so? Then Mr. Gu, please give me a lot of advice in the future. Don't mess with those that don't have anything. Let's talk about your conditions. Well, people's hearts are changeable. I can't know what I will look like in the future and what kind of needs I have, so if I can, I want to divide my big requirements into multiple small requirements. You just say you want a few more wishes. Is it okay? Up to 3. 5, 1 every 3 years. Yes, but I have to make regular inspections. If you are not worth it, I will not continue to hire you. What if it's worth it? If it's worth it, how about giving you a chance to make a request every year? It's a deal. It's a deal, let's talk about it. Your first request. I don't want it yet, I want to stay on my birthday. Is that so? Okay, what's your birthday? Let me record it, I'm afraid I forgot. I have a lunar calendar, the 9th day of April. Remember. Then, what am I going to do now? Bookmark the breach of contract first to prevent you from going back. Don't you believe me so much? What you said, people's hearts are changeable. Guran calmly took out a contract, and then handed his pen to Nanli. Nanli looked at the pen in her hand, looked at Guan Ran again, and finally looked at the prepared contract. She seemed to have reacted a little at the moment. Guran, have you been waiting for me here early in the morning? Where, I was waiting for you here early in the morning, but I didn't expect you to come so early. But in the end, the buying and selling relationship was determined. Gu Ran bought out Nanli's life. Of course, what is written in the contract is naturally not a deed of sale, but a contract for Nanli to become Gu Ran's life assistant. At present, it does not have a legal effect. Only on the day Nanli came of age, Gu Ran passed the examination and certification of a lawyer before he could have legal effect. However, with the contract in hand at the moment, Gu Ran was also successful in pulling the little white rabbit into his nest, and perhaps it was the relationship between the contract. Nanli was completely resigned. Although he was a little depressed and was signed by Gu Ran's routine, the relationship between him and Gu Ran was virtually closer compared with that kind of uncertain and ambiguous relationship. This kind of simple contract is not only a guarantee for Gu Ran, but also a reassuring one for Nanli for people who have low self-esteem and can't find the feeling of being needed. A seemingly exploited contract is a kind of peace of mind. At least, she is needed. At least, she has her own backer. Although this patron may not be able to shield himself from the wind and rain, when the storm comes, he at least has something to lean on, so that he will not be as helpless and frightened as before. Thank you. To thank others, you need to be sincere from mouth to mouth. Gu Ran, you are really a bad guy. Assistant Nan, remember your identity and don't attack the boss personally. Otherwise, according to the contract, you need to find a way to coax it. Does the life assistant still need to do this? Didn't you read the supplementary terms of the contract just now? Badass, you lie to me again. In the afternoon of that day, all the results of the monthly exam finally came down. The class announced the individual rankings, and the top 100 rankings were also posted in the school announcement column. Gu Ran, ranked second. This seemed to be a curse, destined that Gu Ran would never be able to reach the top once. However, interestingly, Fu Yanjing was third this time. Chapter 21, I have the ability to take responsibility for myself at the age of 16. Yes, Fu Yanjing, who has dominated the top of the list from his freshman to senior year of high school, won the third place this time. Gu Ran stepped on Fu Yanjing's head by surpassing Fu Yanjing by 2 points. The first place was far ahead of Gu Ran and Fu Yanjing by more than 20 points, shocking the whole school. Her name is Nanli. Finally, don't you hide it? You don't seem surprised at all. When did you find out? I have felt something a long time ago, but I didn't want to believe the truth when I used to. But after I let go of my mentality recently, I gradually accepted that guess. After you have money? As an assistant, don't try to spy on the boss's trade secrets. But as an assistant, I have the right to know the boss's preferences so that I can better serve the boss, right? Well, that's right, then, stockings. What? JK. It would be even better if it had a ponytail. What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you ask me about my preferences? Roll. Sure enough, women are really fickle creatures. Men are single-minded? Of course, we only like 18-year-olds. I am only 17 years and 10 months old. In fact, in terms of law, I have the ability to be self-responsible at the age of 16. I suddenly felt that I was blind before. How could I think you are very handsome and temperamental, and think you must be a well-cultivated person? Is there a possibility that all men are like this, but now that I have tricked you, I don't pretend to be? Oh, I don't believe it. Oh, it's late, the big bad wolf has already caught the little white rabbit. Gu Ran leaned towards Nanli, with a grin at the corners of his ruddy mouth, with pure intent, but the sun was like jade, his eyes were like stars, and even if Nanli knew that Gu Ran had done it on purpose, he still couldn't hold back the beating of his heart. The pretty face hidden under the glasses turned red in the next moment. Really, it was the first time Gu Ran had seen someone blush so obviously. If it was winter, Nanli's whole face might have been white steam floating out at this moment. Nanli, the red is warm. Classmate Gu Ran, don't disturb Nanli's study. On the podium, the math teacher shouted to Gu Ran. Although Gu Ran scored 142 points in the exam this time, it was his pride that he had always been. But this time, Nanli students took the exam 150. This is no longer a matter of pride or arrogance, but shock. Because of this test paper, the math teacher did it by himself, and he didn't have the confidence to get a full score in the test. Classmates Nanli, study hard and don't be mistaken for men. Although the mathematics teacher is a more rigorous teacher, it is said that before becoming a mathematics teacher, he wrote novels for a few years and occasionally inadvertently published classics, and this is also a major feature of mathematics teachers. As for Nanli, she has completely turned into an ostrich at this moment, and she can't wait to bury her face in the soil. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Nanli, who had done a good job of mental construction, slowly raised his head and restarted the class. Gu Ran didn't continue to tease Nanli either, holding his face with one hand, flipping through the books, learning from the past. The first thing in the Nanli exam is equivalent to losing a depth charge directly in the otherwise calm campus. At this point, even the fact that Gu Ran scored higher than Fu Yanjing in the exam is not so bizarre. After all, according to Nanli's scores, all colleges and universities in the country are randomly selected. There are a lot of celebrities. And unsurprisingly, Nanli has become the focus of the next period of time. Although Nanli realized that there would be trouble when she decided to expose her grades, when all eyes of the quartet focused on her, she, who was originally a little transparent and fearful of the society, did not imagine being surrounded by light, and some were just suffering like a light on her back. In the end, Nanli couldn't stand it anymore, so she found Gu Ran. Boss, help me. Is this a small request this year? I'm doing this so as not to affect Mr. Gu's reputation in school. After all, no boss can be overwhelmed by the assistant's grades. It's okay, I don't mind. The assistant is not even comparable to the boss. What is the boss looking for her for? But the assistant should stand behind the boss. It's okay, I usually prefer to be behind you. Help me, please. Mr. Gu Namli held Gu Ran with a small hand, and there was an inexplicable coquettish voice in her pleading, which made Gu Ran feel as comfortable as a cat scratching. Sure enough, there is a little assistant who understands his hobbies, and life is really not boring. However, Gu Ran is a person with a bottom line. He wants more. You made the problem. You have to find a way to solve it yourself. Okay, however, as my assistant, it makes sense to use my contacts. Connections? Nanli looked at Gu Ran suspiciously, but Gu Ran didn't say much, and continued to listen to the class. It was not until after school in the afternoon that Gu Ran got up and left the classroom, and Nanli did not hesitate to follow Gu Ran and leave together. The two of them walked all the way through the shade of the school and came to a remote pavilion in the middle of the school. Gu Ran sat down, put a phone on the round table under the pavilion, and said, "This is one of my personal phones. There is only one phone number in it. It belongs to the principal of our school." Principal? What is your connection to the principal? Sort of, I have some shares in the school and I am a member of the school board of directors, but I don't like to show up, and few people know me. You, how did you do it? Noble, help. Then, what should I do? As the school director of the board of directors, I need to call occasionally to inquire about the school's development plan. I don't have time. You are my assistant. It is your job to help me ask about these things. As for other small things, you can figure it out by the way. After Gu Ran finished speaking, he raised his hand and signaled that Nanli was ready to operate. At this moment, Nanli looked at the mobile phone in her hand. Her whole person was a little confused. What's the situation? I begged someone. Did I ask the school director? Nanli thought that Gu Ran was just a sudden rich man who wanted to play an addiction as the president and assistant. But at this moment she suddenly realized that there seemed to be a ridiculous possibility. What Gu Ran said is true, and she hadn't really realized what she was going to do with anxiety. Nanli took a few deep breaths, and then tremblingly dialed the only address book in the phone. After a short ringing, a man's voice came from the other side of the phone. The voice is a bit familiar, and I want to sleep a little bit when I hear it. I can be the first to hear it at the school commendation conference almost every week. Hello, this is Assistant General Gu. Assistant? Hello, is there anything Mr. Gu always has to do? Oh, that's it, Mr. Gu asked me to ask, school. Chapter 22 Assistant Nan's first mission. Nanli first communicated with the principal. Her speech was a bit slow, and her speech was a bit messy. However, after a brief exchange of 2 sentences, Nanli quickly became organized between the words after confirming that the opposite person was really the principal, and that Gu Ran seemed to have that strength. In the end, at the end of the telephone exchange, Nanli did not forget the point of the call. A principal, the score in this exam is a bit high. Mr. Gu doesn't like to be famous. The first Nanli is Mr. Gu's table, and she doesn't want to, so is that so? I see. I will let you know later. When I study in the evening, there will be almost results. It will not affect Mr. Gu's experience in school. Well, okay, trouble. It's a trivial matter. The call finally ended, and Nanli handed the phone back to Gu Ran. Although she was operating the whole time, she hadn't recovered at this moment. What are you in a daze? Let's go. Well, Gu Ran, is that all right? Who knows, you make a call and wait for the result. Wait for me, not in the principal's work efficiency is very high, there was no overnight. When they were studying for self-study later that day, Gu Ran and Nanli were symbolically called to the office by the teacher. After drinking plain water in the office for half an hour, after confirming that the two of them did not want their grades to be too conspicuous, they finally let the two of them leave. After that, the head teacher made an announcement in the class. Because of an unforeseen accident, the scores of Gu Ran and Nanli are not used as the rankings for this assessment. The head teacher said so, and all the students in the entire class were in an uproar. The head teacher didn't talk much nonsense, and handed over all the interpretation rights to Gu Ran, and asked Gu Ran to come on stage to explain the situation to everyone. At this moment, Gu Ran also slowly got up, walked generously to the podium, and spoke softly. As you know, my usual grades are only hovering in the top 10 of the school, and I am second at the best. It is impossible to beat Fu Yanjing. The grades are not as good as him. I will always work hard to chase, but I will never fool everyone with fake grades, nor will I fool myself. That will only blaspheme my own efforts. Gu Ran spoke with a sonorous voice, mixed with a magnetic voice under his singing talent, which was quite contagious. Gu Ran had almost watched his performance, and then he told some of the truth. The specific situation is the negligence of my parents. I made this set of test papers in advance. Nanli and I are still at the same table, and I also borrowed her to read it, so we only took the test so high this time. Wait, classmate Gu Ran, you said you did this set of test papers in advance. How did you get it? This time it's a joint examination, and the school is still keeping it secret. Sorry, the elder in my family is a member of the school. He originally wanted to bring me an ordinary test paper as a gift, but he didn't expect to take it wrong. Damn it, the elders in the family belong to the school board, and you are really a rich second generation. Nothing, that's just one of my elders. My family is similar to everyone else, and it's pretty ordinary. Ordinary? I remember when this guy started his freshman year of high school, he drove a Maybach over at home. They were all ordinary families. Between us, could it be said that there was only one Maybach? That one is rented. My dad rented it for face. Don't I usually be very frugal? I really don't have much money. Gu Ran spoke, his true feelings were revealed, and every word he said was the truth, but at this moment, no one believes it anymore. Nanli sat in his seat and watched the operation carefully throughout the process. She didn't know if Gu Ran's family was a wealthy family before, but she felt it, absolutely not rich, but Gu Ran's calmness of pretending to be rich in poverty attracted her. Let her know that there is another way of living in life, but now, she knows that although Gu Ran is not a rich Second generation, she has met nobles and become a rich generation, the low-key rich generation, the rich generation who are afraid of floating by themselves, and the rich generation who like to tease their assistants. The news of this farce spread throughout the campus. The gaze that had originally fallen on Nanli quickly dissipated at a rapid speed, and many people's attention was all on the elder Guran. Of course, this matter was also quickly subsided under the slogan of the school's college entrance examination. Everything is back on track, and Guran also received the reward of the treasure girl in advance. Plus 1% progress of the inflatable bag awakening mission. Do you withdraw rewards? Yes. Congratulations, you are proficient in unlocking. That night, Guran went home and found that Ruan Yuling was not there. She left a note for Guran. Relatives came and left for 7 days. There is no way. Ruan Yuling and Guran are now 1 point away, and sparks are splashing between their eyes. Although Ruan Yuling was also very good, her sore old waist and painful soles of her feet did not allow her to continue to force her body. She needs to rest. Just take advantage of the 7-day arrival period. Take good care of your body, and at the same time rethink the meaning of signing a contract. In the past 7 days, Guran couldn't feel the increase in assets, and couldn't help but ponder the meaning of his aunt to women. The next day, Guran came to school with some faint interest, and he didn't have much motivation to study. Mr. Gu, what's wrong with you, listless? No, my wife and aunt are here, so I can only stay in the empty room alone, and it's useless to have energy. Still at school, don't make such jokes. Assistant Nan, why don't you live with me? My wife has not been at home these 2 days. You still say? Nanli was annoyed by Guran's words, and some of the male classmates who eavesdropped next to him also laughed straightforwardly, thinking that Guran was joking. This morning, I spent it lazily in Gura and at noon. Nanli helped Guran make dinner as usual, but it was delayed. Guran was just thinking about whether to go to Nanli, when a female student outside ran towards her. The female classmate Guran knew, she was the best friend of her old sister, and one of the ones who had taken a bath with Gu Shuer before. Classmate Guran, Nanli is surrounded by people, and Shuer is helping to stop her, but the situation is not very optimistic. When Guran heard this, his first feeling was not what was going on in Nanli, but an inexplicable intuition. Could it be that the legendary hero has come to save the beauty of the plot? Guran got up and prepared to rush there immediately. However, after getting up, he suddenly hesitated, and raised his hand to greet the classmates who usually played well together. Someone bullied the classmates in our class. I can't bear it. It's a man who will take a look with me. As a reasonable fishing man, he knows how to judge the situation and protect himself. No matter what the situation is now in Nanli, the result is that it is surrounded and something has happened. Chapter 23. I don't want Guran to misunderstand. Guran's first thought was naturally to save people. However, one person is weak. Perhaps Guran had some force, but this is a society under the rule of law, and it is wrong to fight, especially if the force is not operated properly, which may hurt some people, and the consequences may be even more serious. But if it's not a fight by one person, it's a group of people. Moreover, it was a group of students who heard that the girls in their class were being bullied, so they attacked them in groups. This reason is sufficient. The law does not blame the public, especially the head is still positive. As long as there is not too much incident, the problem will be dealt with lightly. But perhaps it was the large number of people who were courageous. After Guran took some companions, some classmates were also curious about what was going on. Seeing a lot of people, I followed, and some classmates saw so many people rushing around, and they were suddenly curious about what was going on, so they couldn't help but follow. When Guran and everyone, led by Gu Shuer, reached a corner halfway from the classroom to the cafeteria, they saw a group of people pushing and shoving. Among them, there is nothing wrong with Nanli. On the contrary, it was Gu Shuer, who was quite tragic at the moment. She was tearing with a girl with messy hair who was about to lose her appearance. The girl on the opposite side, it seems, is not a fuel-saving lamp, and she can even compete with Gu Shuer. While the two of them were fighting, they were still making verbal output to each other. The degree of fierceness made the onlookers around, whether friends or enemies, dare not come forward to participate. Seeing this scene, those who were silent or not were silent. This moment, Guran actually didn't quite understand the specific situation, but at this moment, a figure came quickly. It was Fu Yanjing. Brother Yanjing, help me teach this vixen a lesson. She dared to pull my hair. The woman who was kept on the offensive by Gu Shuer saw Fu Yanjing's arrival and hurriedly asked Fu Yanjing for help. Guran's eyes condensed, but he didn't expect that the other party had something to do with Fu Yanjing. Fu Yanjing and Guran were not afraid, but behind him, Guran didn't want to provoke. Of course, if there is really no way, he is not at the mercy of others. However, just as Guran was watching out for Fu Yanjing and was about to save Gu Shuer, Fu Yanjing did not care about the girl who was asking for help, but came to Nanli and asked softly, are you okay? Ha? Me, I'm fine. Nanli was taken aback when she faced Fu Yanjing's sudden inquiry, and then shook her head, indicating that she was okay, but she instinctively stepped back and moved quietly towards Guran. The little bitch smashed. She actually seduced my brother Yanjing in front of me. I tore you up. At this time, the girl who was fighting with Gu Shuer, as if she had been stimulated by something, rushed out of Gu Shuer's circle of battle like chicken blood, carrying a boiling fighting spirit, and rushed towards Nanli to fight. Fu Yanjing was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and while preparing to protect Nanli behind him, he stopped the crazed girl and pushed her away. Enough, Shinli, have you had enough trouble? I said, Nanli and I have nothing to do, don't anger others, and I don't like you at all, and it's impossible between us. Fu Yanjing spoke, looking at the girl calmly and indifferently, her words decisive and unfeeling. Fu Yanjing turned his head, his original indifferent expression gradually softened as he turned his head, as if he wanted to turn around and express his apologies to Nanli, but when he turned around, Nanli didn't know when he had disappeared. Looking around, Fu Yanjing found Nanli, who was leaning half of his head to observe. Behind Guran, the original soft expression returned to a state of high coldness. At that moment, his gaze was indifferent, but his fists clenched slightly. He looked at Guran and said in a low voice, sorry, this time it was my negligence that caused Shinli to misunderstand that I have a relationship with Nanli classmates. Oh, really? How did you misunderstand? When I was a freshman in high school, I liked to take pictures. One of them happened to be taken by non-Lee classmates by accident. Shinli saw it, so he mistook me for me. Oh, that's it, it's okay, just talk about the misunderstanding. Okay. Wait. If you can, give me non-Lee's picture, lest she will be misunderstood in the future. What is your relationship with non-Lee classmates? She is at the same table as me, a classmate of mine, and a girl who is about to enter the college entrance examination. I don't want her to be tired by some unnecessary distractions and delay her studies. Hearing Gu Ran's words, Fu Yanjing became even more silent. He could not refute these words. Looking at Xiang Nanli, Fu Yanjing asked, "Is that what you mean?" Facing Fu Yanjing's inquiry, Nanli looked at Fu Yanjing suspiciously. Fu Yanjing defended herself just now, which made her not hate each other, but she didn't want to have anything to do with Fu Yanjing. Fu Yanjing felt something was wrong with her, but Nanli knew that she had to have a choice at this moment, and that choice, Nanli did not hesitate. It's not that Gu Ran is too good, but that Fu Yanjing has too much trouble around him. Although Gu Ran is a bit out of tune, his circle is clean, and he has a lot of room for improvement here, so he can learn more and realize his own value. Although I don't know what the situation is, classmate Fu Yanjing, if you can, please return the photo to me. Okay, make an appointment for a time and place, and I will send it to you. No, just give it to Gu Ran's classmates. I don't want him to misunderstand. It's okay. Fu Yanjing finally squeezed out two words from between his teeth, then turned and left, not looking at the girl with messy hair and bloodshot face next to him. Fu Yanjing, the girl yelled angrily at Fu Yanjing's back, but Fu Yanjing didn't look back at all. At this moment, a trace of hostility and perverse appeared on the girl's originally sweet face. This is the feeling of wanting to blacken properly. No, it is the feeling of preparing to go crazy and self-destruct. When Fu Yanjing walked away, his pair of beautiful apricot eyes looked around with evil spirits, as if to remember the enemies around him. But while looking around, he met a face. A smiling face like the warm sunshine of the little sun, and the owner of this smiling face is reaching out to her. This classmate, are you okay? I want you to take care of it. Despite saying this, the girl still stretched out her hand and was pulled up by Gu Ran. This time, she urgently needed to step out. A boy who cares about a girl who is cared about by Fu Yanjing cares about himself, and he doesn't seem to be without charm. Sorry, my sister is ignorant. I apologize to you on her behalf. Your sister? Non-Lee? No, that's my little errand. Then your sister is. The girl was puzzled, but Gu Ran scratched her head, staring at Gu Shuer, who was staring at her bitterly like a vicious dog, as if she was ready to pounce on her at any time. Chapter 20. For the most beautiful and popular female hero, is she your sister? Adopted. Adopted? When the girl heard Gu Ran's words, she was a little arrogant, but she seemed to be scratched by something. Looking at Gu Shuer, who was like a mad dog again, the irritation and hatred in her eyes had quietly dissipated most of the time. Afterwards, she waved her hand impatiently and said, "Forget it, I don't have the general knowledge of uneducated people." After speaking, the girl left without looking back. Brother, why did you let that crazy woman just leave like this? Look at what she made your sister look like. Are you sure you want revenge? Forget it, we can't afford her family. Do you know her? Shinli, a transfer student from Kyoto this year, and Fu Yanjing are said to be childhood sweetheart, and there seems to be a marriage contract. Originally, I was still thinking about whether I could be friends with her, but I didn't expect it to be a mad dog, and I would tear Nanli apart when I met. If I didn't happen to meet, it was estimated that Nanli would be blocked. It turned out to be like this, but I didn't expect it. What didn't you expect? I didn't expect you to help Nanli. No way, Nanli is your errand runner, and yours is mine, so Nanli is also my errand runner. I can bully Nanli, but others can't. You are quite protective of food. Brother, look at me, my hair and my face are all broken. At this moment, Gu Shuer was selling miserably again, and her pretentious appearance made it impossible to see that it was an evenly matched battle between the dragon and the tiger just now. Ji Yuran helped Gu Shuer comb her hair, and quietly whispered next to Gu Shuer, "Don't worry, I'll squeeze something for you from Nanli later." That's good, I can't lose money in vain. Gu Shuer nodded, then waved her hand gracefully, and left with the two girlfriends who had already declared their allegiance to her. Girls may have affection for their girlfriends, but they dare not disobey or violate the eldest sister at all, because if the front collapses, the most quarrels, one shot or two, and if the back collapses, the mouth may be really torn apart. And Gu Ran, at this moment, looked at Nanli and found that Nanli was still holding the lunchbox in his hand. The meal is ready? Okay. Go back to dinner. Good. Gu Ran walked in front, and Nanli quickly followed. Throughout the whole process, Gu Ran and Nanli did not have much contact, and even said that their eyes were not on Nanli throughout the whole process, but Nanli felt a sense of security in Gu Ran's body to maintain herself. She is Xiaoqian, and she also thinks Xiaoqian is very good. It's always been like this, it's good. Compared with Fu Yanjing's blocking, it seemed to be helping her, but in fact it involved her in greater trouble. On the contrary, Gu Ran not only helped her to find out the source of the trouble fundamentally, but also to a certain extent, weakened the possible future crises. Even in this process, it seems that he has used a beautiful man for himself. This sacrifice is a bit big. Eating awakening of the airbag plus 1%. Do you withdraw rewards? Yes. Congratulations on gaining skills and proficiency in fighting. Back in the classroom, it didn't take long for the head teacher to appear. Students, fighting is not good and is not advocated. We should communicate in a civilized manner. So, in the evening I decided to take an exam. The class teacher spoke, and the students suddenly wailed for a while, but then, the head teacher changed his words. However, I heard that my classmates were bullied and were able to take action. This is also a proof of the unity of the class and a very good quality. So, in order to reward everyone, I decided that everyone can order a copy of Aunt Michelle. Gu Ran, you are holding the lead this time, so you are responsible for counting everyone's favorite flavors. The list will be handed over to me later. In the afternoon, everyone will come to me to get milk tea before school. After the head teacher finished speaking, the classroom suddenly caused a burst of applause. Compared with all kinds of verbal rewards, the substantial benefits are even more exciting. A cup of milk tea is not much, but the whole class has 1 cup per person, and because they have done a common thing, they have received a common reward. The joy of sharing together may be worth remembering for many years to come. Amidst the cheers of the whole class, Nanli keenly captured that the head teacher quietly glanced at Gu Ran, her eyes meeting tacitly, making her seem to be aware of something. Gu Ran, milk tea, didn't you order it? Now that you have found out, don't be idle. Come with me to get milk tea later. Do you really want to invite the whole class to drink milk tea? It's just human nature, you don't give benefits, who will help you if you encounter something in the future? And Gu Shuer, I want to thank her alone. Yo, yes, I'm very good at grasping the point. Gu Ran gave a thumbs up to Nanli's performance, then looked around, and quietly took out a mobile phone. Above, there is a string of numbers called a 6th number. She is the manager of the milk tea shop in front of the school. You can talk to her and discuss the details. Do you also have shares in the milk tea shop? No. Then why do you have it? The milk tea shop belongs to me, but I am only responsible for collecting money. Other matters are handled by the acting manager of the city. I will introduce it to you later. City manager? Could it be that you are the one who owns the milk tea shops in the entire city? Small profits and quick turnover? In the afternoon, during the gap between class and class, Nanli quietly went out again and began to show her methods of doing things as an assistant. It wasn't until after school, after running back and forth many times, that the matter was finally resolved. After returning, Nanli collapsed directly on the table. I can't do it anymore, I'm so tired of running errands. Just practice more dishes, just get used to it. Mr. Gu, can't you say something nice? You make me feel like I'm on a pirate ship. Take your time, as long as you are willing to suffer, there will be endless suffering, and more bitter and tiring days are still to come. Nanli was silent, just staring at Gu Ran with a pair of bright eyes, silently complaining about everything. At this moment, Gu Ran didn't take that gaze to his heart at all, because a reminder was passing through his mind. It's not that Nanli has any tendency to be abused, or any improvement in progress. It was Gu Shuer. 10 minutes ago, Nanli gave Gu Shuer a specific cup of milk tea. The milk tea says for the most beautiful and popular female hero, classmate Gu Shuer. Ding, the progress of my sister's transformation is 1%. Do you withdraw rewards? Extract. Congratulations on obtaining disinformation firm. When Gu Ran probably learned about the specific situation of the reward, even though Gu Ran had already prepared in his heart, he was still very emotional about the reward of his sister. It deserves to be an old sister. She has never let people down, and she has never let people count on her. Disinformation firm, the source of all rumors, through which you can spread rumors about anyone and side effects. The concealment of the skin is not good, and it is easy to be discovered. Chapter 25 Crisis. Evening self-study is over. After Gu Ran said goodbye to Nanli, when he went downstairs to ride his little electric donkey, he met Fu Yanjing, who was waiting for him there in the carport. Gu Ran, do you like Nanli? It doesn't matter if I like her or not. The important thing is that I won't let her get hurt just because I like it. Clean up your circle first, so you are qualified to appear by her side. Gu Ran spoke faintly, staring calmly at Fu Yanjing. This time, Fu Yanjing didn't dare to look at Gu Ran, as if he had been discovered. He first staggered his gaze. Fu Yanjing didn't speak, but handed Gu Ran the box he had been holding in his hand, then turned and left. Gu Ran looked at Fu Yanjing's back, looking like a depressed, defeated dog. That's it? Gu Ran's face was full of doubts at the moment. According to what Gu Ran thought, Fu Yanjing should have ideas about Nanli, and then he shouldn't use his power to persecute him. If Gu Ran disagrees, Fu Yanjing will do something that threatens and even, in some ways, tripped him up, and even attack some of his industries and businesses. In the end, Gu Ran would investigate everything about Fu Yanjing in the midst of the crisis, counterattack the forces behind Fu Yanjing, and let him lose, or use some strategies prepared in advance to make Fu Yanjing retreat. But that's it. At this moment, Gu Ran felt that he had won too easily. It's so easy that there is always an illusion of fighting for love. At the same time, Gu Ran felt like he was helping the little assistant cut the edge. Moreover, the cut may still be the right way. I'm not the third party, am I? No, I am the male lead, and I will suppress all rivals. With such a high sense of morality, learn from others what corner to pry. Neuropathy. Gu Ran scratched his head, but he didn't let his guard down in his heart. He decided to make Nanli and Gu Shuer more vigilant during this time, and not to leave school if it's okay. Even if you leave, you must report to him in advance. Be careful not to make a big mistake. Hey, there is money, but there are insufficient manpower. Let's keep it. Some people can't afford to offend or can't afford to offend. Gu Ran murmured to himself and opened the box he had obtained from Fu Yanjing. Among them, it is Nanli's photo album. This kid, his eyes are really poisonous, and his photography skills are also good. I didn't even notice that my little errands still have such a stunning side. In the future, I will look for Fu Yanjing to take the wedding photos. I don't know if he wants to. Gu Ran looked at the photo album and touched his chin to make an evaluation. Time is long, and another few days have passed. After a while, he quietly put Nanli's photo in his storage backpack, and then left the school on an electric donkey. A time passed leisurely, and a few more days passed in a blink of an eye. Gu Ran calculates the time for Sister Ruan's return every day, and at the same time, she is also brushing the progress of Nanli and Gu Shuer's tasks. On this day, the last day before Sister Ruan came back. Guran rode an electric donkey and headed towards Tianlan community. When passing by a sparsely populated street, Guran suddenly stopped. Something is wrong. The road ahead is broken, and there is something very wrong in 12 points. Even if there were few people in the past, there will not be so few people at this time. And not only that, there was not even a figure around here. And even the chirping sound of the surrounding summer night insects was extinguished. There won't be an ambush here, right? When Gu Ran thought of this, he wondered if he had offended anyone. The first reaction was Fu Yanjing, the second reaction was the girl who was tit-for-tat with Gu Shuer, Xinli. The third one may be related to Sister Ruan, such as the influence of enemies, family background, etc. After all, except for these three, Gu Ran couldn't think of who else he had offended. Withdraw. Although Gu Ran is proficient in fighting, his physical fitness has also increased greatly, and it is easy to take down a few people with confidence. However, the ancestor Zhang Yun, it is difficult to fight with 4 fists, it is easy to hide with a clear gun, and it is difficult to defend with a concealed arrow. The gentleman does not stand under the wall and takes a step back. The sea and the sky are vast, and there is nothing wrong with encouraging a wave. Therefore, Gu Ran retreated decisively. Turning the front of the car is the best policy, but seeing Gu Ran turn around and run away, the group of people hiding in the dark were stunned. Why is this kid such a chicken thief? What should we do, whether we chase or not? The lady inquired about this guy for several days, and the gentleman asked us to take him over and talk. Keep up, sir, things must be done. With that said, a group of people slowly walked out of the dark. The driver drove the car, the motorcyclist rode the motorcycle, chasing in the direction of Gu Ran. However, in the course of some pursuit, they were soon lost. Yes, although their tracking is professional, Gu Ran is like a slippery loach. The little electric donkey turned around in the crowd without stopping. They ran a few red lights and did not bite Gu Ran's Super 10 hotel. In the top floor suite. Gu Ran washed away his fatigue, stood at the window and looked down, dialing a phone in his hand. A mysterious call from my sister. Help me investigate something and find out who ambushed me today. Afterwards, Gu Ran called Nanli again. Hey, Gu Ran, what's the matter? Tomorrow, help me go to the class director to ask for leave, and by the way, give Gu Shuer the gift box I put with you, and tell her that someone has been eyeing her these 2 days, and you and her should not leave school during this time. Gu Ran was silent for a moment, and finally hesitated. He added again, when necessary, as my assistant, I will ask the principal for help. Gu Ran, what the hell happened? Don't scare me. I don't know. I was followed on the way home. I'm not sure what happened, but just in case, I'll let you know in advance. By the way, if there is a problem with your parents or my parents, if you can, don't go, and call the police for urgent matters, because that makes no sense except to make things more troublesome. If you have to sacrifice your spirit, don't be self-righteous. I see, when can you come back? The details are still unclear, but I shouldn't have provoked anyone. The other party is not aggressive, so the problem shouldn't be too big. I see, you pay attention to your safety and call me if you need to. Well, I see. After Gu Ran and Nanli communicated with each other for a while, they hung up the phone. Gu Ran stayed up all night, thinking about resetting his experience during this period, and at the same time waiting for the investigation information from the mysterious phone. It was not until dawn that Gu Ran received a call from the other party. After listening, Gu Ran's original heart finally felt a little relieved. However, at this moment, there were also some doubts on his face. The person who ambushed him was a company called Dongzhou Intermediary Company. This intermediary company is a chain company that spans 63 cities in the entire East China Sea. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this is a company established when an evil force washed ashore. It is nominally an intermediary, but it is engaged in some activities such as debt collection and forced sales. Chapter 26. Dongzhou gangster. The police often investigate them, but they cannot bring them to justice because there is not enough evidence. Moreover, the trader behind this company does not just own an intermediary company, but involves many industries in Dongzhou, and Gu Ran, through the contact of the person in charge, determined that he had no contact with this company, and even the situation in many of his industries never allowed the person in charge to contact people in these areas. Therefore, it should not be an entanglement of interests in the industry. For the rest, there are only 2 situations. Point 1 is that someone entrusted this intermediary company to do him. The other is who is behind this intermediary company and what purpose it has. Gu Ran has already contacted the person in charge of Qingshui bathing. He is involved in more of the 3 religions and 9 streams. At this moment, he is investigating the situation with an intermediary company in Shangzhou through people. I believe it will not be long before news will come. It was not until noon that Gu Ran received the news of the inquiry from the person in charge of Qingshui bath. Hey, have you found out? Mr. Gu, this may be a misunderstanding. Talk about it specifically. Mr. Gu, did you live in a rental house outside the school before, and you still shared it with one person? It is true that I have shared with someone, but I have nothing to do with that person. Is it because of her? According to the investigation, that girl investigated you a few days ago. But she didn't do anything to you, but then another one continued to investigate you. Who? Once the biggest black boss in Dongzhou, Feng Fan. Feng Fan? I don't seem to know him. The other party is investigating you, and I can know this, and the other party told me. If my guess is correct, Feng Fan should contact you soon. Is that so? At this moment, although Gu Ran's heart was heavy with fog, in general, he was a little relieved. The other party investigated himself. Although the methods were violent, he did not use too rough methods. With the unequal status of the other party and yourself, 9 out of 10, the other party is asking for something from yourself. Or, it is to achieve a certain purpose through him. Just as Gu Ran was thinking about what to do next, the person in charge of Speed 10 called him. Hey, what's the matter? Mr. Gu, there is someone who wants to have a call with you through me. Okay, transfer it. Okay, Mr. Gu. After the phone was transferred for a while, a somewhat hoarse man's voice came from the other end. Guran? Fong Fan? I have tried my best to overestimate you before, but the news that came back all day today made me refresh my understanding of you again. Now, you have made me even more murderous. Mr. Fong, I'm just an ordinary high school student. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? All I know is that I would rather kill the wrong person than let it go. My life is cheap, and naturally I can't stop Mr. Fong's rolling methods. But I am worried that blood will splash on Mr. Fong before he dies. Oh, do you have that ability? Of course not, but who can guarantee that I won't be lucky all of a sudden? Boy, those who dare to threaten me in Dongzhou, do you know where they are going now? I don't dare, I just think there is some misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? You abducted my daughter and lived together for more than 2 years, and you were irresponsible to leave her alone and be someone else's boy. Do you have the face to tell me about the misunderstanding? Mr. Fong, where did you hear this outrageous rumor? I don't care, your kid bullied my daughter, now you have to coax her back. Mr. Fong, are you fooling me? Hey, it's no wonder you kid can get Weiran's favor, that's pretty good. You Weiran, your daughter? At this moment, Guran grabbed the core in an instant. At this moment, he had the urge to hang up the phone directly because he felt that if he didn't hang up the phone, there might be very troublesome things next, but if you hang up now, there may be more troublesome things. What's so special about this, the black boss or something, who really touches who is unlucky? Mr. Fong, I think you have some misunderstanding. Although your daughter and I are roommates, we have only met once so far. I believe this, and no one else believes it. And the point is, my family Weiran has become interested in you. She has been avoiding me, and this time she took the initiative to use my intelligence system to expose herself, which is enough to show that you are the key to our father and daughter to ease the relationship, and you are lucky enough to bear it. I like your hidden character very much. Mr. Fong, is there a possibility? I just think it's troublesome. It's too troublesome, isn't it, also taking into account that the changeable future will bring too many uncertainties? Although I had thought about it at the beginning, I didn't restrain myself in the end. After experiencing it, I knew that only in a dull life can I see more truth. Mr. Fong, let's change the subject and talk about specific things. My phone bill is very expensive, and it may have to be shut down later. Huh, not interesting. But forget it, let me just say it briefly. I originally wanted to take my daughter back, but recently I have been a little unsafe around me. So? Be my daughter's boyfriend and continue to live with her. No, Mr. Fong, wait a minute. I had a little tinnitus just now. I didn't understand your last sentence very well. Tinnitus is good, it is a symptom of kidney deficiency, and it is safe. Mr. Fong, I'm sorry, I'm actually a little inconvenient. Are you talking about the orphan girl of the Ruan family? I have investigated. Although I don't know what she thinks, she doesn't really want to marry you, or you are secretly married for some purpose, and it won't last long. But I am loyal to marriage. All I need is your loyalty. My daughter is just your girlfriend, a girlfriend who can't even hold hands, understand? What you mean is to let me only give her a name. Fuck off, give her a name, you also deserve it, I just need you to use this identity to help her cover it up. Guran felt that the other party was obviously suppressing his anger when he was talking to himself. However, this also made Guran sure that the other party should have a very close relationship with you, wherein it may still be controlled by a daughter. He has undifferentiated hostility to Huang Mao, who may have abducted his daughter. It's just that something always feels wrong. You continue. What continues? That's it, just do your thing well. Wait, what about my benefits? Also, there must be a deadline for taking care of your daughter, right? Deadline? When will I pick up my daughter and when will it be due? Of course, if you think you have the ability to challenge me, you can also try to resist it. Chapter 27. Father's love is like a mountain. Yes, you are amazing, I admit it. If you are not angry, young people like you, even if you can't resist, shouldn't you be a little angry, and then say what 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully young people into poverty? Sorry, Mr. Fong, I just turned 18 years old a few days ago, and I am still married. I am a good young man who has a family, money and a career, and I am still preparing for the entrance examination to Yanda. I am past the age of blood. Forget it, you'd better do it, but your kid is also good to me, and I'll give you a promise. In the future, as long as you don't take the initiative to cause trouble in Dongzhou, no matter how big your business is, there will be no unfair methods to embarrass you. Goodbye, I don't need this. But if someone wants to deal with me by non-obvious means, I hope you can let me get some news in advance. It seems that you don't even believe the people on my side. No, it's still that sentence, I don't want to be too troublesome. It seems that I didn't misunderstand you, you are really cautious enough. That being the case, as you wish. Then, goodbye. After the call, Guran sat there for a long time, thinking about the impact of this matter on himself. To be honest, Guran was really surprised by this incident. Although there was a near miss this time, it also reminded Guran, although he has money in his hands, there are other things on top of money that affect his life if he doesn't want to work hard. Above money is power, above power, or the violence that can make rules and tear them apart at the same time. Some violence, it's okay to follow the rules carefully. Some are violent, too flexible, and have too much uncertainty compared with following the rules of the latter. Becoming this part of the rules, or becoming the one who makes the rules, is the real safe way. The background is too weak after all. Maybe, I really should try to plan for the future. At least, the next time something really happens, it won't be so embarrassing. Just as Gu Ran was contemplating, a barrage appeared in front of him again. Task: Father's love is like a mountain planet. Task content: the daughter of the underworld lacks father's love since she was a child. Let her call you dad once a day to make up for her lack of father's love. Note: you must shout every day before your progress will steadily improve. Once it is interrupted for a day, the progress must be calculated again, and only after the original progress is reached will it continue to grow. What kind of task is this? Seeing the content of the task, Gu Ran wanted to talk to the system. It's a pity that his golden finger in the system service ran away, and he could only sigh helplessly. Fortunately, all the tasks that have been brushed out are placed there, and there is no time limit for completion, and there will be no punishment, at least not to give up the principle in order to complete the task. Gu Ran stayed at the Super 10 Hotel for another 2 days. Finally, after thoroughly confirming his safety from several other people in charge, he left Super 10 and rode his electric donkey towards the original rental house. This time, Gu Ran did not directly use the key to unlock and enter. Instead, as agreed before, knock on the door first. Gu Ran vaguely heard movement outside the door, waited for a while, but waited for a note again. Who are you? This is Yu Weiran's handwriting, and Gu Ran looked helpless. After all the words, why are you still doing this kind of operation this time? Gu Ran. As Gu Ran said, he also stuffed the note with his name in it. However, just as the note was stuffed in, the door was opened directly. Then, one hand directly pulled Gu Ran in. Gu Ran saw the person clearly, and it was Yu Weiran. However, Yu Weiran at this moment is in a bad state. Compared with the inexplicably excited and happy a few days ago, she is depressed and entangled at this moment. Moreover, Yu Weiran's gaze at Gu Ran was very aggressive. Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Ran asked. But before she could finish speaking, Yu Weiran grabbed Gu Ran by the collar and leaned towards Gu Ran on tiptoe with her mouth pursed, as if she wanted to force Gu Ran. When it was a close call, Gu Ran maintained his professional ethics. He stopped the pink cherry lips that were leaning towards him, while trying to break free from the woman. He said, "Woman, I won't make the same mistake a second time." Yu Weiran looked at Gu Ran, looking at the appearance of Sigma Gu Ran at this moment. She didn't get angry, but she still refused to give up on Gu Ran. Her small mouth leaned towards Gu Ran for a long time. At this moment, Yu Weiran was not hungry or thirsty, but wanted to urgently confirm one thing. Why Yu Weiran pursed her mouth and was about to forcibly lean towards Gu Ran's mouth, but Gu Ran didn't understand what was going on. It was unbearable. In the end, after some deliberation, Gu Ran completely restrained Yu Weiran. After the latter found that the coercion was invalid, he finally became honest. Can you talk well now? Gu Ran looked at Yu Weiran, her eyes still guarded, but Yu Weiran stared at Gu Ran, seeing that she couldn't find a chance after all, so she took out a small notebook and wrote a string of words on it for Gu Ran to see. If you can talk well, you have to be able to talk too. What do you mean? Literally. Afterwards, with Gu Ran's face puzzled, Yu Weiran roughly explained her situation. 3 years ago, she suffered from a strange illness, she couldn't make a sound, and she lost the right to speak. Even over time, hearing began to decline. She tried many times, but it was useless. Over time, she got used to it. However, just a few days ago, when he met with Gu Ran, she found that she was able to speak again, and her hearing, which had begun to decline, was restored. The whole feeling is like the 5 senses that were originally gradually closed have been opened again. The same is true. Yu Weiran was so excited when she met a stranger like Gu Ran that day, pulling Gu Ran to say more. Therefore, when Yu Weiran was talking to Gu Ran, she began to stammer a little. At that time, Gu Ran thought that Yu Weiran might be socially fearful and have communication barriers with strangers, but he didn't expect that Yu Weiran was the first person to communicate with him in 3 years. It's just that such surprises come and go quickly. Early the next morning, Yu Weiran found that her state began to decline rapidly. On the third day, it was basically beaten back to its original form. In the process, she also went to the hospital for an examination, but the result was still the same. The feeling of gain and loss made Yu Weiran a little unacceptable. Why Yu Weiran thought that if his recovery was an accident, then he would definitely be able to repeat it unexpectedly, and after she ruled out various situations, the last thing left was the accidental kiss with Gu Ran. In the process, Yu Weiran used some of her father's power to investigate Gu Ran, and then a series of later things happened. Chapter 28. I simply want you to call me Daddy. Does your dad know about your loss of voice? Although he has always cared about me, I have met him a handful of times since I can remember. In essence, he is more like a familiar stranger to me. Because of his identity? It was my mother's decision. In order for me to grow up better, my mother even had plastic surgery for this, incognito, and even a divorced father who didn't know us called me regularly every month for living expenses. You just told me all this? Before you came, he had already told me the situation and said that you would meet all my needs. I just promised him that I would take care of you without affecting my peaceful life. Enough, what I need is a peaceful life. But when Yu Weiran wrote this, she shook her sour right hand, her black and bright eyes stared at Gu Ran, and the corners of her mouth licked unconsciously, her expression eager to try it. But Gu Ran hurriedly became vigilant and said, although the situation is that situation, I have professional ethics. As soon as Gu Ran finished speaking, Yu Weiran took out a dozen hospital inspection reports. There are all aspects, and there are even prenuptial examinations, except for a problem with his throat. He is very healthy, and it is not a problem to hold them for 3 years. If that's the case, then try it. Seeing this, Gu Ran was worthy of Sister Ruan and stopped resisting. Of course, Gu Ran was also curious, what kind of illness requires a kiss to get better? But seeing Gu Ran give up resisting, Yu Weiran couldn't wait to rush over and lean directly towards Gu Ran, getting warm. At that moment, in addition to feeling good to the touch, Gu Ran had an obvious feeling. There was a force in her body that was sucked away by Yu Weiran. That power, Gu Ran is very familiar with, is the power of the 3 lights absorbed by his passive skills of the 3 lights technique. Although this power is only 1/10 of the skill of using Sangwang technique, it may be enough to absorb his own power. This Yu Weiran is definitely not right. This woman is definitely hiding something. At this moment, Gu Ran's thoughts were flying in his heart. I can talk again. After the touch was over, Yueran tried to make a sound again, but found that she could really make a sound, with a smile on her face, and her whole body seemed to brighten. Subsequently, Yueran began her own 10-minute continuous attempts, and finally confirmed that she had regained her voice again, before gradually calming down. Looking at Guran, who was still looking at him, Yueran asked, Guran, what did my dad tell you? He and I were the same at first sight, and he wanted to bow down to me and let me be your godfather. Come on, call Guran's father to listen. Do you want to die? Yeah, almost. Sorry, I'm a little under-considered about this. To apologize, you have to apologize. I didn't see your sincerity. Then what do you want? I said, call me Father Guran. Don't be unorthodox, I'm serious. In the previous situation, I am not sure if I will need your help in the future. So, you want to promise me benefits so as to establish a stable support relationship with me? That's right, you open the conditions. Call Dad. I'm serious. I'm serious too. Do you want to be my dad? Your dad only asked me to give you the name of a girlfriend, not anything else, so I'm at a loss. Anyway, you can't get anything. It's better to be your boyfriend than your dad. It's a code name anyway, don't you think? You can't think about it, change it. No, that's all I have. I can let my dad use his power to give you some convenience and reach the peak of your life faster. No, I don't need it, and if you do, I will stay away from you decisively. Are you serious? Seeing Guran looking at herself calmly, Yueran was a little silent for a while. From Guran's gaze, she felt that Guran was not joking. The other party seemed to simply want himself to call his father. Who the hell is this? Yueran wanted to pry open Guran's mind at this moment to see what the other party was thinking. Don't covet her own value, don't be greedy for her body, just simply want her to call him dad? What does this guy think? Is the bad taste so serious as Guran, you bastard? Oh, my evaluation, this is not the first time you have evaluated me like this. In the end, in the rental house, a low cry fell into Guran's ears. Guran, Dad. At the same time, there was movement in Guran's task panel. A ding. Father's love is like a mountain. Plan progress 1%. Do you withdraw rewards? Extract. Congratulations on getting the talent. 1,000 cups are not drunk. Talent? Are you not drunk in 1,000 cups? It seems to be not bad. You can give it a try in the future. Guran felt that there were some subtle changes in his body, but the specific ones still needed to be verified later. After getting what he wanted, Guran was ready to leave. Speak up. Well, the matter is finalized, and the contact information has been exchanged. I'm leaving. You can call me if you have something to do. Wait, Yueran stopped Guran. Well, what's the matter? Change me a house. Why? I'm scared. Haven't you lived here for more than 2 years? You used to be by your side, at least you were popular. You were not here during this time, and I felt panicked here. When Yueran spoke, Guran was also taken aback. However, Guran looked at the rental house where he was, and he could understand it. Although this rental house is not far from the school, the place is really remote except for the balcony area that can be radiated a little sunlight at noon. There is almost no sunlight in other rooms, especially at night. There is not only the sound of whirring wind at the entrance of the stairs, but also the barking of cats in the spring. The sound is like a dead child wailing in the wind. To some extent, Guran and Yueran were jealous of each other at the beginning, but also maintained a tacit understanding with each other, and also held a little idea of mutual boldness. If you don't want to stay in a hotel first, I will arrange for you. Super Tan can stay until you die. No, I don't like staying in hotels. There are people there. It's not safe. Moreover, I want to live closer to you. In case there is another problem with my business, I may need your help. Sorry, there is no other place. Why not, Tianlan community, don't you still have a villa? Your dad even told you this? Of course, how could my dad wrong your daughter? I'm going to live in that big villa. The one closest to you, just say whether you agree or not. No, living there, you will affect my career plan. Chapter 29 Relocation Preparation. What kind of career plan? Isn't it just that you are afraid of being discovered by your gold master? I swear, if it is not necessary, I will not involve your occupation. What do you mean if unnecessary? In other words, when it is necessary, you will be involved, right? Of course, if there is a problem with my throat again, I will definitely contact you. Is this too much to ask? Not too much, but all this must be based on the premise of not affecting me. Otherwise, get out of here quickly. Are you not afraid that I will tell my dad? You go. You, forget it, I don't care about you. Go ahead, what do you want me to do? Externally, let's not use the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend to express it. I'm afraid that my gold master will misunderstand. Then what do you use? Think for yourself. Or, how about a distant cousin who has a marriage contract? The distant cousin is the distant cousin, so why do you still say that there is a marriage contract? Because I found out that you haven't told your family about your villa. So, I can say that this is my house, and then let your sister go over to accompany me, and then you can go home and say that you met a rich second-generation girlfriend, but she hates you for your bad identity, so it's just a distant cousin relationship. This living in a small community, although we can't meet blatantly, we can make an appointment secretly, so I can say hello to you, don't you think so, Father Guran? When Guran heard this, he suddenly felt that Yueran's suggestion was not impossible, but soon, Guran felt that Yueran's tone always gave him a familiar feeling. It seems that I have been talking to Nanli like this during this time. This is the language of painting flatbread only now. Yueran swaps roles with herself. Moreover, Yueran's goods were even more excessive. She wanted to empty the white wolf gloves, so, do you want to use my house and spend the money I have worked hard to make to lie to my sister and my parents, so that they can please you in turn? What do you think? Do you think I'm stupid? No, it's just that I think you might agree. I also have an assistant who is being trained. If you can, count her in. What's the situation in her family? It's similar to my house. I can be best friends with her. If there is nothing particularly direct in the future, I will let her convey it to you. Looking at Yueran, who arranged everything in an orderly manner, Guran suddenly felt that having such a guy might not be completely a burden. You can agree to your conditions, but my request needs to be upgraded. Upgrade? You can call me anything in front of people, but every day, you have to take time out and call me Father Guran at least once. Are you sick? It's endless, so what can you get? I feel good, can't I? Okay, why not? It's just a name, and it won't lose a piece of meat. Father Guran, look, is this okay? Well, not bad. Remember to bring some emotion next time. You pack up your things, and after self-study tonight, I will come to pick you up. Okay, Father Guran, go slowly. Yueran gritted her teeth and sent Guran away. After Guran left, all Yueran's strength disappeared, leaving only fear and solemnity on her face. He found something wrong. You didn't expose me. Do you want to continue to observe me? Why, I can't fully see through him. I can't reason out specific reasons for many of his behaviors. What's his secret? Yueran thought so in her heart, and strolled into her room to eye in it. It is not a girl-style residence, but some electronic instruments. On a computer screen, many messages are constantly displayed. Every one of those messages, placed outside, is either the truth of popular headlines or some secret that no one can detect. Some are even regime secrets, or even state secrets. These, all of which are under constant review, are classified into intelligence messages. Next to the instrument, there are several mobile phones with certain traces of craftsmanship, as well as a voice changer. Yueran slowly put the voice changer on her neck, adjusted it a few times, and then dialed a mobile phone. A hoarse voice came from the narrow rental house. Everyone, it's been a long time since I saw you, I'm back. If Guran were there, he would definitely find that this voice was generally the same as Fong Fan, who had contacted him before. On the other side, after Guran and Yueran discussed it, they breathed a sigh of relief about why Yueran definitely hid something, but Guran didn't care about it. What he cared about was the words of that Mr. Fong, like his collection. And Guran also likes Yueran's collection. As long as Guran knows that the other party also doesn't like trouble, and that he can get benefits from Yueran, these 2 points are completely sufficient. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. Looking at the phone, there is still half an hour to go to school in the afternoon. Yueran was not lazy either, but he rode back to school on a small electric donkey without incident. When Guran entered the class, the absent-minded Nanli's eyes lit up, and then she asked anxiously and secretly. It looked like a girlfriend who hadn't seen her boyfriend for a few days and felt like she was in love with her like a year. Guran, what happened? There was a misunderstanding, and now it's resolved. That's good. By the way, do you want to go out and live? Is it related to this incident? Well, we may have to have one more fuel bottle for you. What? You killed someone. Yes, it's a daughter. By the way, she is about your age and is about to move. You can help me buy some daily toiletries. Villain, you lied to me again. I didn't lie to you, I really have one more daughter, and I want you to watch her for me. Forget it, what you say is what you say. As an assistant, I am ready to be exhausted by you. However, it seems that parents are required to apply for foreign accommodation. Don't worry, I was prepared a long time ago. Guran secretly stuffed Nanli with a mobile phone. That mobile phone, which Nanli is familiar with, is a special call to the principal. Obviously, Guran wanted to be the shopkeeper again. However, Nanli had the previous call with the principal, but this time he was familiar with the road. When school was over, I got a consent form for applying for a foreign dormitory from the head teacher. In addition, there is also a consent form for Gu Shuer's application for lodging abroad, although Gu Shuer does not know it. However, this is not important. After self-study that night, Nanli did not go to school, but went back to the bedroom to pack up her belongings. On the other hand, Guran found Gu Shuer and conducted a simple negotiation to persuade her. Chapter 30. Gu Shuer lives in Bungbu. Brother, what are you looking for me for? There is a wealth, it depends on whether you can catch it. Wealth? Brother, are you finally willing to introduce me to your rich second-generation resources? There is no rich second generation, but Bai Fumei has one. I've never been stuck with gender, it's not that I can't think about it. What are you thinking? Serious. What I'm talking about is serious, tell me the situation quickly. Well, didn't I ask you about the same table before? Same table? You said you ran? She has a villa in Tianlan community. And then what? She lives alone and feels a little scared, so she wants to find someone to live with. What? Is there such a good thing? Brother, there won't be a transit station for human traffickers there. Do you want to sell me? Nanli will go too. Will you go or not? Nanli is going too? Then I will go. Sister, do you think that in my heart, your status is not even as good as a mere errand runner? I know, but my brother's card is still in Nanli, not your dear sister. Give up, I'll give you the card, I'll have to eat soil in a few days. Oh, it's so chilling, how can you think about your dear sister so much? Sorry, it's not my own, I can doubt you for any reason. However, the elder brother is also the adoptive husband of the younger sister, and the younger sister doesn't care about the adoptive husband and the little lover. How can the elder brother doubt the sincerity of his younger sister? Don't talk about those useless ones. In a word, can't you go? Of course I will, but I want to know what I need to pay. Or, something needs to be paid attention to. Each has its own, it's really right, just don't be too stiff. Then what? Then when you meet me in the community, don't say hello, just treat it as if you don't know me. Are you there too? Work needs. You won't be nurtured anymore, will you? Hey, are you women so intuitive? Brother, go Fugue, don't forget each other. My road to wealth is unstable, and I can only make quick money in a short time. And the way of wealth I found for you, although it is said that you can't get rich overnight, it will be stable for a long time, and your waist will be straight in the future. Brother, don't say anything, you will be your own brother from now on, let me serve you. Our brothers, there is no need to kill each other. Stop talking, where's Nanli? When will she move in? Well, she has already gone to the dormitory to clean up. As soon as Gu Ran finished speaking, Gu Shuer had already rushed outside. Gu Ran hurriedly shouted, what are you going to do? I'm going to pack my things, I can't let Nanli take the lead. Obviously, Gu Shuer always wanted to be one step ahead of others, and once again occupied a dominant position. Of course, the most important thing is that although Gu Shuer doesn't believe that her brother will be so kind, she believes that if her brother lets Nanli go, then this matter will definitely be profitable. This is Gu Shuer's stereotype of Gu Ran. Well, I have to say, the grasp is quite accurate. The trust of the Gu family in each other has reached a level that needs outsiders to maintain. After school in the afternoon, Gu Ran did not continue to study in the evening. Instead, he got a van and went to pick up Yue Ran from the rental house and take him to the villa in Tianlan community for placement. When he returned to school, Gu Ran helped Gu Shuer and Nanli pull things from the bedroom, stuffed all the luggage of Gu Shuer and Nanli, and sent them to the villa together. As for evening self-study, I have already said hello to the head teacher. Although the head teacher repeatedly emphasized that they put learning first, the information that the principal had revealed to him before was too fragrant. To meet all Gu Ran's needs, he was promoted to dean in the coming year. This is not a flatbread, but a promise, a clear promise. Therefore, the head teacher is extremely tolerant of Gu Ran, although he is worried about his grades at this moment, but he is also infinitely tolerant in all aspects. Gu Ran drove the van all the way into Tianlan community and stopped next to the big villa. It was already dark at this moment, but the interior of the villa was lit up, and it was obvious that someone was waiting inside. Gu Ran took Nanli and Gu Shuer, who were a little restrained, and under Gu Ran's leadership, they carried things into the door of the villa. Not long after Gu Ran rang the doorbell, Yue Ran saw through the crack in the door that it was Gu Ran and opened the door. Seeing Yue Ran's appearance, Gu Shuer was the first to be most surprised. Are you Yue Ran? What? After being at the same table for so long, you don't even know me anymore. Just kidding, the time we sat together in class didn't add up to a month, and you covered yourself tightly all day and didn't speak. It's no wonder I know you. But I didn't expect it, you are quite expected. It's more than expected. If it's not that you don't want to make it public in school, the school flowers are not done casually. Cut, there is a mourning family, so you can only be a class flower when you graduate. As soon as Gu Shuer and Yue Ran met, they quarreled as if they were born not to pay, and they came up. But the better thing is that no matter how much the two of them babbled, they didn't mean to do it. This proves that the two people are just arguing simply, and they will not rise to the level of personal attack. However, Gu Ran watched the two guys fight for 10 minutes, and the conversation with each other was not the same, but he was still excited to fight, only to feel a little pain in his brain. I just wanted to turn around and let Nanli know if he could mellow the atmosphere from it, but saw that Nanli had taken off her glasses for some time, pulled her hair up, and slowly poked the place in front of her forehead that covered the bangs. A clear hibiscus-like face was exposed in front of everyone, although Gu Ran knew that Nanli looked absolutely good, and even saw Nanli's appearance 3 years ago from the poisonous-eyed Fu Yinjing. He was prepared in advance, but he really saw the whole picture of Nanli again, still feel amazing. Gu Shuer's appearance is a beauty with more than 90 points. Because of her tricky temperament and occasional madness, her score has been lowered, coupled with the fact that Gu Ran grew up together since he was a child. He couldn't bring Gu Ran any so-called amazing feeling. After all, it is either lack of love or perversion that a brother can have a sexual interest in his sister who has lived together since he was a child. Therefore, Gu Shuer's appearance and Gu Ran's score here are not only temperament minus points, but belong to a state of great disability. Therefore, Gu Shuer was first excluded from Gu Ran's aesthetics. The remaining Yue Ran and Nanli have their own merits. Why Yue Ran's appearance is a kind of soft, waxy, and tender lowly image with gothic style. Her temperament is like a bright moon in the dark night. The more quiet the environment, the more she demonstrates her mysterious and noble temperament. Nanli, on the other hand, is a kind of pure, clean, natural, and casual surprise. This is a unique label on Nanli's body. Chapter 31 Confidant. There is a water-like gentleness in the sweetness of her appearance, like a hibiscus blooming and a water lily beginning to bloom, making people see as if their hearts can be healed. While Gu Shuer and Yue Ran were fighting against each other, she accidentally saw Nanli's blooming face, only to feel that her abdomen and back were against the enemy. Nanli, I didn't expect you to be such a guy. Oh, no, I really want to tear you two up, you two big liars. At this moment, Gu Shuer finally lived in Bungbua. The contrast is not scary, who is ugly and who is embarrassed. Although Gu Shuer is definitely not ugly in self-confidence, she is not weaker than others in terms of appearance. However, Yue Ran and Nanli, the two little bitches, were so cute, and they were so cute in contrast, she was a little surprised. Before coming, Gu Shuer planned that the dove would occupy the magpie's nest, and then centered on her own appearance, she would conquer the two. Little sisters for her own USE.at that time, she can sit in a big villa and show off inadvertently in the school. However, the reality is so cruel. Although she is still bright and moving, a bright moon hangs high on the left and a hibiscus blooms on the right. Even her brother of different gender smiles like a warm sun. This made her a good big beauty, and now she is like an ugly duckling in a group of white swans. Tired, let's go. At this moment, Gu Shuer, like the frog emperor sitting on the frog-cutting platform, only felt that things like friendship were a scam. Of course, she never believed in friendship. The final farce ended with Yu Weiran inviting Gu Shuer and Nanli to visit the villa, and finally opening the cabinet in the villa's cloakroom. There, they are all the latest models of heartwarming costumes, both men and women. There are even customized models. Wow, here, a lot of these clothes are all heartwarming costumes, and they are all styles that have never been seen before. This is too luxurious. How much does it cost? These don't need money, they are all internal special offers, and they can't be bought outside. Since you were brought here by Gu Ran, you are the people he believes in. I allow you to choose a set of your favorite in it every week. Yu Weiran spoke, speaking lightly, showing the demeanor of a wealthy lady. Ji Shuer's eyes lit up as she looked at these clothes, while Nan Li's gaze was on the custom-made clothes that did not have a heart brand. Not far away, she stepped forward and touched the material, then glanced at Gu Ran silently. Ji Ran and Nan Li looked at each other inadvertently, and the two of them didn't say anything, but they didn't need to say anything anymore. This is also the reason why Gu Ran had to put Nan Li, the treasure girl, by his side. Tacit understanding, silent tacit understanding, just a simple eye contact is required, and there is no need to say more about everything. Perhaps Nanli's appearance is not Gu Ran's most exciting type, but between Nanli and him, it is the most tacit understanding and the most intimate. That is the resonance of the soul. It's as if two people have taken the same script in the journey of their lives, and they will see similar landscapes and have similar insights along the way, and at a certain moment, two people meet and can talk about the scenery they have seen together. There is no obstacle to the exchange of similar ideas with each other, and each other does not need any praise, and they can feel each other's recognition of themselves. Ji Ran understands every hidden emotion in Nanli's expression. Nanli understood what Gu Ran's casual actions meant. This feeling is called a confidant. It's lucky enough to meet one in your life. The three of you can talk by yourself. I have to deliver the car, so let's go first. Gu Ran didn't stay in the villa much, and after talking to the three of them, he left decisively. He drove out of the community and put the car back in at an uninhabited corner. Release your own little electric donkey, and then come towards the community again. The security guard passing by saw Gu Ran, scratched his head, and muttered to himself in doubt. Rich people, they really know how to play, live in villas, drive vans, and now they come back on a small electric donkey. Fortunately, the manager did advanced training before he was hired, otherwise it would be really easy to offend people. Of course, Gu Ran didn't know this. At this moment, he, to be honest, can't wait, because tonight is the day when Sister Rowan's relatives left and agreed to return. Ji Ran quickly came to the wedding room, pushed the door in with expectation, and sure enough saw the familiar figure. Sister Rowan, you are back. Hug me back to the room. Ruan Yuling didn't have any nonsense, and raised his hand to Gu Ran for Hug. Gu Ran didn't talk nonsense, and walked towards the room with Ruan Yuling in his arms. I haven't eaten meat for a few days. Fong Fan's affairs, Yu Weiran's affairs, and the rewards of the mission, with 4 buffs, coupled with Gu Ran's 7-day strengthening of the 3 light technique. Ruan Yuling tonight was in a mess. Early the next morning, Gu Ran got up early as usual and made breakfast. After eating, he left Ruan Yuling a copy and left for school. It was only after 10 o'clock that Ruan Yuling woke up from his stupor. She felt the pain all over her body, and Ruan Yuling massaged her body while muttering, "This guy, is there no limit? Didn't it mean that men who steal food outside can't do it? Are you young? Or is it because of this that he stole food outside?" Ruan Yuling lay there with a sage face, looking at the photos on his mobile phone. Point 1 is a photo of eating with Nanli at school. Point 1 is a photo of Gu Shuer returning from home on an electric donkey with Gu Shuer. 1 is a photo of helping Yu Weiran move things. This bastard, he's still messing around outside when he gets married. Let you have a girlfriend, you really have a girlfriend, are you so eager to find a home? Ruan Yuling murmured to himself, and a sour smell filled the room, as if the vinegar table of someone's house had been broken. Forget it, between me and him, we are not from the same world. It may be the best choice to leave early and not disturb each other's lives. Last night, Ruan Yuling planned to have a showdown with Gu Ran, but the moment he saw Gu Ran, Ruan Yuling didn't hold back. After that, neither of them held back. It's just that every time I have the opportunity to speak, I am either blocked or begging for mercy uncontrollably. Forget it, okay, go to bed for a while, let's talk about it at night. Ruan Yuling dropped his mobile phone, and then continued to fall asleep again. In the quilt, there seemed to be the smell of Gu Ran, which made Ruan Yuling feel inexplicably attached. In the murmur, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, why don't you wait until after the college entrance examination? An idea floated through Ruan Yuling's mind, but she didn't know if there was a conclusion, so she re-entered the misty dreamland of school. Ding, the progress of seeking a son with a lot of money plus 1% to you withdraw rewards, yes. Congratulations, Dongzhou Tobacco, 5% of the shares. Hiss, sure enough, Sister Ruan is the most fragrant. When Gu Ran saw this reward, he took a deep breath. Chapter 32, over 10 rewards, industry scale upgrade. A 5% stake does not sound like a lot, but that is not an ordinary 5% stake, but Dongzhou Tobacco, which is a state-owned enterprise, hundreds of billions of taxes are paid every year alone, with 5% of the shares in annual dividends. Gu Ran estimated that there would be more than 20 billion. And this is not the key. The key is that Gu Ran, who owns the shares, is a shareholder in Dongzhou Tobacco, although there is not much decision-making power. If you want to arrange for some people to enter it, as long as that person is not a waste, it is really very easy. As long as the other party is capable and has his relationship to take care of, that person can be promoted and raised quickly. In a few years, he will be able to enter the management smoothly. This is the network of contacts, the unspoken rule, and to a certain extent, the place to help Gu Ran manage his own network of contacts. This is a relationship that is difficult to get with if you Have money, these things are useless to Guran himself, but the impact of this 5% stake can make Guran easily change the fate of some people around him. Let those people, from an ordinary worker, realize their economic freedom. If used well, he can control some people to work for themselves, even, he can destroy a person without anyone noticing. Sister Wan, this time, Guran was really confused by Xiang. And good things always follow a ding. The progress of the old girl's transformation plus 1%. Do you withdraw rewards? Yes. Congratulations, kidnapper invitation letter. Kidnapper invitation letter. As long as you have enough money, you can invite enough kidnappers to do things for you. Note, they are supernatural, and there are no people who can't be tied up, but they are often rescued after kidnapping Mold's sister. She never disappoints. At this moment, Guran felt that his adoptive parents would definitely enjoy their blessings in the next life. After all, they sent Gu Shuer to school for education and did not let her threaten social turmoil. They really did something of immeasurable merit. Ding, rescued by airbag plus 1%. Detect that the progress of the task exceeds 10%, and the task reward changes. Whether to withdraw rewards, extract. Ding, congratulations on gaining skills and proficiency in household maintenance. Guran looked at the repair kit that came with the skills, sorted out the knowledge of the skills in his mind, and the confident smile on his face became a bit more. Proficient in household maintenance. It sounds like a very small family's ability, but it is very versatile. Guran can repair all the commonly used things in the family when they are worn out. This kind of maintenance includes 4 categories of clothing, food, housing and travel. Clothes, electrical appliances, houses, and transportation tools are all included in life maintenance. Even if Guran has nothing in the future, relying on this skill, he can earn at least 10,000 or 20,000 a month by repairing things for others. This is where the confidence of daily maintenance workers lies. Of course, when Guran saw this skill, his first thought was not maintenance. The first thought that popped out of my mind was finally, Gu Shuer can be sent parts. This skill is not bad. After the reward surprises of Ruan Yuling, Gu Shuer and Nanli, after the self-study ended that night, Guran returned to the community and secretly met Yueran at the agreed place. The two of them almost passed by, but in that short moment, Guran heard Yueran's greetings. Today, Guran's father. Although this sentence was reluctant, Guran still got what he wanted. Ding, father's love is like a mountain. Progress plus 1%. Do you withdraw rewards? Yes. Ding, congratulations on getting the talent. All poisons will not invade. All poisons are non-invading. It can be immune to most toxins, and it is also very resistant to instant toxicity. It's another talent. It doesn't invade with all poisons. It's not bad. It's not bad. In one day, 4 reward withdrawals were received in succession. Except for Gu Shuer's still unsurprisingly outrageous, the other 3 reward withdrawals all made Guran very satisfied. Today is a good day. Late at night, Guran returned to the wedding room. At this moment, Ruan Yuling was sitting on the sofa waiting for Guran. Guran took a shower as usual, then sat next to Ruan Yuling, and his hands began to move. Although Ruan Yuling showed a slight struggle in this process, the struggle seemed more attractive. Wait, don't, I have something to tell you. Today. What's the matter, sister? It's not good for us to be like this. Why? Doing this every day consumes a lot of energy, has an impact on your body, and will drag down your learning. But, I like to be with my sister. We just agreed on the marriage contract. I don't want to delay you. According to the contract, these 2 days are not a dangerous period. We actually don't need to then. What does my sister want? I don't want to delay you because of my business, so I want to reformulate the contractual relationship with you. Reenactment? Yes, 1 month, no matter what the result is this month, our agreement is over. But don't worry, I won't lose you a cent of what I promised you, and if you have anything in the future, I can help you in extra time. Why, am I not working hard enough? You and I are not in the same world. The college entrance examination is about to come. It is my sister's greatest concern for you not to distract you. Do you understand? Is that so? That being the case, then I also want to make a few comments. Well, you say, as long as you don't overdo it. 100 times? What 100 times? Before my college entrance examination, I couldn't do without my sister. 1 month is too short. I am afraid that if I lose my sister, I will be even more distracted and the college entrance examination will be affected. Therefore, my sister is responsible and has to accompany me 100 times to get a divorce. How can you do this? As a condition, in addition to my monthly salary, I don't need any feedback from you, including this wedding room that will become my sad place, and the things you promised. I don't need them. I just want my sister. Yuan Yuling was flustered by Guran's approach to speak, and wanted to continue to say something, but he was already picked up by Guran and headed for the bedroom. 100 times is 100 times, and I won't solve it for you in a month. Oh, really? Then we will wait and see. This night, it was very late again. The next day, after Ruan Yuling got up, it was 10 o'clock again. Stinky brother, I was fooled one night at a time. Ding, the progress of seeking a son with a lot of money plus 1%. The detection progress has exceeded 10%, and the task reward has changed. Whether to withdraw rewards, mission reward change? Yes. Congratulations, industrial scale upgrade plus 1. Industrial scale upgrade plus 1. Bless the individual rewards obtained from the mission objectives, so that the corresponding scale can be improved. Looking at the reward description, Guran listed the recent rewards for Sister Ruan. There are 10 times. They are Villa, Maybach, Park Mall, Super 10, Gourmet Street Shop, 10% stake in the school, 5-star hotel, Clear Water Bath, Aunt Michelle's shop in the city, and 5% stake in Dongzhou Tobacco. Chapter 33. Give me a chance to chase you 10 rewards. No matter how much wealth is floating up and down, the most expensive of them is yesterday's Dongzhou Tobacco shares. The lowest is Maybach. Guran actually wanted to choose Dongzhou Tobacco first, because as long as there is an improvement, it is earned. However, Guran is now financially free and has no shortage of money. The number of shares in Dongzhou Tobacco was not of great significance to him. In terms of school shares, it is similar. Aunt Michelle has the right to operate the city, so there is no need to say more. After thinking about it for a while, Gu Ran finally upgraded the scale of the industry and focused on 5-star hotels that he hadn't paid much attention to. Ding, the scale of a 5-star hotel expands, and you get a 5-star hotel +1 and a hotel feature +1, which can be named for the restaurants. Cuisine category. Title? Then, let's call it Ruan Kai. Sister Ruan's soft rice is the most fragrant. The title is determined, and in the future, 5-star hotels will launch special dishes, all of which will be named Ruan Cuisine. That afternoon, Gu Ran was reading a book in the classroom, and Nanli was pulled by Gu Shuer to spread joy. Of course, according to Gu Shuer, it is to take Nanli to familiarize herself with her territory and let others know that she is covered by Nanli at school. At this time, a figure sat next to Gu Ran. Gu Ran raised his head and was taken aback when he saw the visitor. It's you. Gu Ran knew the person who came, but he didn't know much about it, because she is a girl who has only one relationship with Gu Ran, Xinli, the girl who was jealous of Fu Yanjing, who hadn't been taken seriously, and almost turned black and ran away. Gu Ran, right, I want to talk to you. Fine, my little errand boy, I am now concentrating on studying hard and striving for a good school entrance examination. Then if I say, the reason I'm here is because of your little errand. Really? That's not just right, just tell her face to face. Can't you understand? I mean, what I want to talk about is related to her, but I can't let her know. Things that can't be known to her are not within the scope of my plan. I'm not interested. Fu Yanjing is interested in your little errands, do you know? I can tell, you like your little errands, don't you want her to be taken away? Will it be yours that can be taken away? You are fair and square, but Fu Yanjing, he has been secretly staring at Nanli, do you know? As long as anything happens between you, he will rush over without hesitation to make room. Really, it seems that the charm of my little errands is not as big as usual. Have you understood it or not? I see, but what can I do? How about what? Don't you like Nanli? I like it. Then Fu Yanjing is eyeing Nanli. Are you not in a hurry, not worried, not jealous? So what? What do you mean? Are you willing to be involved in your things? Nanli, she is an independent individual, and she has the right to choose for herself. If she thinks it's better to be with Fu Yanjing than with me, it proves that I'm not good enough, and besides, I like to run errands, but because of her character, we don't necessarily have to be boyfriend and girlfriend. I can also be her career partner, her best friend, confidant, or something. At that time, even if Fu Yanjing and Nanli are together, does this affect my liking for Nanli? Does it affect her or my errands? You Xinli looked at Gu Ran, who spoke indifferently, and wanted to say something, but suddenly, she didn't know what to say. Gu Ran's words made her feel that the other party was a wonderful work. However, for some unknown reason, after hearing Gu Ran's words, she found that if Gu Ran really did that, some seemingly unsolvable problems would not seem to be a problem anymore. No, to be precise, the pressure that originally belonged to yourself will become the pressure of others, but soon, Xinli captured the key to the problem. How can you be so rational if you like someone? As soon as she thought of Fu Yanjing and Nanli together, Gu Ran would be entangled with Nanli again. In that case, Fu Yanjing would definitely pay more attention to Nanli, so that she would have no chance. No, absolutely not. Gu Ran, don't deceive yourself, how could you be willing to let Nanli go? Let's join forces. You like Nanli and I like Fu Yanjing. If we join forces, they won't be able to be together. Nanli herself is mine, and I believe her too. Working with you, I get too many benefits, but on the contrary, it may cause Nanli's misunderstanding because of working with you. At that time, my situation will be very good. Maybe because of my cooperation with you, I will lose my wife and lose my troops. It is not cost effective. What do you want? Actually, I have a way to give you some opportunities. What chance? Give me a chance to chase you? Are you crazy or am I crazy? I became your girlfriend, so how can I be with Fu Yanjing? TSK, classmate Xinli, you don't understand this, do you? Men, especially people like Fu Yanjing who can basically get what they want, for him, what they can't get is the best and most precious, and I don't think you really like Fu Yanjing that much. What you like is actually the aura on Fu Yanjing's body, the possibility on his body, and his love for you. He provokes your desire to win or lose, and you want to determine the uncertainty in your heart by conquering him, or to achieve a certain purpose. You're talking nonsense. I like brother Yanjing. We grew up together. That's why you have the least chance, especially if you keep posting upside down. Do you think Fu Yanjing likes cheap upside-down things? There should also be many suitors around you. They are right about you, and your appearance in front of Fu Yanjing is actually the same as them. You classmate Xinli, think about it, do you want to try it? But let me start by saying that if you want me to help you, there is a price to pay. I never make a loss-making business. Gu Ran looked at Xinli, looking back and forth on Xinli's body, with a strong sense of playfulness, like the big bad wolf who induced Little Red Riding Hood. In the end, Xinli couldn't stand Gu Ran's gaze and turned to leave, and Gu Ran didn't chase either. It's not that Gu Ran is really greedy for Xinli to make Xinli his girlfriend. It's that he doesn't like to be led by the nose, instead of being stared at by Xinli, the eldest daughter, and doing something that might hurt himself or the people around him. He might as well take the initiative and be anti-customer oriented. Don't you want to chase Fu Yanjing? Didn't Fu Yanjing ignore you? Doesn't Fu Yanjing like Nanli? Doesn't Nanli like me? Well, I will chase you now. I am this way. A perfect closed cycle is formed. Gu Ran was even ready to step on a few boats. Anyway, it's the Sea King, and he hasn't promised anything to anyone anyway. It's just fish farming. One is raising and the other group is also raising. Sharks like Gu Shuer have been raising for more than 10 years. Is he still afraid of a bastard like Xinli? And as expected by Gu Ran, Xinli, who hadn't been away for long, went and returned after calming down. What's the matter? Dear classmate Xinli. Jiawei, I'll give you an answer when I think about it. Obviously, Gu Ran's words made Xinli, who had calmed down, realize a certain feasibility, especially Gu Ran, Nanli's boyfriend, turned out to chase her upside down. No matter what point of view he was from, he didn't seem to suffer. Sorry, I am a traditional boy and I never add girls easily. Never add girls easily? You didn't add Nanli either? She is my life assistant, how can I contact her if she doesn't have a micro? Where's Gu Shuer? My old sister, I bought her all her mobile phones, and she rushed to enter them. Chapter 34 Illumination Group. Except for the two of them, I don't believe you have any other girls. Of course, I also have a relationship between a gold owner and a debt collector. Oh, man, if I added you, what would you make of me? Cheap girlfriend. What's cheap girlfriend? Where am I cheap? A girlfriend who can't get benefits is not a cheap girlfriend. What is that? Don't worry, I am the daughter of the Shin family, Miss Jean. As long as you can help me catch up with brother Yanjing, you will benefit from it in the future. Oh, but I am only interested in Miss Xinli herself. How can this be good? You villain. Xinli ran away, and waited for a long time after returning angrily before suddenly reacting. I seem to be looking for him to cooperate. Why did I become his girlfriend? Why do I feel like I'm putting myself in? Xinli murmured to herself a little uncertain. Xinli, what are you thinking? At this time, Xinli's best friend and sidekick couldn't help but ask when they saw Xinli, who was troubled. When Xinli heard the inquiries from her girlfriends, she hesitated for a while and said, I have a friend who likes one person, but the person she likes another person, and the boyfriend of the other person is her own girlfriend. Of course, she is not a real girlfriend, the boyfriend of the other person. In fact, after some explanation, perhaps because of the gathering of things, Xinli's two girlfriends seemed to really understand. After some serious thinking, he said to Xinli, this is reliable. You can use this method to stimulate Fu Yanjing. He really cares about you and will definitely be jealous. But what if it doesn't work out? Even if it's unsuccessful, if you have someone chasing you, it's a very dignified thing. No, but the man who pursues you must be handsome, at least not the same as Fu Yanjing. Don't worry, although brother Yanjing is the only one in my heart, that guy is really good looking. Who is it? Who still has Shui Fu Yanjing in our school? How about Gu Ran? Fuck, my male god, Xinli, you must take me on a date in the future. I will be your light bulb. No, I will protect you from being bullied by Gu Ran. If he wants to bully, let him bully me. Wipe your mouth, your blood is flowing out. Oh, my god, Xinli, how did you do it? The son of the sun, that is the son of the sun, Gu Ran, the campus white moonlight. What son of the sun? No, nothing. Okay, let me tell you, but you swear you are only interested in Fu Yanjing and don't want to meddle in my male god. I swear, I only love Fu Yanjing. Also, if it weren't for helping you, Gu Ran would never be your boyfriend. He is always so gentle. What are you talking about? I don't understand more and more. I pulled you into a group. This is a group secretly formed by the girls in our school. Light group? What do you mean? It means being shrouded in the sun. After you enter, go find the shared video and you'll know. Subsequently, under the guidance of her little best friend, Xinli joined a group of nearly 1,000 people. 3 problems of entering the group. Who was Gu Ran? What is Gu Ran's goal? What is Gu Ran to us? Following the guidance of her best friend, Xinli answered 3 questions and turned out Gu Ran is the only one. Gu Ran's goal is Yanda. Gu Ran is our common little son. Xinli didn't know what to follow at first, but when she entered the group and opened the shared video according to the instructions, she saw a lot of videos about Gu Ran. Many of those videos were candid shots, and of course there were group photos requested by some girls. It was okay at first, according to Xinli, that's it, but until recently, Gu Ran didn't know why, and his temperament suddenly improved. Especially on campus, when Gu Ran made an appointment with Yin Dawei and rejected a girl. Xinli's heart locked in. Fu Yanjing's body loosened for a moment. Although it was only a moment, Xinli felt a guilty feeling of being a thief. No, what I like is Fu Yanjing, and he has always been brother Yanjing. Only he can get my life back on track. Xinli murmured to herself for a long time. Before her mood calmed down again, however, she couldn't help but flip through the shared video of those people took pictures of Gu Ran, and some even posted some experiences of intersecting with Gu Ran. However, in the experiences of these people, because they are all anonymous, they often have a certain degree of personal emotional modification. There are even some plots similar to YY. That is because this chat group is a regular place. It has been blocked several times for various excessive remarks, so the group owner and administrator clearly stipulated that it is okay to write small essays with Gu Ran, but you must not dabble in color. Moreover, each article must be written in the first person and cannot have its own name. Anyway, a word you can write a small composition, but it must be something that everyone can YY together. Xinli was disdainful of this situation. Of course, in the end, she couldn't help being curious. And took a few critical glances. When she saw those small essays, some of Gu Ran's photos were interspersed, especially the recent photos, which were perfect from that angle. This reminded Xinli of the scene where Gu Ran stretched out her hand to Nanli a few days ago when she was making trouble for Nanli. He seems to be really gentle. It's a pity that he is just Gu Ran in Dongzhou, but he is not a Gu family comparable to the 4 Fu families in Kyoto. Compared with Gu Xiao and Fu Yanjing in Kyoto, Gu Xiao and Fu Yanjing really couldn't help the wall in the mud. Xinli murmured to herself, her eyes gradually complicated, but she couldn't help but look at her friends, who he referred to as the little third concubine. After hesitating for a long time, Xinli finally sent a passage. I agreed to your proposal. After it's done, I can buy you a real estate in Kyoto, and even introduce you to a high-paying job in the future to take you into high society. After this text message was sent out, the opposite side did not stay silent for long, and then returned the message. Of the content of the message was only 4 words, but it made Shinli's heart numb. I just want you. Damn bastard, knowing that I have brother Yinjing, I still say such disturbing things. Shinli became angry at this reply, but she did not realize that she had faced such a person who pursued her. She did not hesitate to go back, even throwing the other person's face, mocking the other person for being unworthy. But this time, she only cursed assholes secretly, but other than that, she did nothing. Of course, what Shinli didn't know was that Guran knew that it was not Guran who was sending him a message at the moment. Instead, Guran's little life assistant, Nanli. Chapter 35. The fake daughter strikes back. Guran, is it really okay for us to be like this? Why, I sacrificed myself to use a beautiful man to help you stop a potential threat, and I also left the opponent's every move of this potential threat to your care. What else are you dissatisfied with? But I can't fall in love, I have no experience. It's okay, just talk to me more often in the future. I don't want to talk to you, you villain. Study, you have to try these things hard. When you come to my side in the future, there will inevitably be mad bees and butterflies. If you don't help me, who will help me? You just guard against Shinli like that? Rich people, especially the rich second generation and the daughters of rich families, I have seen this category clearly. Whether they are well cultivated, grounded, or seriously ill, they are more persistent and don't like to give up. Persevere, don't you give up, isn't it good? Okay, but we can't afford to play. The identities are not equal, and a small problem in their lives can drown our peaceful lives. Mr. Gu is wise and wise, I will monitor Shinli well. Well, I'll leave it to you. Ding. New mission release task, fake daughter counterattack content, help the fake daughter Shinli and change her fate of being abandoned by the wealthy. Fake daughter? Does this guy still have such a life? I knew that if you try it everywhere, you can always trigger a task. Guran looked at Nanli, who was still chatting hotly with Shinli next to him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After traveling into this world and running away from the system, Guran tried to study his own golden fingers. He found that different girls seem to be able to trigger different tasks, although there is no intersection between these tasks. They have one common feature, that is, these girls have a very high appearance value. Shinli herself is also very good, and she is not. The same as Gu Shuer, but she and Gu Shuer made similar mistakes, and her own paranoid temperament lowered her appearance. Yueran and Nanli belong to 2 treasure girls. One is the bright moon hidden in the dark night, and the other is the hibiscus blooming quietly. Only those who have inadvertently caught a glimpse of their true faces will know their amazement. As for Ruan Yuling, that is a kind of intellectual nature, just like a Wang Qiushui. Only those who have brushed her with their hands know the ripples and waves that cannot be melted. Guran. Just as Guran was thinking about how to further refine the management of his time, Nanli next to him suddenly called out to Guran, "What's the matter?" "Shinli, she asked you to go to the court to play with Fu Yinjing tomorrow." "Whom?" "She asked you to invite Fu Yinjing to play in the name of fighting for her tomorrow. At that time, you will defeat Fu Yinjing, and then she will comfort Fu Yinjing when the time comes, saying that Fu Yinjing will definitely be moved by her." This guy's brain circuit is still so superficial. Then, Mr. Gu, how do I get back to her? Refuse or? The plan must continue. Any future requests from her, as long as they are not particularly excessive, can be considered and accepted. Mr. Gu, you don't really like her, do you? Can't you? Not only do I like her, I also like you. Is this conflict? Scumbag man. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and change her plan for me. What do you mean? From now on, you will treat Shinli as your client, she will give her opinions, and you will make a plan. But, I don't know how to change it. Just change it according to your own ideas. I just have 2 requirements. First, don't let me be too public, I don't like trouble. Second, let Shinli agree to your plan. Mr. Gu meant not only to help Shinli's classmates pursue Fu Yinjing, but also not to cause trouble because of this matter. If there is a conflict between the two, I am responsible for persuading Shinli. Precision, it deserves to be the assistant I value. Come on, I'll give you the processing capital later. Superscript 3. An ordinary day just passed in a hurry. It's just that when school is out in the afternoon, I encountered some problems, because Nanli and I are at the same table and in the same community. Guran thought about sending her away. Nanli did not refuse either. It's just that at this moment, they ran into Gu Shuer and Yueran, who had hidden themselves under the white school uniform. Gu Shuer wanted to hitchhike back with Guran, but she didn't see that Nanli was ready to take the car with her helmet on at this moment. Yueran, who was next to him, was also eyeing there, with the expression of discovering Junior 3, so that the classmates passing by couldn't help but cast curious glances. In the end, Guran glanced at Nanli, who naturally returned the helmet to Guran. Classmate Guran, you forgot to take your helmet. Thank you. Guran took the helmet and beckoned to a girl passing by, saying, "Do you want to go home? I'll take you away." The girl turned her head and looked at Guran suspiciously. Guran? Shanli. You just said you wanted to take me home? I don't, that's not very interesting. I'm sorry, just forget it, goodbye. Guran originally wanted to find an excuse to leave the Shura field, but he didn't expect to meet Shinli, so he simply stopped pretending, turned around and rode away. Hey, Guran, you bastard, why are you like this? Shinli stomped her feet in anger as she looked at Guran, who had left gracefully. She actually wanted to refuse just now, but seeing that Guran was followed by so many girls, she wanted to agree. It's not that I have a good impression of Guran, but I simply don't want to miss The victory or defeat between women, she was ready to get in Gu Ran's car, and then gave the three women a satisfied expression, but the emotions that had just been brewing hadn't yet been shown, so they stuck directly on his face, just as uncomfortable as the card powder. When Gu Shuer saw Gu Ran leaving, she was still a little angry that her brother didn't take care of her, but when she saw Xin Li's appearance, the anger in her heart suddenly became unobstructed. It doesn't matter if I have a bad life, as long as other people have a bad life too. You don't deserve to be my brother's woman. Although Yue Ran never thought about being able to get in Gu Ran's car, she didn't expect Gu Ran to be so decisive. Gu Ran, this guy, is still as bad as ever. At this moment, Nanli didn't speak, nor was he dissatisfied because he was originally a person who could take a car. She just took out her phone and took a picture of Gu Ran's background. Mr. Gu is now in the rising stage of his career and will not allow anything to affect his career development. This is my responsibility as an assistant. After speaking, Nanli saved the photo, then opened a group chat and sent the photo to a chat group. That group chat is called DreamWorks. Of course, it has another name, Disinformation Studio. Employer's assistant, the photo has been sent. The old rules, it's up to you. Mystery A, roger that. A mystery B, roger that. A mystery C, roger that. Mysterious. Chapter 36 Skill Advancement Card. Not long after, about 10 minutes after Xin Li and Gu Ran separated, a prompt suddenly popped up on Xin Li's mobile phone. It is Gu Ran's illuminating fanbase, and new activities have appeared. The entrance of Little Sun School is a promise, and once again refuses the pursuit of admirers. Attached, a photo of Gu Ran walking away. Xin Li originally wanted to read the article with relish, but she didn't want to read it more and more. The background of this photo, why does it look more and more like the scene just now? Did you eat melons on yourself? Xin Li looked at the content of the small article and was a little unsure, because except for one photo in this article that is true and one photo of Gu Ran, what happened has nothing to do with the school entrance. What's the matter with this? Do I want to clarify? Forget it, it's none of my business. Late at night, there was an unmanned path somewhere in Tianlan community. Gu Ran, Dad Yue Ran yelled at Gu Ran, and the corners of Gu Ran's mouth raised slightly. At this moment, the bright moon quietly hid in the dark clouds. Yue Ran stood on tiptoe, holding Gu Ran's face and leaning over. After a few breaths, Yue Ran quickly fled this place, while Gu Ran touched his mouth and muttered to himself. Classmate Xinglan is a bit dishonest, he dared to spit out a letter. No, she is making further attempts. Should I tell her the truth? Forget it, she doesn't believe it when she says it, so let her explore and discover it slowly. With that said, Gu Ran headed towards the wedding room. There, Sister Ruan was still waiting for him. Ding, father's love is like a mountain. Progress plus 1% acquired talent, dexterity, effect. What you think in your heart can only be achieved by theory, and can be perfectly reproduced. The next morning. Ding, the progress of seeking a son with a lot of money plus 1% obtained, industrial scale upgrade plus 1. Please select a target. 5-star hotel. Ding, congratulations on the 5-star hotel upgrade plus 2 effect. The number of 5-star hotels plus 4, the characteristics of Ruan cuisine are further deepened and refined, the hotel services are refined, and the hotel infrastructure is refurbished. The original 2 5-star hotels have become 4. Each of them is distributed in the places with the highest consumption in each city. Each hotel is better and more detailed than the original hotel. Gu Ran felt very comfortable with this change. However, he is more looking forward to further follow-up. I don't know this, a 5-star hotel, how many times can it be increased? School. As soon as Gu Ran arrived at the school, Nanli handed him a list. Mr. Gu, this is the project plan that I revised according to classmate Shin's request. There are a total of 7 points, each of which has a corresponding alternative plan. Do I need to tell you now? Well, let's hear it. Okay, first of all, the first point is like this. As Nanli slowly spoke, Gu Ran quickly understood Nanli's general arrangements. I have to say that these plans in Nanli are very in line with Gu Ran's needs. In particular, the 7 articles written on the list, as the main recommendations, fully meet Gu Ran's needs. As for those alternatives, it is clear that Nanli is showing her ability to work from the side, as well as from the side. She is taking care of her heart. Yes, after it's done, I'll invite you to dinner. When? You set the time. Then, can I choose a place? Of course, you can go to your house to eat. How do you know? Don't ask, just ask if there is a connection in your heart. Just let me know when the time comes. Sorry, I'm bothering you this time. How could it be that I can think of me as soon as I have something to do, and I am very relieved to be the boss? Gu Ran looked at Nanli and replied with a smile. After Nanli heard this, she scratched her heart like a cat, and lowered her head again without saying a word. Ding, breathing bag. Awakening progress plus 1%. The detection progress exceeds 10%, and the task reward changes. Congratulations, advanced skill card. Advanced skill card? Gu Ran saw this, then learned about it through the message, and soon realized it. This is similar to Ruan Yuling's reward after surpassing 10% of his progress. It's just that one is to make Gu Ran's original industry bigger and better, while the other is to make Gu Ran's skill stronger. Gu Ran hardly thought much about it, and decisively used the advanced skill card on the mastery of fighting. The uneasiness in my heart comes entirely from the lack of firepower. He must find a way to arm himself. As much as possible, proficient in fighting plus 1 at that moment, Gu Ran felt that he had a deeper understanding of the battle. At the same time, when he was fighting, his control of power was much more refined. Even as a result, Gu Ran felt that his physical coordination was quietly strengthening a little. At noon that day, Gu Ran did not forget what he promised Xin Li. According to the plan given by Nanli, the core of Xin Li's purpose this time was just to let Fu Yanjing try the taste of failure. And then Xin Li came forward and comforted Fu Yanjing at that time, so that Fu Yanjing, who had mood swings and tasted the fruit of defeat, felt heartbroken. Although this idea was rubbish, even naive, Xin Li thought it was very good and adopted it. Therefore, Gu Ran only needs to complete the task. Moreover, Xin Li is also a very generous partner. The total activity expenses are 50,000, and there will be 50,000 after the event is completed. This is Shinli's promise on noon. Playground. There are more people on the playground today than ever before. Most of them were girls. They were mostly in groups of 3 or 5, heading towards the basketball court in the playground together. There, Guran and several classmates in the class were already waiting there, while Fu Yanjing arrived late with a few classmates in their class, and there were a lot of people around soon. Nanli stood in the crowd, pushed his glasses and looked at the competition venue, while manipulating the Dream Factory on his mobile phone to control the progress of the mission. Although she didn't know exactly why Guran did that, the boss asked her to do it. This sense of atmosphere must be filled. It started. I saw that on the basketball court. The basketball duel began again. Guran scored a few goals in succession with his overwhelming operation and better ball skills than before, which attracted cheers from the little girls' onlookers. Of course, there are also many little fans of Fu Yanjing, where they work hard to cheer for their male gods. Among them is the determined Gu Shuer. She really didn't let go of the opportunity to hunt the rich second generation, and Shenli, who happened to be standing next to Gu Shuer, was also cheering for Fu Yanjing, but it was a pity that she couldn't call out Gu Shuer. However, Shinli was not angry, because her own eyes were unconsciously looking at Gu Ran. Although she told herself that this was to help Fu Yanjing find Gu Ran's weakness, her gaze was always aimed at Gu Ran's inadvertently exposed abdominal muscles when Gu Ran was playing and shooting. Chapter 37 Panic. Shinli told herself every time that she couldn't do this, and she even looked stunned several times, afraid of being discovered. But when she looked back and looked around, she found that her little best friend was looking at her more openly than herself, but the camera in her hand never stopped, as if she didn't want to miss Gu Ran's every gesture. The moment, these guys. Shinli covered her face helplessly, but breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did his gaze look towards Fu Yanjing, and he just looked back at Fu Yanjing. I have to say that Fu Yanjing is very good looking, and he deserves to be the one Shinli has been thinking about. It's just that looking back, Shinli keenly captured that it was not projected towards herself, but towards her back. Shinli turned her head, and after crossing the crowd, she saw a familiar figure at the end of that direction. That was Nanli with glasses. At this moment, Nanli was sitting on a step in the distance of the playground, with a bottle of farmer's water next to him, waiting quietly for someone. It's her again. When Shenli saw Nanli, her mouth was angry, but her heart was a little panicked at this moment, because she didn't know what she was thinking at the moment. That bottle of water, unsurprisingly, should be for Gu Ran. This is normal, but because of this, Shenli felt a little annoying when she thought of that picture. This is very wrong. On the court, the duel became more intense. Although Gu Ran's skills are very good and he can turn the tide, on Fu Yanjing's side, the collocation between each other is more reasonable and smooth. After Fu Yanjing's team gradually adapted to Gu Ran's intensity, they quickly formulated a strategy. The 3 of them directly stopped Gu Ran and broke Gu Ran as the main force, while the others cooperated with each other and quickly pushed back Gu Ran's team's superior score. And Gu Ran is not a vegetarian either. His better coordination ability has allowed him to rush out of the encirclement several times and pull the score away for his team again. This time, Fu Yanjing also began to exert his strength, and vaguely, Gu Ran felt something indescribable from him. In the next few matchups, Gu Ran found that not only was he stopped, but his teammates began to make frequent mistakes. The situation that was originally good was leveled again under Fu Yanjing's offensive. There is only 1 minute left before the game is over. The scores of both sides became the same. This moment, both sides know that victory may be within these tens of seconds. The battle started, and Fu Yanjing was like a bamboo, taking the lead and trying to win the ball. Gu Ran's teammates on this side blocked him, but Fu Yanjing directly avoided him, leading the basketball towards the fence, and he was about to make a high throw when he took off. The whole process is flowing, professional or not, the posture is quite cool and handsome. A critical moment, Gu Ran didn't know when he would appear beside Fu Yanjing, and cut off his operation when he threw it high. In the surprise and confusion of everyone, Gu Ran, like a cheetah, quickly headed towards the opposite box with the ball, without giving Fu Yanjing any chance, and came directly for a dunk. The moment the basketball entered the basket, the whistle for the end of the game sounded. Gu Ran found victory. In the next moment, the entire stadium was cheering tremendously, all shouting the name of Gu Ran. On Fu Yanjing's side, there was a silence that could only quietly comprehend the failure. Although they played very well, they lost after all. Yanjing, it's okay, it's just an accident. Who would have thought that Gu Ran could do this? The overall level, whether it is from cooperation or from ball skills, except for Gu Ran, there is no one over there who can match us. But we still lost. I didn't accept it, so we almost won. He was just lucky this time. If you lose, you lose. Gu Ran's skills are indeed better than ours. I, Fu Yanjing, am not a person who can't afford to lose. Fu Yanjing said very indifferently, with a good mentality, and it was not against his will. It's just playing ball. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. This is the same for both him and Gu Ran. Therefore, Fu Yanjing did not compare the gains and losses this time. If you lose, just win it back next time. Moreover, seeing the little fans surrounded by Gu Ran, Fu Yanjing couldn't help but look at Nanli, who was still sitting there not far away. Vaguely, he actually still has some expectations. Looking forward to seeing the loss on Nanli's face. As long as Nanli showed a little bit of unhappiness, he would try to get closer and grab Nanli from Gu Ran's side, but in the end, Fu Yanjing was disappointed. He saw that after Gu Ran and the little fans who surrounded him waved goodbye one by one, Nanli got up, came to Gu Ran's side, and handed Gu Ran the bottle of farmer's water that Fu Yanjing also wanted to taste. Gu Ran took the water and helped Fu Yanjing taste the saltiness, then left the playground with Nanli. The distance between the two people is not close, and there is almost a distance of one person in the middle, but there is always a feeling of being in tune, which makes Fu Yanjing really want to stand between the two and destroy that atmosphere. Brother Yanjing, are you thirsty? Here, drink water. Shinli appeared beside Fu Yanjing at this time and handed a bottle of water to Fu Yanjing. This is what I specifically asked people from Country M to come to Beverly Hills by air. Fu Yanjing looked at Shinli, who was handing over the water, and glanced at the bottle of water in Shinli's hand. Beverly Hills 90H20, the price is about 680,000, an absolute luxury in the water. It's not good to drink. Secondly, it's really expensive, and the bottle is really expensive with diamonds. Sorry, I still like to drink coffee. Fu Yanjing spoke and rejected Shinli very decisively. At this moment, Fu Yanjing was still thinking of the bottle of wine that Nanli handed to Gu Ran. Oh, well, brother Yanjing, then I'll go. Looking at Shinli, who left a little lost, Fu Yanjing glanced at Shinli's back a little unexpectedly. Although Fu Yanjing didn't like Shinli, according to his understanding of Shinli, she shouldn't give up so easily. At least, she would pester him for a while before leaving. Even after entangling him impatiently, Shinli would not stop and leave until he took the bottle of water. But this time, the other party didn't seem to be entangled. It a bit refreshing to go, school, a stairway of a teaching building. Gu Ran, Nanli, and Shinli's two little girlfriends who were peeking at Gu Ran were waiting for Shinli to return and report the situation. Shinli, how's it going? Did the plan succeed? Oh, no, brother Yanjing said he likes to drink water, so I bought the wrong water. Gu Ran looked at Shinli, who was dejected, then at the farmer's bottle that he had finished drinking in his hand, then at Nanli, and then at the two girlfriends who began to comfort Shinli to buy the right water next time. In the end, the truth of 1,000 words was turned into speechless silence by Gu Ran. Forget it, let the child think that Fu Yanjing doesn't like to drink hundreds of thousands of water, and she will refuse her only if she likes farmers. Chapter 38 Beverly Hills, Infinite, sorry, I couldn't help you. Gu Ran said regretfully. Shinli shook her head and said, it's okay, I'm used to it. When you have finished drinking your water, I will give you this water. This water is very expensive, I'm afraid it is. If Fu Yanjing doesn't drink it, this water will lose its value to me. I won't touch this kind of water again. If you don't drink it, I'll throw it away. Then, thanks. Gu Ran finally took it with a smile. At that moment, a voice came from Gu Ran's mind. Ding, fake daughter counterattack progress plus 1% whether to withdraw rewards, yes. Congratulations on getting the reward, pure water, unlimited. After Gu Ran saw this message, he was taken aback for a moment. This reward is very interesting. You can choose a bottle of pure water, and then as long as you want to drink it, you can condense it directly. And Gu Ran looked at the unopened bottle of Beverly Hills in his hand. This also seems to be a bottle of mineral water? Gu Ran hesitated for a moment, and directly attached the mineral water in his hand to the reward. The next moment, Gu Ran found that the bottle of water had quietly disappeared into his hand. Then, the bottle of water appeared silently again. No one noticed this change, only Gu Ran knew that the bottle of water had just entered his backpack space. At this moment, not only did he have a bottle of water in his hand, but he also had an extra bottle of water in his storage backpack. The water is exactly the same as the Beverly Hills in his hands. After Gu Ran and Shinli said goodbye, they found a corner where there was no one and tried quietly with a quiet movement. A bottle of Beverly Hills reappeared in his other hand, and in his backpack, the bottle of Beverly Hills still exists. At this moment, he has two bottles in his right and left hands. Gu Ran flipped it over in his hand, and the two bottles of water taken out of his hand were put into his backpack again, but it was found that the bottle of water in the backpack still looked like a bottle. Afterwards, Gu Ran tried several more times, and finally understood the meaning of infinite. According to the reward, Gu Ran should get a bottle of pure water that can never be drunk. This is a kind of conceptual prop, however, perhaps because the storage compartment is also a certain degree of conceptual system. Gu Ran's bottle of all-you-can-drink water has become an unlimited bottle of water. It's interesting. Even if I go bankrupt in the future, selling bottles seems to be able to make a comeback. After all, this bottle is full of diamonds. It's not too much to sell a complete bottle for more than 100,000 or 200,000, right? Gu Ran touched his chin, feeling that it was another rewarding day. Gu Ran, what are you doing here? No, here you are, drink water. Gu Ran quietly took an extra bottle of Beverly Hills in his hand, unscrewed it and handed it to Nanli. Nanli took the water and asked curiously. This water was given to you by Shinli. The packaging is so exquisite, it should be very expensive. It's not expensive, that is, hundreds of thousands. Puff. As soon as Nanli drank the water in her mouth, she took a small sip directly. Ahem, how much? More than 600,000, you just spit out, there are almost 20,000 or 30,000. Boss, don't pit me, you haven't paid your salary this month. This is the daily welfare of employees. Really? Of course. Then I have to taste these 600,000 bottles of water. How does it taste? Don't say it, it's really delicious. When you drink it in your mouth, it's sweet on both sides of your tongue. It's really different from ordinary water. Really? In fact, I finished drinking the water inside, which I just poured in the classroom pure water machine. Gu Ran, you villain. Ding, breathing bag awakening progress plus 1%. When Gu Ran heard the sudden reward, he glanced at Nanli unexpectedly, but found that although Nanli pretended to be angry, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Obviously, the little assistant discovered the truth under Gu Ran's teasing joke again. It's just that Gu Ran didn't say anything, and the little assistant didn't expose it either. The heart is here, and the reward is here. It's a treasure, girl. It doesn't hurt in vain. Gu Ran accepted the reward, and it was another advanced skill card. Without hesitation, Gu Ran focused on the mastery of fighting. I feel that my 5 senses are sharper, my body is more coordinated, and my grasp of power is more refined. Even Gu Ran felt that his body strengthened by the 3 light technique during this period of time had some soaring and unbalanced strength, and at this moment he was further controlled. It's a surprise. By constantly improving my proficiency in fighting in this way, I don't have to worry about the improvement of my physical fitness for the time being, which will make my strength out of control. Moreover, as my body's control improves, I seem to be more and more arbitrary. Sister Wan, 100 times is not such a good task to complete. Gu Ran murmured in his heart, with a grin at the corner of his mouth, but soon, Guang started learning again. In the next few days, Gu Ran's life began to become regular, the life of the little assistant also began to get busied out. Of course, while busy, Gu Ran also discovered a secret of the little assistant. This guy is not for 2 purposes with one mind, but for 3 or even 4 purposes with one mind. She can take notes while listening to class, gossip with Gu Ran, and play with her mobile phone. With her other hand, this can make Gu Ran envious, according to the treasure girl, because he was at home when he was a child. He not only had to do housework, but also cook, take his younger brother, and take time to study. Therefore, the treasure girl can only remember the knowledge points first, and then learn in her mind while doing housework, taking her younger brother, cooking, and so on. Although many mistakes were made in the middle, after she got through it, she discovered that she could use her mind for multiple purposes before she knew it. Even sometimes he can use all four with one mind. At the limit, you can use it for 5 at a time in a short time, but your skull will hurt afterwards. Therefore, when Nanli was at home, she basically hadn't learned much on the surface, but her mind was constantly running, and this also indirectly caused a result. His brother has been learning from her. In the end, his studies were abolished, and he did not pass the high school entrance examination, so he dropped out of school. In this regard, Gu Ran also sighed that it's no wonder that so many skill rewards can be tapped from the treasure girl. This is a humanoid machine that can tap unlimited potential. With a little training, you are an all-around player. At this moment, Gu Ran couldn't help but admire his own vision. Such Tianxia workers were all dug up by themselves, and they were so lucky. As for Gu Shuer, she is the happiest, living in a large villa and wearing brand new clothes. Gu Ran secretly paid Yu Weiran 10,000 yuan for living expenses. Of course, Yu Weiran nominally paid for it, but it was through Yu Weiran's hands that Nanli arranged it. Although Gu Shuer wanted to be in power very much, with the deterrence of Yu Weiran, the owner of the house, considering her increasingly rich life, she could only reluctantly admit it in the end, and Nanli has the economic lifeblood of the entire villa. Although he usually doesn't fight or grab it, he hasn't been bullied at all. Chapter 39. Why do trams have to have 5 seats? The 3 girls all have their own minds and form a special 3-legged relationship. Of course, the most carefree person may be Gu Shuer. She doesn't know that everything she owns belongs to her brother. She only feels that if she can get a little bit, she will make a lot of money. And Yu Weiran, in addition to going to the grove to check in with Gu Ran every night, life is also delicious. Even, she has been absent from school for a long time, going to and from school with Gu Shuer every day. She looked like Gu Shuer's little sidekick outside, and when she arrived at the villa, Gu Shuer became her little sidekick. The two people can be regarded as competing with each other and getting their own satisfaction. As for Gu Ran himself, he was planning his time more carefully. Go to class, study, tease Nanli, play ball after class, occasionally take on Shen Li's tasks, go back after school. After Xiaolin and Yu Weiran have finished checking in on time, back to the wedding room. Sister Wan performed 100 tasks to complete. To get up in the morning to make breakfast, and then repeat the above. The rest of the time, except for eating and drinking raza, is all study time. But on a Sunday, when he was on a half-day break, Gu Ran took the time to buy a tram. Originally, he only planned to buy a small tram, which could be used by 4 people. In this way, when he usually returns to the community, he can take Nanli, Yu Weiran, and Gu Shuer back together. After all, the school is some distance from Tianlan community, and the 3 girls are a little unsafe after self-study in the evening. But Nanli knew Gu Ran's idea of buying a car, and did not stop Gu Ran, but made a proposal. It's okay to buy a car, but don't buy a 4-seater, it's best to have a 5-seater. Gu Ran didn't understand it at first, but when one day, Gu Ran drove home and met Ruan Yuling, who was passing by at the entrance of the community, Gu Ran finally knew that obedient boys can sometimes save their lives. Sister Ruan. Gu Ran shouted, and then Gu Shuer, who was surprised, said, "Hello. Big sister, are you also in this community? How do you know my brother?" Ruan Yuling nodded to Gu Shuer, but looked at Gu Ran and said sourly, "Yo, where did you bring back the little sister? Don't you introduce it?" Ruan Yuling is 22 years old. He used to be a school flower. He thinks he is now the same age as a flower. Even if Gu Ran finds any woman, he can hold it. However, when he saw the 3 girls Gu Ran was carrying, her first instinct as a woman made her feel a crisis. Although Nanli and Yu Weiran both hid their advantages, Gu Shuer's temperament destroyed the beauty, but Ruan Yuling discovered the potential of the 3 girls at a glance. So instinctively, Ruan Yuling's original idea of gathering and dispersing was directly suppressed. Just kidding. After the divorce, I fell in love with her, and before the divorce, I took the girl to wander in front of my eyes. This is cheating. Gu Ran looked at Ruan Yuling, then at the co-pilot who had been hanging there, and finally understood why the tram wanted to buy 5 seats. At this moment, Gu Ran also understood why Nanli was never willing to sit in the passenger seat, and the reason why the other 2 people were not allowed to sit. The last seat, the co-pilot's seat, belongs only to Gu Ran's gold owner, the exclusive owner. When you go back, you must raise your salary for the errands. No, you must agree with yourself. This is a life-saving grace. Gu Ran thought of it secretly in his heart, and then gave Ruan Yuling a calm and casual expression, saying, "Sister Ruan, if things were like you imagined, would I still talk to you so calmly now? Get in the car first, find a place and I will introduce you." Ruan Yuling was still annoyed at first, but when he saw Gu Ran's calm appearance, he wondered if Gu Ran had any hidden feelings. After hesitating for a while, he nodded. Getting on the co-pilot, Gu Ran went directly to the big villa. "Inside the villa to introduce you. Her name is Ruan Yuling, my wife." Gu Ran spoke and formally introduced Ruan Yuling to the 3 women. Ruan Yuling, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa, looking at the 3 women standing there in restraint, looking at them intently, while also waiting for their self-introduction, and the first person to speak is also the one who accepts the fastest, undoubtedly Gu Shuer. "Hello, sister-in-law, thank you, sister-in-law, for taking care of my brother." Followed by Nanli, "Hello, Madam Boss, thank you, Madam Boss, for becoming the gold owner of the boss." Finally, it was Yu Weiran, who was heckled, "Hello, Godmother, thank you for marrying Godfather. I say hello to you on behalf of my father." Ruan Yuling looked at the three girls and heard the three of them say, from puzzled to shocked, from shocked to dumbfounded, the sister-in-law understands well, and the boss is not unacceptable, but why would a godfather pop up in the back? Not only Ruan Yuling, but also Gu Shuer and Nanli were taken aback by Wei Ran's name. No, even Gu Ran's mouth twitched however, seeing Wei Ran's eyes dripping. Gu Ran knew that the girl had done it on purpose. Among the three daughters, Gu Shuer is reckless. Nanli is smart and patient, while Wei Ran likes to hide, and she doesn't know the depth of her strength however, judging from the time spent together during this period of time, Gu Ran knew that this girl was definitely the blackest of the three. Husband, don't you plan to explain? After Ruan Yuling calmed down his inner floating, he directly threw the problem to the person who created the problem. Gu Ran scratched his face, then slowly introduced the three women. It took Ruan Yuling a long time to gradually understand the relationship between the three daughters and Gu Ran. Needless to say, Gu Shuer, old sister, she has seen it before, and it makes sense to take her to and from school. Nanli, Ruan Yuling also knew finally, Wei Ran. Gu Ran's forgotten daughter, but because the other party has something to do, he can only temporarily let Gu Ran arrange a residence, and the villa in Tianlan community is the reward given to Gu Ran by the other party. Everything seems reasonable however. Ruan Yuling obviously felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find any reason. At this time, Nanli took the initiative to clarify himself. Madam Boss, I am really the assistant boss. If you don't believe me, you can check my work information. At present, we have developed a high-quality customer in the school. Economic income is stable. But don't worry, the boss is a very professional person. Between fulfilling the agreement with you, he has never had any super close relationship with other people. Moreover, the three of us, except for his sister Gu Shuer, both I and Wei Ran have sufficient health certificates, and even Gu Shuer's, I can also call up her medical examination report from the school's medical examination library. Nanli spoke, clearly organized, and his eyes did not flicker when he looked at Ruan Yuling, causing Gu Ran to quietly give a thumbs up. It deserves to be my little errant. I really didn't hurt her in vain. None like Wei Ran and Gu Shuer, they are all pissed however. Just as Gu Ran was secretly feeling emotional, he suddenly greeted him with a long look in his eyes. Chapter 40. My wife's advice. Husband, it's getting late, let's go back. Huh? What? They are all sent back. Do you still want to spend the night here? No, let's go, wife, let's go home. Gu Ran hurriedly approached Ruan Yuling, came to Ruan Yuling's side like a dog's leg, was carried by Ruan Yuling's arm, and then Ruan Yuling left the villa with the expression of the eldest woman of the whole mansion. On the way back to the wedding room, Ruan Yuling said nothing, and Gu Ran felt that the air pressure around him was a bit low. After entering the wedding room, Ruan Yuling's voice sounded the moment the door closed. Take a shower. Good. But not long after Gu Ran entered the bathroom door opened quietly. A warm body was attached to it. Husband, wash it for me. Do you want both inside and outside? Of course, I want to wash it clean. Order. 2 hours later in the end, Ruan Yuling was left by Gu Ran to breathe a sigh of relief, lying on the bed and not wanting to move. I don't ask much about you and those three girls, but I still have such a request, you must agree to me. What? You can't touch them until we get the divorce certificate. Sister Ruan, please believe in my professional ethics. Professional ethics? Do you really want to eat soft rice all the way to the black? While you are young, don't make good use of your good body and skin to make more money. If you get old and no one wants it, wouldn't it be a waste of money? Although your process is very problematic, the result is nothing wrong. But if you look for it again in the future, remember to find something that looks better, and ask them to provide a health report. I don't want the man I have to have a pimple in the future. Of course, with Sister Ruan Juyu in front, I don't even know what to do to face the next one. Come on, your kid has a very poisonous eye. Whether it's your half-sister, your life assistant, or your strange goddaughter, all of them are beautiful embryos. If your kid leaves me, he will eat very well. But my sister will always be my white moonlight. She is the first girl to take me into the world of men. I will never forget my sister. Don't tell me these sweet words, I don't eat this set. Sister Ruan, I still think. I'm sleepy, stand down. Hey, after all, I carried everything by myself. Gu Ran sighed softly, then put her arms around Sister Ruan, and quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Gu Ran was as usual. Maybe Gu Ran left his hand last night, or maybe Ruan Yuling had something to do. When Gu Ran got up to make breakfast, he found that Ruan Yuling was also up. Sister Ruan, why did you get up so early today? What do you want to eat? I will make it for you. You usually do a good job, let's do that, but remember to get a few more copies. Those three were from the same school as you yesterday, right? Push their micro to me, and I will ask them to come over for dinner. Is this appropriate? Why is it inappropriate? Are you guilty? No, just call if you want, and ask them to come to our house to sleep together. Are you sure? Facing Ruan Yuling's rhetorical question, which was struggling with dark circles under his eyes, Gu Ran did not dare to answer, because Gu Ran felt an emotion in Ruan Yuling's eyes. That emotion reminded Gu Ran of a TV series that she had watched with Gu Shuer that year, Biography of Huan Huan. Ruan Yuling at this moment, especially like Huan Huan when everything is ready, only when the east wind is yawning, his brain is fully online, and he looks like he is ready to go crazy. 20 minutes. Later, the three of Gu Shuer came to Gu Ran's door, and Gu Ran greeted them in, come in and sit down casually. Your sister-in-law, the boss and godmother made breakfast for you. After eating, we will go to school together. As Gu Ran said, he sat straight on the main seat and waved his hands at will, with the posture of a male host, allowing the three of them to sit down, and the family throne was undoubtedly manifested. Even though he had just handed the kitchen apron to Ruan Yuling a second before opening the door, he was still extremely stiff at this moment. Eating soft rice and hard food is one of the reasons why Sister Ruan can confuse Renxiang. Although Sister Ruan was still sulking at the moment, she still gave Gu Ran enough face to prevent him from losing his self-esteem in front of outsiders. Even Gu Ran himself didn't care about the things he had left behind a long time ago. Everyone, come and sit down. Gu Ran is really, I didn't say you were also in the same community a while ago. Otherwise, I will hold a housewarming banquet for you. Ruan Yuling spoke, and then gave Gu Ran an angry look, while the three women quickly waved their hands, indicating that it was okay. Then for breakfast, Ruan Yuling asked unilaterally and had a simple chat in communication with the three women. In the end, it was about time for breakfast, but Ruan Yuling took the initiative to let Gu Ran take them to school quickly. However, Ruan Yuling reminded Gu Ran that he could no longer drive the tram, because Gu Ran didn't tell anyone that he had a driver's license. Ruan Yuling arranged a four-wheeled battery car with a license plate for Gu Ran, just in time to take the three of them to and from school, and there was no need to worry about the driver's license. Before leaving, Ruan Yuling sorted out the collars of Gu Ran's school uniform in front of the three girls, and finally gave them a kiss, which made the three girls who were still a little nervous next to them blush. The face turned red. Sister-in-law is so bold. No wonder this scumbag man was so calm when he met a beautiful woman, and he ate so well at night. The boss is worthy of being the boss. After parting with Ruan Yuling, Gu Ran took the car keys given by Ruan Yuling and took the three girls towards the school. There was nothing to say all the way. Quite embarrassing, but Gu Ran didn't care. As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. With nothing to do, Gu Ran started and continued to use the industrial scale expansion he had obtained from Ruan's sister for a 5-star hotel. 5-star hotel plus 9 ding. You already have 1,024 5-star hotels in the country, all over the country, and you have become the helm of the 5-star hotels in the country. Ruan Kai became the 9th dish. The hotel service surpasses 5-star quality, has its own characteristics, and can be named for the hotel. The hotel's decoration and corresponding safety facilities can be maintained for 60 years without damage. Of this industry has been upgraded to the highest level and cannot continue to improve. The highest? But proficient in fighting, why have you reached the limit? Is it possible to continue in terms of skills? Gu Ran took a look at his fighting proficiency at the moment. Proficient in fighting plus 13. During this time, Gu Ran focused more on swiping Nanli's tasks, at least once a day on average, and sometimes twice a day, and with the continuous advancement of fighting proficiency, Gu Ran felt that his control over his body was constantly improving, especially when the fighting proficiency broke through from plus 9 to plus 10. Gu Ran felt that his body had undergone a silent change. Chapter 41 Skill. Push. It is impossible to tell the details of the change, but Gu Ran's control of the body has reached a leap forward, and the 5 senses have been greatly increased. The eyes can clearly see things a kilometer away. The sense of touch is more sensitive, and the perception of the surrounding crisis is sharper. Hearing can hear more subtle sounds, but it can resist the invasion of noise well. Taste can not only distinguish more complex flavors, but also through taste, you can tell how harmful those things are to the body. The sense of smell is more sensitive, and the categories and mixing ratios of various flavors can be analyzed from the complex flavors. Moreover, Gu Ran's control of his body is also very subtle. When Gu Ran was ordinary, he was not much different from ordinary people. However, when Gu Ran wanted to exert his strength, he could explode several times more strength and defense than ordinary people, and there would be no side effects afterwards. It felt like a tiger hiding in the flock in disguise. Moreover, it is still a tiger that is constantly growing. As for the specific reason, it still needs to be discovered later. However, it is worth saying that Yueran's mission reward. 1,000 cups are not drunk, 100 poisons are not invading, the mind is dexterous, the ears are clear, the mind is free of distractions, the body is strong and healthy, the bones are amazing, and the sight is never forgotten. By analogy, all diseases are not born. Yueran got 10 kinds of talents from Yueran. These 10 talents have a certain promotion and increase effect on the strengthening of Gu Ran's fighting talent. After 10 talents, 2 more talents were strengthened. Yueran focused all of it on Bone Jingqi, allowing Gu Ran to strengthen his mastery of fighting, and the upper limit of the power that broke out was higher. The specific comparison can be understood as an ordinary person who has cultivated to a master-level fighting proficiency, and a person who was born with divine power after reaching a master-level fighting proficiency, the same combat skills and physical control, but the latter can kill the former with one punch. This is similar to a fight between 2 children who don't know anything and an adult. The child is not the opponent of an adult at all, because it is a comprehensive crushing of physical fitness. Moreover, this situation is also related to Gu Ran's daily check-in with Yueran and the continuous increase of talent enhancement options. Finally, there is Gu Shuer. The old girl is really a white-eyed wolf, with a heart of stone, and she doesn't see rabbits or eagles. Yueran finally gave her sister a brand-name mobile phone that she had bought before in advance, ordered milk tea for her sister for a week, and gave him a few coupons for the clear water bath, and in the name of Gu Shuer's brother, invited Yueran and Nanli, the 3 of them, to a 5-star hotel. After the hotel rubbed it, it was only then that Gu Shuer's 3 tasks were brushed from Gu Shuer. Gu Ran got 2 rewards again. Skill. Push hard. This is a skill similar to tearing clothes effect. It can push a person down and make the opponent knock something to a certain extent. If there are stairs nearby, there is a high chance that the opponent will stumble and roll down. If the other party is a pregnant woman, there is a certain degree of miscarriage. If the opponent loses his memory, to a certain extent, the opponent can knock his head to restore his memory. If the other party is by the lake, they will drown to a certain extent. If the other party is on the side of the road, there will be a car accident to a certain extent, and so on and so on. In short, although this thrust skill seems to be a skill with little power, it comes with a conceptual feature of disaster trailing. Use this skill to knock down the old man will blackmail you, and you will not be wronged by your company. Contact information of overseas criminal gangs. You can contact each other and hire them to take certain people out of the country, cut their waists, dig their eyes, and sell blood. Note, if the target is a woman of high beauty value, she will be saved by a hero to a certain extent. In addition, there was another enchantment. This is the 11th effect change brought about by Gu Shuer after completing 10 reward withdrawals. Yueran used it on the cup of water that must be poured every Time, every splash must be in the water cup. +1 Effect 1, automatic water storage and cooling for 3 minutes. Effect 2, it comes with a super makeup remover effect, and any makeup will melt when splashed on the face. Although Guran never knew why the rewards he received from his old sister were like this, it is undeniable that these props reveal evil everywhere, and if used well, the effect is also extraordinary. Time, this moment began to speed up quietly. In silence, the monthly exam came again. This is almost the last formal joint examination before the college entrance examination. This time, although both Guran and Nanli had narrowed their edges, they all did well in the original exams, and Fu Yanjing is still the number 1. Unsurprisingly, before the college entrance examination, he would never get up and down in that position. As for Yu Weiran, as always, she did not go to the exam, and no one knew her depth. Finally, it was Gu Shuer. Her grades really improved by leaps and bounds, from less than the top 200 in school to the top 50. According to Gu Shuer's original grades, not to mention key schools, there are some problems with undergraduate degrees. However, Nanli's notes, Guran's rewards, and Gu Shuer's energy made her work a miracle. Even Nanli said that Gu Shuer is a very talented player, and in her body, there is a kind of motivation that ordinary people cannot match. It's just that most of the time, this momentum is usually used in the wrong direction. After the monthly exam, there will be another day of rest. That night, Guran entertained Sister Wan well, and then took Nanli to her house for an appointment the next day. This was what Guran had promised Nanli before. After so long, it's time to give Nanli's parents a little dimension reduction blow. Guran drove a battery car out of the community, and then turned to the Shuiyun community, which was 2 blocks away from Tianlan community, put the battery car in it, then took out his Maybach key, and took Nanli into the Maybach he had put there. This is really your car. Don't say it, Xiaoben, I don't want others to know about it for the time being. I know. By the way, how did you get the security guards in this community to let you through? Simple, just have a house here. You also have a house here? No. I have a building. When Guran drove Maybach out of the community, he pointed to the tallest building in the community. It's mine. Boss, how many industries do you still have to hide from me? I doubt it now, the whole street is yours now. You look up to your boss too much, but I don't have that much ability. That's okay. At least this street is not yet. Along the way, Nanli was silenced by Guran. Nanli had a feeling that although she was about to get home under Maybach's leadership, she had a feeling that she had not walked out of Guran's territory. Chapter 42, Meeting the Parents. It seems that there is something about Guran in any scenic place along the way. Even if the fruit seller on the street saw Guran appear, he would smile and hand over 2 caddies of fruit, and all of this was obtained by Guran from the rewards he got for the task of brushing his soft sister during this period of time. Villa +1, Guran has 1 more villa, and the villa is bigger and more luxurious than before. A villa +2, Guran has 1 more building, and it is beautifully decorated. Villa +3, Guran has an extra community. Villa +4, Guran has 1 more manor. Villa +5, Guran has 1 more development zone. Villa +6, Guran has more. When he waited for Villa +9, unconsciously, Guran discovered that almost half of the entire Dongzhou house belonged to him. Maybach +1, Guran got the latest Rolls-Royce. Maybach +2, Guran got a garage of various luxury cars. Maybach +3, Guran got an automobile manufacturing agency. Maybach +9, Guran became the agent of a well-known vehicle in the country and the manufacturer of Ruanxie. Nowadays, Guran is brushing a street of food. Although Guran didn't fully get the shops along the road, according to this trend, there may only be one voice in the street shops of Dongzhou. There are also clear water baths, speed 10, tobacco stocks, etc. in the back. And now, for Guran, money is really just a number. However, the more this happened, the less Guran dared to show his head, because there is too much money in too many industries, especially after the progress of heavy financial seeking has exceeded 10%. The expansion of the industry, simply responsible for the project manager, is already too busy. Recently, Guran was anxiously beckoning to the presidents of various industries. Yes, that's right. President, what kind of overbearing president, for him, is a senior person in charge who works for him. He belongs to the chairman of some industrial groups and a major shareholder in some major industries. In his field, he has a veto power and can change the president at will, or lead the future industrial development direction. Of course, Guran just didn't participate in these things, just let it continue to develop in its original state, and this situation is getting bigger and bigger. It is expected that there will be 2 more months, and he may not stop until he finishes brushing Sister Wan, but by then, he was not sure what level he could reach anyway. Today's 5-star hotels and automobile manufacturing have become national benchmark industries. All this was brought by Sister Wan. Guran, can you not be confused by the fragrance? But when Nanli was so confused that he didn't know what to say, when Guran was planning for the future, the navigation finally prompted him to his destination. Looking at a residential house in front of him, Guran looked at Nanli, who had already come out of the airbag, and now he was instinctively nervous again. Nanli, I was a little nervous when I came to your house for the first time. If I make any excesses, you have to protect me. You don't know how to hit them, do you? Who said it? Well, are we going to get out of the car now? Is this what I should know? How do I know where your home is if you don't take the road? Guran watched Nanli ask rhetorically, but after Nanli listened, he did not respond, but looked at the door of the family where the vehicle was parked. The Nanli family is similar to Guran's family, even a little more remote than Guran's family. However, in this area, it seems that the overall construction of houses is specially planned, and every household is next to it. Although it is remote, it is not as crowded as the city, and it is relatively clean. This time, 3 people walked out of that family. A fat and fierce man, a woman dressed in bells and whistles with a strong light in her eyes. There is also a young man with yellow hair, flowing in and out of breath, who lacks social beatings. When the 3 of them saw Maybach parked at the door, they all leaned in with doubts and curiosity. At this moment, Guran waved his hand and motioned to Nanli to get out of the car first. Nanli quickly realized that he got out of the car by himself, and then Guran adjusted his micro-expression. put on his sunglasses, and got out of the car slowly with a dragging expression. After getting out of the car, Guran still looked around, with a look of disgust on his face from time to time. The whole thing is like the image of a dude who accompanies his girlfriend home, but can't look at the other person's house at all, showing extremely obvious disgust even from the beginning to the end. Guran just stood there at random and looked around casually, looking at Nanli's parents and younger brother. They just squinted their eyes and glanced, full of contempt and distance. Facing such a situation, Nanli's parents could not help but soften their tone when they saw Nanli get down from Maybach and wanted to directly ask Nanli about the situation. There is no way. Guran's current state makes them a little confused. Nanli, why are you back today? Who is this? This is my male friend, I'm his classmate. Come, by the way, don't get me wrong. Nanli wanted to use boyfriend as an introduction, but Guran suppressed it first, changing from boyfriend to classmate, demonstrating his mood and attitude at the moment. Then, he put on a dimly interested appearance again and said, by the way, I delivered the person. If it's okay, I'll leave first. With that said, Guran rubbed against his high-definition version of the Heart brand shoes, as if he didn't want to contaminate the place in the slightest. He was about to get in the car and leave. Hey, don't leave in a panic. Since you are Nanli's friend and you sent her over, why do you have to come in and drink before you leave? Sorry, I don't drink the usual water. My throat hurts when I drink it. I only drink this. As Guran said, he took out half a bottle of Beverly Hills that Nanli had drunk halfway from the car, unscrewed it and took a few sips, making Nanli, who was acting a little unnaturally next to him, his face turned red quietly from the moment Guran got out of the car. She showed that she didn't look down on her family, as if it was bad luck to stick to it, and it didn't seem to be acting at all. This made Nanli's heart inexplicably rise to some low self-esteem, even if, on the way back, Guran told him more than once that all this was acting. There would inevitably be a feeling of contrast in his heart, but at this moment, seeing Guran drinking the water she had drunk without hesitation, Nanli didn't understand what Guran meant. This was while putting pressure on her parents and younger brother, while secretly explaining to her that he did not dislike her idea at all of his classmate. What kind of water are you? I asked my son to buy you a bottle of water. We can still afford it. Dad, Mom, we really can't afford it. That seems to be Beverly Hills. I have seen samples from the internet, a bottle of 600,000. What? How many tens of thousands of bottles? Did I hear you right? It's not possible to set diamonds? Yes, the bottle is indeed set with diamonds, and it is hundreds of them. My God, is this drinking water? Chapter 43 Special Supply. Nanli's parents glanced at each other. At that moment, their original aura of prestige and blessing at home all converged. Nanli's father's fierce aura turned into flattery, and the shrewdness of his mother's face turned into enthusiasm and humility. Even Nanli's elder brother's attitude towards Guran was submissive, speaking cautiously and not daring to be arrogant. A bottle of water allowed the other party to see the corner of Tiangong, directly pulling away the layering between the two sides. At this moment, the three of them were quietly looking at Nanli, frantically hinting to Nanli that they must leave each other behind. They don't care about dignity or not. They only know now that the boy in front of them may be the greatest opportunity in their lives. We must catch it, otherwise their intestines will regret it in the future. Nanli, how do I usually teach you? Your classmates have worked hard to send you back. If you don't leave him to rest, you can have a casual meal before leaving. Mom, Guran and I are just at the same table. Actually, it's nothing, Guran. It was the classmate who gave you the fruit last time. Okay. Then I have to keep him even more. Go quickly. Nanli's mother kept whispering to Nanli, and then when she saw Nanli's meat, she directly pushed Nanli towards Guran's side. Nanli didn't notice for a while, staggered, and fell directly towards Guran's side. Guran raised his hand, his eyes were fast, and he hugged Nanli. Sorry, I didn't stand still just now. It's okay. Well, do you want to stay and have a meal at my house? Well, I have to go back to the hotel for an inspection before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Guran spoke in a low voice, but Nanli's parents and younger brother next to him all heard it, especially the word hotel inspection. Then don't bother, but if you leave around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it should be too late. It's too late, it's too late. Nanli will go back to school after lunch at noon. At that time, classmate Gu can take her back. By the way. Okay. Guran frowned slightly, looking a little reluctant, but because of the relationship between classmates he had to agree. Walk around, sit in the house, sit in the house. In this way, Guran was about to enter the house at the invitation of Nanli's parents and younger brother. This time, Guran suddenly stopped. What's the matter, classmate Gu? Wait a minute. Guran didn't explain anything, but turned back to the trunk of Maybach, opened it, took out a gift box from it, and returned with it again. Uncle, I heard that you like to smoke. A small mind is not a tribute. Guran handed the gift box to Nanli's father. Although what he said was small heart, how could Nanli's father simply understand it as small? Taking the gift box, his eyes swept slightly. It is a kind of cigarette with simple packaging but low-key and exquisite, and a faint smell of pure tobacco can be smelled. Of course, that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that there are 2 words written on the cigarette: special offer. This is it's from a friend, but I don't smoke, and I don't know if it's good or bad. I just heard that non-tobacco company internal shareholders, or people above the department level, can't get it. His hall level. Hearing Guran's words, Nanli's father's hand shook unconsciously, and he almost didn't hold it firmly. Although Nanli's father had an idea, Guran was lying. However, seeing Guran's Maybach, looking at Guran's low-key but luxurious clothes, looking at the bottle of Beverly Hills in Guran's hand, and the pure scent of tobacco lingering under his nose, even if it is a lie, the price of this kind of lie is not low, and if it is true, then they may really meet the sky. Dealing with rich people, Nanli's father may also treat Guran superficially and secretly. However, for the family environment, it may be a powerful child, but in Nanli's father's heart, there was a burst of fear and drums for no reason. After all, no matter how rich the former is, they have to follow the law. They can seek some benefits for themselves on the basis of the law. But the latter is a descendant of the rulemaker. They can abide by the law, but you can't simply think that the law is absolutely fair between you and them. Behind power, there are often armed forces that are more terrifying than violence. Special offer. These two words were a bit overwhelming for Nanli's father to breathe originally. Nanli's father couldn't help leaning forward at this moment because of his straight waist with a big belly, and he bent slightly, revealing an instinctive humility that was a little overwhelmed. Gu-ran actually didn't want to do this, but not all parents in this world can keep their children from gaining momentum, and not all parents can assume the responsibility of a parent. Besides, it's not a kiss. Gu-ran didn't do this deliberately to embarrass the Nanli family. It was just the first time they met and played a psychological game with each other in order to better knock the mountain and shake the tiger. He wants to tell such a blood-sucking family, what I gave is yours. If I don't give it, you can't ask for it. Even said, if I want you something, you have to give it. If you don't, and whatever I give you, you have to take it if you don't want it. The right to decide will always be with Gu-ran. At noon that day, Nanli's mother cooked in person, killed an old hen that had been raised for 5 years and stewed the soup, and prepared a table of as many hard dishes as possible. Nanli's father originally wanted to accompany Gu-ran to talk, and by the way, he took a side-by-side look, but when he found that Gu-ran ignored him, he asked Nanli to accompany Gu-ran out for a walk and called him during dinner. Nanli took Gu-ran away from home and began to wander around the house. Although Nanli had taken Gu-ran as far as possible towards a relatively secluded path, it was inevitable that he would encounter some acquaintances on the road. Nanli is back. Who is this? He is so handsome. Isn't it your boyfriend? Uncle, no, this is my classmate. He sent it back to me. It's Uncle, I'm Nanli's boyfriend. Facing the acquaintance of the Nanli family, Gu-ran took out a box of huazi directly from his pocket and handed it over, saying Nanli has a soft temper. If there is anything wrong in the future, Uncle, take care of it. I will have dinner at my uncle's house later, and you will come too when you have time. This is not good. It's okay, there are a lot of lively people in the neighborhood. I'll let someone bring some wine over later, so I won't get drunk. Yo, you can still drink. A little bit, mainly to accompany the elders. Okay, young man, I can make things happen when I see you. Remember to come. After Gu-ran enthusiastically sent one away, another one came soon after. Anyway, I met a man who gave cigarettes and invited him to eat and drink. When I met a woman, I got a box of chocolate and sent it over, saying that I would take it back to the child to eat. Of course, some of the younger ones let Nanli send it over. Chapter 44, Gu-ran, who never gets drunk after drinking 1,000 cups, gets drunk after Gu-ran took a turn. Half of Zhuangzi basically knew that Nanli had brought a rich and wealthy boyfriend home. Gu-ran, are you really good like this? Don't worry, after today, if your parents still bully you, the neighbors in your village will never sit idly by. Gu-ran said with a smile, making Nanli a little confused. Gu-ran didn't explain, so he took out a mobile phone and gave it to Nanli. Nanli looked at the familiar formula and turned on the phone, but saw a series of numbers that could not be traced to the end. This phone has a GPS positioning system, so you can just call the first one directly. Tell them that within an hour, they will get 13 tables of won dishes and 20 boxes of Mao Tai. I invite the men, women and children in your village to drink and eat, and they will do the rest. Gu-ran, you don't need to do this. No, it's necessary. Gu-ran looked at Nanli with a firm attitude. Xia Zhu is not a material woman. She doesn't like money, but every step of chasing her requires burning money. So is Nanli. Gu-ran, I feel that you are preparing to trap me so that I can't break free from you. Is it that obvious? They are all very good at drinking? Really? It depends on when your boss has fought an uncertain battle. Gu-ran said, there are 1,000 cups of non-drunk bottoming. He really doesn't encourage it. An hour later, Gu-ran returned home with Nanli. I just came across a special delivery for takeaway from a 5-star hotel, with more than 50 luxury cars delivered, and the staff was neat and uniform. However, in just 10 minutes, in front of Nanli's house, more than a dozen tables of won dishes were set up, and even tents were erected and outdoor air conditioners were installed. There was no sultry feeling in the tents, and the boxes of Mao Tai were moved down, and the people who were officials around them felt very emotional, and they guessed Gu-ran's identity one after another. The rich second generation is definitely the rich second generation, and it is not an ordinary rich second generation. They may not know the gold content of Yuan Kai, but the boxes of Mao Tai are genuine money. Gu, classmate Gu, who are you? Oh, I met some elders from Nanli on the road, and after chatting, I decided to invite everyone to have a meal and occupy the door of my uncle and aunt's house. Forgive me. No, it's okay. Where would Gu-ran's parents refuse at this moment, even if they marry their sons and daughters-in-law in the future? It is estimated that there will be no such scenes. No, it's not impossible. If his daughter followed this classmate Gu, then his brother-in-law would have to express how he would marry his daughter-in-law in the future. Thinking of this, Nanli's parents could see the fire in each other's eyes when they looked at each other. This thigh must be hugged. At the beginning of the meal, Gu-ran didn't call many people, but he ordered a lot of dishes. Even if the people he met on the road dragged their families over, there were still a few tables of people left. Gu-ran asked Nanli's father to call more people over, but he couldn't waste it. Although Nanli's father was reluctant to accept these meals and drinks, he couldn't figure out the depth of Gu-ran. Therefore, he simply called his friends and dogs who were having fun together, so that they could come wherever they could. Finally, after putting it together, I started. Directly when Gu-ran came up, he just gave Nanli's father a few cups. The cups were solid in place, and he looked like he was stunned. However, over time, some people found that something was wrong. This guy, drinking is like drinking water. Whoever dares to drink with him once, he can reply to the opponent for 3 rounds. In this process, Gu-ran's 1,000 cups of non-drunkenness came into play. After a glass of wine went down, Gu-ran's body quietly began to drain the wine, and the wine vapor quickly steamed out of the pores. With some remaining water, Guran could drink 2 more bottles when he went to the toilet. Therefore, throughout the whole process, Guran was full of alcohol, but the more he drank, the more energetic he became. It wasn't until some Jumangzi discovered that Guran was not drunk at all that he knew what he meant. In the end, one by one, they either ran away because of something at home, or were carried home unconscious by their own family. After the banquet is over, the 5-star hotel waiting next to it will send the service staff and act immediately, starting to clean up the cups and plates. The leftovers were cold and hot, quickly cleaned the surroundings, disassembled the equipment, and even some Maotai wine bottles and cartons were finally taken away together, giving no one a chance to take advantage. However, in half an hour, the entire Nanli's front door was restored as before. In addition to the surrounding air, there is still a faint smell of wine scattered on the ground that has not evaporated cleanly, as if everything has never happened before. Nanli's father was so drunk that he was unconscious and fell asleep while lying in the room. At this moment, Guran, although after a short rest and going to the toilet, had almost drained the alcohol in his body, but did not pretend to be sober, but pretended to be drunk, lying on the sofa in the living room to take a nap. Excuse me? You ask Guran why he pretended to be drunk. He didn't pretend to be drunk. How could Nanli's mother whisper to Nanli? He doesn't pretend to be drunk. How can he observe this family carefully? Sure enough, seeing Guran dizzy, Nanli's mother quickly changed her face and hurriedly said to Nanli. Nanli, don't you hurry up and help Guran go to the room to rest. Oh, I see, Mom. Nanli nodded and helped Guran to the bedroom. However, after putting Guran down, Nanli wanted to go out, but found that the door had been locked without knowing when. Mom, what are you doing? Open the door. Nanli, are you stupid? You have to seize such a good opportunity for me. It's up to you if our family can live a good life. Mom, Guran and I are just classmates. Open the door quickly. Don't pretend to me. Today you hurry up and do it for me. Although you don't know what classmate Gu and his family do, you will never meet a better one in your life. Give me some cleverness. It's best to get pregnant at once. Even if he gets tired of you in the future, he won't be so unfeeling in the face of the child. Mom, don't do this. You open the door. I feel a little uncomfortable. If you feel uncomfortable, go to your boyfriend, and it won't be uncomfortable when you sleep. Mom, what do you mean? You drugged me. Mom, this is also for your own good. You will be grateful to Mom in the future. Don't forget my benefits when the time comes. In the future, your brother-in-law will have to rely on you to marry your daughter-in-law. Sister, come on, my brother's future happiness depends on you. After Nanli's mother and brother finished speaking, they left directly. No matter what Nanli called, no one responded, but Nanli's face at this moment was getting redder and hotter. Looking at Guran lying on the bed, her eyes began to blur a little, and she staggered and began to approach Guran. Guran, wake up, I feel uncomfortable. Feeling Nanli's body leaning over. Guran, who pretended to be drunk, did not move, but it was not completely immobile. In some places, he moved very badly. Chapter 45 Innocence. Hey, I'm drunk, I'm really drunk, I don't know anything when I wake up. Guran felt the hot body rubbing against his body, with a little expectation in his heart, and kept persuading himself, but soon, he heard a painful muffled snort. Guran felt that Nanli was detached from him. He was puzzled in his heart, and opened his eyes pretending to be sober again, but Nanli was seen curled up in a corner, holding a pair of scissors in his hand, and his other hand was bloody. Nanli was using pain to maintain her sobriety. Nanli, are you okay? Guran, you woke up, my mother drugged me. Then, why did you hurt yourself? I can't influence the boss's profession. Because of this? I don't want to lose this job because of it. I have been your assistant all the time. I think it will last longer than that kind of relationship. But your current situation seems very bad. No, I can bear it. This medicine is not good for your health if you endure it for too long. But I can't. Don't worry, the boss still has to have professional ethics. Sometimes, to solve this kind of problem, you don't have to do specific things, but even if it's easy to get angry, you have to be responsible for helping me. How can I help? Nanli's misty eyes were about to drip out of water, with the last trace of sober doubt, but Guran didn't speak, just gently scraped the corner of her mouth. This kind of thing can't be explained for a while, after all, it's a bit troublesome. Time passed quietly. 2 hours later in the bedroom, Nanli was lying there. Although the effect of the medicine had passed, her face was still flushed. In just 2 hours, she felt that her outlook on life had been shattered several times, especially now. She no longer knows what attitude to face Guran now. Although she still retains the final proof of innocence on her body, she can't find anything to prove her innocence except that, especially in terms of her mind, she has seen the world, and she feels that she will never go back to the past. Nanli, are you awake? At this moment, Nanli's mother's voice came from outside the room. Well, ahem, Mom, wait a while and go out right away. Nanli spoke, her voice a little hoarse, her throat seemed to be covered by something, and a smell of heather flowers flowed between her nose. Taking off Guran, who was still pulling her aside with one hand, Nanli got up to tidy up her clothes. What shall we do now? What should I do? Of course it's cold salad. Okay, don't worry about anything, just look at me. Really? Be careful, they may threaten you with this matter. Oh, are you sure? Guran spoke, his original dead-skinned expression, slowly adjusted, gradually became cold and indifferent, and he yelled in the direction of the door. Nanli, you are really good, very good, I didn't expect you to be such a person. I tell you, don't try to threaten me with this. Believe it or not, I made your whole family disappear with one phone call. Guran spoke in a cold voice, with a kind of arrogance and domineering, full of dandyish aura. But if it weren't for Guran's dead-skinned smile at him when he was talking, she might really believe it. At this moment, Nanli was standing there watching the performance. After a roar of anger, Guran just dropped something. Of course, every time he fell, he would let Nanli see if it was possible to fall. After Nanli agreed, he would smack it after some catharsis of anger, and Nanli rubbed her eyes red, her emotions were brewing in place, and tears came down. Guran opened the door and came out with a gloomy face. Nanli, like a little daughter-in-law, came out aggrieved. Bala walked out aggrieved. At this moment, Nanli's clothes are not complete, although it can be worn on the body, the state of violent tearing on it can be clearly seen. Coupled with the appearance of Nanli walking with a limp, it looks like he is really tortured and miserable. Nanli's mother wanted to say something, as if she wanted to play an emotional card with her daughter's loss of innocence, but she was stopped by Guran's cold eyes. Afterwards, he didn't wait for Nanli's mother to react. Guran said lightly. From now on, Nanli will be my woman. But, it can only be like this. I gave it to you, you don't need it if you don't want it. If I don't give it to you, you won't get it if you want it. Classmate Gu, what are you talking about? We can't say anything about Nanli. It seems that you are planning to blackmail someone. However, sometimes, even if the money is in hand, do you have any money to spend? Why, in broad daylight, do you still want to break the law or commit a crime? Of course not. If you want money, you can come to me. But in this world, accidents are always frequent. Brother Nanli is in his prime, don't walk on the road and let the car hit you. Uncle likes to drink, so don't drink to death on the side of the road one day. Guran spoke, his voice fluttering lightly. However, the indifferent words carried a kind of indifference to life, which made Nanli's mother pale with fright, and Guran laughed at the corners of his mouth throughout the whole process, not concealing the dude's unscrupulous disregard for the rules. Nanli, give you 10 minutes to clean up this mess in your house, or you won't go back. After Guran finished speaking, he headed outside without looking back, waiting for Nanli to give a follow-up statement on Maybach. After Guran left, Nanli's mother recovered from her lingering fears, but she just burst into tears and looked at Nanli, who she hated. What are your eyes? Am I not all for you? Nanli, tell me the truth, who did you bring back? Mom, our family is going to be killed by you, you lost family bereavement star. Why do you think about this kind of shoddy methods all day long, so that his impression of me has changed drastically? Don't you dare to scold me, you have the ability. Pop. Before Nanli's mother jumped to her feet and pumped Nanli's mouth, Nanli started to pump her mouth, and her domineering mother was stunned there. At this moment, Nanli was still trembling with his right hand behind him after hitting someone, but there was a kind of hostility on his face. This hostility made Nanli's younger brother, who had originally wanted to help Nanli's mother, unconsciously shrink his head. At this moment, Nanli was suppressing her instinctive fear of her mother, and slowly releasing the other side of her hidden inner heart. To be precise, it belongs to her aggressive side. Involuntarily, he turned his head and entered the room directly, and then Nanli's mother and younger brother heard a few crisp and pleasant slaps, and Nanli's father's painful breathing. Nanli, you have gone against the sky, you dare to hit me, I will kill you. Come on, if you dare to touch me now, our whole family will be buried with us. What do you mean? What do you mean? Ask your blind wife. She not only wants to kill you, but also to cut off your children and grandchildren. She wants to cut off the upcoming wealth of our family directly. What? Kill me? Broken son and grandson? Ruined wealth? Bitch, what have you done? Chapter 46. Nanli's counterattack. Then, there was an extremely simple question. After Nanli's father knew what Nanli's mother had done, although he didn't feel that his wife was doing anything wrong because of the perennial husband and wife, Nanli reminded him lightly at this time that, Dad, do you think our family can really get on top of each other? In the future, I will be able to be a shady outer room safely. At some point, it will be the pinnacle for him to allow an illegitimate child to be born for him. It's not right that the door is not open. It's not that I don't want to fight, but that we are not qualified. Nanli, you have too much ambition for others, right? Dad, I won't talk about the others, just say that there is a rich man who will give you 500,000 yuan and ask you to help break the leg of an ordinary son. Will you do it? What if I give you 1 million? 2 million? 3 million? Let you push a passing woman into the river on the road? Invite a drinker, Jamengzi, to drink that he has a stomach bleed, or even drink it to death? Can you do it? Nanli, what do you mean? Literally, Dad, my mother has no eyesight, and everything is done according to her botched methods. Are you too? The cigarettes that Guran gave you, do you think this matter can't be solved? Do you have the life to finish smoking? Nanli's father was silent, his face uncertain. Then, he suddenly slapped Nanli's mother, and then he was not angry, and he took out his belt and greeted Nanli's mother for a while. Nanli's mother hid in pain, but she didn't dare to fight back at all. Nanli's mother wanted to intercede with her son, but Nanli's younger brother complained in turn. Mom, you are wrong about this matter. In a family like ours, my sister is already high enough to be a junior high school student. You still want her to be the main room. This splashing wealth will kill us if it falls in our house. At this moment, Nanli's younger brother completely forgot that when his mother drugged his sister before, he was heckling from the side. At this moment, he was also heckling his father to beat his mother. Mom, you should fight. Let Dad give you a long memory today, lest you hurt the whole family. After Nanli's brother finished speaking, he hurriedly came to Nanli's side. Sister, my mother is ignorant, you have to tell Gu Xiao, don't let him do it to me, I am the only seedling in our family. Yes, Nanli, go and talk to Gu Xiao, just say that nothing happened today, and you will follow Gu Xiao in the future. Nanli looked at the family in front of her, with an indescribable nausea in her heart, and she has to continue to act, okay, but you have to educate Mom well. Don't worry, I'll teach her a good lesson later, and do some nasty things that can't be done. It's almost time, I'm going back to school. Hey, Nanli, wait a minute. What's the matter? Well, can I ask, classmate Gu, no, what exactly does Gu Xiao do? I don't know this very well, he is just my table at school. However, as far as I know, there are several large industries under his name. 5-star hotels, Super 10 hotels, clear water baths, and their family seems to have some contact with the people on the black and white roads. Dad, you have to smoke your cigarette slowly. The big people you can climb on, they may not be able to smoke that kind of cigarette for the rest of their lives. So, do you understand? Nan's father, who heard Nanli's hint, couldn't help but take a breath and nodded again and again. Understand. Nanli, you must apologize to Gu Shao when you go back. Don't let him blame our family. Some people's positions are beyond their normal reach, but if they are lucky enough to touch it, they can't just think of going further. Because of that level of game, it's no longer a matter of asking for money if you can't get it right. It's terrible. Moreover, it's still the kind of terrible thing that makes you die clearly and doesn't even have a place to complain. But Nanli looked at Nan's father, who finally knew that he was afraid, and didn't push him too hard, because Gu Ran had already secretly revealed the bottom to her. This time, it's just a fox, a fake, and a tiger, creating an unattainable illusion for parents, so that they can slowly grasp it. If you push too hard, it's not beautiful to jump over the wall in a hurry. Therefore, Nanli then comforted and said, don't worry, this matter is not a big problem. It's just a pity, he didn't look down on our house at all, and he wanted to set up such a scene for me to be at home. I have already begged before, and he will arrange a decent job for my brother later. At that time, because I am grateful to him, I will commit myself to him at that time, and will not ask for fame in return. He will only pity me more and give us more help. However, by what my mother is doing now, not only does he hate you even more, but I also have to drop the price. This time, my brother's work is probably over. Nanli spoke and said his original plan. Although he was comforting, he secretly divided some responsibilities clearly. Moreover, the core is for the younger brother. This is the core of this family. What? Nanli, are you telling the truth? Sure enough, after Father Nan heard this, his face sank even more, and a fierce aura emerged from his body again. Nanli nodded and continued. Of course, although I am not your own, after all, you have raised me for so many years. We are the family. Don't I think of my brother? If it weren't for Mom, hey, stop talking, it's time, I'm leaving. When Nanli said this, he looked at his parents and younger brothers with hatred, as if he wanted to strangle them, but he couldn't stop talking. However, the three people who were originally domineering to her, facing Nanli's gaze at this moment, looked down and shrank their heads like children who had done something wrong, with smiles on their faces. Even Nanli's mother, who had been severely beaten, didn't have the slightest resentment at this moment. It was all entrustment and hope. Nanli left and entered Maybach without looking back. Gu Ran drove the car, and took Nanli away without saying hello. The aggressive side that Nanli had originally exposed quickly subsided after leaving home. The whole person seemed to be exerting excessive force, leaving only fatigue and relaxation in his eyes. However, Nanli, who was tired at this moment, was extremely happy in her heart. For the first time, Nanli felt an increase in status in this family. She felt that after she had a backer, she would do whatever she wanted, and in turn control the person who had been oppressing her. However, her natural personality will not let her indulge in this kind of manipulative feeling, because this method is too low, and even if you can get a small profit for a while, it will be difficult to get out of that kind of quagmire after all. Chapter 47 Unique Romance. You were in the car, weren't you scared by me? Unsurprisingly interesting. Unsurprisingly? Nanli looked at Gu Ran and said nothing. He just took a bottle of water from the side and took a sip. After a moment of silence, he handed Gu Ran the water he had drunk in his hand. Gu Ran, do you want to drink water? Gu Ran didn't say much, took 2 sips of water, and then returned it to Nanli again. Nanli looked at the water in her hand, and her originally uneasy heart was quietly let go at this moment. Sometimes, there is a gap in a person's heart, and he may not even know it, but the body will react instinctively if, for example, repel the act of being too close to the other party. Gu Ran didn't, which meant that he was really able to accept the other side of himself that was always suppressed by her, and she regarded it as a kind of bad other side. A fierce and gangster-like father, a strong and vicious mother, and a selfish younger brother. In such an environment, how can a small white flower grow? Everything was just that Nanli got rid of that environment for herself, and for a long time, she set up a disguise for the person she had set up. Nanli also forgot when exactly. Maybe when I was very young. And why mother's PUA? Perhaps it was the strange eyes that the gangster father occasionally showed to him when he was in adolescence. Perhaps she overheard that her father and mother felt that their younger brother might not be able to marry a wife in the future. They planned to let the two of them get married after she learned to work in the future, so that she could continue to support her giant baby brother. She had never told anyone about all this, nor had she ever shown it, but, I don't know when, she hit her edge and became the little pity of the airbag, because it's harmless, because it can win sympathy, because such cowardice will make one's parents feel incompetent and unworthy of their son. I don't know when, she kept her bangs and blocked her face. When she bought clothes, she often bought local customs and wrapped herself tightly. I don't know when, even if she can do well in the exam, she has never tried her best, and she will always leave a way out for herself. I don't know when, she habitually carried a small knife on her body, and she always had a small bottle of chemicals configured in the chemistry laboratory in her pocket. No one knows why that is, and she doesn't want those things to be useful one day. Nanli himself didn't even value innocence that much. The reason why she guarded her innocence was only because it was a kind of capital that was very likely to bring her a chance to turn over. She didn't want this kind of favorable resource to be wasted for no reason. Chips must be accumulated slowly. At least, when she needs to use those, it still has, and can exert the greatest value. Where the lotus flowers are in full bloom, the silt is below. Some people praise the lotus for being clean from the mud, but no one would think that the roots of the lotus are soaked in corrosive silt, and no one would care whether the lotus likes to stay in that environment or not. Gu Ran is not the one in Nanli's plan who can protect her from the quagmire, but Gu Ran is using another way to make her learn to live again. It's not to escape from that quagmire, but to let her learn to truly turn that quagmire into nutrients. From being polluted and corroded, gradually learn to draw nutrients from it even if you are in adversity, even if You don't be a lotus, you are free to grow according to your own mind. Gu Ran was trying to let her live in the truest and freest manner. Just when Nanli was still immersed in the previous conversation with her mother, she heard a voice from next to her, drink more water, the medicinal remnants of your body may retreat more thoroughly. Gu Ran spoke, and then took out a bottle of Beverly Hills from the reserve tank in the car and handed it to Nanli. This made Nanli not know whether to drink or not for a while. She does need to drink a lot of water, but is it a bit too extravagant to drink this kind of water? Thank you, but I'll get out of the car and buy a farmer later. It's filled with farmers. Don't lie to me, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? You don't seem to have anything worth lying to me? That's why I'm afraid. I'm afraid that if you don't need me one day, I don't even know how to try to get it back. Then you still don't hurry up to enjoy it and work hard to improve. When I get tired of you in the future, you won't lose anything, will you? Gu Ran, you guy, why are you so scratching when you hear what you say? Maybe I'm more realistic. If you don't give you sugar-coated shells, you won't have too many expectations. But can't you coax me? Then you can't help but let me coax you? Looking at Gu Ran, who didn't have a warm heart at all, or even a little preoccupied, she didn't know what to say. Finding a man with a similar personality is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that when something happens to you, needless to say, he can settle it for you in the most accurate way according to your expectations. The bad thing is that if what you encounter is not a big deal, or something embarrassing, he may also find out for the first time and laugh at you. First. Gu Ran could give her hundreds of thousands of bottles of water, but she didn't have a word of comfort. Gu Ran will teach her how to survive in the quagmire, but if she wants to jump out of the quagmire directly, she will definitely be kicked back by Gu Ran. This man is reliable and deserves a beating. I really want to bite him. However, at this moment, Nanli looked at Gu Ran's side face. Perhaps the sunlight was just right, giving her an inexplicable sense of peace of mind. Gu Ran, will you always let me be your life assistant? Why, do you still want to be on the top? Of course not, I want to be like this all the time. Then you have to work hard, don't be thrown too far by me. I will. I still have to help Mr. Du maintain your dedicated staff. I won't let you have no choice but to change your assistant. Compared to becoming Gu Ran's woman, girlfriend, or wife, Nanli prefers to be Gu Ran's life assistant, because Nanli knows Gu Ran's character best. Yan Yan will always grow old, and love will wither, but as long as Mr. Gu still has business and needs to be busy with work, then he will always need the help of an assistant. Nanli, it's a big game of chess. When she promised to become Gu Ran's assistant, she entered the game with her body, and Gu Ran also played this game of chess with her accompany. In the game of this may be the unique tacit understanding between Gu Ran and Nanli, as well as the unique romance. For some people who see through reality, gorgeous words and affectionate confessions are not as comfortable as when their eyes meet, and the tacit understanding between each other is more comfortable. I want to be your assistant forever, I just want to have an assistant. That's all. Chapter 48 discovered Gu Ran drove slowly towards the city, the sun shining through the window of the car, bringing a little lazy temperature. Nanli unknowingly leaned in the passenger seat and fell asleep quietly. She seemed to have had some beautiful dream. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and the corners of Gu Ran's mouth also raised, awakening of the inflator plus 5%. On this trip to Nanli's house, too many things happened, and Nanli's progress was swiped 5 times, compared with the regular check-ins of Sister Wan and Yueran. Gu Shuer and Nanli's mission progress is erratic. It may not be seen for several days, or it may have suddenly grown by several percentage points because of something. Gu Ran did not hesitate, and all the advanced skill cards obtained by these rewards were all pointed at the mastery of fighting. Proficient in fighting plus 31. Gu Ran felt that under the further deepening and refinement of his body, he once again felt a qualitative change. That is, it is a kind of thorough transparency that seems to be from the inside out, as if the connection between the whole person and the whole world has become deeper at that moment. The world in front of me also seemed to become more colorful at that moment. Sure enough, as I guessed, the 10 o'clock advance made my body virtually qualitatively change once. Things are getting more and more interesting. Other skills are actually almost enough for Gu Ran, but the continuous improvement of his proficiency in fighting is a deeper improvement of his body. Over time, Gu Ran vaguely found the reason. This is not just the deepening and refinement of pure martial arts proficiency, but also the pure Yang Dao body and Sangwang technique, which are further integrated under the influence of the promotion of martial arts proficiency. Proficiency in fighting can deepen one's own control, and the pure Yang Dao body can further awaken in this process, cooperating with the gradual strengthening of the 3 light technique. Gu Ran's body is evolving in a special direction guided by the power of the 3 lights. The pure Yang Dao body does not take the road of conveying the aura of heaven and earth, but collects the essence of the sun, moon, and stars for its own use. Although Gu Ran didn't know how this would change, he could feel that such an improvement would be beneficial to himself, and even make his understanding of the world deeper and deeper. That is, a kind of perspective of observing the world from a metaphysical perspective, mysterious and mysterious. Every enlightenment can bring him physical evolution, as if there are certain shackles in his body, because the epiphany of Fuji's mind has opened up some clogged crux. As this change continued, Gu Ran found that the breath of his body began to have a certain degree of positive impact on the people around him. This is the same as personal magnetic field radiation. Gu Ran's body's magnetic field is so powerful that it has already intuitively guided others. Among them, the most obvious are Nanli and Sister Wan. Nanli said during this time that studying by Gu Ran's side would make her more motivated. The most obvious of them is that when she used 5 uses in one mind, it lasted longer than before, and she even began to adapt to 5 uses in one mind under the influence of Gu Ran. Sister Wan, on the other hand, is mainly reflected in the physical aspect. Her skin is brighter, her complexion is more ruddy, her hair is jet black, and her body is quietly weakened by the disease caused by premature organ failure. If it is completely dissipated, then Ruan Yuling's reproductive function has not yet returned to the level of a normal person. Gu Ran doesn't know much about medicine at present, but because of the profession of alchemist, he looks up a lot of books on medicine on the internet and in the library in his spare time with the One-for-one and never-forgotten talents provided by Yu Ran, coupled with the strengthening of thinking brought about by the pure Yang Dao body and the three-light technique, Gu Ran has initially possessed some medical foundations. Although it is not yet possible to cure diseases and save people, it can still be easily done by looking at the hope that one is right. Yu Ran drove back to Shuayun community before waking Nanli up. Just as the two of them got back into the tram, Gu Ran was about to leave when he was suddenly taken aback. "What's the matter, Gu Ran?" "No, I just have to change my confession in advance." The small tram is equipped with a tracker. If nothing else, we have to have a reasonable explanation for today's itinerary. Then what are we going to say? Just tell the truth. Tell the truth? Okay, Mr. Gu, do you have any other orders? No, just watch and play the others. Then, do we have to say about being locked in the house? Not only to say it, but also to break it apart for me and talk about it in detail. Is it really good? If you don't say it, how can you demonstrate the ethics of your boss and my profession? Are you really moral? Nanli thought that apart from the only proof that she represented the girl, she didn't have a clean place all over her body, she is a little uncertain. Whereas Mr. Gu's moral bottom line, it's like you promised a girl not to play kissing games with other girls, but apart from kissing, you and the other girls have done all the games. Is this also counted as keeping a promise? Well, it does count. It's just that it may be a bit contrary to the original situation. By the time Gu Ran and Nanli returned to Tianlan community, it was almost exactly 5 o'clock. Gu Ran and Nanli separated. Gu Ran returned to the wedding room, and Nanli returned to the villa. By the time Gu Ran returned to the wedding room, Ruan Yuling was already waiting for him there. Back? Well, if it's okay, then I'll go back to my room to study. If you have something to do, come here, sit there and wait. Hey, okay. Gu Ran nodded and sat honestly on the sofa beside him, like a prisoner who was about to undergo 3 sessions of trial, cautiously, not daring to make the slightest extra move. It didn't take long for Gu Shuai and Yu Weiran to come over to Nanli, who bowed their heads and said nothing. The two of them looked like Xiao Si and Xiao Wu. After catching Xiao San, they came to look for the faces of Zhang's wife to take credit. Let's talk about it. Where did you two go today? This you two, don't talk, write it out for me. But if there is a confession that is not true, you will look good. Ruan Yuling said, tugging at Gu Ran's ears to warn. Subsequently, under the supervision of the 3 women, Gu Ran and Nanli were separated, and then one of them was sent a piece of paper with more than a dozen questions they had arranged in advance and needed to be answered one by one. For example, where did you go? Where is the car? What to do? How to get there or something. For these questions, Gu Ran's answers are usually concise. Where did you go, Gu Ran? Send Nanli home. Nanli, there is a problem in my family, so I asked Mr. Gu to help. What are you doing, Gu Ran? Do me a favor. Nanli, my parents misunderstood my relationship with Mr. Gu and wanted to see him, which caused Mr. Gu trouble. Have you done anything? Sorry for Ruan Yuling? Gu Ran, one thing. Nanli, my mother thought he was rich. While he was drunk, she drugged me and asked me to get out of bed. I refused. After Mr. Gu woke up, he helped me, but nothing happened. Chapter 49. Shinli asks for help. After the answer sheet is completed, Ruan Yuling will be handed over. Looking at such an answer sheet, Ruan Yuling kept looking at the 2 answer sheets for a long time, and then scanned Gu Ran and Nanli for a long time. In the end, Gu Ran was sent down by Ruan Yuling to buy snacks and beer, saying that he would have a small party with the 3 women in the evening, but in fact, Gu Ran was taken away and Nanli was left for interrogation alone. Gu Ran gave Nanli a look of self-seeking blessing, then left here and went outside to purchase. Gu Ran didn't go back directly when he bought good things, but went shopping for a while. It wasn't until Ruan Yuling called and asked him to go back that he went back with the purchase things. Pushing the door in, I found that the 4 women were not mingling, but they got along well enough, and it looked like a party of little sisters. Husband, put down your things. Don't come back before 11 o'clock. Today I want to have a good dinner with them at home and talk about life. In the end, Gu Ran, who had just arrived home, was driven out of the house again. Gu Ran passed through the door and heard the noise inside. He didn't smile bitterly and shook his head, but said to himself with a little playfulness, "Is this the legendary friendship of girls? I just don't know how long such a warm sisterhood can last. Women's feelings are always very rich when playing with each other. I can't wait to eat, sleep, go to the toilet, and stick together every day. However, once you break up because of something, you really can't wait to find a chance to kill each other. I can live a bad life, but my little sister can't live a good life either." However, Gu Ran was not worried either. This relationship can last for more than 2 months at most, and the results will almost appear after the college entrance examination is over. On the other hand, he has to use the remaining more than 2 months to complete the tasks that have been brushed. Gu Ran didn't go anywhere, but found an empty field, bathed in the starry sky, and with his breathing, he pulled the power of the stars and Yuehua scattered on the ground. The 3-light technique is a fusion of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. This technique cannot be achieved by cultivation. Sunguang technique is like a compressed template, which will be adjusted by itself according to the intensity of Gu Ran's body. After all, whether it is starlight, moonlight, or sunlight, pulling out one or both of the 3 forces is a very eroding force on the body. Only when the 3 powers of light are mixed together can the softest, vibrant, and creative power of the 3 lights be formed. The sun is so good, and the moonlight is easy, but the starlight is a bit troublesome. At the beginning, when Gu Ran's physique was normal, it was barely enough. However, as Gu Ran's body underwent silent transformation several times, he passively used the power of the 3 lights, but he couldn't keep up with his physical conditions. It seems that when everything is okay in the future, I will often go out for a walk at night. Feeling that the strength in his body had been significantly improved, Gu Ran felt emotion in his heart. At this moment, Gu Ran's cell phone rang suddenly. It was a microphone call, but Gu Ran was taken aback by the caller. "Shinli? It's all this time, why did she call me?" Although Gu Ran was puzzled, he still chose to answer. "Gu Ran, help me quickly. What's wrong with you? Where are you?" "All I know is that I am in a suite in a 5-star hotel." Come and save me. I feel so uncomfortable. Although Guran didn't know the situation, Shinli said that after all, it was one of his mission goals. After Guran thought for a while, he was not in a hurry. If Shinli said that Guran didn't know how to look for other places, but a 5-star hotel, it would be simple. Guran took out a mobile phone from the space storage and slowly dialed a number. Chairman? What are your orders? In 3 minutes, help me find a student named Shinli who came to our hotel today. I want her current address. Okay, Chairman, I'll let someone investigate. 2 minutes later, Chairman, I found it. You should be looking for the daughter of the Shin family from Kyoto. On her birthday tonight, she held a birthday party at the hotel under our name. She is here now. The person in charge of the opposite hotel succinctly explained the reason, and then told Guran the address. After listening to Guran, he drove quickly along the address. The hotel was not far from Guran, and within a few minutes, he reached the place the person in charge said. At the door there, the manager in charge of the hotel was already quietly waiting there. Seeing Guran get out of the car, the person in charge of the hotel hurriedly greeted him. Boss, you are here. Where are the people? On the 6th floor, room 615, this is the room card. Well, by the way, call a personal doctor. It's already arranged, so you can listen to it anytime. Well, I don't want to disclose anything outside, you can be busy with yours, I'll go first. Okay, you can tell me if you have something to do. Guran nodded, then stepped into the hotel and sat on the elevator. At this moment, a figure rushed towards the elevator quickly. Wait a minute. When Guran heard this, he looked for a voice, but it was a takeaway delivery man. It was a girl wearing a takeaway delivery costume, carrying a takeaway, who was rushing towards the elevator. Seeing this, Guran raised his hand and pressed the button to open the elevator, allowing the originally closed elevator to reopen. Thank you for your help, I'm in A. Hurry to deliver the takeaway. It's okay, what floor are you on? Oh, I'm on the 6th floor too. The takeaway delivery man glanced at the 6th floor button that Guran had already pressed on the elevator, but replied with a smile. At this moment, Guran also saw the girl's face clearly. They are thin and small girls who laugh sweetly, and a pair of little tiger teeth are the most distinctive. That girl also secretly glanced at Guran more. After all, Guran really has nothing to say about what he looks like now. The little sun of the world is shining everywhere. Guran didn't say much to the takeaway girl, because the elevator had already reached the 6th floor. At this moment, the girl nodded her head again to express her gratitude, then quickly stepped out of the elevator and began to look for the room number. Guran also wandered around and began to look for the room number. At the same time, he also tried to call Shinli's mobile phone. However, although Shinli's mobile phone has been calling at this moment, it has been unable to be connected. Guran can only check along the house number. In the end, he found the door. However, he was also next to that door, and saw the takeaway girl knocking on the door just now. Hello, the takeaway you ordered has arrived. The takeaway girl spoke, and then the door opened. Then, Guran saw a hand sticking out of the door and pulling the girl in, as if to do something wrong. Let go of that girl. Guran shot faster than he spoke, and Guran stopped the moment the door was about to close. Walking into it, Guran pulled away the person who was going to do something wrong with the girl, and used precise power control with his backhand to knock the opponent out. Chapter 50, Drinking water doesn't quench thirst. Are you okay? No, it's okay, thank you so much, otherwise I really don't know what will happen. The takeaway girl looked at Guran with lingering gratitude in her eyes, and her eyes looked at Guran with something different. Ding, the task is triggered. Admission, tragic salvation plus 1% content. This woman is troubled by many disasters and has a bumpy fate, but she has a tough personality, a pure heart, and is always grateful. You can get rewards for saving them from danger, or helping them save themselves. Do you withdraw rewards? Yes, congratulations on obtaining potential fragment plus 1. Thank you, classmate Guran, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Well, do you know me? I also belong to a nearby university, but I often work part-time. I know you from my table. She is your fan and suitor. Really? That is my pleasure. You really say the same as them, you are always so humble. Where, I just don't think I'm that good. No matter what, thank you. If you don't dislike it, I'll invite you to dinner another day. Okay, there is a chance. Guran didn't talk much with the girl, exchanged phone calls with each other, and said goodbye to each other. In this process, Guran also knew the other party's name. Ye Qingman, the girl waved goodbye to herself, and then hurriedly went to the next order, but when Guran recovered, he looked back at the man who was knocked out by him. Originally, Guran didn't care. After thinking about finding Shinli later, he just got a few big men to greet him. After all, Guran hates this kind of rapist the most. This is completely a man's shame. He has to be beaten up and stabbed a few times when he enters prison, but when Guran saw the other party's appearance, he was taken aback for a moment. What's the situation, Fu Yanjing? Guran saw Fu Yanjing, who was unconscious, and asked 3 questions with a black expression on his face. What's the matter? What's the situation? Is this the true face of Fu Yanjing? In school, he is a gentle and noble son with high moral standards. In fact, he is a dude who bullies little girls and is innocent of bad guys. Don't say it, don't say it. It's really not impossible. In this world, there are not such people without dignity. But soon, Guran's thoughts were awakened by a familiar sound. The sound did not come from Fu Yanjing's house, but from the room next to Fu Yanjing. Shinli? Guran suddenly remembered that he was here to find Shinli. At the speed at which he came carelessly, if Shinli encountered some fast gunners, maybe the children would already be in bed. Guran simply ignored Fu Yanjing, took Fu Yanjing's door directly, and then used the room card to open the door of 315A. As soon as he opened the door, Guran was pulled in by a hand. The takeaway girl met the kind-hearted hero Guran to save her beauty and save her from losing her innocence, but Guran was not so lucky. When he reacted, Shinli had already pulled into the room and closed the door staggeringly. By the way, Shinli hugged Guran like an octopus, her red face itchy, rubbing against Guran's abdominal muscles through her clothes. Guran didn't know what was going on in this scene before, but he had just experienced it once in the afternoon. This is being drugged. Hey, Shinli, wake up, Guran, I'm so hot, I want to drink water, Shinli spoke, confused, she yelled for water, but her mouth kept leaning towards Guran. Seeing this, Guran couldn't help but sigh. Sister Wan, you can doubt that I am raising a little girl outside to talk about girlfriends in the future, but you must not doubt my love for my profession. I'm so special, my ethics are too high. Go back at night, you wait for me. Guran said, then picked up Shinli and threw her on the bed. Guran, I'm thirsty, I want to drink water. Drink water and don't get thirsty, I'll give you something else. 1 hour later, Guran got up slowly, shook his muddy and sour right hand, and watched Shinli, who was lying there and gradually regained consciousness, but was unwilling to wake up. A pop. Guran slapped Shinli where he had the most meat. Get up for me, don't pretend to be dead. Ah, you bastard, don't you dare to hit me. Shinli was slapped by Guran and jumped out of the bed, then her legs softened and she collapsed on the ground again. Guran, you bastard. Cut the nonsense, do you know that without me today, your innocence will be gone? Asshole, am I still innocent now? Why not? If you don't say it, I won't say it, you wash it and who knows? I'll bite you to death. Well, if you almost feel it yourself, you can go next door to find your brother Yanjing. What? Brother Yanjing is next door? How is he now? You seem to know what happened to him? Hey, classmate Shinli, something is wrong with you. Guran looked at Shinli's twinkling expression and thought of Fu Yanjing's wrong state before he knocked Fu Yanjing out just now. Combined with Shinli's actions during this period of time, Guran suddenly had a bold guess. Shinli, Fu Yanjing shouldn't have drugged you. He drank it accidentally and couldn't find a way to open your door. That's why he was planning to sell girls to the outside world next door. Ha? Facing Guran's inquiry, Shinli was taken aback for a moment after listening to it, then for a moment, and finally for a moment, she understood Guran's words. However, after these words were crushed, after she interpreted many of the messages, she didn't quite understand them. He even doubted Fu Yanjing's character, and he didn't even suspect that I took this medicine. At this moment, Shinli's heart was a little complicated, and even Guran was not so angry with her for the various operations called the past of Nanli that she had done to her within an hour, isn't it? Seeing Shinli's expression, Guran wondered if he had guessed wrong. No, it's just that brother Yanjing and I accidentally got caught in the treachery of a bad man. This matter is none of brother Yanjing's business. Is that so? Of course, you believe me. Believe it or not, it's not my business. My time is almost up. Let's go first. By the way, I'm not sure how the medicine you took is doing, so I found a personal doctor for you. At that time, you can take Fu Yanjing to see it. By the way, maybe you can get some favorability. Are you leaving? Can you take me with you? No, my wife is still waiting for me to go home for dinner at home, and she's gone. Guran waved his hand and left gracefully, leaving Shinli sitting there disheveled, not knowing what he was thinking. As for what happened afterwards, Guran learned from the hotel manager afterwards. Not long after Shinli left Guran, after her personal doctor confirmed that the medicine was okay, she also left. While Fu Yanjing was sent to the hospital, there was no way the medicine was not channeled, and he fainted, causing some blockage in his body, but fortunately, the delivery was timely and no major problems occurred. Chapter 51 Chocolate. As for the specific situation of this matter, Guran probably guessed something. In an impulsive move by an impulsive girl, she went to the wrong room after a mistaken operation, locked herself into the room, and then couldn't get out. Without Guran, Shinli would probably have heard Fu Yanjing's yelling and cursing with another innocent girl in the next room all night without knowing it. Not only will she make the original matter worse, she will also ruin a girl's innocence. Therefore, Guran felt proud of his bravery tonight. Although he is a sea king and scumbag, and he doesn't want to work hard, he is a good person. When Guran returned to Tianlan community, he found that the girls were all drunk and fell there in a row. Seeing this, Guran reluctantly picked them up one by one. Yu Weiran and Nanli live in the same room. In the second bedroom, Gu Shuer put it in the children's room. It's not that Gu Shuer takes special care of Gu Shuer, but that Gu Shuer has a bad sleeping appearance, especially when you are drunk. Not only do you sleep in a row, but you also kick people. Of course, in this process, Guran directly used a cold water towel to wake Yu Weiran up. Where am I? You are drunk, I will hug you over to rest. Thank you, Father Guran. Well, you're welcome, good boy, go to bed. Boo. After Guran completed the simple check-in, he finally took Ruan Yuling, who was lying on the sofa, and walked towards the bathroom with her in his arms. This is the highlight. The warm shower fell on Ruan Yuling's body, making Ruan Yuling more awake, but with that touch of sobriety. After seeing Guran's face getting closer and closer, and smelling Guran's breath, he became confused again. After that, there was the sound of splashing in the bathroom, and from time to time there was the sound of uncontrolled penetration. It was not until 1 o'clock in the morning that Guran went back to the house to sleep with Ruan Yuling, who was lying asleep in his arms like noodles. In the morning, Guran got up early as usual, after making breakfast. By the way, I cleaned up the messy place of the cup and plate at home last night. After everything was done, several people got up one after another. Among them, Yu Weiran was nothing, but Nanli had a pair of dark circles under her eyes. Last night, Nanli got up at night and went to the toilet, and then she saw something she shouldn't have seen. In the end, she held back for an hour before secretly entering the toilet after the battle was over. It's just that at that time, she seemed to pee her pants, but it doesn't seem to be, and Gu Shuer said that she had a headache and dreamed that a female ghost was chasing her. She was crying miserably. For a while, she felt that she had been bullied a lot during her lifetime. After Nanli listened, she seemed to realize something. Her face turned red when she ate, but she lowered her head to eat without speaking. But Guran has a thick skin and doesn't care at all. Why Yueran's eyes were suspicious, but in her mind, she recalled whether the check-in with Guran last night was a dream or a real one. As for Ruan Yiling, she didn't get up, but fortunately, she didn't get up. Otherwise, just because she was only 4 years older than Guran and the others, she might not be able to cover it. After dinner, Guran rode a four-wheeled battery car and took the three girls to school together. Guran was not worried about being misunderstood, because among the three women, there was Guran's elder sister. It makes sense for the elder brother to send his younger sister. As for Nanli and Yueran. Gu Shuer has already announced the news that she and Nanli Yueran are living together in some groups of friends in the school, and she is responsible for picking up her younger sister and picking up the girls who live together by the way. It doesn't seem to be a problem. This has no effect on Guran, but there are a lot more girls who are looking for Gu Shuer to live with Yueran. There are even some people with good families who are willing to pay high prices. It's a pity that Gu Shuer didn't suffer from this temptation, but it was rejected from Yueran. What Yueran didn't live with was rejected at Nanli, because Nanli holds their economic power. At noon that day, when Nanli went to the canteen to have dinner, Shinli came to Gu Ran yesterday. Thank you. It's okay, this is what a boyfriend should do, isn't it? Gu Ran spoke, but Shinli's face turned red. You are not allowed to tell the outside world about yesterday's events. You rot in my stomach, you know? Of course, I don't want to make extra branches. That's good, I'll give you this as a reward. As Shinli said, she put what she had been holding in her hand on Guran's desk, and without giving Guran a chance to refuse, she turned around and left. Guran picked up the thing, opened the package, and found that it was a box of chocolate. Looking at the exquisite packaging of chocolate, it must be valuable again. Guran took the phone, checked the brand name of the chocolate, and finally found its price. Although it is not as exaggerated as the previous Beverly Hills, this box of chocolates costs almost 10 W's price. No, this thing seems to be sold by piece. Guran found that the price was not marked after each box, but each one. Guran checked the amount of chocolate in the box. 10. Very good, million level chocolate. Guran put it in his backpack. Ding. Fake daughter counterattack progress plus 1% reward extraction chocolate, unlimited. That's right, Guran once again has an extra kind of food that can be eaten all you can eat. After Nanli came back from dinner, he looked at a box of chocolates on the seat. Where do you get chocolate? Shenli gave it. Shenli? Well, last night when Guran spoke, he didn't hide from Nanli. He probably told Nanli about his outing for a walk last night. Although Guran concealed the process of helping Shinli solve her troubles, Guran used a contrasting technique. I used the method of helping you to help her. In order to thank me, she gave me a box of chocolates this morning. After the meal, Guran and Nanli had one chocolate each as dessert. The taste of this chocolate is really good. I don't know how much it costs for a box. If I remember correctly, 110 W. Ahem, just kidding, look at what scares you. Come on, drink water, don't choke. While patting Nanli on the back, Guran took out a bottle of Beverly Hills, twisted the cap and handed it to Nanli. For some unknown reason, Nanli felt that he was not far from being decayed by money. There is no princess's life, but she is constantly enjoying the treatment that may not be available to the princess. Hundreds of thousands of bottles of water, 100,000 yuan a piece of chocolate. Is this what people eat? Guran, are you sure you won't lose your life if you eat too much of these things? Who knows, or you can try it. You won't keep using me to test drugs, will you? Isn't this what the life assistant should do? This is done by the eunuch. It's okay to love concubine. You villain, I ignored you, and I will return the chocolate to you. If you don't want it, I will calculate the price of chocolate with you. You are poor. Chapter 52. Fu Yanjing's focus. Nanli finally accepted the chocolate, and while eating, he looked at Guran, as if silently complaining about Guran's many evil deeds. Ding. Awakening of the airbag plus 1%. Guran once again built on his mastery of fighting. After school that afternoon, Guran went for a walk in the playground. Early morning and dusk are when the power of the three lights of the sun, moon, and stars is most balanced. Walking around at this point in time can transform the power of the three lights most quickly. On the playground, Guran ran into Fu Yanjing, who was sitting in a corner in a daze. At this moment, his face was a little pale. Obviously he hadn't completely recovered from the effects of last night's medicine. Guran originally planned not to see it. After all, Guran didn't want to have too much contact with this kind of wealthy son. At least, he thinks he has nothing to talk about with the other party. If it weren't for the task, maybe there wouldn't be any intersection at all. However, when Fu Yanjing saw Guran preparing to leave, he was the first to say, Guran, let's talk. Guran looked at Fu Yanjing suspiciously, looking at his eyes, and soon he seemed to realize something. Are you waiting for me specifically? There are some things I want to talk to you alone, but it's not convenient to be in the classroom. Oh, that's it. After Guran heard this, he didn't talk nonsense. He came to Fu Yanjing and sat down, propped his hands back, and looked up at the burning clouds in the sky. Okay, let's talk. Yesterday, thank you. Don't thank me, you should be glad you met me before you made a big mistake. I was drugged by Shinli. Taking medicine is not the reason for your impulsiveness. A girl's life is almost ruined by you. I want to know if the drugging has anything to do with you, and whether Nanli has her. We are not involved in this matter. I don't like to make trouble, nor do I like to make trouble, and so does Nanli. I believe you. Young people, you can make more mistakes, which will be good for future growth. But there are some mistakes, once made, it may take a lifetime of regret and guilt to make up for them. That's why I came to thank you. Where's Shinli? She found a doctor for you yesterday. I know, otherwise she wouldn't come back to school safely today. Well, is there anything else? I want to ask why you were there yesterday? I have investigated that you only went after Shinli's birthday party, and you seem to be looking for Shinli specifically. She called me and seemed to have been drugged. She is not. It must be, she almost ate me up in that state yesterday. Are you together? Are you sorry for Nanli? Fu Yanjing's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Gu Ran. A little scary, no, I have some clinical experience in relieving that kind of medicine. Unlike you, I just want to break the innocence of girls when I come up. Is that so? Fu Yanjing's original shining eyes returned to silence again. At this moment, Gu Ran could see it. Fu Yanjing didn't simply thank him for this product, nor did he want to ask about the whereabouts of the takeaway girl, let alone hold Shinli accountable. But he just wanted to ask Gu Ran if he was sorry for Nanli. This guy is like a dog, always peeping at the errands beside Gu Ran. Once Gu Ran made any bad moves, the goods would pounce on him and start their own actions. Gu Ran really didn't know how to be good for this kind of behavior. It's very unethical to say that Fu Yanjing covets other people's girlfriends. It's true. However, he has a high moral standard, and until now, he has never seen him use any conspiracy behind his back. Say this guy is okay, this guy is here again with the intention of digging up the wall at any time. But whenever Fu Yanjing had some bad thoughts about Gu Ran could fight back. However, no, moreover, Gu Ran also has an intuition, especially as the development of the pure Yang Dao body has become deeper and deeper. Gu Ran's intuition has become stronger and stronger. You can't directly take the lead against Fu Yanjing before the opponent fails to take action. He cannot take the initiative to take action, otherwise he will definitely suffer. This is a very strong feeling. I can't tell why. It is also one of the reasons why Gu Ran has been keeping his distance from Fu Yanjing and doesn't even want to have too much contact with him. This guy is a bit evil. Is there anything else? If it's okay, I'm leaving. Gu Ran spoke, got up and was about to leave. You are married, right? You investigate me? I got to know you a little bit, but I didn't find out that you got married as soon as you became an adult. Then what? What about Nanli? I didn't hide my marriage from Nanli, and it's not that I can't divorce. Your family situation doesn't seem to be as good as you thought. But during this time, the results of my investigation found that I performed better than you. Then what? You are very good, but you hide yourself very deep. I don't understand. It's right if you don't understand, because you are just a rich man, the heir of a wealthy family, not a rich generation who started from scratch. Is that so? Well, that's it, the perception you give me is actually pretty good. If you want to be an opponent with me, I will continue, but it's best not to play too dirty. I'm a bit of a neat freak. Gu Ran got up, said a specious word, and then left directly, leaving Fu Yanjing there to meditate alone. After a long time, Fu Yanjing murmured to herself, is she a man who likes to get married? Of course, Gu Ran didn't hear this. Fortunately, I didn't hear it, otherwise, Gu Ran was not sure if he would give Fu Yanjing a set of small tricks to cure his love brain. One day, it passed quietly again. With the advent of the college entrance examination, the weather is getting hotter and hotter, and many people are beginning to change into short-sleeved sleeves. Gu Ran has the blessing of various abilities, especially the talent brought by Yue Ran, as well as the advancement after further strengthening in the follow-up, so that Gu Ran's knowledge of high school has been further consolidated in all aspects. Although he didn't dare to say that he had a perfect score in the college entrance examination, he had the confidence to choose a school in Huagua. At this moment, he has become the most relaxed person. With nothing else to do, Gu Ran likes to look at the window in a daze the most. In fact, he uses the opportunity to never forget in sight one by one, and starts to review some medical books he has read in his spare time. He has already chosen his future goals. Alchemy cannot be wasted, and Gu Ran himself is also very interested in medicine, whether it is traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, Taoism, witch doctors, etc. In Gu Ran's view, these are not only the experience of human beings fighting illness and pain, but also the relationship between human beings and nature. He has many talents to deepen, boring and obscure medical classics. Even if no one leads him to get started, he quickly finds the way. However, the medicine he is currently studying is only some theories. Chapter 53 Death Soldiers. There are many things that Gu Ran needs to verify slowly in the future. However, solid theory and accumulation are a good start, especially for things like medicine. There is almost no limit that if you love it enough, you can actually fight for it for a lifetime and chase it for a lifetime, and you won't have any regrets because your dream has come to an end. Some people don't like the result, but the process. If one day, this kind of person dies in the pursuit of one thing, then he will die without regrets. In this way, Gu Ran lived a repetitive and different life every day. A lot of things also happened during this period. For example, Shinli continued to pursue Fu Yanjing, and asked Gu Ran for help several times, although every time, Fu Yanjing failed because of his hard-hearted heart. The task was strangely completed. In this regard, Gu Ran interpreted it a bit. It should be that Fu Yanjing pretended to be cold on the surface, but in fact, he was touched in his heart, and he still needed to persevere. Shinli also believed this. As a result, every time Gu Ran failed in his mission, he also got several expensive but delicious foods from Shinli. Well, you can eat all you can eat. They are Wagyu beef barbecue, bluefin tuna whole platter sashimi, 1,000 different flavors of ultra-luxurious sushi combinations, precious medicinal materials to make medicinal hot pot, famous wines worth millions. Fu Yanjing refused all of them. In the end, it all fell into the mouths of Gu Ran and Nanli. There are mission rewards and blessings, and Gu Ran and Nanli will not lack these in the future. If it weren't for Gu Ran, in order to avoid being discovered that he could eat these things unlimited, he would probably be able to feed 3 girls 20 kilograms fat in 2 months. During this period of time, Gu Shuer also began a continuous increase in progress under Gu Ran's money offensive. However, because of the evil nature of things like enchantment, Gu Ran became more and more afraid to use those things. For example, that kind of medicine. After enchanting, shame must be conceived. Gu Ran only enchanted twice and became at least triplets, so he was a little afraid to continue. After all, after 2 enchantments, what increases is not the probability of pregnancy, but the number of pregnancies. If you continue to enchant, then maybe it is developing towards The 10 brothers, that is simply too cruel for a woman. There is also a cup of water that must be poured every time. Enchantment can automatically store water at a time, or makeup remover. If you continue to enchant, you can permanently stain, disfigure, eliminate meat, melt bones, remove marks, and green. And it was completely the kind that destroyed the corpse and wiped out the traces, and in the end, even the corpse could not be found. Summoning of evil forces. You can summon 5 people to destroy the innocence of others. After enchanting, the number of people has become larger, the taste has become heavier, and the gender has become less picky. For example, what might have been summoned was a social punk, but now it can become the 4 masters of philosophy, and Chuandu is cute. However, it is not without good things. For example, mysterious contact numbers and disinformation offices. Both of these are very good. An investigation is getting clearer and more professional, and it can be regarded as its own intelligence network. On the other hand, it directly allowed Gu Ran to quietly grasp the power of public opinion. Tearing clothes, after enchanting, it can directly cause serious psychological trauma to the enemy. Push hard, after being enchanted, if you push it down, you will be hit hard, and there is a certain chance of death. These are 2 kinds of abilities that touch the conceptual level and also the criminal law. Gu Ran didn't dare to use them easily. Finally, the kidnappers. Gu Ran, from the beginning of the kidnappers, became a fraud in northern Myanmar, a drug lord, then an arms dealer, a group of antisocial terrorists, and then a cult. In the end, this group of people became a group of mortals who had no feelings, were not demanding on their desire for life, could withstand loneliness, and were in the dark, just to wait for Gu Ran's order to die. At the beginning, there were only 2 of these dead soldiers who had evolved from the kidnappers to the level of +10. However, as Gu Shuer's progress has been swiped more and more, it is completely meaningless for some items to continue to be enchanted, and it will even affect their own effects. Therefore, the remaining number of enchantments was all added here by Gu Ran, starting from +10. Every time Gu Ran enchanted after that, the dead warrior would no longer evolve, but would reproduce instead after reaching +20. Gu Ran had 2,048 dead soldiers after surpassing 20. Although these dead people no longer grow like superposition, they have become duplicative growth after 20. For every 1 point increase, there will be 2,048 more dead soldiers. Fortunately, Gu Ran had arrangements for these dead soldiers. He has opened more than 1,000 hotels across the country, and each hotel is equipped with dozens of bodyguards, which seems reasonable. Anyway, who is not hired? No matter how good a bodyguard is, can there be a dead man who is completely afraid of death to get a good deal? And even if the 5-star hotel can't let it go, Gu Ran still has a Super 10 hotel, a clear water bath, and can help Gu Ran collect tenants in the neighborhood. It really doesn't work. It's okay to send it to the tobacco company for work. If human life becomes a usable thing, then this will be an extremely terrifying thing in this place where the law exists. At this point, Gu Ran didn't expect that the manpower problem he had been worried about would be quietly resolved because of a reward from his old sister. This result, although it happened quietly, was still noticed by some people. For example, Nanli's younger brother, Nansho. When Gu Ran knew the name, it was also very uncomfortable. 1 month before the college entrance examination, Gu Ran felt that the Nanli family was almost dry, and it was time to give the Nanli family a little sweetness. Therefore, Gu Ran arranged a job for Nanli's younger brother, Super 10 hotel waiter. Although it is just a service, the rules here are very strict and the requirements are very strict because of the many times of industrial refinement and deepening. Of course, the treatment has also become very good. The trial period is 3 months, and there are 4,500 per month. At the end of the probation period, as long as there is no major mistake, you can turn positive, with a monthly salary of 600 to 7,500, and 5 risks and 1 gold, and as long as you continue to work, even if you don't get promoted, your salary will increase by 200 yuan every year. If you can work for 10 years, you can add 2,000 yuan, and Gu Ran also asked Nanli to reveal a news to their family. Gu Ran has someone in Super 10. As long as Nansho can work in it for 5 years, he will be promoted to the foreman. It is not a dream for his monthly salary to exceed 10,000 yuan. Capable of 10 years, Gu Ran said that he could win a position as a small manager for his brother. If it can reach 20 years, then the position of vice president under the person in charge is not impossible. This cake is not said to be fragrant. Even to say that this is completely a cake for the Nanli family to draw a road to prosperity. Of course, opportunities and benefits are there, but not everyone can grasp them. For example, Nansho, within a few days of his internship, he often made mistakes and even harassed hotel guests. As a last resort, Gu Ran used a little means, let the bodyguards of the dead in Super 10 talk to him. After that, after Nansho went home, he didn't want to go to work in Super 10 again, but then, he went anyway. It wasn't how farsighted Nanli's parents were, nor did Nansho figure it out, but he was picked up by Su 10's bodyguards in a luxury car. At that time, the Nan family knew the meaning of Gu Ran's words before he left. If I don't give it, you can't think about it. What I gave you, you have to. Chapter 54 Graduation Banquet in the entire Dongzhou. I don't know when it started to spread such a name, Banjo King. The meaning of this name is also very simple. The entire land of Dongzhou, at least half of all the territory, is his. As for the other half, it was Fengfan and the others. Fengfan is a twilight tiger, although not as strong as the Banjo King's industry. It has a deep foundation and involves a wide range of grey industrial chains. It feels more dangerous than the Banjo King. The 2 tigers are entrenched and must fight each other. The new tiger is strong and powerful, but its foundation is unstable. Muvu is weak and cruel, but ingrained. Some people speculate that a tiger king will be born in Dongzhou. Some people have also speculated that the 2 tigers are fighting each other, or they may be sitting on the profits of fishing. However, these 2 tigers have one similarity: they never show their true identities, and they never take the initiative to cause trouble. 1 by 1, they can't do it. They all seem to like to spy on their opponents in secret, waiting for the opponent to make a mistake, and then give a fatal blow. Of course, what these people don't know is that these 2 tigers are not necessarily one strong and one old, but they may also be one male and one female. Time, once again, passed quietly at the college entrance examination, just like this, came silently while waiting. With the college entrance examination in mind, thousands of students are struggling to enter the Dragon Gate. When they really enter the entrance, there is actually not much tension. When they react, they find that everything is over. When the last exam was over, many people walked out of the examination room and cried because they did not do well in the exam. They failed their parents' expectations and their own efforts. Some people are very calm. It doesn't matter what they love. Some people are full of confidence because the ending is almost in their hearts, and no matter what, they are all free at this moment. They let go of the burden of learning for a short time and enjoyed the expectation and freedom before entering the next stage. Many classes have organized graduation banquets. Gu Ran's class is naturally no exception. This time, Gu Ran didn't say much, but asked Nanli to talk to the head teacher for a few words. After that, it was the final announcement of the head teacher in the class. 5-star hotels, restaurants, graduation season activities, hotel discounts. Under the double discount, the head teacher got a price that hit the fracture originally. Hundreds of thousands of banquets that might not be able to be won were won in less than 5,000. Spread it out evenly, 100 yuan per person. This dinner is destined to be unforgettable for many students. Many people admire the hotel's food, but more still have different thoughts about the upcoming separation. In the middle, many people took pictures together and toasted each other. Among them, there are many people who, in the name of taking pictures of their classmates, send out invitations to boys or girls they like to take pictures together. In this process, Gu Ran took the most photos, and Gu Ran also discovered that the monitor of their class was actually coveting his own little errands. Of course, the study committee members in the class, as well as the flowers of the class, and the girl with the biggest heart in the class, are also coveting themselves. This kind of covetousness and secret love are all hidden in the photos, in the wine glasses and drinks, in the hesitant eyes that muster the courage again and again, but still don't have the courage to confess. In the end, the mixture of everything outlines what youth should look like. Of course, there are also some unexpected guys who appear. For example, Fu Yanjing and Shenli. The two of them are in the same class, because Fu Yanjing and Shenli's family background is different. For the final graduation season banquet, Fu Yanjing, as the class leader, directly paid for it, which can be regarded as a perfect end to his high school life, and he also accidentally discovered that Nanli's class was next door to them. Or to put it another way, this guy knew that their class was coming to a 5-star hotel for a graduation banquet, and then he found an excuse and came here. As a student of the same school and a classmate in his own class, he went to their place for a walk, and Fu Yanjing also followed, and some people from that class came to them to walk around and toast. As for the reasons, there are many. For example, Gu Ran is his opponent on the playground. For example, a teacher in Gu Ran's class is also a substitute teacher in their class. Of course, Gu Ran knew that this drunkard didn't mean to drink, because Fu Yanjing, a guy, came to toast and brought a camera with him. He wanted to take pictures with everyone, but he always took pictures with some people in a place that Nanli happened to pass by. In this regard, Gu Ran originally wanted to stop it, and decisively suppressed Fu Yanjing's last little expectation, but later, Gu Ran found that it was unnecessary, because Nanli has always been by Gu Ran's side. Every shot of Fu Yanjing with Nanli as the background has Gu Ran's figure. This made Fu Yanjing's mood very low. However, it seems that there is no other way until a certain moment. Fu Yanjing found an opportunity, because at that time, Gu Ran was held back. It's Shenli. Gu Ran, in a few days, I will return to Beijing. If you go to Kyoto in the future, you can come to me, and I will be the host and catch the wind for you. Then thank you, classmate Shenli. Take a picture and leave a picture? Of course you can. However, I want to take a special one to stimulate Fu Yanjing. Why is it special? Gu Ran was taken aback and couldn't help asking curiously, but the next moment, Shenli had already leaned in and kissed Gu Ran on the cheek before Gu Ran didn't respond. But the moment Shenli Hong's lips touched Gu Ran's cheek, the camera in Fu Yanjing's hand captured the scene with extreme precision. Of course, the scene where Shenli kissed Gu Ran was on the edge of the photo, and the real C position was Nanli holding the wine glass and looking elsewhere. This was the only moment when Nanli took her gaze away from Gu Ran, just looking towards him. Although it did not focus on him, it had already satisfied Fu Yanjing enough. But before Gu Ran recovered, Shenli and Fu Yanjing had quickly left. Perhaps it was that everyone had drunk wine at the banquet, and Gu Ran couldn't tell whether the blush on Shenli's face was red or crimson. I just heard someone in the crowd shouting, "Come on, little son, you can take pictures with your face." What? I wanted to. I wanted to. I wanted to. Then, a group of people rushed towards Gu Ran. Fortunately, Gu Ran reacted in time and ran away directly. He hadn't forgotten to be with Nanli before he ran. After everyone's enthusiasm was extinguished, Gu Ran brought Nanli back. However, there are still many girls who are still looking at Gu Ran's place, eyeing each other. Of course, all of this was quietly taken off his glasses, his bangs were lifted, and Nanli, who was as stunning as hibiscus, was exposed, and all of them were left in place. Chapter 55. Wan Yuling's background. Just because Nanli didn't speak doesn't mean she didn't care, she just prefers to use action to make the final word. At this moment, many talents suddenly realized why this little errand runner who had been by Gu Ran's side and had always been ignored by them could always be by Gu Ran's side. Gu Ran and Nanli sat there, just like the afternoon sun, falling on the hibiscus, lazy, stunning, and in unspeakable natural harmony. Damn it, their little sun seems to have been cut off. This dinner lasted until 9 o'clock. The hotel also has its own KTV. Some people meet to sing together, but if they don't like singing, they go back after saying hello. Gu Ran and Nanli left quietly at this time. Of course, they did not go back directly, but contacted Gu Shuer and Yue Ran, who were holding a dinner party in another place. Gu Shuer drank a lot of wine and became crazy about drinking there. People saw the other side of Gu Dashua's heroic beauty and calmed down some young people who wanted to confess to her, and this night, many young dreams were shattered. As for Yue Ran, she still hid herself under her white school uniform, with her eyes covering her face, and stayed by Gu Shuer's side, silent and low-key, and did not talk to anyone. She didn't seem to plan to expose herself, and ended calmly, neither known nor thought of. Even in the memories of a few years later, no one will remember her. However, after seeing Gu Ran and Nanli arrive, Yue Ran also breathed a sigh of relief. You are finally here. After drinking the wine, this product is like a Mustang that has taken off its reins. If you don't come again, I'll be ready to knock her out and take her away. Yueran spoke, with some helplessness in her words obviously. During the period when Guran and Nanli did not come, she was tossed by Gu Shuer a lot. Yueran's own appearance is well known in school. In addition, Gu Shuer often mentions Guran as his elder brother in the class, so her classmates saw Guran coming, but they were relieved to let Guran take Gu Shuer away. And Yueran stay, no one else can care about it. Yueran picked up Gu Shuer, took Nanli and Yueran, got on a small tram that stopped not far away, and the four of them headed towards Tianlan community together. After the three girls were settled in the big villa, before leaving, Guran secretly played a card with Yueran, who was waiting outside before returning to the wedding room. Pushing the door in, Ruan Yuling lay on the sofa and didn't know when he had fallen asleep. On the table next to him, there is also a bowl of decanter soup with some residual warmth. Although Guran didn't need it, it carried Sister Ruan's heart, and he still drank it. Afterwards, Guran carried Ruan Yuling back to the bed, covered her with a quilt, and then went to take a shower and sleep. That night, Guran didn't touch Ruan Yuling, but quietly hugged him in his arms and fell asleep. On this day, perhaps because of the end of the college entrance examination, Guran turned off his biological clock and went to sleep for a lazy night. When I woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock. He was awakened by the jingling sound of the kitchen and Gu Shuer's energetic clamor. Yueran stretched out, got up from the bed, and walked out of the master bedroom in his pajamas. What catches your eye is the four girls who look at getting along naturally and harmoniously. At this moment, there was a moment in Guran's heart, and he felt that it might be good for time to be frozen at this moment. However, whether it was Guran or the four girls, they all knew that there were not many such days. It is also because of this sorrow that may be parted at any time that all this seems so harmonious. Husband, the meal is ready, go wash your face and brush your teeth, and get ready to eat. Good. Guran nodded, washed honestly, then sat around the table with everyone and began to enjoy a hearty breakfast. During breakfast, Ruan Yuling asked what his plans were next. Yueran said that he would wait until the results came out, determine the school he applied for, and then go to learn to drive. If possible, he would find a summer vacation job. By the way, Ruan Yuling only nodded when he heard Guran's arrangement, but he didn't make too many suggestions. Although Gu Shuer is not interested in part-time work, she is very interested in learning to drive, and Nanli and Yueran are similar. Although Yueran seems to be able to drive already, she was under the age of 18 before, but she didn't have her own driver's license, so she seemed to have to learn systematically. Of course, Nanli is really ready to learn a technique. As for Weiran, it is estimated that she has other thoughts, and now she and Guran, when they check in regularly every day, have gone from a simple dragonfly to the point of quantum entanglement. Although I don't know who started first, it's getting more and more outrageous. In the next few days, under the name of taking them to relax, Sister Ruan took the four of them to play a lot of things in some surrounding places, although most of them are Guran's industries. Some of them are owned by Ruan Yuling through the intelligence network of mysterious phone calls. Guran had already investigated Ruan Yuling's situation. Ruan Yuling, both of her parents died in name, but in fact only her mother died. His father Ruan Linfeng, also known as Xia Linfeng, was the heir of the wealthy Xia family in Kyoto. When he was young and frivolous, he severed his relationship with the Xia family, pursued true love, and came to Dongzhou to work hard together. Xia Linfeng is also regarded as a more talented person, but after a lot of hard work, he has also earned a lot of family business. However, what do you say about some things? There is too much wealth, and you do not have enough ability to control these wealth, then these wealth is a scourge to you. Once out, Xia Linfeng's family of 3 had a car accident, his wife died, Ruan Yuling was seriously injured, and Xia Linfeng lost part of his memory. And the Xia family, the original heir, also happened to have an accident at this time. Of course, as for whether it was an accident that occurred first by the heirs of the Xia family or an accident that occurred later, it is hard to say. That record was deliberately messed up. In short, the final result was that Ruan Yuling was finally rescued, but he also left a hidden injury. The so-called premature ovarian failure in the 20s is the sequelae left by the trauma at that time. Under the arrangement of Xia's family, Ruan Yuling's parents died. However, no matter how it was said that it was the Xia family, and the Xia family was the head of the family at the time, but they did not cut things off. In addition, Ruan Yuling was young enough at the time and didn't have much memory, but he really thought that his parents died in the car accident. As for Xia Linfeng, the results of Guran's investigation were not too much, but they were almost enough. Now he is already at the helm of the Xia family. Not long after returning, he got married and had children. He has another son and a daughter. Among them, the son and Guran are college entrance examination students at the same time. It is said that he is also friends with Fu Yanjing, and with the other 2 noble sons of the Beijing circle, he is called the 4th young master of Kyoto. Chapter 56, Someone comes home. Guran knew this information, but he was not prepared to let Ruan Yuling know this. Now her life is very good. He doesn't want people who have died in his memory to come out again to destroy Ruan Yuling's life. After the second injury, one may be able to make up for one's regrets in some way, but Guran doesn't like Sister Ruan to be hurt. Sometimes, some kind of regret is not completely without the possibility of being replaced. Instead of a second injury, it is better to stop looking back and continue to walk forward. In a blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. Originally, everyone was going to wait for the college entrance examination scores to come down together. However, a phone call broke all the original plans. It was Guran and Gu Shuer's parents who called and asked them to go back and say that there was something urgent. Guran and Gu Shuer were puzzled, but from their parents' mouths, they heard the tone of eagerness and command. After hesitating for a while, they were still going back to see the situation. It's not that Guran is still afraid of the UA of his adoptive parents, but they are curious about what makes these selfish parents so eager to treat things other than them. Guran took Gu Shuer back in a battery car, as in the past. Before going back, he even changed into his previous clothes. When they arrived at the door of the house, they saw several luxury cars parked at the door of the house. Moreover, it is still a very expensive kind, the kind that is more expensive than Guran's Maybach. When Guran saw this, he couldn't help frowning. Then, he quickly realized Something holding Gu Shuer, who was about to step forward and kick the door. She quietly controlled her body at the same time, causing the veins in her body to temporarily appear disordered. Gu Ran's proficiency in fighting is constantly increasing, coupled with the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine that he has secretly studied. Gu Ran can do this kind of operation. Brother, what's wrong with you? It's okay, I pretended. No matter what happens later, you can just say that I have studied too much during this period of time. I fainted 2 days ago and I haven't recovered yet, you know? Okay, understand. Seeing Gu Ran in this way, Gu Shuer suddenly realized that his brother was going to work again this time. He helped Gu Ran, and then walked towards home. Dad, Mom, we are back, pour me a glass of water, my brother is a little uncomfortable. When Gu Shuer entered the door, she yelled loudly. The door that should have been kicked in did not let her pass by. The huge movement attracted the attention of a group of people sitting in the room. The leader of them was an old man who looked 60 or 70 years old, leaning on a cane, and seemed to be in good spirits. After seeing Gu Shuer and Gu Ran come in, their eyes did not stay on Gu Shuer for a moment, and all their attention was on Gu Ran, who was being helped by Gu Shuer. Seeing Gu Ran's pale face, the old man's face suddenly changed. Over time, and he quickly got up and asked, "Are you Gu Ran? What's the matter with you?" When my brother was in the college entrance examination, he overstudied. He fainted after the college entrance examination. After 2 days of drip and drip in the outpatient clinic, he didn't get much better. It wasn't that you two called in a hurry, so I took my brother to the hospital to have a look. You just got the money, otherwise my brother will have an accident, and when you get old, I will pull out your oxygen tank. Gu Shuer spoke, directly making Gu's parents jump to their feet in anger, but this time, instead of taking off their shoes and chasing Gu Shuer, they said to Gu Shuer angrily and embarrassedly, "Say less, give it, we will definitely give it." Gu Ran also watched us grow up. He was sick. Why wouldn't we give it to him, cure it? Although that's what he said, facing the searching gaze of the old man next to him, Gu's father and Gu's mother did not dare to look up at the old man, but the old man looked at Gu Ran, and then waved his hand to the side. Not long after, a private doctor came with a medicine box. The meaning was obvious. Old man, say in advance, the two of us have no money, so ask my parents for money? It really doesn't work. It's okay to draw their blood and sell it for money. After drawing theirs, we can't draw us anymore. You are really filial. My parents are still counting on me and my brother to give them a pension. Afterwards, after some examination by the doctor did not say anything, but nodded to the old man with some solemnity on his face. The old man didn't say much, glanced at Gu's parents, then got up and said, "I have said everything I have to say, and you can talk to him for the rest. In 3 days, I will come again." After the old man finished speaking, he glanced at Gu Ran again, and then left Gu's house on crutches. Not long after, the group of convoys outside the door also left together, but Gu Ran and Gu Shuer, after those people left, couldn't help but look at Gu's parents of this year. It was the first time the two of them met Father Gu. He was wearing a floral coat, a somewhat faded gold chain around his neck, and a gemstone ring on his finger. He looked like an upstart and a slightly better gangster, and he is a driver. I heard from neighbors in the neighborhood that my adoptive father went outside to develop when he was young and made a windfall. It was also at that time that Father Gu took his wife with him, took the family with him, and returned home with his clothes, and that windfall. It's hard to say how much it has been these years. Anyway, Gu Ran and Gu Shuer didn't get anything. Dad, Mom, who were those just now? Did you offend someone? If you offend someone, you can tell me in advance that I will take Gu Shuer to sever ties with you in advance, at least to ensure that the incense of our family will continue. Gu Ran spoke, so that Gu's father, who had originally wanted to play emotional cards, suddenly twitched his mouth when he heard it. Over the years, Gu's father has long been accustomed to Gu Ran's remarks that are very in line with their family atmosphere. However, now facing the wealth in his hands, he wanted to play the emotional card to see if he could accumulate more incense, but found that he couldn't do it at all. He did a great job, and his excellent adopted son seems to be blue out of blue. Father Gu knew that even if he and Gu Ran continued to detour, they might not get much good in the end, and might even lose their vested interests. He is selfish, ruthless, and indifferent, but he is not stupid. Otherwise, he would not be able to be the driver of the Gu family back then, nor would he be able to solve the trouble of Xiao San's pregnancy for Gu Xiao back then, nor would he be able to receive the generous alimony payment. Gu Ran, you should know that you are not our own. But I have always raised you as a son-in-law. Speaking of which, Cher has grown up too. Father Gu spoke and started his performance. It's just possible that Father Gu is used to selfishness and indifference, and he seems to have forgotten how to express his caring emotions for other people. He is obviously asking for warmth, and the words that open his heart are just said by him. It was blunt and cold, without any emotional fluctuations. Chapter 57, Changes in the Gu family. Gu Ran and Gu Shuer sat there, dimly filtering his pre-nonsense, and only after Gu's father entered the subject did he start to get serious. It was a past from 18 years ago, Gu Ran's life. Gu Ran thought that he had already investigated his situation, so most of them knew the situation. Even Gu Ran discovered Father Gu's revised story from it. But Gu Shuer was shocked to hear it. It turned out that the elder brother was also a wealthy and noble son, although he is an illegitimate child. It seems that he is about to turn positive. The one who came just now turned out to be the former patriarch of the Gu family in Kyoto. This patriarch, he has 2 sons, the eldest son is the best, and he is also cultivated as an heir, but there has never been a storm. This eldest son seems to have offended people in business. 20 years ago, he died unexpectedly, leaving only one daughter. He was sent abroad very early. The second son, Gu Ran's father, is a dude who eats and waits to die. When I was young, I had a lot of confused debts, which corrupted Gu's family style, and even the baby relatives set for him were almost refunded, and Gu Ran is one of the most confused accounts. A confused account that survived unexpectedly before he had time to settle it, but later, the second member of the Gu family didn't know why he was reconciled. He married a wife and had children, which was considered the return of the prodigal son. Although the talents of this second son are not as good as the boss, he has barely maintained the Gu family over the years. However, the so-called upper beam is not correct and the lower beam is crooked. Lao Tzu was an asshole when he was young, and he didn't look good as a kid. He was quite a father. Although the daughter is quite honest, she is also an elm orangutan. She only knows that spending money for pleasure is pitted against others, which is embarrassing and useful. Originally, I wanted to wait until Gu Ran, the half-brother, was older and the prodigal son returned, but this guy was too lawless and made trouble in a 5-star hotel. Later, not long after leaving, he was attacked. Not only were his legs abolished, but he was also taken off his lucky bag. The patriarch of the Gu family, that is, Gu Ran's biological father, after knowing about this, he was naturally furious and asked someone to investigate the matter and hold the 5-star hotel accountable. However, all this is just the beginning of bad luck. In the face of accountability, the 5-star hotel cooperated very well and provided surveillance video of that night, as well as the suspected object. It turned out that the criminal had been a bodyguard in a 5-star hotel. Because Gu Shao was drunk and making trouble in one of them, he looked down on the other party and didn't say anything. He was verbally abusive and started beating people. This makes the other party hold a grudge in his heart. Therefore, after the other party got off work, he resigned directly in a 5-star hotel, and then went to avenge Gu Shao. Halfway in the whole process, although 5-star hotels have certain responsibilities, the real responsibility is that Gu Shao annoys others. Moreover, all kinds of work in 5-star hotels have also been done, and there is nothing wrong with it. The criminals were brought to justice and went to jail, but none of them could not get out for 10 or 20 years. Even the 5-star hotel promised that if the hotel is not held accountable, they can arrange for that person to never get out. However, Gu Urji refused. How can a bodyguard go to jail to relieve the pain of the Gu family's broken son and grandson? A good son, if the lucky bag says no, it's gone. Therefore, Gu Urji wanted to vent. He was going to use his relationship to teach the 5-star hotel a lesson, and use his blood to tell the Gu family the majesty and methods of the wealthy to deter Xiao Xiao. However, he hasn't fully started yet. Something happened to him. Gu Urji repeated what happened to his brother back then, and there was an accident. A car accident made him a vegetative state, and he didn't know when he would wake up, although afterwards, the driver who caused the accident was also arrested and also sent to jail. But the ending came. Even if it was found out afterwards, the driver in the accident was also a bodyguard from a 5-star hotel. He was about to be scolded and insulted by Gu Shao with that bodyguard. He was the eldest brother of the person who had taken Gu Shao's blessing bag before. He did it with his brother, but the camera hadn't captured him before, so his brother helped him carry the crime, and Gu Urji didn't want them to feel better, and wanted to kill his brother in prison. How could he bear it? Anyway, I have to go to jail. Before I go to jail, I can take one away. 2 generations of the Gu family were abolished because of 2 unknown little people. Although it is outrageous, it is an indisputable fact. At this moment in the Gu family, only old man Gu stood up again to support him, taking care of the old man's old age. It is difficult for his energy to keep up with the operation of the family. If you continue, maybe it won't be long before old man Gu will go directly. At that time, the family's great cause may fall into the hands of the bystanders. Under this situation, old man Gu thought of Gu Urji's confused account when he was young. Gu Ran's mother was discovered only after Gu Ran was born. It can be knocked out in the stomach, but the children born, whether they are illegitimate or not, are all in the blood of the Gu family. However, for the future of the Gu family, Gu Ran was finally taken away by Gu Urji's driver and returned to Dongzhou to raise him. Originally, if there was no accident, Gu Ran would stay in Dongzhou forever. If I think of it one day, I might secretly use some of the Gu family's contacts to arrange a road to prosperity for Gu Ran and become a successful person in Dongzhou, and if he can't remember, then he will be like that in his life. However, life is such a cycle of ups and downs, and accidents are changeable. Moreover, this was a man-made accident accidentally created by Gu Ran. Yes, a man-made accident accidentally created. Although he has many dead soldiers, Gu Ran cherishes every dead soldier very much, because each of these people is willing to die for him. No matter what they do, they are more reliable than anyone else. When arranging for these dead men to become bodyguards in 5-star hotels, some orders were issued to them. If it is the hotel's mistake, then take the initiative to admit it. Do not deceive others, and everything is based on integrity and service. But if not, then the hotel also took the initiative to admit that in order not to affect the hotel business. However, the hotel will not swallow this breath. Those who don't talk about the rules must face the unreasonable violence behind the constraints of the rules. Therefore, Gu Shao of the Gu family and Gu Urji, the ruler of the Gu family, were so unlucky, and Gu Ran also paid the price of 2 dead soldiers going to jail. By the time Gu Ran knew about this, everything had become a foregone conclusion. Gu Ran had thought about the possibility that he might be picked up by the Gu family, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. However, facing the visitors from the Gu family, Gu Ran did not repel them. At least, Gu Ran did not exclude the identity of the new heir of the Gu family. In Gu Ran now, there is no shortage of money, no shortage of people, and no shortage of strength. What he lacks is the contacts, power, and fame that allow him to further expand. And the Gu family in the capital is the best springboard. The Gu family seemed to be barely stable, but now it is going downhill because of the issue of heirs. No one is sure when this former building will fall, but even so, your camel is bigger than a horse. The Gu family has been operating in Kyoto for so many years, and it has already been recognized by the Kyoto circle. Entering that circle as the heir of the Gu family is much easier than entering that circle from the outside. The difficulty factor is much easier. In the circle of the capital, the recognition that the Gu family has accumulated over the years is dispensable for people born in the circle of the capital, and they don't even realize how important it is. However, for Gu Ran, this is the most important thing. You are not from the circle, others will not take you to play. This is xenophobic psychology. It is also the favored method used by some large families in order to stabilize their position in one region in the inheritance. In Gu Ran, only one invitation to enter the circle is enough. As long as he enters it and has a suitable identity, he can lead his army under his command, change to a brand new identity, and drive straight in and destroy it. Chapter 58. Not a long-lived person. Some time ago, just before the college entrance examination, Guran received a call from Yueran's father. Several forces in the capital are investigating him. Among them, the Kyoto Gu family not only investigated his identity, but also used it to investigate the identity of King Banjo. It's a pity that Guran hung up too fast, and he hid too deep. Except for the heads of some industries, almost no one knew Guran's identity. However, in any case, Guran went to Kyoto to nail the iron plate, and this kind of family that will lean towards the mansion has the most demons and ghosts. The so-called bright guns are easy to hide, and hidden arrows are difficult to prevent. Guran will not show all his whole cards. It's not him, but only in this way can he sit firmly on the fishing platform, watch the fish in the pool, and compete frantically for the bait he accidentally threw out. On the other hand, he was preparing to cast a net on the shore to harvest, or directly discharge the medicine. The other side. After Old Man Gu left Gu's house, the doctor next to him told him about his diagnosis. Gu Urshao's body shows signs of perennial overdraft and some premature aging. He looks like a 17 or 18-year-old body, but his state is similar to that of a 40 or 50-year-old person. Although you can slowly recuperate and recover in the later stage, there are some things that you can't go back to heaven if you lose too much. Judging from his current physical condition, he may not be a long-lived person. The doctor stated his conclusion, and after listening to it for a long time, Old Man Gu asked specifically, how long can he live? Take good care of yourself. It's okay to be 45 years old, but if you don't have a job, 40 years old may be the limit. This is also due to the blessing of good health in his prime. Is that so? What about fertility? This is not a problem, but with Gu Urshao's physical fitness, it is more appropriate to have a child as soon as possible. The doctor spoke, but there was more hesitation and thinking in his expression. When he checked Guran's body, he felt that everything was going too well. Guran's physical condition is a bit too formal, and there are no other complications at all. However, the doctor did not say these things in the end. He is just the personal doctor of the Gu family, and he does not pay attention to what is going on inside the Gu family. One more thing is better than one less thing. One more sentence is better than one less sentence. Anyway, Old Man Gu didn't ask, so why should he risk saying that? By the way, he won't get any benefits, but he might offend people. Wrong. He was even more suspected of medical skills. Neither of the two possibilities is pleasing, so why should I say it? On the other side, after Guran listened to the words of his adoptive parents, he didn't imagine that his emotions would fluctuate because of his life. Oh, that's it, I see. What do you mean? I know. Guran, what do you mean? You are going to become the future heir of the Gu family, and you will become a truly wealthy and noble son. Don't you want to say something? Say something? Of course, I'm going to take my parents there to enjoy my happiness. Oh, Guran, I knew I hadn't hurt you for nothing for so many years. By the way, Dad, Old Man Gu said he wanted to take me away, so he didn't say what reward he would give you? This I just want to know a number, I don't want to be without it. Although I keep the blood of their family in my body, you are the ones who raised me. I have received so many years of education, and I will never forget this kind of thing to repay the grace of nurturing. Okay, it deserves to be my son. Then Old Man Gu promised to take it away in 3 days and give us a buyout fee of 3 million, so that we can never contact you again, otherwise we will disappear and even threaten us. What, they treat you like that? No, when they come over, I have to tell them the truth. If I don't take you with me, I won't go. Guran spoke with determination and stubbornness on his face. Father Gu and Mother Gu couldn't help but be taken aback when they heard this, especially the look in Guran's eyes. They had a feeling of conscience. Son, it's fine if you have a heart. If they really don't agree, for your future, don't knock it to death. Just ask for more money. In fact, my parents don't ask for much. After all, we have worked so hard to raise you. That depends on their performance. It's not okay if they don't have it, and don't worry, my parents, when I inherit the Gu family in the future, for the sake of the Gu family, I will definitely take you to enjoy your happiness and live the life of a wealthy man. After all, to me, you are my own mother. Guran said, painting cakes one after another, coaxing Gu's father and Gu's mother into a happy mood. As for whether Guran's words will be fulfilled or not, then we can only talk about it later. After all, it is hard to say what the future Gu family will become after Guran leaves. Instead of putting the two-time bomb-like guise of his adoptive parents in Dongzhou and being used by some people at that time, it is better to arrange them directly by his side. Perhaps one day in the future, they can be remotely controlled to explode at a fixed point in some special places, giving some people some surprises. People who are thin and cold can't raise a grateful heart. After that, Guran made some plans for his adoptive parents, asking them to clean up their homes and be ready to go to Kyoto with him at any time. The joy on Gu's father and Gu's mother's faces never stopped, and Guran's attitude was flattering like never before. And when everything was almost arranged, Guran handed an address to Gu's father. Dad, this is my address near the school and my phone number. After they come in 2 days, you can help me give it to them. Are you going back? The scores for the college entrance examination are about to come down. I should do well in the exam this time. However, Cher may be almost there, but I will include Cher's college situation in the terms of negotiations with the Gu family later. Don't worry, none of our family will be left behind. You have a heart. In the past 2 days, I will go back to school to deal with the follow-up matters first, and I must not leave any stains here. Guran spoke, speaking very solemnly. Although I didn't say too much specifically, Gu's father and mother felt that things must be serious. Father Gu and Mother Gu didn't dare to ask more, but Father Gu said that he would send them there in person, otherwise he would not be at ease. In this regard, Gu Shuer hesitated to refuse, but Guran stopped her. In this way, Father Gu drove a van and took Guran and Gu Shuer back to Tianlan community. Do you live here? Father Gu looked at Tianlan community and asked with inquiry, temporarily staying, I will move out in a short time. Your son is an adult, and he has used a little of his own advantages to make some money. It's understandable. You mean Dad, I came here this time to deal with this matter. Also, before I successfully become the young master of the Gu family, I don't want my identity to be leaked on Dongzhou's side, understand? Chapter 59 Brother, am I still your knife? Gu Ran spoke, his gaze swept past Gu's father, completely devoid of the previous warmth and docility. Under the indifferent expression, the narrowed eyes were exceptionally cold, making Gu's father tremble unconsciously. At this moment, Gu's father suddenly woke up. This is the true face of his son who has been raised for 18 years. It was not a sheep that had been meekly grazing, but a wolf cub that had been secretly eating meat and staring at him, wanting to bite him back at any time. Let Gu Ran go to school. Let him learn more knowledge, so that he can better repay himself in the future. Although this is the current idea of Gu's father and Gu's mother, behind this idea, it was forced to form. The initial situation was not like this. At that time, they felt Gu Ran's danger, so dangerous that they did not dare to leave him by their side. Instead of letting Gu Ran out to harm others and oneself, it is better to keep him in school without annoying him, at least to be able to learn to let him be a person. A cold-blooded person cannot raise a hot-blooded child, because it can't be raised at all. But Gu Ran is alive and well, because Gu Ran's blood is colder than theirs. At this moment, Father Gu felt for a moment that old man Gu's conditions were also good. He didn't want to follow Gu Ran to Kyoto anymore. However, sometimes, there are some things that seem to be involuntary, especially looking at Gu Shuer, her own daughter, who has been with Gu Ran from beginning to end. She has turned a blind eye to any actions Gu Ran has done to him, and even has the intention of trying to add fuel and vinegar. A feeling of cold all over the body swept across the body unconsciously. Father Gu suddenly realized that even if there was no one from the Gu family, he was no longer the one in control of everything. It's just that the appearance of the Gu family in Kyoto made him, the wolf's son who had been raised for 18 years, show his fangs in advance. Father Gu left, leaving in a panic. He didn't want to know more about what Gu Ran had done in Tianlan community. He just wanted to know if it was still too late to draw a line with Gu Ran. Looking at Gu's father who had left, Gu Shuer asked, Brother, will you leave me behind? It won't. Then am I still your knife? Of course. Well, as long as you need it, I will be the best knife. I will use your knife well. That's great, but before that, you have to take good care of me. A good knife is only used at a critical moment. Good. Gu Shuer got Gu Ran's promise, regained her carelessness, became angry, and even became more proud. Gu Ran and Gu Shuer went back to Ruan Yuling together, but found that there were only Yu Weiran and Ruan Yuling. Where's Nanli? Gu Ran instinctively felt something was wrong and asked, but Yu Weiran spoke calmly. Not long after you went home, the school called her and said that her parents had gone to school and asked her to go to school too. I investigated it and it seems to have something to do with the Shen family from Kyoto. Shen? Yes, Shen Li's Shen. After Gu Ran heard this, his brows couldn't help frowning, because Gu Ran remembered that in the previous investigation, Nanli's life seemed to be related to Shen and Shenli. It seems that there is still a task of fake daughter counterattack. It's just that Gu Ran didn't connect the two people together. Gu Ran walked out of the house, called the principal, and asked about the situation. As a result, it turned out to be as Gu Ran thought. Something happened. Mr. Gu, Assistant Nan's parents, brought people from the Shen family in Kyoto. Assistant Nan seems to be the real daughter of the Shen family in Kyoto. In our school, the Shinli who has contact with you is the fake daughter. Why didn't you notify me in advance? This is what Assistant Nan asked for. She doesn't want people on our side to intervene for the time being. Is that so? Looking at the attitude of the other party when he took Assistant Nan away, it seemed that Assistant Nan was needed to do something. I heard that it was a marriage, and I didn't know exactly what it was. I see, I'm in trouble. By the way, Mr. Gu? The Gu family in Kyoto also came to see me. I already know this, you are doing very well. Now that Mr. Gu knows, I am relieved. At the end of the call, Gu Ran held the hung-up mobile phone and meditated for a long time. The rescue progress of the airbag is 95%. Trotting errands, I can't let you run away so easily. The task hasn't been finished yet. Gu Ran murmured to himself, and then cleaned up his mood again. On this day, everything seemed to be business as usual. However, because of the lack of Nanli, everyone's interest is not very high. However, Gu Ran still kept checking in with Yu Weiran as usual. Father's love is like a mountain. Progress 98% rain or shine for more than 3 months. With 2 days left, Gu Ran has a beginning and an end. And with Sister Wan, Gu Ran was not idle. Tonight, for the last time. On this day, Gu Ran was very gentle, and there was no madness like in the past. After Yin took a break from the rain, Sister Wan still had time to chat with Gu Ran. Gu Ran, tomorrow, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce. But, I can't bear you. Between us, it is difficult to take a long-term view in itself. Instead of being separated due to various contradictions in the future, it is better to end at the best time and be friends when we meet in the future. Sister, how about I raise you instead? If you want to support me, you still have to learn to support yourself first, and I am about to leave Dongzhou. Leave? Why do you want to leave? Actually, before I met you, I had been thinking about leaving, wanting to find a place where no one knew me and start my life again. Can I know where you are going? Maybe I'll find a class to pass the time and enjoy life with nothing to do all day. It's actually quite boring. You don't want children anymore? I know my situation myself, and it is impulsive to find you. Perhaps I should learn to accept my own imperfections. Then, if you can really have children, can you accept 3 at a time? Why do you ask that? Just ask. I can't die of pain for the 3 of them. So, you don't want to? Of course. Long-term pain is better than short-term pain, and 3 times of pain is better than 1 time of pain. Is that so? What's the matter? No, I have received a medicine that is said to be able to conceive multiple births. Do you want to try it? Really? Isn't it some kind of poison? It's possible. Then come on. Gu Ran took out a pill. In order to prove that it was poison, he put it in his mouth first, and then crossed towards Ruan Yuling. World War II opened eye in this battle. Ruan Yuling only felt a little hot, and his mind was confused, as if driving in the clouds in a trance, and when it was over, the two of them fell asleep. The next day, Gu Ran opened his eyes, glanced at Ruan Yuling, who was still sleeping, and then opened the task panel. Heavy money for subtask progress. 100% mission completed. Get progress rewards. Dongzhou Tobacco Company, Limited plus 1% get mission rewards. Aura, money is rolling in. Any business you do in Dongzhou will go smoothly and your financial resources will continue. Get special rewards for mission traits. Tiger father without dog, son father tiger without a dog. Your child will inherit part of your physique and be tenacious and difficult to kill. Chapter 60 Seamless Connection. Triple rewards in a row. Point 1 is a reward for the last 1%, and the other is a follow-up continuous reward for the characteristics of Sister Ruan. The last one seems to be a special reward for the special task of seeking a son for a lot of money. It seems that I am really pregnant. Gu Ran touched Ruan Yuling's lower abdomen in his sleep, where he fatally felt a kind of intimate feeling with him quietly condensing. Gu Ran made breakfast as usual, and Ruan Yuling got up late as usual, but this time, she did it on purpose. On this day, she hopes that time will pass later, but this day, it was her own choice, and she had to take that step again. Did you bring the account book? Okay. Let's go after dinner. Good. Gu Ran nodded, and Gu Shuer and Yu Wei ran next to him looked at Gu Ran and Ruan Yuling. They seemed to be aware of something and opened their mouths, but in the end they didn't say anything. 2 months ago, Ruan Yuling met the three of them, and then separated Gu Ran. The night they had a party together, they knew about the relationship between Ruan Yuling and Gu Ran. Contractual marriage, everything is only for the sake of children, regardless of the result. After the college entrance examination, it will end. This was Ruan Yuling's words, and they all thought it would change, but now it seems that everything still has to have a result. After all of this time, Gu Shuer and Yu Wei ran did not go. Ruan Yuling drove Gu Ran to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. The two of them said nothing all the way, just like when they first met 3 months ago, but it's just that there are more ties between each other now. In the end, when the Civil Affairs Bureau was about to arrive, Ruan Yuling was the first to speak after all, and seemed to have made a decision. From now on, let's stop contacting, okay? Yes, but if I don't contact you, you can't help but know my message. What? This mobile phone is for you. There is my personal number in it. If you need it, you can call me as long as I can help. No, you can just take care of yourself. Stay, just maintain the self-esteem of my little man. Then, okay. In the end, Ruan Yuling took the mobile phone and then entered the Civil Affairs Bureau with Gu Ran. Ruan Yuling had already prepared everything, and the two of them had signed a contract in advance, so naturally there was no troublesome issue of property division in the middle. Everything is easy to gather and disperse. When the steel seal was stamped, everyone received a divorce certificate with an indescribable complexity in their mood. The two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau together. Looking at each other, no one knew what else to say. Then I'll go first. That house belongs to you. Not only that house, but also 15 houses in Tianlan community, as well as some nearby shops, belong to you. I have put the real estate certificate and some related certificates in the bedroom, and I have transferred them to you. There is also a card with 50 million in it, and many of the membership cards I have processed in the surrounding areas over the years. It is a waste to keep them, and I will leave them to you together. Originally, I wanted to give it to you in a few years and wait for you to mature, but during this period of time, I found that you are not a frizzy and impulsive character. You should be able to keep the money and just give it to you together. However, there are 20 million of the bank cards, and I have locked them for you. You can't take them out until at least 20 years later. If you want to start a business, use the remaining 30 million. Those real estate properties, if you can, don't move, but if you really need them, then do whatever you want. Ruan Yuling's voice was calm, but he arranged Gu Ran's future very delicately. If Gu Ran is just a poor grassroots, then listening to Sister Ruan's arrangement, she may not be able to be rich and wealthy in the future, but she is definitely living a very good life, even quite rich, without economic pressure. Between Gu Ran and Sister Ruan, it is hard to say whether there is such a thing as love, but Sister Ruan, since she married Gu Ran, has been fulfilling the responsibilities of a wife, and even as a wife, she is also acting as a sister. She really cares about Gu Ran as a family member. Sister Ruan, when are you leaving? I will leave Dongzhou today and I will not go home again. There is a car for you in the underground garage, but I hope you will finish your driver's license before you start. Well, okay. Goodbye. Goodbye. Ruan Yuling left, and after explaining some things, he drove away. Gu Ran watched the shadow of the car that gradually drifted away and finally disappeared into the sea of people, and he was fascinated for a long time. Hey, everyone has gone far away, what's the matter? Just in Gu Ran's days, a voice sounded from behind Gu Ran. Looking back, he found Yu Wei Ran standing by his side. Why are you here? Where's Cher? She was packing up at the villa and said she was going to move, so I came out to get some air. The air will penetrate to the Civil Affairs Bureau? I'm looking for you. Looking for me? What's the matter? Get married. Don't talk nonsense, follow me. Yu Wei Ran seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense with Gu Ran, or he wanted to use this attitude to hide his nervousness. After all, she was holding Gu Ran's hand, her palms were also sweating. Half an hour later, Gu Ran and Yu Wei Ran were at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, with a marriage certificate in addition to a divorce certificate in their hands. Gu Ran, married again, seamless connection. From now on, I will take care of you. Why? Because, I need your help. Help? You should have guessed my identity. Come on, don't pretend to be confused with me. Yu Weiran raised his leg and kicked Gu Ran's calf and stomach, moving quickly, making it difficult for ordinary people to avoid, but Gu Ran raised his leg, avoided it easily, and then instinctively folded behind Yu Weiran, pinching the back of Yu Weiran's neck. As long as Gu Ran gently exerted force, Yu Weiran would instantly lose consciousness. Of course, if you push hard, Yu Weiran can also be paralyzed or die directly. I admit defeat. Husband, let me go. If you come up and attack, it's useless to call your husband. Father Gu Ran, let me go. It's almost the same. Big change, you still have such a bad taste. I like it, you don't care. Fatherly love is like a mountain, 99% progress. Talent enhancement. 1,000 cups are not drunk +8. With the last point left, Gu Ran can point the last of the top 10 talents, 1,000 cups are not drunk, to 9 o'clock. Top 10 talents. 1,000 cups are not drunk +8, 100 poisons are not invading +9, the mind is dexterous +9, the ears are deaf and clear +9, the mind is free of distractions +9, the body is strong and healthy +9, the bones are amazing +9, the sight is never forgotten +9, 1 by 1 +9, all diseases are not born +9. With only the last 1% of the progress left, Gu Ran can reach all 10 talents by 9 points and complete the task completely. However, the only pity is that talent cannot be like non-lease skills, you can focus on one kind of point, you can only add points evenly. Otherwise, these top 10 talents, just add a point specifically, should all have unexpected increases. Come on, what's the situation with my marriage? Gu Ran looked at Yu Weiran, didn't beat around the bush, and asked directly. He didn't believe that he had such a great charm that he could turn Yu Weiran, who was a ghost spirit, into a love brain, and he had to promise his life and death, and Yu Weiran didn't talk nonsense, and asked. I heard that you are from the Gu family in Kyoto. Although she was asking, her tone was affirmative. Yu Ran didn't deny it either, nodding in praise. However, the news is very well informed. Then, before you leave, can you do me a favor? Whether I promise or not, aren't you already operating? To tell the truth, I'm not saying this to show more respect for you. Moreover, once the matter is done, you will not be out of breath when you arrive at Gu's house in the future. I will support you at that time. Don't come and draw cakes with me, let's talk about the situation. This is not a place to talk, let's go to the previous rental house. Okay. Gu Ran and Yu Weiran scanned the shared bicycles together, and then went to the former rental house. Inside the rental house, because no one has lived here for 2 or 3 months, it looks more gloomy than ever before. However, when Gu Ran came in, his whole body was quietly cleansed. Some invisible microorganisms living here quickly left under the dispersal of the breath. After a while, the gloomy and mildewy aura quietly disappeared. A lot. The rent here is almost about to expire. It's okay, I'm the landlord, and you can keep your things as long as you want. My 18-year-old landlady? How's it going? Is it a surprise? I thought about this possibility, but I rejected it, thinking you are not that bad taste. You like to be called your father. What's wrong with me charging you some rent? No, it makes sense, but after we divorce in the future, your house will be half of mine. If you want, I have no problem. I will keep your room for you forever. Yes, in case I fall down one day, this is where I will stay. Dead face, Sister Wan left you so much, I don't believe you will come back here. Okay, let's talk about it. Tell me about your situation, Mr. Fong Fan. I knew it, you must have guessed it. What I am more curious about is the process, not the result. Actually, there is nothing to say. Fong Fan is indeed my father, and whether it is me or what I told you in the name of my father, most of them are true. Yu Weiran spoke, and a real past unfolded slowly. In simple terms, Fong Fan does exist, and he is indeed Yu Weiran's father, and he was once a black boss in Dongzhou. It's just that the status of this black boss is far less powerful than it is now. All this has to start from a few years ago, because Fong Fan was injured in an accident. She chose to hide for treatment in secret, and never took the initiative to see anyone. Even if there is something going on at ordinary times, they always contact other people by phone and video. What no one knew was that the real Fong Fan, also because of that injury, did not survive, and died before he even had time to arrange for Yu Weiran. Chapter 61. Yu Weiran's secret. After the death of her father, Yu Weiran made a decision beyond ordinary people's understanding. She used her extraordinary mind to simulate Fong Fan's image and contact other people with a little bit of computer technology. In a short period of time, through Fong Fan's identity, he remotely received his father's industry and subordinates, and directly began the era of network manipulation. Relying on computer technology, Yu Weiran has established a complete set of complex intelligence networks, covering the entire East China Sea and even the whole country. In addition, a secret intelligence agency was established to buy and sell information, and at the same time to monitor his subordinates and counterbalance the forces. Originally, it was just to miss his father and maintain his life, but what I didn't expect was that as time went by, the power rolled bigger and bigger, and finally reached a level that could not be stopped and difficult to control. In the middle, there are many people who want to find her. There are also many people who have doubted Fong Fan's situation. For this reason, Yu Weiran could only hide, remotely controlling the situation in Dongzhou while reorganizing the interior. However, although she has mastered the weaknesses and secrets of many people, she cannot contact anyone because her identity is disguised. Even if she subdues her subordinates, it is difficult to truly make friends, and there is no one she can really trust. Many times, she can only use one group of people to strike another group of people, and then use the conquered group of people to strike another group of people who may have different intentions. There is no problem in a short time, but it is easy to get rid of it once she was discovered. Her death would be absolutely miserable by then. Therefore, Yu Weiran has been thinking about how to transform, and at the same time, she has gradually changed from a secret identity to a bright place, and successfully took over the power of her father cultivated by herself. Originally, all this was going on steadily, but it wasn't until 3 months ago that a different army emerged. They quickly swept across the East China Sea at an imperceptible speed, merging many cities and industries. Even the other party has many industries that have rushed out of Dongzhou and stretched to the entire country of China. At the beginning, the other party was still a serious businessman. No matter how awesome, Yu Weiran didn't take it seriously, but I don't know when, some of the manpower in the opponent's hands suddenly increased, and something began to be wrong. Those people were even worse and more terrifying than the outlaws she raised under her hands, just as all of them were not afraid of death. As long as you touch it, you will either die or be injured. After several fights, Yu Weiran suffered a lot of losses. Although this opportunity was not wasted by Yu Weiran, he used the power of this alien army and external pressure to allow Yu Weiran to integrate the interior more quickly and liquidate dissidents. But when Weiran wanted to plan to send away those members who did not obey him one by one, that different army was not stupid, and directly rebelled some people from within them. In turn, they began to provoke them internally. This in itself is actually the most conventional operation. As long as Fangfan comes forward, and then finds some veteran and powerful people to talk about it, everyone can unify their ideas, and the problem can be easily solved. However, Yu Weiran couldn't do this. That if the real Fangfan is still alive, it's natural, but Yu Weiran is just an adult female high school student. Everything about her was created by relying on her father's former Yue and using foxes, fakes and tigers. The easiest and most direct method is the most difficult for her. This situation put Yu Weiran in a dilemma. On the other side, he was not in a hurry. The other party seemed to be playing cat and mouse, constantly playing with her, but did not take the initiative to attack, with an invisible oppression, constantly destroying the internal relationship established by Yu Weiran. A little bit of it will disintegrate Yu Weiran's hard-won heart. If you continue, Yu Weiran will only fail. At that time, the other party will definitely find Yu Weiran, who is secretly manipulating everything, and liquidate her. This is a dead end that Yu Weiran can't end by herself, and must bite the bullet and go on. But the appearance of the Gu family made Yu Weiran see the light of day. She didn't expect that Gu Ran would be the illegitimate son of the Gu family in the capital. With this identity, Yu Weiran quickly thought of a breakthrough. For example, using Gu Ran's status as young Gu in Kyoto and the reputation of the Gu family, he allowed himself to replace Fangfan and walk in front of others, letting his opponents retreat without knowing the difficulties, so as to return to the state of separation of the two tigers. As long as Yu Weiran marries Gu Shao with Fangfan's daughter and thus walks out of the bright side, she will have the confidence to reshape the scattered sand, remove dissidents, and take over the power. As long as I get through this crisis, I can become the true spokesperson of my father. Then in less than 3 years, I will have the confidence to launch a counterattack against the Banjo King. Even if I lose at that time, I won't be so passive. Moreover, as long as you help me come forward once, we can divorce immediately. And you don't need to worry about your own safety. As long as you come forward once, you can leave Dongzhou directly. I want to use the power of the Gu family in the capital to protect you as an heir, which is more than enough. After Yu Weiran finished speaking, he let out a heavy breath of turbid air. She has never shared these secrets with others. Now that they are all confided in, while they are happy in their hearts, they can't help but feel a little worried. These things may be more complicated. I'll give you some time to think about it. You don't think about it, just make an appointment and tell me what to do. Are you willing to help me? You are my wife, who will help you if I don't help you. But we woman, don't forget what your husband does. Are you challenging your husband's professional ethics? Thank you, Gu Ran. Yu Weiran hugged Gu Ran, looked at Gu Ran with a longing in her eyes, and leaned towards Gu Ran with her eyes closed. However, Gu Ran decisively refused. Don't worry, I, as a person, like to do things first, and then get rewards. This is word of mouth. Gu Ran said solemnly, but he received a wave of interest fiercely in his hands, and then he took Yu Weiran, who was soft, out of the rental house. When the two returned to the villa, Gu Shuer had already packed up. Weiran, brother, why are you back together? Oh, I just ran into it outside. Have you packed it up? Well, it's almost there. Share, you can pick some of these clothes you like, and bring as many as you want. Really? Asterisk degree asterisk, of course, just treat it as my farewell gift to you. Thank you, Weiran. With a look of surprise, Gu Shuer went straight back to the house, and after a while, she took a few big bags containing quilts, and began to sweep the women's clothing that had never been worn in the cloakroom. As long as there is a cheap advantage, Gu Shuer is not welcome at all. Chapter 62 Father's love is like a mountain. At the beginning, Yu Weiran was very calm. Anyway, these are not my own, and I don't feel distressed if they are not my own. Not no. It's not right. Why Yu Weiran suddenly reacted to something now that Gu Ran is her husband wants to divide her property, and she can also divide her husband's property. In other words, half of the clothes that didn't belong to her now belong to her. Hey, wait, Gu Shuer, save me some, at least half of it. If you don't give it, you let me take whatever you want. I want to take it all away. Half of the meeting is divided, don't go too far. In the world of the law of the jungle, only those who get it are truly their own. As a result, the two women began to fight for me, without the previous friendship and humility, just like the relationship between aunts and sisters in marriage. Of this night, Gu Ran did not go back to the wedding room, because no one was waiting for him to go back there. Yu Ran lived in the room where Nanli had lived before in the villa, and the smell of Nanli still remained here. Yu Ran flipped through his hand, and a hand-painted booklet appeared in his hand, flipping through it slowly among them. In Gu Ran's spare time, he painted certain moments of his time with many girls, and recorded their smiles and smiles in his eyes. A paintbrush appeared in his hand, and Gu Ran continued to sketch on it, proficient in painting. You can't waste it. Soon, several sketches appeared. Point 1 is a certain moment to say goodbye to Sister Ruan. 1 is at a certain moment in the rental house with Yu Weiran. 1 is a certain moment when Gu Shuer moved. 1 is a certain moment when Nanli peeked at herself. Run errands, wait for me for a few days, and we will meet again soon. The next day, before Gu Shuer got up, Yu Weiran sneaked in. Father Gu Ran, get up. Yu Weiran's voice sounded in Gu Ran's ears, and then Gu Ran felt a warm touch. It was Yu Weiran who took the initiative to check in. Ding, father's love is like a mountain. Progress 100% task progress reward. 1,000 cups are not drunk plus 9 task completion rewards. Aura. The overlord has no borders effect. Where you are in charge, your prestige will be the greatest, and everyone will fear you, respect you, and serve you. Special rewards for missions. Characteristics. Father's love is like a mountain effect. You can give people a more stable and mature sense of security. Girls who lack love will feel fatherly dependence from you. What the hell is this with father's love is like a mountain? What the hell? Is this also a reward? But soon, Gu Ran suddenly realized that something was wrong. Yu Weiran, what are you doing? You haven't come down from me yet. No, I want a hug. Don't be a fool. No, I just want to hug you. Suddenly I feel that I not only have one more husband, but also one more father. Looking at Yu Weiran's appearance, Gu Ran probably understood the situation of the characteristic of fatherly love like a mountain. This going to make him a father and husband. However, he is only 18 years old now. What kind of father is the husband? He is still a little milk dog now. Is the little fresh meat good or bad? But more than Weiran, it was also because Yu Weiran was completely relieved of Gu Ran, and coupled with the identity of her husband, that Yu Weiran was a little coquettish and attached. Yu Weiran hugged for a while, satisfied her desire for fatherly love, and then recovered. It was after this contact that Gu Ran discovered that Yu Weiran was closer to herself and let go a little bit, but Gu Shuer was not very affected. It has an impact, but it has little impact. Because in the relationship between Gu Ran and Gu Shuer, Gu Ran and Gu Ran not only raised Gu Shuer as a younger sister, as a daughter-in-law, but also as a daughter-in-law. Gu's father and mother looked like that. When Gu Ran was sensible, she took Gu Shuer to play a survival game. Therefore, Gu Shuer's feelings for Gu Ran are more complicated than anyone else. It's my brother, not pure, it's a lover, not quite like it was the projection of his father, and it was plausible. The relationship between Gu Ran and Gu Shuer cannot be defined by a simple relationship, but if you have to say, Gu Ran and Gu Shuer are more like a part of each other. Gu Shuer was willing to be Gu Ran's sword, but Gu Ran wanted to be Gu Shuer's shield. The knife can stab anyone according to Gu Ran's wishes, regardless of the consequences. The shield protects the two and silence. Two people are not pure two people, but in the process of growing up, they support each other and rely on each other, closer than a partner, purer than a lover, and more dependent than a loved one. The feelings that are not defined and indispensable may best describe the relationship between Gu Ran and Gu Shuer. No matter what Gu Ran regards Gu Shuer as, even if it is just a tool, as long as Gu Ran is willing not to let go and not to give up, then Gu Shuer doesn't matter. As long as you follow your brother, you can, whatever role you play, you can do it, because in the past few years, the two of them have played too many roles in each other. Gu Ran, do you have time today? So anxious? Tomorrow, at most the day after tomorrow, the Gu family will come to you. Go today. I have time to rectify tomorrow. Maybe I can send it the day after tomorrow. Okay, where is the location? The 5-star hotel opposite the school. That seems to be that person's territory, right? If you don't enter the tiger's den, you can't get a tiger. And this also means that we have enough confidence and confidence. You are really brave. It's not okay if you don't bet, but this time it's dragging you down. Take a risk with me. Between husband and wife, what do you say out of sight? You really can climb on the pole. Really? I'll eat it tonight, believe it or not. If everything goes well, why not let you eat it, Father Gu Ran? Call me Gu Ran, or your husband. Why, have you changed your hobbies? Call again that night. On this day, Yu Weiran used her remote control to contact the high-level members of her circle, and in the name of Fong Fan, she expressed that she wanted to negotiate with the mysterious Banjo King on the opposite side. The negotiators were Fong Fan's daughter and son-in-law. The daughter Fong Weiran represents his Fong Fan. The son-in-law, on the other hand, is the future heir of the Gu family in Kyoto, a passing Xiaolong. This news suddenly alarmed Fong Fan's internal forces. Although everyone had doubts about Fong Fan's situation, it was the first time in several years that Fong Fan had such a big movement, but it also made everyone inside contemplate and chose to cooperate. They all brought their hands and chose to go to the banquet. They all brought people over and waited in a 5-star hotel, giving Yu Weiran a strong voice. If anything happens to Yu Weiran, then they will raise the 5-star hotel to the ground and fight the king of Banjo endlessly. Of course, how many people would really do that is an afterthought. Most people still hope to be able to talk about it. Everyone was waiting at the door of the hotel. Not long after, a driver with a grim face appeared at the door of the hotel in a Rolls-Royce with the license plate East 00001. The car door opened, and the figures of Yu Weiran and Gu Ran walked out of it. Under the aura of the Overlord's boundless aura, Gu Ran's reputation is not only full, but also virtually. He will also carry a kind of Overlord's prestige under the glancing of their eyes. Many people did not dare to look at each other. After just a short period of staggered eyes, no one doubted the identity of Gu Ran, the heir to the Gu family, because this kind of upper-class aura can't be cultivated overnight. Well, it's okay to open it. Regarding Gu Ran's performance, Yu Weiran was right on the surface, but she was quite satisfied in her heart. Even, she felt that she had become a foil this time. Unconsciously, like a little woman, she held Gu Ran's arm to relieve her inner tension. Tension, young Master Gu, Miss Fong, we have been waiting for a long time, please. At the entrance of the 5-star hotel, two receptionists approached with respectful attitudes, but their expressions were neither humble nor overbearing. Around, there were some bodyguards lined up there, each showing indifference that no one should approach. Their eyes are ancient and wuba, and looking at anyone is like looking at a dead person. It's not like bodyguards, it's more like iron-blooded mercenaries who are indifferent to life and death. These people, only when Gu Ran passed by, his eyes hidden under his sunglasses would fluctuate in a flash. That is respect. It is a sign of surrender. Unfortunately, no one knows. Some people who are willing to sincerely follow Yu Weiran also want to follow Yu Weiran in at this moment. However, it turned out to be stop there, miss, be careful. But if there is a situation, call for help immediately, and I will go to the rescue even if I wait desperately. Someone reminded Yueran that truth or falsehood is unpredictable. Some silent people have even more thoughtful eyes, as if they are considering, but Yueran didn't show too much about these, and waved her hand up. Don't worry, with Gu Shao here this time, I believe that the king of Banjo will not make an unwise move. After speaking, Yueran took Gu Ran into the 5-star hotel with layers of defense, and under the leadership of the waiter, he headed all the way to the top floor. However, after getting on the elevator on the top floor, under the leadership of the waiter, he got on a secret elevator and headed for the underground floor. What are you? Miss Fong, the heart of defense is indispensable. You are, and so are we. Don't you want to see the king of Banjo? This time, he will personally receive the two of you. The waiter spoke with a smile on his face, but without the slightest arrogance, but with some respect. Just kidding, the woman of Banjo King, Fong Fan's daughter. What else are you fighting for? Two tigers fighting each other? I didn't expect it to be a male and a female. Dongzhou has decided that this is either the future king or the princess. It is correct to be respectful. The elevator went down, and finally came to several floors underground. Under the leadership of the waiter, he entered a dim walkway. At the end of the walkway, there is an open door. There seemed to be a lot of people sitting among them, quietly without any communication, and they seemed to be waiting for someone to arrive. Although Yueran's expression remained unchanged, he was already soaked in sweat while holding Gu Ran's hand. After all, Yueran is just an 18-year-old girl. Rao is extremely talented, but in the face of this headwind situation, or the situation of being slaughtered by anyone in the opponent's territory, she is still inevitably nervous. Chapter 63 Confession. Don't worry, I have everything. Gu Ran spoke, pulling Yueran towards their. Yueran took Yueran into it. There, it is a very spacious and huge venue, enough for a banquet. However, in it, only hundreds of black bodyguards stood, and in the center, a huge round table was placed, surrounded by strange and familiar faces. Those are the core backbone of the Banjo King that she once investigated. Those are also the chief people in charge from all walks of life who really know the identity of the king of Banjo. No matter which one is placed outside, it is the existence of the president of the national chain company, but these people only work for one person. The position of the round table facing the portal, which is also the position of the main seat in the center. There are two empty seats. The Banjo King she wanted to see was not there. Oh, shit, I got caught. This was Yueran's first thought. The king of Banjo did not come, so she was invited into the palace. She wanted to quietly remind Gu Ran, but before she could do so, her arm was pulled by Gu Ran, and then Gu Ran strode towards the round table. Gu Ran, what are you doing? Yueran, haven't you always been curious, who is the king of Banjo? What? Do you think there is a possibility? I am. Gu Ran looked back and looked at Yueran, who was startled there, her nervousness completely replaced by disbelief, but smiled and pulled Yueran to the main seat, and then pressed Yueran, who was stiff, into a position. Yueran, on the other hand, was sitting on another main seat next to Yueran. Well, now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. This meeting lasted only 1 hour. To be precise, it was actually only 40 minutes. Most people are concerned about Gu Ran's reported industry situation and income, as well as future expectations, and Gu Ran just thought about it in his mind, and it seemed that he could roughly estimate the result. The praise that should be praised, the praise that should be praised, and the guidance that should be given to the guidance. There was no mud and water and nonsense. Finally, after Gu Ran ordered one by one the direction that each industry needs to focus on next and the specific goals that need to be achieved, he announced the end of the meeting. The whole meeting was not so much a meeting as a chat, and there was not even an argument. With a few words, some of the important industries in Dongcheng have set future plans. Yueran watched in a daze the whole time, still unable to believe that all this was true, and didn't even know what to do. It wasn't until the end that Yueran reacted when Gu Ran announced the last thing after the meeting. In the next time, I will go to Kyoto to study, based on the Gu family, and try the strength there. I'm not here, everything is dominated by my wife Yueran. You will do your best to help her seize Fangfan's authority, take control of Dongzhou, and wait for my mobilization. See her like me. I'm done? Does anyone need to add anything? After Gu Ran finished speaking, everyone didn't say much, but they got up one after another, bowed to Yueran, handed Yueran their business cards, and left. When all the personnel had left, only Gu Ran and Yueran, as well as hundreds of bodyguards, were left in the field. This time, Yueran looked at a dozen business cards in her hand and felt very heavy. Because it was not just a dozen business cards, it felt more like a seal of a high-ranking official. Gu Ran, what the hell is going on? Classmate Yueran, it's unfortunate to tell you that King Banjo knew about your plan in advance. So, your plan may not be easy to come true. But, there is another good news. That is, the husband you were looking for in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. In addition to Gu Shao's identity, there is also a hidden identity. They all call him Banjo Wang. Gu Ran spoke with a long voice, but every word was like a hammer, falling on Yueran's heart, shocking her for a long time. Are you the king of Banjo? Impossible, how could you? You can rely on computer technology to remotely control the Banjo forces to drive you. I will sink and develop and become the king of Banjo. Why not? That's different, my dad is Fangfan, I'm still Gu Shao in Kyoto. Well, did you know that you were the heir of the Gu family a long time ago, or that you were the real heir sent by the Gu family to experience in secret? Although the process and the result are not very accurate, you can understand it that way, because I am going to do the same. Why don't you talk anymore? This incident happened so strangely, I want to slow down. Slow down tomorrow, let's do what we have to do today. What? Eat you. You let go, me, let me slow down, I'll take a look first. It's okay, it's normal to be confused, just be transparent. Guran hugged Yueran and headed towards a long-prepared private room next to the parliament hall here. If you say you will eat her today, you will eat her today. Hundreds of bodyguards, still expressionless, but they all blocked the door very tacitly to prevent anyone from disturbing the good things about the Dongzhou merger. Yes, this is not a simple matter of men and women, but is related to whether the future of the entire Dongzhou is bloody or prosperous. 1 hour later in the suite. Intermission. Guran, give me a child. No way. Why? Sister Wan can, why can't I? I'm not sure about one. If you want triplets, I can do it. You can also control the number of children. My family has triplets genes. Lie to the ghost. Just say if you want it or not. If you want it, I don't believe you can say anything else. Good boy, take a pill to help cheer up. Guran spoke, took out a pill and stuffed it into Yueran's mouth. After that, there was another dragon-to-tiger fight that continued for the merger of Dongzhou. The next day, when Yueran woke up, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock. She only felt sore all over, as if she had fallen apart, but she still had some doubts about what happened last night. Looking at Guran lying next to him, Yueran asked again uncertainly. Are you really the king of Banzhou? This is a nickname given by others. In fact, except for the people in charge who met yesterday, I have never seen anyone else. Many times I use a special plane to contact them. You guy, no wonder I feel that you are always mysterious, but I didn't expect to be so silent. No way, I don't want to, it's just like this before I know it. I can understand this. Yueran nodded in agreement. After all, she is like this. Of course, Guran wiped his cold sweat secretly and hid it from him. Fortunately, it was Yueran. If you changed to someone else, it might not be so easy to accept. Chapter 64, 3 Division East Continent geniuses, especially super geniuses, are still the kind of super evil geniuses who rarely communicate with ordinary people. They usually use their own state to measure others. Sometimes, they don't quite understand why a very simple thing is done to pieces, and Guran, although Yueran was shocked, he was very receptive to it. This seems to be normal. Afterwards, after Yueran got dressed neatly, she didn't leave immediately, and the two discussed some things. Yueran is going to Kyoto, and Yueran is actually going too. However, Guran may be about to go soon, while Yueran is about to start school. During the 2-month summer vacation, with the full support of Guran, the king of Banzhou, the plan to counterattack the king of Banzhou in 3 years has now become a 2-month stabilization of the situation in Dongzhou. However, Yueran had another set of ideas compared to completely turning Dongzhou into a one-word hall. And this is also the reason why Yueran needs to waste 2 months of time out. If you simply follow Guran's idea of great unity, it only takes 3 days for everything to be wiped out. Even when Guran went to Kyoto, all of Dongzhou could see Guran off. Do you want to continue to create the illusion that the two tigers are fighting for food? That's right, in the land of Dongzhou, we have all ignored that there are third-party forces, and it is still the largest one. You mean Guran pointed to it, but his face was silent. Yes, Dongzhou is not two tigers fighting each other, there is another big force. It's just that Guran, that power, instinctively did not regard them as enemies. That power is official. Why Yueran wants 3 points of Dongzhou, let Dongzhou on the bright surface present a state where the power of the official, the king of Banzhou, and Fengfan are opposed to each other and check and balance each other. The official pays attention to balance and does not want to let any party dominate. Once King Banzhou and Fengfan are unbalanced on either side, the official will end up with sanctions, and it will be hard to say what will happen at that time. On the contrary, it is a very good choice for the three kingdoms to continue to pretend to be in the state that Yueran had planned before and maintain a relatively stable situation. Even because Guran influenced the situation as Gu Shao, maybe the Gu family would get some official support in the future. But Guran quickly realized a problem. This plan is good, but the force where Fengfan is running by you really deserve to be my opponent and husband, and you realize the problem so quickly. I just hate trouble. Me too, that's why I need you to give me a bottom line. What? I need a group of trustworthy people, at least those who can absolutely obey you. This with your deep-diving character, if there were no such people, I guess you wouldn't be honest with me today. Well, indeed, those bodyguards outside are actually. To what extent is loyalty? Dead man. More than 100 are dead soldiers? Well, almost, yes, 2,000. Guran scratched his face, but he still told a little lie, only a fraction. After all, as long as he now brushes Gu Shuer's mission progress every time, Guran can have 2,048 dead soldiers under him. Give it to me, give me some, I will replace all those disobedient guys, so you don't have to worry about the unstable situation in the future. If you are like this, you are not afraid that I will eat away all your strength. It's best to eat away, so that I can get rid of that mess completely. If you say that, I will make arrangements. What? There are still a lot of people who have yet to be employed on my side. It is indeed possible to give your industry a big change in front of you. Well, at that time, I will use the name of the whole card left for me by my father. This is not a lie, right, Father Guran? Whatever you want, just pay attention to safety. Well, those who have seen us outside today, I will shut them all up. Need help? Does it affect you? It won't. That must help. Okay, I'll arrange it. Guran and Yueran walked out of the 5-star hotel and looked at Yueran in front of the waiting Fengfan, all with expectation and curiosity in their eyes. Why Yueran didn't say much, but took Guran and left by car together. In the afternoon of that day, Yueran notified the internal forces through a message. He has already made an agreement with the king of Banzhou. The two will not infringe on each other within 3 years, and commercial competition depends on their own abilities, and They will not use the following methods to compete fairly after that. He will gradually leave many things to his daughter to take care of. Point 2 news. One is exciting and the other is worrying, however. Yueron's ability to go to Banjo King's side alone to solve the problem also proves Yueron's courage, coupled with the support of some people inside. Some of the people who supported this part saw Yueron's ability, while others were the ones who rebelled from Guran's side. In any case, Yueron's plan to gather power started smoothly. As for those who have bad intentions and are full of doubts about Feng Fan's own situation, they retain their attitude, and even secretly prepared to use some small means against Weiran. However, before these people took action, various things began to appear around them. The child who went to school was maimed, his wife cuckolded him, and his parents accidentally fell into the hospital while walking. Doom seemed to haunt this group of people at this moment, making them overwhelmed, and they themselves, in the industries they maintain, make frequent errors. It seemed that there were traps everywhere, as if nothing was done with good results. Some were even sent directly to prison for some illegal and criminal activities they had done before, and their own territory, industry, and contacts were quickly taken over under Weiran's control. As time goes by, there are more and more such things, and some old foxes who are really old and refined will naturally quickly realize what's going on. As some people want to resist and prove that they are not easy to bully, then there is no then. Either it suddenly disappeared, or the whole world disappeared. Some people smelled a bad breath, decisively confessed, abdicated to make way for Xian, and went home to spend the rest of their lives. Although these people did not have the authority they had in the past, Yueran did not do anything, giving them a good ending. Not to mention, Yueran kindly equipped these people with bodyguards to prevent them from being secretly harmed by some enemies seeking revenge. Even together with their families, they were protected together. Of course, these are all things Yueran did during the summer vacation. At that time, Guran had already left Dongzhou. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and another day passed. The Gu family came to Tianlan community, and according to the address given by Guran, they arrived at Guran's villa. Chapter 65 3 Requests. Old man Gu looked at Guran, who was sitting there, already waiting for him, and didn't talk much nonsense. I think your adoptive parents have already told you what they know.
Tell me what you mean.
Yes, but there are conditions. Looking back at my family as heirs, you still have to make conditions for this kind of good thing that you can't find with a lantern? Is it a bit insatiable? If there is no problem with my cheap Lao Tzuan brother, it won't be my turn. Even, you can't remember me at all. But, in the end, I found you, didn't I? This is your luck, and you may be destined to be the heir of the Gu family. Don't draw me cakes, I never believed in destiny. It seems that you are smarter than I thought. I never thought I was the material to become the heir, and I never expected you to really let me inherit the Gu family. Instead of going around and having misunderstandings in the future, it's better for us to talk about everything first, and the contract is signed. I won't give you the whole month, and you can't cut short my benefits. The requirements and conditions are all spread out at once. Guran spoke, looking at old man Gu indifferently and calmly, and the old man of the Gu family didn't expect Guran to be so straightforward, let alone that at such an age, Guran would see some of the pros and cons so thoroughly. After a moment of silence, old man Gu, who had been thinking about it again and again, spoke to, since you said that, then I won't go in circles with you. I need you to go back and temporarily inherit the family business as the eldest son of the second child. You need to help me stabilize the relationship between the Gu family and wait until your father wakes up, or until a qualified heir to the Gu family truly inherits the family business. Old man Gu spoke, although he didn't say too much, but with the blessing of Guran's talent, he still analyzed a lot of information very keenly. The so-called true family ruler should be someone who can be recognized by old man Gu. Not only can it provoke the great beam of the Gu family, but it must also convince everyone. At this point, Guran, who did not grow up under the noses of the Gu family, was obviously unqualified. Even Guran felt that old man Gu didn't expect much from him. It may be obvious to let him be the temporary heir of the Gu family. It's hard to hear, it's just a puppet. In this situation, combined with the results of Guran's investigation, he has three layers of speculation. The Gu family wanted to cultivate the plank road in the Ming dynasty, darkly Chen Sung, and wanted to rise again from the decline, taking advantage of this time's weakness to give others a first. Xiao Xiao came to a big one, and even took this to be reborn as second. The person in the Gu family who really provoked the beam may not be surnamed Gu. Even if he is surnamed, his identity is not pure, and he is not even as good as his illegitimate son. Third, one's own existence, on the one hand, is to be pulled out as a puppet top package, and on the other hand, it is to become the one who is truly in power. The transition to a turning point. As for how to transition, Guran is still unclear from these messages. At this moment, old man Gu didn't have any extra nonsense, and made three requests to Guran. At first, sign an agreement. The agreement is to give up any shares of the Gu family. Second, marry a woman. That woman is Guran's future wife. The Gu family needs the temporary cooperation of the other party's family for the time being. This relationship is very necessary. Third, old man Gu will arrange a woman for him, and Guran wants to have a child with that woman. As for who this woman is, there is no way to tell her. When needed, old man Gu will notify her. Guran looked at these three requirements and became more sure of his guess. Even, he faintly guessed that the person who was going to conceive a child with him was definitely related to the future ruler of the Gu family, and might even be the one in power. However, these are not important to Guran, because these are just old man Gu's arrangements and plans. Everything is undecided, and who can make it clear what will happen in the future? Guran, on the other hand, at this time, obtained three conditions for himself that were opposite to the requirements. First, take your adoptive parents and younger sister to Kyoto. Among them, Guran asked his adoptive father to be his own driver, otherwise he would not rest assured of his safety. And mother, she must be able to live a life of fine clothes and good food. If you have a younger sister, you just need to go to the same school as him. Second, he can't want shares, but he still has money in some industries. And if he wants to develop some industries, then the Gu family's contacts need to open the door to him. Moreover, what Guran owns belongs to his private property, not to the Gu family. This will be the capital for him to settle down after he is abandoned in the future. Third, you can have a wife, but you must be beautiful and ugly. As for the woman who wants to have children with him, she must pay a certain amount of remuneration, otherwise he will not make a loss-making business. This is professional ethics. Regarding Gurant's request, the first two old men could understand Gurant's request, but the third one had some doubts in his understanding. It's not that the requirements are too high, but the requirements are too low. The most important part is that Gurant's requirements are indeed the lowest. However, old man Gu thought for a long time, and finally agreed. He even said that if Gurant could get the approval of the person he arranged and let the other party successfully give birth to children, he would not only be paid, but even give him a part of the shares of the Gu family, and he would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. But in this regard, Gurant refused. He said that he is a person with a high level of professional ethics and will not interfere in the private lives of his customers, nor will he ask for extra things from his customers. Then that's it. Signed the contract? Wait for me for a day. I'm going to get a divorce. What, are you married? The second marriage is over. You just got married 2 days ago. You are considered a great Mandarin duck. You just graduated from high school. What are you married to? How do you eat if you don't get married? Drink the northwest wind? Can I live in a big villa, wear a famous brand, and drive a luxury car if I don't get married? Do you still eat soft rice? Don't say it so badly. I just happened to meet a girl who was willing to spend money for me, and then we just happened to be willing to waste a period of youth for each other. This matter of being married and being nurtured by others must not be known when we return to Kyoto. Our Gu family cannot afford to lose this person. Don't worry, I have professional ethics, and my clients are also very enlightened. This is what you call professional ethics. Give you 2 days to get your mess done, or I will help you deal with it myself. Also, give me an up-to-date medical examination certificate afterwards. Forget it, I will take you there in person at that time. I have a physical examination every month. Cleanliness is the basic requirement of our profession. That's enough, I don't want to know this. Chapter 66, Emotions between interests. Old man Gu jumped to his feet in anger, too lazy to listen to Gurant's nonsense. Sure enough, the roots are broken, and they can't be raised anywhere. The second son of his own family is a dandyish wanderer, and the second son is also a mud that can't help the wall. How could he think that his son's illegitimate son would be a serious and excellent person? Be nurtured. Old man Gu looked at Gurant's appearance, angry and helpless in his heart. What's so special about this is that it really doesn't waste its own resources at all, but this shameless attitude also made old man Gu sigh lightly. This is definitely his son's own, sure enough. Only if you don't hold any hope can you not be disappointed. However, before old man Gu left, he still glanced back at Gurant. I have to say that although this grandson may also be a mud, his appearance and temperament are very good. When he is not talking, he is domineering and majestic, giving people a feeling that is not simple. A disguise should allow the Gu family to survive these rough years. Hey, it's unfortunate. Old man Gu sighed and murmured softly, thinking of the 4 Kyoto families and the heirs of other families. He felt a burst of envy and jealousy. Why are the children and grandchildren of other people so good, and they always want to plug them back into the furnace in their own family? Old man Gu left, leaving with a complicated mood. After Gurant waited for them to leave, he glanced at several corners of the villa area. There, the bodyguards next to old man Gu just passed by, and bugs were installed in some hidden corners. This old man Gu was not as relieved of him as he seemed. Or, he is using his own method to understand Gurant's character. In this regard, Gurant did not go to expose it, and left the villa directly, only to contact Yueran halfway through. Husband, what's the matter with me? Divorce. That afternoon, the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yueran looked at the extra divorce certificate in his hand again, as well as Yueran, who was looking at him grievously next to him, and sighed softly. Don't look at me like that, Gu Jiaolaodeng asked. But we only got married on the 3rd day, and you divorced me, you scumbag. No way, I'm too sought after, and I may have new customers again. Fuck you. Yueran raised his leg and kicked Gurant's calf and stomach, and left in the car angrily, and Gurant could only watch her leave. Nowadays, Yueran is really busy, and she has to rectify Dongzhou well. However, Gurant was relieved to have her there. The entire Dongzhou was put into her hands, which was more energetic than in Gurant's hands. In the past few days, Gurant also learned from Yueran why she became dumb. Talent. Why Yueran has an extraordinary talent, brain development. In simple terms, Yueran has been very smart since she was born. When the child was still confused, she had already begun to learn to understand the world, develop her brain, and master various life and survival skills. Over time, she gradually discovered that she seemed to be able to continuously improve her IQ through the continuous use of her brain. Many things, as long as she wants to learn, she can learn in a very short time, and she can reach a level beyond ordinary people. Therefore, she was able to teach herself to be a hacker in a very short period of time after her father's death, and at the same time self-assembled and adjusted many machinery, and even developed a set of cyber intelligence agencies by herself. If Gurant is systematically hanging up, then Yueran is relying on mutation. It is unreasonable to open and hang, but variation is risky. This talent is very awesome, even a little incredible, but it is not without disadvantages. There is a saying that is well said, wisdom will hurt. Yueran's talent can make her as smart as she wants, but the price is that the smarter she is, the greater the burden on her body. Once it exceeds a certain range, her body will be damaged. For example, loss of voice, deafness, blindness, and even paralysis may occur in the future. This is the high-speed consumption of the brain, which drags down the performance of the body. This is difficult to control. But when Yueran realized the danger, it was too late. She lost her voice and gradually became Deaf. If he hadn't met Gu Ran, Yu Weiran might continue to lose the ability of the five senses, and it was even uncertain how he would become in the end. With Gu then, Yu Weiran's daily check-in allowed Yu Weiran to restore the lost physical functions. Even in this continuous repair and replenishment, her body has received a certain degree of exercise nowadays. As long as Yu Weiran does not continue to develop her brain domain at a higher level, her physical function has basically stabilized. However, how to put it, she still wants better after all. Why Yu Weiran and Gu Ran were open and honest, and Gu Ran also became interested in Weiran's ability to develop this brain domain. Therefore, Gu Ran said that if he has time in the future, he can help Yu Weiran develop this ability more deeply if he can accept it. However, today's Gu Ran's 3 light power can only help Yu Weiran relieve his body, but it cannot be completely cured, and even if it is cured, once Yu Weiran further develops the brain domain, it is likely that he will relapse further. Therefore, both Gu Ran and Yu Weiran knew that this kind of thing needed to be done slowly. In terms of power, Gu Ran handed over his power in Dongzhou to Yu Weiran. At the same time, Yu Weiran and Gu Ran were completely integrated in the exchange of interests. Physically, Gu Ran's role is unique and indispensable. When Yu Weiran reacted, she realized that she could no longer do without Gu or An.as for how it feels between the two people, and none of this matters anymore. Neither of them is a love brain, so they will not ask each other to give or show anything to be at ease. The truly strong are all proactive, helping Gu Ran stabilize the rear of Dongzhou and allowing Gu Ran to expand towards Kyoto with confidence was Yu Weiran's greatest feedback to Gu Ran. Marriage, on the other hand, cannot maintain this relationship. Therefore, children have become the best choice. Why Yu Weiran needs children to stabilize their status. Gu Ran needs children, so Yu Weiran can rest assured and help herself safely. In all of this, the two of them exchanged interests, but there was also a speechless affection in them. After all, if you don't have a good impression, Gu Ran won't help, and Yu Weiran won't ask Gu Ran for help. Without trust, Gu Ran would not leave his Dongzhou industry to Yu Weiran to take care of, almost completely entrusting it. Yu Weiran would not tell Gu Ran his own secrets. Point 2. People who have been talking about feelings mixed with interests will feel that the latter is a bit unsightly. However, if two people who concentrate on talking about interests are mixed with feelings, this is a kind of speechless romance. Even if this is actually one thing, different perspectives and different preconceived ideas often lead to different results. As for the marriage and divorce of the two of them, Yu Weiran saw it very clearly. Yu Ran didn't want his own industry to have any intersection with the Gu family. At least, until Gu Ran is completely at ease with the Gu family, or takes over the Gu family completely. The two cannot be confused. In this way, if Gu Ran wants to become the heir of the Gu family, he must start again. At least, it is obvious that all of them must rely on the Gu family. The only advantage is that Gu Ran is currently the only skeleton bloodline that is healthy, alive, and about the same age. Under such circumstances, if Gu Ran wants to continue to hang out with Gu's family, some things will be involuntary. Among them, marriages included. In the past few days, Yu Weiran discovered an interesting thing. For Gu Ran, marriage seemed to be a simple profession. It's better to have it than not, just like Ruan Yuling. Gu Ran didn't show much when he got married, but after leaving, even if they didn't see each other, there was always a message appearing on Gu Ran's mobile phone every day, reporting Ruan Yuling's situation. This was discovered by Yu Weiran looking at Gu Ran's mobile phone prompt. Except for Ruan Yuling's the same news, there are non-link Gu Shuer and hers. Yu Ran never said anything in love, or even gave any promises, acting like a scumbag. However, his gentleness has always been manifested in daily life, even hidden in corners that they don't know. You have nothing to do. Maybe it's not really nothing to do. It's just that there is such a person who is silently propping up a comfortable sky that belongs to you. Gu Ran, you are really a scumbag. But you are like poison again. Obviously, your feelings for you have not yet reached the point where life and death are promised, but we all want to throw our arms around you. Yu Weiran sat in the car, muttering to herself. Yu Ran is not a perfect boyfriend or a qualified husband, but he is a very qualified dependent. Even so, they all knew that Gu Ran was scumbag and that a normal relationship might be fruitless, but neither she, Nanli, nor Gu Shuer had any hesitation, because this man can save you from danger when you were most helpless. Gu Ran's sense of security was full. When I was young, the people I met couldn't be too amazing, the ugly ducklings who were comforted by the golden-winged dupang could not see the stalwart of the eagle, let alone like them. The ugly ducklings who might turn into white swans would take another look. Because there is nothing comparable. Holding the divorce certificate, Gu Ran rode his own small electric donkey and returned to Tianlan community. The next day old man Gu came again, and by the way, he also took Gu's father and mother who had simply packed a suitcase. Yu Shuer, on the other hand, came out of the villa with various things in large bags. If it weren't too cumbersome, Gu Shuer would even want to get rid of the pots and pans. And after all, Yu Weiran said no to the things in the villa. Yu Shuer meant, since I don't want it anymore, and I can't take it away, it's better to sell it directly, so that I can make a small profit. Yu Ran listened to Gu Shuer's thoughts and directly dismissed Gu Shuer's thoughts. Maybe one day, we will come back. Really? Weiran and Nanli will too? Maybe Sister Wan will too. That's going to be sold even more, and everyone will buy new ones when they come back. It makes sense, then sell it all, and I'll contact the merchant for you. Good. Old Man Gu. Chapter 67. The so-called Beijing Circle. Let's go, share, Mom and Dad, let's go to Kyoto to enjoy our blessings. Gu Ran, in fact, we can't go either. Just take Shuer, that won't work. My parents are here. If you don't travel far, you must travel together. But don't worry, although we are not related by blood, you are my most important family, and I won't let anyone hurt you. Gu Ran spoke in this way, with deep affection and righteousness. The old man Gu in the other car heard Gu Ran's words through the bug, and he had a higher evaluation of Gu Ran in his heart. This kid is quite grateful, but it's not a good thing to be too emotional, and his weakness is too obvious. However, when old man Gu looked back and thought about it, he felt a little relieved again. The weakness is obvious, but it is easy to control, and it will be better to handle it in the future. Of course. Old Man Gu didn't know, and it was also because of this that Gu's father and mother didn't want to go, because Father Gu knew that if there was such a day, maybe Gu Ran would be desperate to save him, but in the end, he might not really be able to save him. At this moment, Gu Ran, the more affectionate he was to them, the more Gu's father and mother felt that they were surrounded by the wind of the dark winter night, and they couldn't feel a little warmth. Yes, there is only one kind of coldness. And despair that cannot be broken free. Children are all debts now, retribution is coming, I knew this would happen, so I should be nice to him, maybe he can let me go. Father Gu regretted in his heart at this moment, but he was thinking about the future and how to get along with his eldest son. Father Gu used to be Gu Urji's driver, and now, Gu Ran named Gu's father as the driver, saying that other people were not at ease. This is what Gu Ran said to Old Man Gu himself, and it is still one of the three conditions. Because of this, Old Man Gu has given Father Gu eye drops a lot in the past 2 days. However, although Father Gu was clearly aggrieved with Old Man Gu on the surface, he could clearly understand it in his heart. Old Man Gu said that Father Gu was jealous or in awe, but he was not too scared. After all, he was still covered by Gu and at least, that's the case on the surface. As long as Gu Ran doesn't touch the bottom line of the big family, even if Father Gu was a weakness and handle thrown out, at least his life will not be in danger. However, if you offend Gu Ran, then you are not sure if Father Gu was not sure if he would suddenly have an accident. Because of something, for example, there was an accident while driving. At the time, Gu Ran might shed a few tears and make trouble with the Gu family, and even get more benefits from it. This is not that Gu's father thought too much, but that Gu Ran really did it. Even to say, Father Gu felt that Gu Ran had such a plan with them, but it's just that it depends on the specific time and usage. Kyoto is not a place to enjoy blessings, but a hot pot hell for cooking people. Everyone set off in the car. Gu Ran sat in the car without speaking. Gu Shuer was tired, but she curled up in the back seat and fell asleep on Gu Ran's lap. Gu Ran looked at the receding scenery outside the window, sorting out the messages of the world in his mind. This world is similar to the last world. The country where Gu Ran is located is called Huagua. This country is not divided by provinces, but by the 5 continents of Southeast, West, North, and Central China. Gu Ran is located in Dongzhou, as well as Shizhou, Beizhou, Nanzhou, and Zhengzhou. Zhengzhou is the core, and the other 4 continents assist in guarding. Each continent has its own independent relationship. Although Zhengzhou is the leader among them, the intertwined forces are more fragmented. These regimes are influenced by families in many places. If Huaxia in his previous life hadn't suffered 100 years of humiliation and opened his eyes to see the world, and hadn't been cut off by Taizu's knife by many landlords and nobles, maybe it would be like this world. This is a world controlled by wealthy families. The official power is like a weapon on display there. There is a circle in which a group of people compete. In the end, the strongest one will become the recognized king of that circle, and that king has the power to use the displayed weapon. That circle is the Beijing circle. However, even the king who can operate a weapon cannot truly exert the true power of that weapon, because even if he is recognized by all circles, he cannot act arbitrarily based on his own preferences. If you want that weapon to be wielded like an arm, you need to be driven by interests. Only when you have fed the people around you can you be held up and wielded by others. When you use your weapons, instead of dragging you down and becoming a shackled in this circle, power, money, prestige, and everything that humans can currently do can basically be achieved in it. If it is difficult to achieve, you can also try to achieve it in it. Therefore, the water in this circle is very deep, and there are many monsters and ghosts in the water. Moreover, in this circle, after many generations of changes, some inevitable disadvantages have gradually emerged. That is, xenophobia. Only families recognized by that circle can compete in this circle. No matter how strong the others are, they can't get in. This is a kind of safeguarding of interests, and it is also a kind of tacit acquiescence to certain self-proclaimed rights. For example, Gu Ran, even if he became the king of Dongzhou and stomped his feet in Dongzhou, the entire Dongzhou would have to shake 3 times, and he would still not be able to enter that circle. However, when he has the identity of a young Gu, even if he is just an illegitimate child of the Gu family, even if he is just a little boy who was raised by others, even if he is an incompetent mud and waste wood, he will be easily accepted by that circle and nothing else, because his surname is Gu, Gu of the Gu family in Kyoto. That's all of this is also the reason why Gu Ran chose to look back at home. The threshold for entering the Beijing circle is not high, but it is very stuck. If Gu Ran didn't have the identity of Gu Jiazhou, he might also be able to enter, but Gu Ran is a deep-diving temperament, and he still doesn't like to stand in front of people until he has figured out more about the world. Even now, there are already tens of thousands of dead soldiers under his hands, but he still knows his own weight. Tens of thousands of dead soldiers. This is not used as a pawn, but as a car, used to spy on people. Every dead man, at the right place, and at the right time, will be able to make a huge difference. They didn't simply use their bodies to help him block bullets, nor did they hold 2 watermelon knives to shake the aircraft tank hard. Thinking of this, Gu Ran touched Gu Shuer's hair, sighing with emotion in her heart. Sister's metamorphosis progress 95%, 0.95% of the progress, except for the first 10 times, the remaining 85 enchantments. Gu Shuer's enchantment is similar to Nanli's skill promotion card, and can be continuously enhanced in some ways. For example, Nanli is proficient in fighting. On the other hand, Gu Shuer played an important role in the kidnapper's contact information. Chapter 68, The Tiger Enters Beijing. The enchantment situation is as follows: drug +2, triplets into the soul in one shot, absolute magic medicine, no explanation, tearing clothes +5, after being cast, it will make people feel bullied and leave a shadow in their hearts. Mysterious phone +9, the ultimate enchantment, you can investigate anyone's messages, including some people's secrets must be in the water cup. +5, necessary for the destruction of corpses and traces, fake pregnancy list. +3, people will be convinced after reading it, and they will not have the idea of re-examination. Of course, regular pregnancy tests will still be found. However, even if it is added to 9 o'clock, the pregnancy test will not be found, and Gu Ran feels that it is of little significance. Severely hit dagger +4, after being hit, it will be severely hit and in a coma for up to 4 years. After waking up, there will be no sequelae. It's enough Runderworld plus 3, Wandering Gangsters plus Philosophical CJ plus Sichuan are all cute. Guran dare not continue to add more, indifferent like him. There is also a kind of fear of peeping into the abyss, the disinformation firm plus 9, after being filled with a few points. Guran mastered his own public opinion power, push hard plus 6, if the light is bleeding and severely injured. If the heavy is directly accidental death, kidnappers plus 45. Guran focuses on taking care of the direction of the attached cube, and it is also a continuous existence. The original ability of the kidnappers was that there were 2 extrajudicial fanatics, and their role was to provide money to help you kidnap others. Kidnapper plus 10, promoted to a dead soldier. The role is to give Guran 2 loyal subordinates who can do anything for Guran. After the kidnappers plus 10, the number of dead soldiers will be doubled for every point of enchantment, and when the kidnappers plus 20, it will reach 2048 people. After the kidnappers plus 20, the number is not doubled, but each point of enchantment directly increases by 2048 people, and now, it is the kidnapper plus 45. According to calculations, there are currently a total of 53,248 dead soldiers under Guran's hands if you count the 5 points that have not yet been completed. Guran will have almost 63,488 dead soldiers serving him in the end. Most of these people are currently working as bodyguards in large industrial projects such as 5-star hotels and Super 10 hotels. Part of it is being arranged by Ueran to replace the other half of Fong Fan's forces. There are still thousands of people who are hidden by Guran and some people's flow of people engaged in various industries. The dead are not all men, but also women, the elderly, etc. As the king of Dongzhou, Guran's current industry is no longer limited to the 10 categories of industries obtained from Sister Ruan. However, only the top 10 industries of Sister Ruan's family rushed out of Dongzhou and spread throughout the country, truly achieving a national chain. For example, 5-star hotels, clean water baths, the automobile industry, villa areas, snack bars, milk tea shops, and most importantly tobacco stocks. Although tobacco shares, for every 1 point increase, there is only a 1% increase, and when they are added to the full value of 9 points, there is only 14% of the shares. But behind this share, there are not only shares, there are many other things. 14% of tobacco shares are very high even. Now, Guran dare not expose this part of the shares. What is involved behind this? Even if he is now, he may not be able to grasp it, but in any case, these 10 aspects of the industry are the foundation of Guran's external affairs. In Dongzhou, Guran ran rampant in Wuji. When going to the Beijing Circle, Guran still had to use these 10 spreading tentacles as the basis to slowly expand to the outside world. Thinking of this, Guran couldn't help but miss Sister Ruan again. After separating that day, Ruan Yuling left Dongzhou directly. She seemed to have also come to the land of Zhengzhou, and she was still studying for a doctorate in Yanda University, and she had a peaceful and comfortable life. Guran didn't disturb Sister Ruan for the time being, and of course, he didn't let anyone disturb Sister Ruan either. For example, in school, some people who want to pursue Sister Ruan have had various problems in a very short period of time. Some were transferred, some were expelled, and the better ones passed the exam, while some who wanted to be unscrupulous were directly deceived and went to northern Myanmar. Although Guran's subordinates were dead soldiers, they had all evolved from kidnappers. There are not many abilities that are fair and square, but if they want to talk about things secretly, they can't use them, but they don't pull the same as they should. When it comes to blackness, no one can beat them, not even the outlaws. Therefore, Sister Ruan's life has been smooth and turbulent. I hope she is alright. It won't be long, maybe we can see each other again. Sister Yen University, Sister Ruan is still so good at playing. Guran muttered to himself, looking at the scenery outside the window, and unconsciously closed his eyes and took a nap. By the time Guran woke up again, the car had already entered Zhengzhou, but instead of continuing to drive, they went to an airport halfway there. They went back by helicopter directly. NOA. The road in Zhengzhou is too crowded with vehicles. If it weren't for Old Man Gu's fear of the snake power in Dongzhou, and this time he took Guran, it was a secret matter, he would have taken a special plane to Dongzhou a long time ago. Although Mr. Gu did not find out that the owner of the 5-star hotel was Guran, he did find out that the starting place of the 5-star hotel was in Dongzhou, and in the land of Dongzhou, the 2 tigers are fighting each other, and he also knows that Old Man Gu was not sure who it was who abolished his children and grandchildren, but he showed fear and rejection of everything in Dongzhou. Therefore, Old Man Gu did not borrow from Qianlong, but chose to secretly pick up Guran. One more thing is better than one less thing. Everything is based on the future of the Gu family. When the Gu family settles down in the future, the Old Man Gu will free up his hands. Maybe he will start to plan the layout of Dongzhou. However, no one knows when Old Man Gu will free up his hand. At least, after Guran came, he couldn't help him. In the end, the helicopter landed in a huge open space in an estate. It seemed that it was specially parked for helicopters, and there were several more beside it. Gu Yuan, this is the name of this manor, and it is also the ancestral home established here by the Gu family after it became one of the 4 major families in the Beijing Circle. According to Guran's understanding of the history of the Gu family, it was once a palace of the regent. It was converted into a palace, even if it has been renovated several times. It has a history of at least hundreds of years. Already. One of the most distinctive features should be the various beautifully shaped garden designs. Guyuan Garden is a must in the Beijing Circle. This is recognized and a symbol of its heritage. Even now that the Gu family has withered and the family has begun to decline, it is still an unshakable behemoth in addition to the other 3 major families. Take a good look at it. In 3 days, I will hold a dinner party for you, introduce you to people in the family, and then take you into the Beijing Circle to give you a proper name. After that, whether it's a dragon or a worm, it depends on your ability in it. Old Man Gu spoke, and slowly introduced to Guran the situation in the Beijing Circle. Nowadays, Jinghuaner is divided into 3 levels, with 12 main surnames. They are Fu, He, Pei, and Gu. These are the 4 top giants in the Beijing Circle. 2nd grade, Xia, Zhou, Huo, Sheng. Among them, the Xia family is the most prosperous and prosperous. Only these 4 major families have a faint tendency to take care of their families and replace them. As for the other 3, they are a lot worse than the 4 major families. Chapter 69. For major families, each with its own characteristics. The third grade, Shin, Lin, Shi. Not to mention, compared to the 12 surnames, these 4 families are indeed famous families with heads and faces. However, for those within the 12th family name, it is completely insufficient. Their family, there is no one who can carry the beam. And their own way of survival is just to drill into some ordinary luxury industries, and to live by marriage with other large families, clinging to dependents. These 12 surnames are the mainstream of the Beijing circle. If you want to compete for authority, you must first find a way to squeeze out one of the 12 surnames, and then rush up from the 3 gradients. After reaching the first echelon, you can compete with each other from among the 4. But at every level, there is a huge gap as long as you don't make too many mistakes. Basically, a family will not fall off a certain gradient so quickly, and the Gu family didn't know it either. If it weren't for a problem with the heir 20 years ago, and then the children and grandchildren were abolished again, the Gu family would still be a prosperous, wealthy family. However, now that the Gu family's main line of people has withered, many people have a lot of thoughts. When you are strong, some people will put away their minds and live in peace with you, because they know that they can't beat it, and peace is best for them. However, when you are weak, they will try as long as they find a little possibility, because compared to living in peace, they understand better which way to gain greater benefits by relying on and controlling the Gu family than by living in peace. All of this will not happen on the bright side, but in the dark, anyone will become the driving force. This is not just the Gu family, but any family is no exception. In addition to these 12 surnames, there are many surnames that are recognized by the Beijing circle and can be mixed in the Beijing circle, but they cannot participate in the core dispute. For example, Sang, Shi, Wen, Tang, Su, Li, etc. No one can guarantee that any of the 12 surnames have bad luck and fall quickly. These families may be able to take the opportunity to rise and become the core surnames. Gu Yuan. Now old man Gu handed an intelligence message to Gu Ran, that is the personal relationship he needs to know as the future heir of the Gu family, as well as some information and intelligence he needs to grasp. Our Gu family is now withered, but it is also one of the 4 major families. You should know Fu Yanjing. I have seen him. He is a very talented kid. The elders of the Fu family are generally talented, and the Fu family should have the plan to train him as an heir. This family has a very good style and is notoriously infatuated. Many people think that their family will fall as a result, but their Fu family has always had good luck, and their families are always harmonious and their children are prosperous. And the people of the Pei family are relatively cold and precocious. Their children have very thin margins, and they are almost relatively indifferent to their children. Therefore, it is easy for Pei's family to leave certain psychological shadows in childhood, causing certain quirks. So don't be fooled by the appearance of the Pei family. Each of them has a good experience on the surface. In fact, they will find a way to get what they want. Keep an eye on it when they encounter it. As for the He family, they are seriously ill. Like a mad dog, they are crazy to catch whoever bites. There are all 3 religions and 9 streams around, and the circle is the most chaotic. Moreover, every mistress of their family has a history of at least one accidental abortion, but because of various accidents, their children have long and tenacious growth. Speaking of this, Old Man Gu also had some incomprehensible envy on his face. As for the Gu family, Old Man Gu naturally didn't say anything. However, through his own investigation, Gu Ran also discovered some characteristics of the Gu family. Men of the Gu family, serious people usually have bad luck, such as the elder Gu family. In the end, the eldest family is often the dandyish son of the prodigal son. Of course, the dandy is not capable of turning his head anymore. Therefore, the Gu family usually finds a suitable object, and with the help of the object, the family is revitalized. Even, sometimes, it can absorb the family industry of the marriage partner. As for whether the marriage partner agrees or not, naturally agreed, because the Gu family's marriage partner never looked for the right family, he specifically looked for families with only daughters, common name, Juhu. However, the Gu family can become one of the 4 great giants, and the current reputation is quite good. It is also because the food is very good after marriage. Usually women can also own equity or even occupy a large proportion. In the future, everything in the 2 families will be handed over to their children, in order to complete the continuation of the 2 families in one person. And if there is a situation where brothers divide their property in the middle, the Gu family will also give a part of the property, let it become a side branch, go out independently, and help each other. In short, Gu family members are not the kind of people who rely on selecting excellent daughters-in-law to become good helpers, and then slowly eat out of the family to make a fortune. Rumor has it that Gu Yuan is one of the dowry of the daughter-in-law of the ancestors of the Gu family. Of course, the Gu family is not without bad reviews. For example, Gu Jiazue has more children. As the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, she must be prepared to call the junior high school at any time and deal with a series of follow-up issues in the junior high school. You can't do it without doing it, nor can you do it too well. In short, within the Beijing circle, the daughters-in-law of the Gu family have to study a Yufu technique and learn how to control their husbands. Otherwise, it will be easy to have more sisters and children who are not related by blood. Of course, these are the opinions and evaluations of the Gu family by outsiders. Even if Gu Ran said it, Old Man Gu would not admit it. Even if that is the truth, Gu Ran quietly digested the information that Old Man Gu said, and at the same time compared the information transmitted by his own intelligence network. Among them, there are not only the other 3 top giants, but also the other giants with surnames, as well as various information from various families in the entire Beijing circle, and the relationship between them is carefully organized. For example, who is closer to whom, who has business contacts with whom, who clings to whom, who has something happened, because of what happened, and so on. It took Gu Ran 2 days to sort out these complex messages. All this is also due to Gu Ran's extraordinary mind and talent, and he quickly found his place in this intricate environment. From now on, he will be the eldest and youngest of the Gu family. His mother was not an unknown lady who disappeared after giving birth to her, but was called Tang Yuan, who was the daughter-in-law that Gu Erji married in the Ming dynasty. Gu Erji, whose real name is Gu Yuan. Gu Ran is a prolapsu, and Tang Yuan has a son and a daughter. The son's name is Gu Feng. He is 2 months younger than Gu Ran. The one who was taken off the lucky bag is the one who was taken off the lucky bag. The daughter's name is Gu Xiao. She is 3 years younger than Gu Ran. She has just graduated from junior high school and is currently preparing to go to Noble High School. After Gu Yuan and Gu Feng had an accident, Tang Yuan bought a villa near Gu Yuan's school and moved out of Gu Yuan to live. He would only come back on some special days. Chapter 70, Rolling Meat and the banquet where Gu Ran is going to be named is undoubtedly a special day. Therefore, Tang Yuan and his daughter Gu Xiao are naturally going to appear. Not only must he appear, but he must also appear with Gu Ran and admit that Gu Ran and Gu Feng are twin brothers. From this day on, Gu Ran will not have his own birthday. He will have the same birthday as Gu Feng, who is 2 months younger than him, in order to determine his rightful status. Of course, as for whether others believe it or not, it doesn't matter. As long as everyone in the Gu family said so, and old man Gu and Tang Yuan announced so, then Gu Ran was not either. Moreover, Gu Ran himself is in the excessive stage. Whether it is really not important, however, it is foreseeable that on that day, there will be frequent contradictions. On banquet day, come as soon as you say it. The branches of the Gu family gathered. I in the 300-year-old family, many branches that can still be obtained, almost all of those who are eligible have arrived. Thousands of people gathered in the huge venue. Among them, there are also many famous ladies from the noble circle who are related to the Gu family. The scene is luxurious, full of hypocrisy and comparisons, contrasts and pleasantries. Originally, old man Gu wanted to call Tang Yuan and Gu Xiao back in advance, but the latter two seemed to be very dissatisfied with old man Gu's approach. Although they did not dare to resist openly, they dragged on and on. They didn't rush back directly from the outside until the banquet day arrived, and Gu Ran also followed old man Gu, and under his introduction, he met the two of them. Tang Yuan is worthy of being the daughter-in-law chosen by the Gu family. She is graceful and elegant. She looks in her 30s and has very good skin care. However, from some actions, it can be seen that the Gu family used to be the master mother's fierceness. Gu Ran thought about it too. How could he make the dandyish cheap father and prodigal son look back without being harsh, and how could he take the dandyish son to stabilize the situation of the Gu family? That is to say, Gu Erji became a vegetative person. Before his son was taken off the blessing bag, there was no son and a half daughter. On the Tang family's side, her father still had an illegitimate son, husband, son, dad, 3 pits. However, as long as they were more aggressive, Tang Yuan would not be deprived of Gu's authority by old man Gu and become such a passive situation. Gu Ran, this is your mother and sister. Get acquainted with it first, and don't drop the chain for me later. As old man Gu said, although he was telling Gu Ran, he glanced at Tang Yuan and Gu Xiao, and the warning was very strong. Good grandpa, mom, Xiaomiao, it's been a long time since I saw you. I miss you so much. When will you return to the garden? Gu Ran spoke, with a familiar and cordial look. His smile was warm and his voice was soft, giving Tang Yuan and Gu Xiao an illusion for a moment. This boy is really their son/brother who has been away from home for many years. However, when he recovered, only disgust was left on Tang Yuan's face, and Gu Xiao couldn't hide his disdain. As if he hadn't seen it, old man Gu nodded to Gu Ran, and after giving Gu Ran a look of taking care of it by himself, he went to deal with the guests. Seeing this, Gu Ran also showed helplessness, shrugged, glanced at Tang Yuan and Gu Xiao, and said casually, "You guys, can you stop looking at me so bitterly? Otherwise, if I leak later, the old man will be held accountable, and I won't be responsible." Gu Ran spoke, not at all as cordial as Mu Chunfeng before. That was not pretending at all. Even Gu Ran didn't hide his words, so that the mother and daughter who didn't plan to give Gu Ran a good face couldn't help but look around, for fear that Gu Ran would be discovered if she spoke too loudly. You are crazy, don't talk nonsense about what you shouldn't say. Oh, don't be nervous, it's just an identity anyway. I actually don't mind being an illegitimate child. Shut up. Tang Yuan drank directly and told Gu Ran to shut up, and even Gu Xiao stared at Gu Ran nervously, although both Tang Yuan and Gu Xiao didn't like Gu Ran, because Gu Ran himself was ashamed of Tang Yuan, and at the same time, Gu Xiao felt that Gu Ran had robbed his brother of his family status. They hated Gu Ran. It was a matter of course. However, their disgust does not mean that they have to really show it. Living in the Gu family, they enjoy the respected status of the Gu family, and at the same time they know the truth that the family is prosperous and damaged. The Gu family cannot fall, otherwise they will not even be able to guarantee their current life. This is something they have to admit, but their son and brother, no matter what the reason for the problem, the result was settled. Ji Feng lost his last chance to in itself. Old man Gu had no hope for the wandering Gu Feng. The only hope was that Gu Feng could combine with the person in power arranged by old man Gu to give birth to descendants with the blood of the Gu family. By then, Gu Feng will have completed the task, but Gu Feng was abolished, and his final role was gone, so he naturally had to be abandoned, and no one can blame anyone for all this. If you want to blame, you can blame Gu Feng for being too frivolous and wandering. If you want to blame, you can blame him for being incapable and having too little effect on the family. If Gu Feng can be enough, even if Gu Feng is abolished, the person in power is still Gu Feng, and there is no need to even secretly select other people in power. However, there is no ifs in this world. When the prodigal son turned around, Gu Feng had no chance. Don't look at me like that, I'm actually a tool man. To some extent, your son and I play the same role. Of course, you can also expose me and secretly say who I am. It's just that in that case, the matter of continuing the bloodline of the Gu family may only have to suffer from the old man lying in the hospital bed. Actually, I don't mind a few more brothers. Anyway, I don't have much share of the family property. Gu Ran spoke, even gloating a little bit, without any awareness of Gu's family at all. However, this also shocked Tang Yuan and Gu Xiao when they heard it, and they couldn't help but look at the old man Gu who was entertaining people in the same place. At this moment, they really realized the problem. Ji Feng is abolished. If Gu Ran does not continue the incense for the family, then only 2 people can do it. One is the old man Gu who doesn't know if he is still capable, and the other is Gu Yuan who is lying in a hospital bed. Old man Gu is a shameful person, and there is really no way he won't do it himself. So the greater probability is to let Gu Yuan have another one. Moreover, Tang Yuan was unwilling. One is the body, and the other is the fate of her and Gu Yuan's own relationship from the bottom of her heart. She even repelled Gu Yuan. Even if Gu Yuan was the father of her two children in such a situation, the final result is probably that Tang Yuan still has to wear a green hat. She has already worn it once, but she has no idea of wearing it again. Chapter 71. The powerless Tang Yuan. In contrast, Tang Yuan still had a choice between wearing a new green hat and still wearing an old green hat. You are just a family tool. Tang Yuan whispered softly, as if he wanted Gu Ran to recognize the reality. That's right, I signed everything before I came, and I won't get much in the future. Don't force me, it's a big deal. No matter how bad I am, I will return to my original form at most. But I don't know if you were beaten back to your original form, or if you were eaten with no bones left, then I don't know. Gu Ran shrugged, his expression unchanged, but his small mouth was like quenched poison, and he went directly to Tang Yuan and Gu Xiaoxin's nest. Especially Gu Ran glanced at Tang Yuan and added, listening to the old man, the Tang family seems to be dependent on the Gu family to survive. I don't know if the Tang family can survive independently after the Gu family tree falls. Your illegitimate younger brother, after inheriting the family property, would you like to divide you a little bit? Gu Ran's words made Tang Yuan look embarrassed, but he had to admit that there was nothing wrong with what Gu Ran said. These are all unacceptable to her. Pits. Tang Yuan was surrounded by pits. The only obedient daughter, Gu Xiao, is also an elm orangutan. It is the greatest reward for her to be able to eat and wait for death in peace. Therefore, Tang Yuan was really helpless now, so helpless that he didn't even have the idea of fighting for it. Really, I can't take it with me. What do you want? Want me to treat you like a parent child? You know, that's simply impossible. No, I'm afraid of you too. We all eat together in the Gu family, and we all have nothing to do with the last position. Why do we have to embarrass each other? You are right. Your existence is my shame in itself. You have done a lot of shameful things, are you still with me? Moreover, what really brings you shame is your husband, the junior, who has nothing to do with me. You say that, shouldn't I hate you? Why do you hate me? One is your husband, who cheated on you because of your incompetence, the other is the junior high school. You didn't find out that you killed me earlier, you were careless. Although the two of them are related to me by blood, but they have no feelings, they have now received retribution. Don't you want to transfer your resentment to me? If you hate Gu Yuan, you can transfer this resentment to Gu Xiao and Gu Feng. After all, they both have Gu Yuan's blood, and they also have your blood that can't be furious. It seems very sad that they become your two children. Shut up. Gu Ran's poisonous mouth continued to output, and finally Tang Yuan's mentality collapsed. At this moment, Tang Yuan interrupted Gu Xin with the last effort, only feeling his blood attacking his heart and dizzy. Without waiting for Gu Xiao, who was in a daze, to help his mother, Gu Ran's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he stepped forward to support him. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why don't you go back to the garden? I haven't seen you during this period of time, you see you are a lot haggard. Gu Ran spoke, this time his voice was not lowered, for Tang Yuan's attitude once again restored the appearance of closeness. Let the old man Gu not far away secretly looked here, with some satisfaction in his eyes, slightly unobstructed nodded. When Tang Yuan recovered, his gaze at Gu Ran was full of complexity, and then with a kind of joy. It is really retribution for an heir who has a thin mind and has no sense of belonging to the Gu family. All of this was an evil created by Gu Yuan. All rebellious relatives are separated, wives and children are separated. Retribution. Mom, what should we do? Xiaomiao, don't provoke Gu Ran in the future, he is a lone wolf mad dog, just leave everything to your grandfather to deal with. We don't care about the future of the Gu family, let them toss it. But, could it be that you let this bastard child go? Xiaomiao, I know you are not reconciled, but who is reconciled with me? But your brother is indefatigable, and your father is even more of a waste. If you don't accept him, do you want to see the inheritance to the side branch? But look at the smiling faces around you. Do you want to be greeted with a smile, or do you want to greet people with a smile on your face? Mom, I see. Give me some energy, it's not that you don't have a chance. The second child of the Zhou family has a marriage contract, and the other party is a talented one. If he can become the ruler of the Zhou family in the future, our mother and I will have an extra layer of dependence. But, Mom, Zhou Xiao has no feelings for me, he always ignores me. What's the use of love? What you have to do is to stare at the people around him and clear the obstacles that threaten you. Even if he doesn't like you, you will be the only one. Well, I see, Mom. No one knew the whispers of the mother and daughter, and at this banquet, they knew that they would eventually endure the humiliation and recognize Gu Ran as an illegitimate child. Even if everyone might have guessed it, even if many people smiled and congratulated, there was an undisguised playfulness and ridicule hidden behind them, but they all had to finish the show. This is the big family. For the sake of profit in one's own status, as long as you don't want to give up, you have to swallow any humiliation. In this process, Old Man Gu took Gu Ran and introduced the Gu family's contacts and the Gu family members who were in charge of various businesses one by one. The messages of these people, Mr. Gu sent to Gu Ran in advance, and compiled a thick document, including some of Mr. Gu's comments on these people. He showed it to Gu Ran for 2 days, and then took it away again. From this point of view, Old Man Gu actually wanted to prepare with both hands. On the one hand, it is to continue in accordance with the previous arrangement. On the other hand, it is also testing Gu Ran's own talents. If Gu Ran is really good enough, then the plan is actually not that it cannot be optimized and modified on the basis of the original. However, Gu Ran didn't show too much, just a very calm and perfunctory greeting, ordinary clearance, but there are not many outstanding places. When some people asked about the future development plans of the family, Gu Ran either said that he had listened to his grandfather, or that he had not been involved in this area, and he would definitely study hard in the future anyway. It's just paddling and kicking the ball. In the end, after Gu Ran was recognized again, Old Man Gu also announced the identity of Gu Ran's heir in public. At the same time, Old Man Gu did not directly let Gu Ran take over the family business. After all, Gu Ran is too young now. The identity of the heir was determined, but then Gu Ran had to go to school according to the arrangement. The heirs of the four major Kyoto families, their grades do not represent all, but an excellent heir to the throne has no bad grades, and Gu Ran's college entrance examination results in Dongzhou can be regarded as a good entry answer sheet. As for what school you want to go to, that's not a problem at all. You can send it to any school if you want to go. It's nothing less than the problem of more money and less money. Some even just need to say hello, or even say that they don't need to say hello, so school leaders come to the door to ask. This is the privilege. Chapter 72, Righteous Fu Yanjing. What Mr. Gu arranged for Gu Ran was a major in financial management and political law. The front is to manage the family business, and later, this is for the final position of the campaign. Even if Gu Ran is only a temporary heir, the configuration that should be there will not be less, nor less. In this regard, Gu Ran did not refuse. I listened to the old man, but if I can, I want to keep the major I originally applied for. What do you mean? I will complete the major you arranged and give you a satisfactory answer sheet, but I don't want to give up my dream of studying medicine. At this point, for the Gu family, it shouldn't be difficult to operate. It's not difficult, but I want to know why. Hobby. Just like this? It's not easy to develop a good habit, but it's easy to develop a bad habit. If you want me to waste my extra energy on Fenghua Shueyue, and if there is any lace scandal with the school flowers, I don't mind giving up my hobby. In the end, Old Man Gu agreed. However, the premise is that Gu Ran must perfectly complete the tasks he has assigned, otherwise he will cut off Gu Ran's medical major at any time. In this regard, Gu Ran was also very obedient. Love how much. As for what the heirs of the wealthy will do, that's a lot. For example, there are many contracts to look at every day, many projects to pay attention to, and some investments that come to the door to be evaluated. Sometimes, we have to go to a country to talk about cooperation. As the heir to a wealthy family, you need to have plenty of energy, sufficient insight into the market, sufficient judgment ability for some investment businesses, and most importantly, interpersonal and social means. In addition, you have to master many skills and have a keen sense of politics. Also, it is necessary to learn to be proficient in multiple languages to facilitate communication when going out. In short, the sons of wealthy men, especially the heirs of wealthy men, want to be qualified, which is actually quite tiring. However, fortunately, Gu Ran's prolapsu made a good start. Except that he is more proficient in eating, drinking, and having fun. The above is basically not very good. In addition, Gu Ran himself was not expected much by Old Man Gu, so although the requirements of the heirs of these wealthy heirs, although the old man had requirements, there were no hard and fast rules. You don't need to be too proficient in all kinds of skills, just understand it. At least don't ask questions without knowing it. As for translation in various languages, Gu Ran directly inherited his father's translation team. As for the industry of the Gu family, the Old Man Gu did not leave it to Gu Ran to take care of for the time being. Instead, he invested a small part of the small industry and handed it to Gu Ran as a daily pastime, which was regarded as a test of water. If you can do it well, then give more industries to Gu Ran to run. If you can't do it well, then you can't do it well. For the Gu family, it is very cost-effective to use a little insignificant industry to see a person's talents clearly. In addition to these business matters, as the four major families, interpersonal communication is more important. It is very important to play with what kind of people in what circle and what kind of people you want to know. Getting along now may just be a photo, a meeting, and a few words, but in the future it may be a business partner or even one's own connections. A good network of contacts may be able to get decisive help in times of family distress. For example, the Fu family, before becoming one of the four major families, had several family crises. However, because the Fu family has a very good family style and their friends trust them very much, it is with the help of the people around them that they have turned the tide many times and finally reached their current status. The circle is there, and it has widened. No matter how lonely it is in the future, it will not be too bad. Of course, unless death offends all people again. About a week after Gu Ran was selected as the heir and announced to the outside world, Gu Ran attended a banquet in the Beijing circle under Gu Zhao's reluctant leadership. Gu Ran formally contacted people in the circle. Gu Zhao's friend, named Pei Jiner, is the daughter of the Pei family. The two of them are not considered to have a particularly good relationship, but it is very simple to use Gu Xiao as the medium to make a conversation and then introduce them to Pei's family. This is especially true for Gu Ran to officially replace Gu Feng and become one of the four young people in the Beijing circle. Everyone knows the situation, but the face-saving work still has to be done. Of course, these people are also very curious about what kind of person Gu Ran is and whether they can play with them. At the beginning, Gu Xiao led the matchmaking and felt that Gu Ran might make a fool of himself because he was not suitable for this circle, or be squeezed out by this group of young men. However, when he really met people, Gu Ran behaved very naturally. In particular, Gu Ran also met acquaintances. Gu Ran, it's really you, I thought it was just the same name. Fu Yanjing looked at Gu Ran, but there was a kind of surprise in the accident. Brother Yanjing, do you know each other? When I was in school in Dongzhou, we were in the same school. As for whether we were friends or not, it depends on what your brother thinks. Fu Yanjing spoke, but kicked the topic back to Gu Ran. Hey, Xiao Fu is being humble. In Dongzhou, Fu Xiao has always occupied the first place in the school. And it's still the kind of existence that is 1 or 2 points away from the second place. Many people say that it's not that Fu Xiao wants to be the first in the exam, but that he can only be the first. Oh, you don't know, he is the Prince Charming of many girls in our school. Gu Ran spoke without the slightest hesitation. When he spoke, he was a series of compliments to Fu Yanjing, which made many people feel a lot better about Gu Ran in time. Of course, some people have seen some clearly. This Gu Ran seems to be easy to get along with, but is his posture too humble? Of course, soon they didn't think so, because Gu Ran turned his words and said there is another more interesting thing. Do you know that Shinli, the miss of the Shin family, has been chasing him for a long time? I also helped Miss Shin chase Fu Xiao with my classmates. It's a pity that the falling flowers are intentional and the flowing water is ruthless, but our Fu Xiao has been slow to respond to each other. When Gu Ran said this, everyone looked at Gu Ran's gaze with gossip, but they all had some fun. Well, what's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Well, Xiao Gu, don't you know that in fact, your Gu family and the Shin family are also married? Really? Of course, it still refers to marriage. The Shin family and the Gu family had a marriage, but later the Shin family's daughter was lost, but the Shin family concealed it and adopted the current Shin Li.Gu phone was very dissatisfied with this matter, so the two families never said anything about it. However, I recently heard that the true daughter of the Shin family seems to be back. Maybe the Gu family and the Shin family are by continuing their relationship. By the way, I heard that the real daughter also belongs to Dongzhou School, but now she has restored her real name and is called Shin Yao. Enough. At this time, Fu Yanjing suddenly spoke to stop him and said to the Shin family and the Gu family, the marriage contract is alive and well, whether it is a real daughter or a fake daughter, they should be free. Chapter 73 The Four Young Masters of Beijing Circle. Yanjing, why are you so excited? I'm just talking. Gu Ran didn't say anything. Why are you in a hurry? Pei Xiaopei of the Pei family looked at Fu Yanjing, who suddenly spoke with a puzzled expression, not understanding why this guy was so excited. However, Fu Yanjing did not explain, and remained silent again, but his gaze could not help but look at Gu Ran. The meaning was difficult to understand. At this moment, Gu Ran didn't say much in the small talk between each other. He has initially integrated into this circle. Gu Ran looked at the wine glass in his hand, his eyes rippling with the wine. And then he whispered softly for a long time. Shin Yao? I still like to call her Nanli. Nanli? It seems that Shin Yao was indeed called this name before. Do you know her? Slept. What? Don't be kidding, it's not fun at all. My ex-girlfriend, speaking of which, I still have to pursue the Shin family for taking my girlfriend away without permission. Without giving an explanation, this matter is not over. Why, this news is so hot, are you sure it's not a lie? If you don't believe me, you can ask young Master Fu. We took pictures together during the graduation season. If it weren't for the Shin family's sudden recognition of relatives, maybe I would have already met my parents and discussed the matter of making a kiss. Young Master Fu? Is that true? I don't know. I only know that they are at the same table. If they are a couple, I don't feel very similar. At that time, Gu Xiao was not the only one around Shin. Moreover, Gu Xiao slandered a girl's innocence when she spoke. Isn't that good? The cup that Fu Yanjing was holding was slightly clenched, and his words were calm, but dissatisfaction was clearly heard in his words. He admitted that Gu Ran and Nanli were at the same table, but the others never mentioned it, and accused Gu Ran of unscrupulous words in reverse, and Gu Ran naturally knew that his behavior at the moment, in terms of demeanor, was indeed a bit excessive. However, there is no such word as demeanor in his creed of life. If you want something, you have to grab it. If you are sure of something, you must first pull it into your own bowl and talk about it, especially Fu Yanjing. This guy, obviously has Xiao Jojo in his heart. If he really engages in a fair duel with him, he is completely out of rhythm by the opponent. After all, he is not a player who has a secret love for the track, and he is more affectionate than he is secretly in love with him. Isn't this looking for abuse, innocent? Young Fu, compared to the so-called innocence, I still think that if I don't dare to admit it, if I do it, it will be a disappointment to a girl. Even if I am not the heir to the Gu family. Even if I go from Dongzhou to Kyoto, Gu Ran's people can only be mine. It's useless for you to disagree with this, it's useless for the Shin family to disagree, and it's useless even for Nanli to disagree. If you provoke me, you must be prepared to repay it for the rest of your life. Gu Ran spoke with a calm voice, as if explaining a very simple matter, but a kind of domineering strength, as well as a kind of self-confidence that was inadvertently revealed, shocked the people around him. When the others reacted, they didn't even speak to continue talking. They looked at Gu Ran, and then at Fu Yanjing, and their intuition told them that there was a problem with these two people. Although the two did not communicate much, they faintly felt tit for tat. This cheap eldest brother, although he doesn't want to admit it, is indeed better than the second brother. Gu Xiao and his friend Pei Jiner sat next to each other and didn't talk the whole time, and they didn't even understand what these guys were talking about, but Gu Xiao knew that Gu Ran was not ostracized by this circle, and he seemed to be still trying to dominate this circle. How did he do it? Gu Xiao was puzzled and shocked. Her brother has always wanted to integrate into this circle, but this group of guys have never taken her brother to play. It's not that this group of people repel her brother, but that what her brother plays with is indeed a bit low end. Moreover, my own brother always likes to be offered by others, but when he encounters someone who is stronger than himself, he doesn't admit it with a good face, and he is beaten in the face again and again, but he refuses to work hard. The fourth young master of the capital, this is the fixed name of the future heirs of the capital family, the Fu family Fu Yanjing, the Pei family Pei Jia, the Yi family He Zhizhou, and the Gu family's former Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng could not integrate into this circle. On the contrary, Xie Qingma of the Xie family was accepted by the other three heirs and integrated into this circle, and the Xie family is second only to the Gu family. Therefore, some people secretly called Fu Yanjing, Pei Jia, He Zhizhou, and Xie Qingma the four young masters of the Beijing circle. Ji Yufeng, Du Xiu, and now, Gu Ran fits into this circle. The four young people in the Beijing circle really deserve it. Of course, Gu Ran at this moment was no longer lingering on Fu Yanjing. His gaze was placed on Xie Qingma, who had rarely spoken. To be precise, he looked at the position next to Xie Qingma. There was a girl sitting. A girl who was 7 points similar to Ruan Yuling. Xie Xiaoxiao, as the name suggests, is a small one, like Ruan Yuling's Q version. The fourth young master of Jinghuan looked at her with pure eyes, and even faintly guarded her in it, guarding her like a younger sister. Perhaps this is why Xie Qingma brought this girl here, but what Gu Ran Cared about was not these, but a kind of breath that Xie Xiaoxiao showed, sickly. That sickness is still increasing at an abnormal rate, Gu Ran. Although I accept your identity, it doesn't mean you can look at my sister with such eyes. Sister Control Xie Qingmo was the first to notice Gu Ran's gaze, and Fu Yanjing's original aggrieved expression was taken aback for a while, then her eyes lit up and she looked at Gu Ran, as if she wanted to expect Gu Ran to do something. As long as he does something, he can do it with peace of mind, but Gu Ran ignored Fu Yanjing, his eyes turned from calm to serious. Xie Xiao, is your sister sick? You are sick, my sister is very well. Then you have to go and have a look quickly. If it's a little later, it may be a little too late. What? What are you talking about? My sister is fine now, how could something happen? Don't be alarmist. Forget it, the words have already been said, benevolence is the most righteous. Gu Ran spoke, got up and was about to leave that he didn't want to see a similar flower withering in front of him. At this moment, Xie Xiaoxiao, who was sitting among the crowd, seemed to feel something, suddenly got up, and pulled Gu Ran's sleeve to leave without letting go. What are you doing? Although I don't know why, I feel like you didn't lie to me, I believe you. Gu Ran was also taken aback when he heard Xie Xiaoxiao's words. Looking at Xie Xiaoxiao, who was sick and angry, he thought about whether to save him. Save? What if you can't save it and cause a commotion? If you don't save it, although you won't have a psychological burden on yourself, that face touches some softness in Gu Ran's heart. At this moment, the appearance of the data panel allowed Gu Ran's conscience to finally occupy the high ground. Chapter 74, Koi Tribulation Ding New Mission Trigger, Koi Tribulation Content. This is a little koi that is transforming. Before you are lucky, there will be more disasters. Help her stop the catastrophe and wish her a successful transformation into a lucky koi. What is this and what? Koi? Block the robbery? Gu Ran looked at Xie Xiaoxiao in front of her and found that her illness was getting worse and worse. Gu Ran didn't hesitate anymore, hugged Xie Xiaoxiao in the middle and ran outside. Fuck, asshole, let go of my sister. After Gu Ran had already rushed out with Xie Xiaoxiao in his arms, Xie Qingmo reacted and immediately chased him out to prevent Gu Ran from doing anything strange to Xie Xiaoxiao. Then came Fu Yanjing, his face full of excitement. It started. It started. Gu Ran, the guy, finally couldn't help his inner restlessness and started to attack the other girls. Although Xie Xiaoxiao is the younger sister who has watched her grow up, she is not yet an adult, but so what anyway, cheating is not something you have to do. With that mind and behavior, Gu Ran is not worthy of Nan Li. In that way, he can take the initiative to pursue it with reason. He Zhizhou and Pei Jia looked at each other with a look of confusion. What's the situation? Did something happen just now? However, in order to join in the fun, they naturally kept up quickly, and in the end it was Gu Xiao and Pei Jiner who didn't understand the situation at all. On the other side, Gu Ran hugged Xie Xiaoxiao and rushed outside, ready to drive Xie Xiaoxiao to the hospital before the onset of the disease. Go to the hospital in advance so as to buy more time. However, this illness swept too fast, and it was very weird. Not long after Gu Ran hugged Xie Xiaoxiao out of the gate, the illness directly gathered and broke out. Xie Xiaoxiao only felt uncomfortable all over his body, and his whole body felt like his strength was being taken out. He was exhausted, and instinctively grabbed Gu Ran, who was holding him in his arms. Just when her hand came into contact with Gu Ran's neck, Xie Xiaoxiao felt her body suddenly relax, and she was in a much better state. Something that seemed to affect him was passing along his hand to Gu Ran, but at this moment, in Gu Ran's eyes, he saw a scene that made him feel a little incredible. Xie Xiaoxiao's sick aura actually followed her arm and passed into her body. Gu Ran only felt bouts of discomfort in his body, and although Xie Xiaoxiao didn't know what was going on, when he saw Gu Ran's face become uncomfortable, he immediately wanted to take his hand away from Gu Ran's neck. This time, one of Gu Ran's hands was holding Xie Xiaoxiao's hand to prevent her from doing that, allowing the sick air to come towards Gu Ran's body. Are you okay? Did I do something to you? Now that you have done it, don't stop. I don't want to have no head or tail. Gu Ran spoke faintly, his face pale slightly, but the corners of his mouth were still full of a bright smile. At this moment, Xie Xiaoxiao couldn't tell what this smile meant, but she felt very relieved staying by the side of this big brother. I feel at ease like never before, just like when I was a child, when I was one of the few times my father showed the feeling of himself. No, it's even more intense and stable than that feeling. If you can always be by his side, maybe it's not bad. Xie Xiaoxiao couldn't help but have this thought in his heart, but soon, a burst of light drinking called Xie Xiaoxiao back. Gu Ran, let go of my sister. It was Xie Qingmo. He quickly caught up with Gu Ran, then separated Gu Ran from Xie Xiaoxiao, guarded Xie Xiaoxiao behind him, and looked at Gu Ran vigilantly. At this moment, Gu Ran's face was a little paler, but the smile at the corner of his mouth did not disappear. Gu Ran, what do you want to do to my sister? No, it's just a joke with you. Why, do you still think I kidnapped your sister in public? It's best to be like this, stay away from my sister in the future. That's not necessarily true. I have a feeling that she may need me very much in the future. Gu Ran looked at Xie Xiaoxiao, who was hiding behind Xie Qingmo and secretly looking at him, waved his hand to him, and smiled. Goodbye, little girl. After speaking, Gu Ran turned around and got into the Gu family vehicle parked next to him without looking back. Even Gu Xiao didn't pay much attention, and directly asked people to drive away. The driver was not someone else, but Gu Ran's adoptive father. Gu Ran, what's wrong with you? It's okay, I did a good thing, I'm very happy. Good thing? Gu Ran's adoptive father looked weird. Just now, he saw Gu Ran trying to grab the girl forcibly. If it weren't for the other brother's eagerness to chase, he might have succeeded. Even then, he might become an accomplice. As an accomplice, Gu Ran's adoptive father actually didn't care. When he followed Gu Ran's adoptive father before, he didn't do less. However, it is not so blatant. This bastard is crazier than his father. Of course, at this moment, Gu Ran didn't care what his adoptive father was thinking. His mind was all on the aura in his body that had been absorbed from Xie Xiaoxiao's body. This sick aura seemed to be trying to destroy Gu Ran's body, causing various discomfort in Gu Ran's body. However, Gu Ran's health seemed to be too good, and no matter how well he tried, he couldn't hurt Gu Ran. Moreover, in Gu Ran's body, there is still a force that is constantly melting the sick aura over time. The sick aura that might have killed Xie Xiaoxiao's life disappeared into the invisible in Gu Ran's body. The illness was completely gone, and before Gu Ran had time to breathe a sigh of relief, he felt that his arm was a little itchy at this time. Rolling up his sleeves, he found a golden carp pattern flashing, but after a while, it disappeared. Ding Koi Tribulation. Progress plus 1% whether to withdraw rewards. Yes. Congratulations on getting the reward. Abilities, come as soon as you call them, and go when you use them. Ability, come as soon as you call it, and go when you wave it. Ability effect 1, as long as you call your name with your heart and show a strong demand for you, you can immediately sense it. In response to the opponent's call, your body can cross the distance and appear within 10 meters of the opponent. Note 1. Duration, 1 minute. After 1 minute, the regression is automatically lifted on O2. Only one person can be bound. Abilities, and the ability to brush out this kind of thing. It's a very special ability. But why can only one person be bound? And just 1 minute, foreplay is not enough. Gu Ran is very satisfied with this skill, which is definitely something that can be called timely rain out if the quota is not limited. Only one person can be bound. This thing is really a life-saving skill, a time management skill, and even a wall-digging skill. Unfortunately, only one person can be bound. Gu Ran first thought of the optimal solution. He chose Xie Xiaoxiao. With this binding, he can be passed on and on by the little Koi. However, Gu Ran first ruled out this option. Chapter 75. I must be the inspirational hero. I must be. Just kidding. The history of Koi tribulations, to put it bluntly, is to let yourself block the tribulations for the little Koi. For the first time when illness entered the body, Gu Ran was lucky to be able to vaporize the illness by relying on the talent ability of +9 to survive all diseases. But what will happen next time? Gu Ran is hard to say. Therefore, at this moment, Gu Ran even had a little idea of giving up this task. I would rather live a little longer and stabilize a little bit, than put myself in a state of risk. As for Xie Xiaoxiao, as a reward for providing him with a mission, the only thing Gu Ran can do is to help if he can in the future. If he can't help, he can only leave it to fate. As for being unfeeling and cold-blooded, oh, has this world never been like this? It's better to ask for others than to ask for oneself. If the little Koi has luck, shouldn't it be considered auspicious? Ask for more blessings from yourself. But as for this call to come ability, Gu Ran's second thought was Yue Ran. It's not that Sister Ruan is unimportant, but that the situation on Yue Ran's side is more complicated. It's just that neither Sister Ruan nor Yue Ran are currently around. This ability needs to be bound after contacted. Therefore, only Gu Shuer and Nanli are left now. Ji Yu Shuer is by Gu Ran's side. At present, the circle is pretty good. There are also bodyguards arranged by Gu Ran around to watch, and the safety is no problem. But so the rest is only Nanli. Judging from what Gu Ran learned during this period of time, Nanli, the true daughter, returned to the Shin family, not simply to enjoy the love of her parents after recognizing her parents, but more for the benefit of the family. Shinli was the adopted daughter adopted by the Shin family in order to deal with the Gu family after Nanli was lost. The reason why the Shin family is looking for the lost daughter is to a certain extent because of the changes in the Gu family, and the Shin family does not want to put all the Shin family's eggs in one basket. It just so happens that the Fu family intends to marry the Shin family not long ago. Neither the Fu family nor the Gu family could offend the Shin family, but they only have one daughter. Therefore, the search for the whereabouts of the real daughter is on the agenda. When Shinli followed Fu Yinjing to Dongzhou school, he was already secretly doing it, and Shinli also took the initiative to pursue Fu Yinjing because she knew that the family was looking for the return of her true daughter, and she had a sense of crisis. Of course, the most important thing is that Shinli really didn't look at Gu Feng at the beginning. According to what Shinli thought, she first made a relationship with Fu Yinjing, and then the Fu family took the initiative to marry her, so that the Gu family on the other side could also let the true daughter marry the Gu family. However, according to the results of Gu Ran's investigation through the mysterious phone book, it is definitely not a mere coincidence that the Fu family is looking for a true daughter to marry, because of this time, 3 years ago, that was not long after Fu Yinjing went to study in Dongzhou. That time, it was almost the point in time when Fu Yinjing took Nanli's photo. That time, it is possible that Fu Yinjing had already investigated Nanli's life without Gu Ran's relationship. Nanli would have passed by normally in high school and then been picked up back to Shin's house. Finally, in an uneasy mood, Feng turned around and was asked by the Fu family for a kiss. As for Shinli, it is possible that the bamboo basket and the water are empty, and he has truly become a victim of the interests of the wealthy, and he has no choice but to marry Gu Feng, the dandy. That time, Shinli might feel that all her beautiful life had been taken away by Nanli. Why don't I have any sense of participation in this twists and turns of the plot? Shouldn't the center of gravity be with me? No, I have a sense of participation. If I hadn't awakened Su Hui, even if I became Nanli's boyfriend for a while, I wouldn't be surprised to become an ex-boyfriend for various reasons in the end. Even if there is a problem with Gu Feng, my return to the family will not be comparable to the orthodox heirs of the Fu family. At that time, maybe the Gu family will fall in my hands. Gu Ran touched his chin, always feeling that this story of twists and turns was full of a sense of being saved. Gu Ran had preconceived ideas and always felt that this was a male video world. I awakened Su Hui by myself to prevent my girlfriend from breaking up and better let her live a good life. As for him now, isn't he just following this plot? From a poor boy, through his own hard work to eat soft rice, he reached the peak of his life. With the help of Bai Fumei, the daughter of the underworld, and the treasure girl, he finally completed the reunification of Dongzhou. Isn't this inspirational? Of course it's inspirational. At this moment, an inexplicable self-confidence in himself emerged in Gu Ran's heart. Everything I have now is the result of my own hard work. I'm really amazing. Self-confidence was established in my heart, and the feeling of self-doubt that had not yet emerged in my heart was instantly accessible. He is really the protagonist. It's time to meet the little errand boy. I don't know how she is now. A few days later, there seems to be a banquet in the Beijing circle, and she seems to be saying that she is coming. He also said to surprise me. Guran looked at the contact message on the phone, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although Guran and Nanli were separated, they did not see each other every day as before, but except for the first few days, they were in contact through messages at other times. However, both of them are the kind of type who like to hide everything. People in this category usually don't like to chat by sending messages and making phone calls, and prefer to communicate in person because many of their thoughts about each other are often not simply expressed through words, but hidden in their expressions, eyes, and manners, and none of these can be judged from the phone. Therefore, during this period of time, the two of them basically had little communication except for some necessary things, but each other has the idea of wanting to see each other again, especially Nanli. Although Nanli was hiding well, Guran still saw some of her helplessness. The banquet is still a few days away. During this period of time, Guran gradually adapted to life in the Beijing circle under Gu Zhao's leadership, and Guran also got a company that was independent of the Gu family and belonged to Guran from Old Man Gu. The content of the company is also very simple, that is, investment among the companies. There is a part of the working capital to make some long-term or short-term investments in some industries or stocks. After the investment is completed, the profits can be rolled over, and the salary can be earned in full. If the investment is not good, it may be worthless. All of this depends on the investor's vision, courage, and grasp of the timing. It is very clear that a person's talents and potential can be seen. However, Guran didn't bother to do this. He directly bought some of the sub-industry projects that he bought when he expanded. These projects may not be very distinctive, but these projects are blessed by Guran's Dongzhou heritage, and even if they don't make money in the future, they won't lose money. IT belongs to the type of stable profit and no loss. Chapter 76. Those who obey me will prosper, and I can decide life and death. Gu Xiao and Gu Ran only spent 3 days together, so they left for the reason of studying and resumed their life in school. Although Gu Xiao reluctantly recognized the identity of Gu Ran and Gu's family, she wanted her to accept Gu Ran as her brother, or the illegitimate brother who had brought her mother humiliation, and she couldn't do it. Gu Ran didn't have the idea to please them either, so it was good to get together and disperse, have less contact, nod your head when you meet, and pretend not to know each other. This is the best ending. For the rest of the time, Gu Ran basically took Gu Shuer around externally. Gu Shuer was unable to appear as Gu Ran's sister anymore, so she changed to another one. Dongzhou friend, childhood sweetheart, by moonlight. Of course, Bai Yeye was added by Gu Shuer herself, because she felt that her childhood sweetheart was a bit inferior to her sister's status. Only the childhood sweetheart and Bai Yeye can be slightly equated with the identity of their younger sister. In the past few days, Gu Shuer has also been spending heavily, buying a lot of things, and swiping a lot of progress. Only 2% of Gu Shuer's tasks are full, leaving only 2%. In the end, Gu Ran also bought a house and a car for Gu Shuer. Successfully complete the task. Ding. The task of the transformation of the old girl is completed. Reward distribution at the mission stage. Dead man plus 2048 rewards for mission completion. Get aura. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Aura. The more the aura covers, the more submissive the person, the more benefits they get, the more rebellious the person, the greater the damage. Note, those who are absolutely loyal can share some ability inheritance from the host, up to 3 kinds. Core special rewards are issued. Skills, life and death are awarded. Take away life and death. You can give a person a new identity, or you can deprive a person of their identity. In the social sense, obliterate or reshape a person. Seeing these rewards, Gu Ran knew that Gu Shuer's rewards were as deviant and overbearing as ever, but this final reward seems to be very useful. Gu Ran called a bodyguard of the dead man who was following him over. After trying it out, I know the usage of auras and special skills. The aura of those who follow me prosper, and those who oppose me die. It allows the existence of the dead man who was absolutely loyal to him to give some of his own skills, talents, and even skills from Gu Ran's point of view. It is to apply for fake certificates and cancel accounts. You can apply for a social identity for a person, or a person who does not exist. Or erase a person's identity from the social sense. Except for the memories of some familiar people, the information that person retains in the society cannot be found through any channel. Birth certificates, study files, work experience, etc. Gu Ran can forge it. Gu Ran was able to easily forge many academic certificates, ID certificates, work experience files, etc. for himself. The emergence of the two abilities gave Gu Ran more and better arrangements for those dead soldiers. In the past, although these dead men had the status of good citizens, their education and origin were the most basic. In addition to a series of black methods, they were full of sincerity hidden from Gu Ran, and now, he has the skill of those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Gu Ran can give them more possibilities. So for example, giving them the ability to be clever and dexterous can make them do things more finely and have a wider range of employment. For example, if they are not drunk for 1,000 cups, they can easily drink and socialize in a certain industry. If they are proficient in fighting, then each of them can go through a lot of battles, and if they are given, they will never forget it. Cite 2 kinds of talents, send them to school, and then use the ability to kill and take, so that a group of top students will be quickly cultivated, just in time. Sister Rowan's reward included 10% of the school's shares. School shares 10% plus 9. It is not for Gu Ran to own 100% of the shares of high school schools, but for him to own 10% of the shares of schools and colleges and universities throughout China. If you want to arrange for some people to go in to study, don't take it too easy. Even Gu Ran can let his lovely dead people participate in the college entrance examination, reshape their lives, and become useful to society, the country, and themselves. Their role is no longer to simply use their bodies to block damage, or to sacrifice for Gu Ran. It's a living life one by one. It's just that they have a common belief and a common obedient person. At certain times and places, complete certain tasks that are helpful to Gu Ran, and that kind of thing, for them, may be a small effort and harmless, but it is more effective if they are rewarded with their own body. It's not scary for a group of people to gather. It's terrible for a group of people of faith to be together. And when a group of people with faith and ability are together, it is not simply described as terrifying. They will be my biggest contacts in the future. Gu Ran murmured, his eyes calm, without much ambition. At this moment, he is just thinking about how to use this group of people to create a non-troublesome environment for himself. But after the old girl's task was finished, Gu Ran decisively arranged something for Gu Shuer, let her learn to drive naturally. You have to drive when you buy a car. A driver's license is required to drive. Gu Shuer hasn't learned her driver's license yet, so naturally she can't drive, but Gu Shuer was curious about why Gu Ran didn't have to study together. Gu Ran took out her driver's license, saying that she was now Gu Xiao and had a green channel to get a license quickly. Seeing this, Gu Shuer clamored for a green passage, but unfortunately, Gu Ran mercilessly refused. That he does not allow a social cancer like his sister to have a driving certificate before it has been strictly shaped by the driving school. That is irresponsible to society. Not only that, Gu Ran also used Gu Xiao's identity to hire Gu Shuer, the most professional and rigorous coach. All subjects in Subject 1 failed the exam without a full score. Subject 2, Subject 3, I won't give you 1 point less. Subject 4 failed the full score of the exam and failed. In short, Gu Ran is responsible for the overall public security of the entire society and curbs the spread of this human cancer everywhere. 7 days later, a 5-star hotel, to be precise, is the Nguyen Hotel. This is the name Gu Ran changed to the 5-star hotel, which can be regarded as corresponding to the previous. Ruan Kai. 1 is the brand effect, and the other is to thank Sister Ruan for her help along the way. Nowadays, Nguyen's Hotel has become an industry benchmark in the entire country of China, and even the entire world. Nguyen's Hotel is one of the most stylish hotels, whether it is from all aspects of service, cuisine, security, efficiency, and price. 5-star hotels are the best choice. Which wealthy man wants to hold a party? He doesn't need to think about all aspects of himself as before. He just needs to come to Ruan's Hotel, say what he wants to do, what size of party he needs to handle, and then just pay. Even after the party, some remaining drinks or recyclable things will be returned to the other party at a discount. Chapter 77 Goodbye. Nonly once in a while, many wealthy people discovered it, holding a party at Ruan's Hotel. Not only was all aspects in place, but in the end the price was much lower than the previous consumption. Wealthy people have money and don't care about the money, but if there is a hotel that is cost effective in all aspects and can save money, they will also give priority. After all, they are rich, nor are they panicked by money and willing to be suckers. Gu Ran's Ruan's Hotel also offended many people in the same industry because of its overly intrusive behavior, especially in the Beijing circle. There are many hotel industries that are supported by some big families. They secretly use a lot of stumbling blocks for Ruan's hotels, but the people under Gu Ran's hands are not vegetarian. The Ruan family hotel, using iron blood, domineering, and some crazy methods, gradually gained a foothold all over the country. Among them, the accident of the Gu family's father and son is a kind of shock. It was not that Gu Ran did it deliberately, but that the Ruan hotel made an instinctive protection under Gu Ran's strategic arrangement, the largest hotel business in Beijing. Circle is the Gu family. This moved the cake of the Gu family. The Gu family's father and son were nominally causing trouble, but in fact they just wanted to find a reason to oppress the Ruan Hotel. However, the Gu family's father and son did not expect that the methods of the Ruan's Hotel were crazy and cruel. When they did not react, the Ruan's Hotel directly made a killing move. 1 was taken off the lucky bag, and the other became a vegetative person, causing the Gu family to fall into a crisis. He had no time to take care of himself, so he could only suspend the targeting of the Ruan's Hotel. Of course, the most important thing is that the current Nguyen family and the Gu family have been investigating for so long, but they have not found the real person in power. The inside and outside are like iron plates. As the 4 major families in Kyoto, the Gu family did have political contacts in their hands, but they did not dare to take the lead. At least, before the Nguyen Hotel touched the interests of many people in Kyoto, the Gu family did not dare to take the initiative to tear up the rules and retaliate violently. If you fight a snake to death, you will suffer. On the contrary, old man Gu is not the 2 wine bags and rice bags of his son and grandson. He deeply understands that in the current situation of the Gu family, it is not suitable to fight each other to death. In the heyday of the Gu family, it was not difficult to get rid of a Ruan's Hotel that was fighting alone. Today's Gu family, however, has various problems in an endless stream. This time, it is difficult to ensure that other families will not stumble. If the Gu family targets the Ruan family hotel with all their strength at this time, even if the opponent is completely destroyed, it will hurt their vitality. Among them, to make matters worse, it may even be counterattacked by the Nguyen family hotel to the death, giving the Gu family a big one. Although old man Gu is confident that he will not give the Nguyen hotel any chance to counterattack, other families are also confident that when the Gu family targets the Nguyen hotel, they will create an opportunity for the Nguyen hotel to counterattack. Anyway, regardless of success or failure, it is in their favor, so why not do it? Don't look at the banquet now. Everyone is smiling opposite each other, as if everyone is too good to be good. But often the most terrifying enemies are shot when they laugh at you, or even more insidious, you may not know who it is until you die. The various economic modules of the land of Zhengzhou have basically been divided among the major families. In addition to maintaining their own stability, they want to go further, either to expand to other continents, or to wait for some families to fall, to see who has a fast hand and can get a piece of the action, or when others can't react, eat them all in one bite. The Fu family, the Gu family, the He family, and the Pei family. Regardless of the family style and operation of the 4 major families, it is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface to get to this step. If you don't eat people, you will be eaten by people. In addition, the battle for the highest decision maker other than the heir is about to begin. In terms of the current situation in Kyoto, no matter how angry old man Gu is and how much he wants revenge, he can only forcibly suppress his anger, stabilize the internal situation of the Gu family, and make longer-term plans. But the Ruan's Hotel did not hinder its footsteps because of this incident. Externally, he has always stated that all this was just an accident, and expressed regret for the affairs of Gu's father and son. In terms of actions, there is no intention to shrink, but still slowly Promote the industry, continue to expand the business in an orderly manner, and develop various branch industries. Use strength and domineering to forcibly occupy a place in Zhengzhou, and use actions to tell everyone about the attitude of the Nguyen family hotel. If you are willing to play economic warfare with us, then we will play economic warfare. If you are willing to play by the rules, then let's play by the rules. If you don't want to follow the rules, we will accompany you to the end. The Ruan family used their actions to tell everyone that they had the capital to fight against any family in the Beijing circle, and this is also the reason why the Ruan Hotel was able to quickly gain a foothold in Kyoto, which was feared and relieved by the Jinghuan family. It is not a family of any kind and does not enter the Beijing circle, but he is not afraid of any family oppression. This kind of place is very suitable for doing some secret things. At the same time, relatively speaking, it is also more comfortable. The banquet that Gu Ran was going to attend was held by the Fu family to welcome Fu Yanjing's return and celebrate his success in being admitted to Yanda by virtue of his own skills. At the same time, it seems that something is going to be announced. Ji Ran was invited to participate in the banquet. After simply saying hello to a few people, he found a corner to sit down. During the period, many people greeted Gu Ran because of the Gu family. Gu Ran simply responded, greeted a few things, and didn't have too much idea of talking. At this moment, outside the hotel, several people strolled up. One man and 3 women. The man looks like he is in his early 40s, with glasses, and looks like a successful person, but his face gives people a sense of power. Beside him is a well-maintained middle-aged woman, holding the man's arm. The two of them have similar faces and gestures, and they are considered to be very husband and wife. They are all people with a lower status than themselves. Their attitudes are quite arrogant, pretending, and showing off. Those who treat their status higher than themselves are smiling like flowers, pretentious, and almost flattering. The two of them showed the word power I vividly, but behind them, there were 2 acquaintances of Gu Ran. One is Xinli. She was still shining as in the past, wearing the most luxurious brand, and behaving with the elegance of a famous lady. She soon found her own circle and started talking with some long-lost little sisters. From time to time, her gaze looked in the direction of the main venue, obviously looking forward to the arrival of the main venue's family. And the other girl, Gu Ran almost didn't recognize it. Her face, as gentle as hibiscus, is not overly pretentious, but it is naturally beautiful, and every move makes it impossible to ignore her existence. She is Nanli. She is Nanli, who has removed her glasses, opened her bangs, changed her hairstyle, and put on a costume. At this moment, Nanli was like Cinderella being enchanted, and she surprised everyone present as soon as she appeared. And now she has another identity, the true daughter of the Shin family, Shin Yao. She is like a lotus flower, independent in the mud, and everyone has become her foil. Her fresh and refined temperament is incompatible with the surrounding environment. Even if some wealthy young men around her cast their eyes towards her frequently, it was because of her instinctively resisting temperament that those people hesitated and hesitated. At this moment, Nanli, who was resisting the breath all over, seemed to feel something in her heart, and looked in one direction. It was Gu Ran. He smiled at her, and raised a glass to her from a distance in the dimly lit place. Nanli was taken aback for a moment, then blinked his glasses to make sure he hadn't read the wrong person. In the next moment, she made a move that everyone, including Gu Ran, did not expect. Gu Ran. Nanli, the former inflatable bag, yelled out Gu Ran's name in such a high-end and elegant venue, regardless of anyone's eyes and gaze. Then, Ru Chulian's blooming smile hung on her face. She ran towards Gu Ran in spite of everything, and threw herself directly in Gu Ran's arms, hugging her tightly. At this moment, many people realized that it's not that this Shin family's daughter Gao Lang is isolated, but she hasn't met anyone who made her let go of everything, and now, it seems that I have encountered it. I knew it. I knew you would definitely come to me. Nanli hugged Gu Ran and didn't let go. The disguise of many days was completely removed at this moment. The brilliant smile, like a hibiscus out of the water, blooms for only one person, but amazes all onlookers. Ji Ran smiled and patted Nanli on the back to comfort him. His smile couldn't be hidden. That he doesn't know how Shin Yao, the daughter of the Shin family, is. He just knew that his little errand was back. Nanli did not use Gu Ran's background in Dongzhou to resist the Shin family at the beginning, because Gu Ran had not fully revealed her own background to her. Nanli was worried about her identity and the authority of the Shin family, not something Gu Ran could fight against. Therefore, she chose to follow the Shin family back to Beijing for the time being, retaining her vitality for Gu Ran, and betting on whether Gu Ran would come to her. And now, she seems to have one. Trotting errands, lose 9 out of 10 bets, and win once, but you have to stop in time. If you don't say that, I will be even more moved. If you are moved, you can't eat it as a meal. I'll give you something more real. What? Don't ask, give me your hand. Nanli was curious and handed her hand to Gu Ran. Ji Ran, on the other hand, quietly said Nanli is the only binding candidate who is currently called to come. Nanli only felt an extra force in the palm of her hand, which flowed into her body along Gu Ran. She didn't know what it was, she just knew that after that, she seemed to have some kind of connection with Gu Ran. If something happens in the future, remember to call my name. Don't ask, you'll know when you call. Good. Nanli didn't understand, but she believed Gu Ran. At the moment he saw Gu Ran, Nanli was Nanli, the Nanli who had chosen Gu Ran in his heart, not the true daughter of the Shin family, and Gu Ran's heart is the same as Spiegeled. Nanli, this little errand runner, is very dishonest. If it doesn't show up, this little errand will be ready to start raising fish in Kyoto. As a person who fits with Nanli's soul and Xiao Nanli's confidant, Gu Ran knows himself too well, and naturally knows what Nanli wants to do it without him. Assistant Nan would still miss him, but Shinya would carry Assistant Nan's thoughts and make herself live a good life, and Nanli is equally clear about this. Nanli, who doesn't have Gu Ran, needs to choose by himself. In Nanli, where there is Gu Ran is the only choice, because, without Gu Ran's Nanli, in order to survive better, he could only go the old way. A cute inflatable bag that is weak and needs to be rescued. A genius whose hard work is not recognized and Ignored by the whole family, a poor baby who is unknown, gives everything for everyone, and finally truly feeds the doggy in the end. One day, a man will be discovered by her who is waiting for a price. The other party will take her away from everything and become a ray of light in her life, shining on her dark life in the past. From then on, she will live happily ever after. However, such a life, with Guran, has become an option for unlimited postponement, because being saved by others is always incomparable with self-rescue. There will be men to save her from the quagmire, but there will be no men to accompany her in the quagmire and teach her how to squeeze the nutrients in the quagmire. Chapter 78. The Fu family's plot. The actions of Nanli and Guran attracted many people. Among them are the wealthy sons and brothers who were amazed by Nanli, and the ladies and nobles who were attracted by Guran's appearance. In addition, there is Xinli, who is constantly looking for Fu Yanjing's figure, but her eyes have been spinning in the direction of Gu's family. It's just that when Xinli found Guran's figure, before she could figure out how to say hello, she saw her sister, who had been docile to the Shin family, had already run towards Guran without hesitation. At that moment, Xinli realized for the first time that the sister who was docile and well-behaved and obedient on her face might be hiding an unknown other side. A kind of courage that is more courageous than her. I don't know why. Xinli also had an inexplicable impulse in her heart. She also wanted to rush over like Nanli in spite of everything. It's just that she doesn't know what kind of identity, what kind of mentality, and what kind of feelings she should have. Guran, I really came to her. Xia Xiaoxiao on the other side, seeing Guran and Nanli working hand in hand, looked at him curiously at first, but when Guran secretly planted the bound quota for Nanli, others couldn't feel it. But as the heroine of the power task, Xia Xiaoxiao felt something. I can't tell why. Xia Xiaoxiao just feels irritable for no reason in her heart. The little cake in his hand suddenly didn't feel good. This time, Shin's father and Shin's mother, who had reacted, hurriedly stepped forward and shouted. Shin Yao, what are you doing? There are no rules for taking risks. What does it look like? It's really embarrassing for our Shin family. Guran, I have seen my uncles and aunts. Guran didn't give the two menacing people a chance to complain and swear. When he introduced himself, Shin's father and Shin's mother, who were originally annoyed by Nanli's behavior, were taken aback for a while. Gu family. Guran. Are you the new heir that the Gu family said not long ago? If there is only one Gu family in Kyoto, and if there is only one heir to the Gu family, then I should be the one you think. By the way, I used to study in Dongzhou, and I happened to be at the same table as Shin Yao. I met again. Because we were happy to catch up, my uncle and aunt shouldn't mind. You are the poor boy. No, you are the friend of Nanli's mouth. Let me fix it, it's a boyfriend. I didn't tell her my identity before because I was worried that she was under pressure. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be the daughter of the Shin family who was left behind, and she still had a marriage contract with me since she was a child. If I don't say it, in case the Shin family misunderstands something in the future and marries her to someone else, wouldn't it be a big loss for me? Guran spoke without lowering his voice. After listening to some of the people around him, their faces were also clear, and they finally realized what Nanli had just done. It turned out to be the real young master of the Gu family, or the future heir. I have heard that the Gu family and the Shin family do have a marriage contract. The two of them didn't expect to meet in Dongzhou, and they are still boyfriend and girlfriend at the same table. It's great. It's so enviable to love each other without knowing the marriage contract. After the identity is exposed, you can still be in the right place, chasing after without hesitation, and working hand in hand without hesitation. Didn't you find out? It was Gu Xiao who had been hiding his identity. He had been looking for the true daughter of the Shin family. Whether the Shin family recognized Shin Yao or not, all he cared about was Shin Yao's people. This is too good to knock. I feel like I believe in love again. Facing the discussion of the people around him, the Shin family's parents were a little embarrassed at this moment, even said, a little nervous, because the core of this banquet of the Fu family is actually the marriage of the Shin family and the Fu family. On the Fu family's side, it was Shin Yao, the real daughter, who was named. Originally, the Shin family didn't want to agree to this kind of thing. Because Xinli is the daughter they raised, not to mention how close they are, at least they know. The roots, the Fu family is now better than the Gu family, both in terms of family style and development. It is more beneficial for the Shin family to let Xinli, the adopted daughter who has been raised by herself and is closer to them, marry into the Fu family, and the real daughter. No one can say anything about dealing with the Gu family. After all, Shin Yao was indeed their own daughter, and it was indeed Shin Yao who had decided to kiss at the beginning. Therefore, in the beginning, the Shin family refused the Fu family's request to marry Shin Yao. However, the Fu family was very stubborn, and when they identified that person, they gave up on identifying the other party. After the Shin family expressed their thoughts, they personally visited the door and secretly came over to negotiate, moving it with affection, knowing it with reason, allowing it to benefit, and warning it to harm among them. The point that worries the Shin family the most is pointed out. Jia, I like to eat. Juhu, marry the true daughter to the Gu family, and wait until the two of them are 100 years later. Maybe the Gu family will embezzle the Shin family's property in the name of the true daughter, and if the fake daughter is married, then even if this happens in the future, it will be more convenient to get rid of it. At least, it won't be eaten by the Gu family with nothing left. Although the Shin family is headed by Father Shin, he has no son, but their Shin family is not just a small family. But a family. The entire Shin family industry supports not a small family of them, but a large family. Anything Shin's father does must be in the interests of the family. What the Fu family said was obviously more in line with the Shin family's situation. Even if the Gu family has a good reputation in eating juhu, even if it is embezzled, the Shin family will not have a bad life. However, who likes to look up and breathe? Being in charge of yourself is different from making a living in the hands of Others, even if you were in the same. Therefore, today's banquet was actually discussed by the Fu family and the Shin family, and an announcement was made between Fu Yanjing and Shin Yao. At this point, the Shin family's parents have not discussed with Shinli and Nan Li. To be precise, in their cognition, the choice of the two of them is not important, since it is the Shin family. Everything must be based on the interests of the Shin family. If Nan Li and Shinli didn't know each other before, then after this incident, Shinli would definitely repel Nanli, and even target her in many ways. However, the two met at Dongzhou school, and they were barely friends. In particular, since returning to the Shin family, Nanli has always firmly believed that Gu Ran will come to him. From beginning to end, Nanli had no interest in Fu Yan. In her eyes and in her heart, it was Gu Ran. There is no emotional conflict between each other. Therefore, Nanli and Shinli during this period of time were considered stable. However, if Gu Ran didn't show up, all this would probably end this night. But Gu Ran appeared, appearing as Gu Xiao of the Gu family with Nanli's initiative. Gu Ran strongly stated his identity and decisively announced the relationship with Nanli to everyone, whether it is from the marriage contract or from the aspect of personal feelings. The Shin family needs to make a choice: offend the Fu family or offend the Gu family. Choose one. At this time, Fu Yanjing, who was standing in the dark and observing everything, held the wineglass in his hand tightly. His eyes stayed on the back of Gu Ran for a long time, and finally sighed softly. Dad, Uncle Shin is in trouble. Let's postpone the announcement of this engagement for the time being. You child, did you have to hang yourself from a tree? Although the Shinli girl of the Shin family is a little bit delicate in temperament, her mind is not bad. Are you sure you don't think about it? No, the person I am looking for has never changed. But she already has someone she likes, so you are actually a bit of a favorite. Chapter 79. The persistent Fu Yanjing. Hearing his father's words, Fu Yanjing's eyes fluctuated for a moment, but he replied without hesitation. For me, I only see opportunities. If you have a chance, you have to seize it. If you don't have a chance, I can wait. I don't believe that Gu Ran can be consistent. There are too many girls around him. Even if it is Shinli, part of his mind is on him. I believe that Nanli will see him clearly sooner or later. What? Isn't Shinli always only interested in you? She used to be, and now she feels that she is too. It's just that she hasn't realized yet that there has been a contradiction between her heart and behavior. Are you not lost? After all, Shinli has always been interested in you. I've never looked forward to it, so why are you lost? To say loss, my only loss is that Nanli didn't give me a chance. The only loss is that when I first met, I didn't see my heart clearly. You kid, can't you go the other way to the dark? If I am like that, is it still a species of the Fu family? At the beginning, my father pursued my mother, but I heard that he had been chasing her for more than 10 years. It is precisely because of the suffering that I don't want my children to go that way again. Oh, did Dad feel bitter when he chased Mom? Bitter, but I enjoy it. Forget it, you kid, you deserve to be Lao Tzu's kind. When Fu Yanjing's father said this, he looked into his son's eyes. At that moment, he didn't know whether to be relieved or helpless. Fortunately, this son is too similar to himself. Helplessly, he knew that his son might have to go his own way and have a long road of secret love. He and his wife may have to postpone their wish to have grandchildren for a longer time. At the beginning, in order to chase his wife, he was in his 30s and hadn't married yet. He was so angry that his old lady jumped to her feet and almost wondered if he liked men. The requirements for his marriage partner have also changed from wealthy and noble women to as long as it is a woman, the heir of the wealthy Fu family, who should not have to worry about getting married, was even forced to go on a blind date by her mother later. And now that I think about it, Father Fu finally understands his mother a little bit. However, he couldn't do such a thing. After all, my son is only 18 years old. I just hope that my son's bitter love will not be too long. However, seeing Nanli and Gu Ran in the distance, Father Fu always felt that his son's road to bitter love might be more difficult than his own. Even if his son is better than him, he knows to seize the opportunity and fight hard, but the opponent does not seem to be an existence that is taken lightly. Gu Ran, this kid, is not his self-confident opponent at the beginning. He and his wife have children, and the other party is still addicted to his own world. Thinking of this, Father Fu patted his son on the shoulder and silently gave his blessing, hoping that the luck he had in pursuing his wife would bring luck to his son. The men of the Fu family don't like to speak out about their concerns. They always turn their thoughts into actions and integrate them into each other's lives. Only those who really have their minds on them, and those who seriously want to understand them, can feel the love of being surrounded by love, secretly in love with the track. The Fu family is a boss-level existence, and this time, the Erlang of the Fu family seem to have encountered an opponent. The other party not only has a delicate mind, but also can speak, and even knows how to speak. And not only are you preconceived, but you also fight and grab, let alone give a little chance. Not long after the banquet continued, Father Fu came to Father Shin's side and gave Father Shin a step, which relieved the hesitant Father Shin. Postpone the announcement of the engagement. It's okay to postpone it a little bit, at least you won't be exposed to the enemy, and you won't be human inside and out. And the behavior of the Fu family also left some good feelings in the Shin family, making the Shin family more inclined to the character of the Fu family. However, no matter what, this banquet became a banquet that unilaterally welcomed Fu Yanjing's return, and Nanli hadn't left Gu Ran's side for half a step since he met Gu Ran. The two of them are like a little couple when they are in love. Sitting in a corner, you and I don't know what we are talking about. They look very harmonious. Fu Yanjing, who can be seen in the distance, has a glass of wine in his hand. One glass after another. At this moment, a figure suddenly came to Gu Ran's side. It's Xie Xiaoxiao. She didn't know when she appeared beside Gu Ran, but Gu Ran saw Xie Xiaoxiao's appearance, watching her gesticulating with her small hands, with a puzzled expression on her face. What's the matter with you? I don't understand sign language. Nanli next to him said, Gu Ran, she seems to be choking. When Gu Ran heard this, he suddenly thought that Xie Xiaoxiao was a koi who was going through tribulation. This time, it looks like he might be choked to death. Gu Ran didn't waste the task of delivering to the door. He got up and hugged Xie Xiaoxiao from behind, and used Heimlich's first aid method to rescue him. Several times in a row, a nut spit out of Xie Xiaoxiao's mouth. Ahem, thank you. Xie Xiaoxiao spit out something, and after coughing a few times, he thanked Guoran.at this time. Xie Qingmo reacted and hurriedly came to Xie Xiaoxiao and asked, Xiao, what's wrong with you? I saw you suddenly running this way just now, what's the matter? No, I just got stuck suddenly. I asked Guran to help me with first aid. Xiao, have you forgotten your brother? I can also help you with first aid. Sorry, brother, I feel too uncomfortable and forgot in a hurry. Xie Xiaoxiao spoke, feeling that she was indeed a little impulsive, but one more time, she felt that she would still be like this. Although her brother was right, she had an instinct instinctively when something happened. Guran, who had only two sides of himself and had never exchanged a few words, felt more secure than his brother, although it was just intuition. 2 consecutive changes allowed Xie Xiaoxiao to gradually determine his thoughts. Next time she encounters this kind of thing, she will do it again. Xie Qingma saw her younger sister like this, as a sister-in-law. Her heart was a bit broken. The lovely sister didn't even rely on her brother anymore, and the Sky fella, however, seeing Namli beside Guran, as the elder brother of the sister control, he was relieved a lot. The Sky has a girlfriend, so he shouldn't have a bad heart for his sister, right? In addition, Guran did save his sister again, so Xie Qingma expressed his gratitude and his attitude was not much better than the last time. Even before Xie Qingma left with Xie Xiaoxiao, he quietly mentioned to Guran, you have to take a good look at your little girl, and other people are secretly thinking about it. This is not a mockery, but a kind reminder. But when Guran heard this, he nodded with a smile and said, Fu Yanjing, right? It's not a day or two that he's been thinking about. It seems that you don't need me to remind you, I'm not human anymore. You didn't say who it was, I just guessed randomly, didn't you? It doesn't matter, since I dare to say it, I'm not afraid of being known. Xie Qingma shrugged, and he could be regarded as a person who dared to say that he dared to bear it. After chatting with Guran for a few more words, Xie Qingma left with Xie Xiaoxiao, who was a little reluctant. Namli looked at Xie Xiaoxiao, who had left with a thoughtful expression on her face. Chapter 80 Practice makes perfect. Guran, have you noticed that the little girl looks a lot like Sister Ruan? Of course, they are sisters. What? Half-sister, don't tell me about this, and don't tell me if you meet your Sister Ruan in the future, they don't even know it yet. Don't you plan to let Sister Ruan and the others recognize each other? Still under investigation. At least, I won't let Xie's family get close to Sister Ruan until I'm sure they won't cause harm to Sister Ruan. You are so kind to Sister Ruan. Envy, isn't it normal for me to be nostalgic and treat my ex-wife well? What? When did you and Sister Ruan divorce? After you left, in order to come to you, Sister Ruan divorced me. Come on, I don't believe it. Well, the contract has expired and the task has been completed. Naturally, it is easy to get together and disperse. She is pregnant? Well, if nothing else. Then why did Sister Ruan leave you? Even if you are not suitable, it won't be that fast. The Gu family came to me, and I didn't want to involve her. Moreover, you were taken to Shin's house, I am not at ease. How is Sister Ruan doing now? She came to Kyoto a few days earlier than us, and she doesn't know that we are all here yet. We can surprise her then. Are you sure it's a surprise? Surprise her with your fiancé? No, the surprise I'm talking about is her pregnancy. According to the time, it should take a while for her to find out. How can there be such a surprise? Actually, I remarried later. Remarry? When? After breaking up with Sister Ruan, as soon as I left the Civil Affairs Bureau, I was pulled in to register. New customer? Which prodigal huff? Yu Wei ran. I knew she had a bad heart for you, but I didn't expect to start so quickly. When I came to Kyoto, I divorced her again. Yes, I'm so angry with her. However, she should also be pregnant. Are you lying to me? No, on the contrary, to tell you this, I'm just not going to lie to you. Standing in front of you now is your fiancé, a bad man who has been divorced twice and may have 6 babies soon. What you said is true. I said it all, I won't lie to you. Go what? Now it's more than half an hour before the Civil Affairs Bureau closes, so follow me to get my certificate. Yueron's dead girl can marry you, and keep waiting for extraneous branches. We already have a marriage contract now, are you sure you want to be so anxious? Of course, if you don't get the certificate, God knows if that guy Gu Shuer will steal the house. Now she is not your sister anymore. By the way, did you bring your household registration book? Yes, the Gu family is applying for Gu Xiao's account for me. The original account was retained at my request. Coincidentally, on the Shin family side, although I have the identity of Shin Yao, Nanli's Huku is still there. Are you sure? That's necessary, I'll leave you then. Why? The status of girlfriend is unstable, and I don't feel that the status of assistant is reliable enough. The position of the wife makes me feel uncomfortable. The ex-wife is just right. If you have something, you can take out a marriage certificate to prove the relationship, and if you have nothing to do, you can take out a divorce certificate to clarify your position. Nanli, marriage is understood by you. No, I just saw it. Marriage is different for you from others. It is not a life contract with the final word, but a contract of sale and purchase that can be done by giving money. It deserves to be my little errand, you really understand me. But, what do you pay to trade with me? Myself, I will press you here for the rest of my life, see if you dare to pick it up. You actually cut the nonsense, it's rare for me to be impulsive once, don't let me lose in a mess. Nanli's attitude was resolute and strong at the moment, but her heart was not calm at all. More than half an hour later, Guran and Nanli walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, one with an extra marriage certificate in their hands. Originally, Nanli wanted to continue to apply for a divorce certificate, but the staff got off work today and could only come back tomorrow. Ding, the awakening task of the airbag is completed. Progress reward distribution, fighting proficiency plus 1 task completion reward. Halo, practice makes perfect. Core special rewards, skills, tempered by 1,000 hammers. Practice makes perfect, or learning any skill, you can have a new understanding in the process of continuous familiarity. Skill, tempered by 1,000 hammers. Effect, it can perform invisible tempering on the body, accumulating over time, and the effect is self-evident. Practice makes perfect. Aura, it should be related to the various skills rewarded by Nanli. 1,000 hammers are tempered, but it is different from the task of the airbag itself. It is more like it is because I have focused all my personal skill improvement on fighting proficiency. It seems that the reward after the completion of this task is also based on personal choice. Guran closed his eyes and felt as if he could condense an invisible force. This invisible force cannot be used externally, but only for oneself. Just like a special kind of exertion technique, invisible force is used on oneself, as if every inch of one's own flesh and blood is being struck by a force. Guran regained his strength, and this blow had little effect, but Guran could feel the power of the 3 lights accumulated in his body, because this blow was further integrated into his body. It seems that even if there is no need to be proficient in fighting in the future, there is no need to worry that the power will be out of control one day. It's just that, if I continue to improve like this, can I really be considered a normal person? The current Guran is similar to a normal person on the surface, but with the continuous improvement and refining of his body and spirit, his body is undergoing changes that are incomprehensible to ordinary people. For example, before, Guran could see Xia Xiaoxiao's illness. This is a kind of magical change that occurs after the body is constantly tempered. With his eyes, he can see things that ordinary people can't see. At the same time, the world in his eyes is far more vivid than normal people. If Guran concentrates on painting, especially brightly colored paintings like oil paintings, he will be able to go further than anyone else, because there are more colors in his eyes than anyone else. Therefore, he will be able to use color better. And nowadays, although the mastery of fighting no longer increases the strengthening points, but with the skill of tempering with 1,000 hammers, the power of the 3 lights that Guran absorbs every day can not only be well tempered into the body, it can be regarded as an active cultivation of the body quenching method. Of course, the power of the 3 lights is a kind of vitality and creation power, not the aura of the fantasy world, but the skill of tempering with 1,000 hammers is a kind of self-refining. The former is equivalent to accumulating potential, and the latter is equivalent to developing potential. They complement each other and allow the body to continue to be developed in this process. Chapter 81 Iced Milk Tea, ID card, charger. As for the extent to which it has reached and the extent to which it has developed, Guran doesn't know. Even he feels that his body has improved not only strength and energy, but also some other things. His own development, just like other people's understanding of himself, is just the tip of the iceberg. However, Guran, he can't find a way to use those powers at present, and he's not sure if he can find it in the future. After all, the pure Yang Dao body and the 3 light technique are not things in this world. Guran couldn't find a reference for these things, and the system didn't give a manual. Forget it, let's take it step by step. At least, it's good to know that it's good for your body. Guran looked at Shangli and asked, "Where are you going now? Shall I send you back?" "I'm not going back. In addition to the good conditions of my current home, the atmosphere is not much better than that of my adoptive parents. When we get married, we have to have a new house. At the beginning, you and Sister Ruan had both, and Yueran also had a big villa. Why should I have one?" "Okay, then where do you want to live?" "I applied for Yanda University and studied medicine, but my parents wanted me to study design and management." "What's the matter? Why don't you speak? How did you choose?" "It's not that they have retained your own identity, you are ready to practice both together." "How do you know?" "Well, are you too?" "I just said that when we were reincarnated, we might have taken the same script." Guran shrugged and looked at Nanli with a helpless smile on his face. Facts of proof that sometimes, when you meet someone who is very similar to you, especially someone with similar ideas and experiences, then you will definitely find that by the side of the other person, you will definitely be able to find someone who makes you feel familiar. It can even be said that this kind of person who is familiar with character is not just 1 or 2, but may even go back several generations. Those people, usually in their lives, play a similar role and have a profound impact on each other. Life is wonderful. Then in order to celebrate the wonderful life, let's go for a drink. Drinking hurts our bodies. Although we have all graduated, we still have to take care of our bodies. But I am an adult, and I have been an adult for more than a month. Nanli looked at Guran, then with the marriage certificate in her hand, she just stared at Guran. Not if Guran didn't understand, he would get married twice for nothing. However, Guran hesitated and asked tentatively, would you like a cup of milk tea?" "Okay, it's hot, let's have a cup of iced milk tea. I brought my ID card, mobile phone, and charger." On this day, Guran did not go home, nor did Nanli. The two went to the nearby Super 10 and communicated for a long time. The next day, Nanli and Guran woke up early together, which surprised Guran very much. "Hey, Nanli, you woke up so early." "I didn't expect it either." "No, let's not talk about it. I feel so hungry and want to eat. I asked someone to send it over." Seeing Nanli feel so hungry and flustered, Guran also found something wrong and quickly called the hotel manager to deliver the food. Because Guran lives here, the person in charge of the hotel knows Guran's identity, so whether he needs it or not, he will make arrangements early in the morning. Almost less than a minute after Guran's call ended, the door of the hotel room rang. Guran opened the door, and the hotel waiter came in with a cart of various delicacies. Among them, the dishes are very rich, with 30 or 40 kinds. Sir, miss, do you need me to serve food? No need, you are busy with yours. Okay sir, after the meal is over, just put the cart directly at the door of the room, and we will come and collect it. Okay, trouble. Guran politely sent the waiter away, and when he closed the door and turned his head, he found that Nanli had already taken something and started to eat. Although Nanli is not gobbling, he can chew and swallow very quickly. Guran poured a glass of warm milk and handed it over, saying, eat slowly, come on, take a sip of milk to smooth your stomach. Nanli didn't speak, but took the milk and drank half a glass in one breath, obviously really hungry. In this way, in front of Guran, Nanli quickly ate for more than 10 minutes. After eating more than 30 kinds of breakfast, most of them were eaten, and only then did his face show a soothing color. After spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Nanli said, it's considered to be alive. I have never been so hungry. Even if my adoptive parents punished me for not eating for 3 days when I was a child, I have never been so hungry. Just now, I felt that even if it was a pile of frozen meat in front of me, I could chew it. It feels as if every cell in my body is yelling at me to be hungry. Nanli spoke, still eating in small sips at the moment. Although she was full, she felt that she could continue to eat at this moment. The meal just now was at least 3 or 4 times her usual meal, but she didn't feel too stretched at the moment. Her whole body seemed to be absorbing those food nutrients at a high speed, and bursts of heat were transmitted from her stomach to her whole body, constantly soothing and smoothing the hunger signals transmitted all over her body. Guran, is it really that expensive to do that kind of thing? Sister Wan, I don't usually see how much he eats. Does Yu Weiran know how to eat too? No, you are the first. I'm not sick, am I? I don't think so, you don't have any illness, and I feel that you seem to be healthier than before. At this moment, in Guran's eyes, she found that Nanli's blood seemed to be more vigorous than usual after this meal. Well, now that I'm full, I really feel a lot stronger than before, and the problem of cold hands and feet is gone. What the hell is going on? I don't know the specifics, but I may be a bit guessing. 1,000 hammers are tempered, and practice makes perfect. Guran admitted that he forgot to turn off his aura and skills last night. It seemed that some power flowed into Nanli's body, and then drove Nanli's body to undergo several trials. This kind of tempering, because Guran has the power to make up for it, will not lose Nanli. It's just that the intensity of tempering is a bit high, which may cause Nanli's body to consume a little too much energy. However, after eating food supplements, the effect of exercise seems to be reflected. Guran, do you know the reason? What is it? Probably, maybe, I'm a bit of a supplement to you. Guran scratched his face and said an explanation that Nanli could understand as much as possible. Although I don't quite understand, I want to do a verification now. Verify what? I want to try how much you make up. I advise you not to try rashly. But you aroused my curiosity. Then, let you try again. In fact, Guran also wanted to give it a try. Moreover, I really just want to give it a try. Chapter 82 changes. This is the first time that Guran, between trying something and a woman, simply wants to go to that kind of thing because of testing something. It's pure that the whole process of trying, Guran and Nanli, turned out to be full of curiosity and contemplation, ignoring the ups and downs in the process. 2 hours later, Guran and Nanli lay there to summarize their experience. How do you feel? I feel that what you left behind turns into strength in my body and nourishes me. It's very comfortable. What else? Just now, I felt as if every cell in my body was hit by a hammer. With every knock, I felt as if I had undergone a long period of all-round exercise. Well, is there anything else? If there is anything else, it should be that I am a little hungry again. In the end, Nanli ate all the food that was less than 1/3 of the previous food, barely mixing it into a 7-point fullness. After that, after Guran and Nanli had finished dressing, Guran took Nanli to the gym dedicated to leisure in Rowan's hotel. There, Guran helped Nanli test his strength. As a result, Nanli's physical fitness was comparable to that of boys of the same age. Guran, you really didn't lie to me, you really make up for it. After a series of gym tests, Nanli also found that her body was a little different from before, and her eyes were even more shining when she looked at Guran. That gaze made the fairy feel a little bit like seeing the Tang monk. Fairy, don't mess with the poor monk's heart. Master, look at me, I don't believe your eyes are empty. Nanli took out the marriage certificate from her bag and motioned to Guran not to forget her identity. Guran looked at Nanli and asked, are you still divorced today? I won't leave, I'll talk about it when you need it. I decided to have a good taste of the master before the divorce. Nanli was really a little greedy for Guran at this moment. This is purely physical greed, but it is not desire, but the kind of greed for oneself that wants to become better. When you find a man who looks as handsome as the Tang monk, eating meat with him can actually make his body better and better. What will happen to you? Put it away, watching, divorce and give up the right to eat meat? Nanli's temperament was only a little softer, but she was not stupid at all. Even a thief. Nanli, where are you? Going now? Husband, have you forgotten that you want to buy a house for me? You look like this, it makes me feel more than just wanting to buy a house. We have a marriage contract, we have obtained a certificate, we live together in advance, and we will try to get married. It makes sense. It makes sense, let me call and ask. Ask who? Of course it's the old man of our Gu family. Let me ask if there is any ready-made one. You really don't suffer at all. There is a bargain, why not take advantage of it? Yes, I also asked my parents if they have a house. I want it, what else do you want? I want a room first, and they won't give me a car before they ask for it, so they can be more receptive. After all, having a house and a car is home. It makes sense. In this way, Guran and Nanli began to call the Gu family and the Shin family respectively. After the call was connected, people on both sides naturally began to ask why they didn't sleep at night last night, but they were prevaricated by the two of them. They tacitly did not talk about the fact that they had already obtained each other's certificate stuff. It's not that I'm not ready to make it public, it's just that I can't maximize the benefits by making it public with each other's parents in this way. They were all brought back from the outside, even if the bloodline was close, but they hadn't been raised. It always felt a lot worse. Instead of warming a group of warm or not warm guys with your heart, it's better to get more things from each other to make your life more comfortable and comfortable.as for the future. Whatever, if you get it, you earn it, and if you don't get it, they don't have no backing, they can afford to lose. Old man, get me a house near Yanda, I want to use it. What do you use it for? Adoptive daughter-in-law, I am going to pursue Xinyao again. You should know about the banquet yesterday. I won't say much about it. They want to bet on both ends, and I won't let them do what they want. Don't be too much. Who the Shin family girl is actually not important to us. Even, I myself am actually inclined to Shinli, the fake daughter. Why? Because she is not her own child, the future is better to take care of. How could I not know those little Jujiujiu of the Shin family? If it weren't for the internal problems of the Gu family, I still wouldn't be able to look at the 3 melons and 2 dates in their family. You didn't say it earlier, I'm all with Xinyao. Ahem, what did you say? On the other side of the phone, there was a coughing sound, apparently shocked by Gu Ran's high efficiency. Yao Yao, come on, say hello to Grandpa. Gu Ran shouted at Nanli, and the latter received Gu Ran's gesture and shouted sweetly at Gu Ran's mobile phone. Hello, Grandpa Gu, this is Xinyao. Hey, okay, hello Yao Yao, please give Gu Ran the phone, I have something to tell him. Old man Gu spoke kindly, but his voice always gritted his teeth. Nanli handed the phone back to Gu Ran, then took the phone and continued to ask his parents for something. With old man Gu's greeting, Shin's parents had to believe this too. Hey, mom and dad, something happened just now, let's keep talking. Xinyao, who were you talking to just now? Why did I hear old man Gu's voice? Oh, Gu Ran called to talk about the two of us. His grandfather had to send him a property near Yanda. Gu Ran was choosing it. What, old man Gu also knows about you too? Well, I was wondering if we should also do something back. Although the Shin family is no better than the Gu family, it is also one of the 12 surnames, and it is not impossible to lose the face of the Shin family. That's natural. Wait, that's not what we just said, you dead girl, who told you to be with Gu Ran? We haven't agreed yet. Don't we have a marriage contract? Isn't there a marriage contract and you are not engaged yet? Well, then I'll tell him to forget it. Wait, are you stupid? You are all like this. What's the use of saying it now? Then things are like this, what else can I do? What do you want when you call back? Grandpa Gu Ran knew that I was with Gu Ran, so he gave Gu Ran a set of real estate. I don't think our Shin family is proud of it, so we can't lose face. This Gu Ran just asked casually, and it didn't matter if he didn't. Why not? Our Shin family is not as good as the Gu family, but we still have a little real estate. However, old man Gu gave the real estate away, so it would be a bit inappropriate for us to send it again. Well, let's match you with a car later. Chapter 83, Eating from Both Sides Car? Gu Ran has some, but only about 10 million. Just look at it and get me just one. The small tram is actually not bad. What kind of tram to match? Since you want to match the car, you must match the best one. Xinyao, remember, you are the daughter of the Shin family, you can only drive the best car, don't embarrass my Shin family. This is not good, isn't it? The latest Porsche costs a lot of money. It's too expensive. Just Porsche, I'll buy it for you when I get home. Good mom. I have no objection to buying a car. Not many. I met a friend recently. He said that there is a 20% discount on the internal price, which can save 2 or 3 million. Do we want it or not? Will this affect the decency of the Shin family? Yes, why not? Being able to get a 20% discount means that our Shin family has that connection and ability. You have to make more such friends in the future. I see. That's it, come back as soon as you're done, and tell us what's going on with you now. Okay, I'll take Gu Ran back with me then. The other side, Gu Ran and Old Man Gu have almost discussed it. Originally, Old Man Gu wanted to get a house for Gu Ran casually. However, the charm of words made him do the same thing as Nanli. As a result, Gu Ran got a set of Yunchuju residence, not to mention the geographical location. It covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. Although this Yunchuju is no match for Gu Yuan, it is also a mansion that is serious. A residence of this size is far from being comparable to an ordinary villa. There is no housekeeper and some servants to take care of it. It is estimated that there is no need to enjoy life by relying solely on the owner's family. Old man, look back. After I went to Shin's house and drove back, I will take Yao Yao back to see you. Get out. In silence, Old Man Gu tried his best to pop out a depressed word from the phone. He has a pain in his flesh. He felt that Gu Ran was a debt collector. After hanging up the phone, Old Man Gu's face showed some worries. This little bastard, he started so fast, and he was as worry-free as his father. It seems that I have to arrange that matter in advance. Thinking of this, Old Man Gu pondered for a long time, and finally dialed a phone call. Not long after, the phone was connected, and on the other side of the phone, in a moment of silence, a female voice came out. Grandpa, you are looking for me. The plan may have to be advanced, you have to be ready at any time. What's the matter? That kid, like his Lao Tzu, is not a safekeeping person. I see, Grandpa, I will be ready. Well, I wronged you. The next day Guran took Nanli with a better spirit, took the person in charge of the hotel to help Guran buy good things in advance, and went to Shin's house together. Guran, why are you back with Nanli, you guys? As soon as he arrived at Shin's house, he got out of the car and met Shinli. She was looking at Nanli and Guran at this moment, with some complexity and exploration in her expression, but when Nanli and Guran saw red marks on their necks, Shinli was silent directly to is it's so intense. Of course, Guran only got these up in the morning. I made it last night, and it all miraculously disappeared overnight, leaving not even a trace. So as a last resort, Guran did it again at Nanli's request. Guran and Nanli did not have morning exercises, they just printed these specifically, and their mouths were numb, just to finalize this fact, so that the two of them can better carry out their cohabitation plans. Nanli was placed in Shin's house, and Guran was not at ease. Guran lives in Guyuan, and Nanli thinks this guy will definitely have some business. In order to prevent Guran from going against his profession during the marriage, Nanli decided to live together. Of course, the most important thing is that she wants to make up for it. Only the next day, Nanli once again felt a further improvement in her body. It was as if she had been tossed there for 2 nights, and she had obtained the results of at least 2 months of hard professional exercise by others. This morning, she looked in the mirror and found that her vest line was out. The bones that were originally a little stiff turned out to be more flexible, and in the morning they were able to barely come to a horse. Nanli didn't understand at all how Guran's body was made, and why it had an effect similar to tang monk meat. However, if you don't understand, you don't understand, but there is still a chance to have an effect. She doesn't plan to let it go at all, and she will never tell anyone. If one more person knows it, there is a risk of taking an extra piece of the action. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Perhaps the task of awakening the inflator was completed, and Nanli underwent a transformation from the inside out, perhaps with Guran's cooperation and support. Although Nanli had only been in the Shin family for a few days, she was quite familiar with herself, and it was very natural to call her parents, uncle, and, please forgive me for taking the liberty to come to the door. Guran said, putting the gift in his hand next to him. The courtesy was considered thoughtful. The Shin family's parents originally wanted to lose their temper with Nanli and reprimand this unruly daughter, but when they saw Guran, the future heir of the Gu family, come to the door in person, although they had doubts about Guran being Gu Feng's brother, Guran was the future heir of the Gu family. It was announced to the outside world. In this case, no matter what Shin's parents thought about Guran, they quickly showed smiling faces. They don't care about Guran's identity. As long as he is the heir of the Gu family, even if he looks crooked and is a cripple and blind, they have to take it seriously. Between families, interests come first. For a benefit-oriented family like the Shin family, in their eyes, their children enjoy the benefits brought by the family, so they must be prepared to contribute to the family at any time, whether it is Shinli or Nanli. It should be the same. However, Guran and Nanli's operations disrupted some of their original arrangements, but now that the matter is over, although the Shin family's parents are a little dissatisfied with Guran and Nanli's behavior, the situation is not too bad. They even said that they felt that the Gu family was doing this on purpose and gave them a warning, but they also planned to pinch their noses and admit it. I'll be here soon. What gift do you bring? Come on, sit down, sit down. Shin's father and mother Shin hurriedly greeted Guran to take a seat, while Shenli made an excuse under the eyes of Shin's father and mother Shin, and took Nanli upstairs to speak. After Nanli left, Shin's father and Shin's mother began to have further discussions with Guran. Among them, there are those who have studied Guran's previous life side by side. I have inquired about how old man Gu has further plans for Guran. Not at the same time, some people also asked about the marriage contract. Wait. Chapter 84 Shinli, it's all for you for these. Guran and Nanli had already negotiated, asking about his previous life. Nanli told the truth according to what he knew. Of course, regarding the disappearance of some of Guran's industries in Dongzhou, everything is based on the Gu family's secret support as the reason. Ask old man Gu's plans for the marriage contract. That means that old man Gu intends to get engaged first, and then get married after he graduates and completely takes over the family business. This will last for at least several years. As for old man Gu's arrangements for Guran also answered truthfully. Why first get him a small company to practice his hands, make some achievements, and then gradually take over the Gu family. Most of these words are true, but Guran has hidden some of the messages a little bit, and the focus is hidden a little bit. In this way, Guran got some promises from Father Shin. For example, I am willing to open some convenient doors for Guran and introduce some contacts to Guar. In this way, some of Guran's businesses can go on better. In Kyoto, the relationship between characters is complicated, and if you want to achieve something, you need contacts to open the way. Only when the network is open can there be no stumbling blocks in doing things. Only when the interest channel is open can things go smoothly. Of course, unless, like a 5-star hotel, relying on the power of the entire Dongzhou, coupled with the internal iron plate, some industries can be forcibly seized, and no one dares to provoke if they take root in Kyoto. These Shin family connections, for Guran, will make his economic life easier. Moreover, this matter can be done again with old man Gu. Looking back, Guran would take Nanli to Gu's house to fool around once. As long as the two sides are finished and the ending is set, the process is not important. The reason why I came to Shin's house first was that after talking to Shin's father and Shin's mother, Shin's father and Shin's mother only had to agree and wait, and if you go back to your family first, if old man Gu agrees, he will directly call Father Shin and Mother Shin to discuss it before they have time to say it, then it will help. As for the question of whether the car in the back is not a car, Shin's father and Shin's mother offered to buy it, but Guran shirked, saying that he had the money to buy the best for Nanli. But how could Father Shin and Mother Shin not lose face? After several shirks, Guran reluctantly agreed, but said that he knew the car's internal supplier and had a discount. At that time, you can take it to the store to buy it, and you can also tell him if you need a vehicle in the future. At this time, Shin's father and Shin's mother realized that the person Nanli knew was Guran, and Guran is the one who really knows the vehicle supplier. In this way, they took a high look at Guran. Of course, if they knew that the car dealership they were going to was actually Guran's shop, and the car they spent money on was actually Guran's car, how would they feel? Turning the left hand to the right is equivalent to making tens of millions of dollars. Without paying anything. Don't be too cool. Upstairs, it was also a war without smoke. Nanli, how can you be with Gu Ran without marrying him? You will disrupt your parents' plans like this. I'm not doing this for you. For me? Don't you like Fu Yanjing? That's right, but I secretly heard before that my parents wanted me to get engaged to Fu Yanjing for the benefit of the family, and you were going to marry to the Gu family. What you said is true. Do you think mom and dad can't do it? Bake Shenli, it's too false to say that we have a deep sisterhood, but outside of this relationship, we used to be alumni, and we should barely be regarded as friends who can speak. Nanling, I Shenli, you like Fu Yanjing, and Gu Ran and I have tried our best to help you. And I like Gu Ran, and I am also working hard for it. I just don't want the relationship that we could have continued to get along well to be torn apart because of them. Happiness, you have to fight for it by yourself. This is what you once told me at school, isn't it? Nanli spoke with a long heart, and her words were all about her concern and love for Shenli. If she changed to the previous Shenli, she might really be happy, but now, it makes Shenli feel indescribably uncomfortable. Nanli knew this, but pretended not to know it, and was still ready to condemn the matter to death. Continue, in spite of everything, I have established a relationship with Gu Ran. And it won't be long before it will be announced to the outside world. At that time, between the Fu family and the Shen family, the only marriage partner will be you. Shenli, this is all I can do for you. I hope you can grasp your happiness. Speaking of this, Nanli held Shenli's hand with encouragement and support. As in the past, seeing Nanli in this way, Shenli was a little overwhelmed at this moment. And oh, it's very wrong. Not only was something wrong with Nanli, Shenli also felt that something was wrong with herself, and Nanli may have other abacus in her heart when she said this, but Shenli felt that even if she didn't like Nanli's impulsive approach and lost the face of the Shen family, at least she wouldn't be hostile to Nan Li. Even, she should accuse Nanli on the surface, but secretly be very grateful to Nanli, and then she will say good things to her parents. However, when she heard the series of behaviors that Nanli said were obviously beneficial to her, Shenli was horrified to find that the first thought in her mind was not the picture of herself and Fu Yanjing getting engaged in the future, but the dinner party where Gu Ran and Nanli met again. If he were to go towards Gu Ran and take the initiative to hug Gu Ran, would Gu Ran treat himself like Nanli? Would it be not Nanli who went home with Gu Ran today, but himself? This thought made Shenli, who had never looked directly at her heart, a little flustered. Don't I like Fu Yanjing? Why would I be jealous of Nanli? Shenli was panicked at the moment, and she didn't even dare to look at Nanli, who was thinking of her at the moment. It feels like your best friend is helping you chase the male god, but when she helps you chase the male god, you have a crush on your best friend's boyfriend. This feeling of betrayal of virtue made Shenli a little crazy. However, there is another inexplicable stimulus, but soon, Shenli quickly woke up and tried to correct her thoughts again. No, it's not like this. I only like brother Yanjing. Yes, he is my first choice. Shenli kept doing psychological construction for herself in her heart, suppressing the panic and jealousy in her heart, and constantly adjusting her state for a long time, before slowly calming down. However, she didn't pay attention. Fu Yanjing in her heart unknowingly changed from the only to the first choice. Shenli, are you okay? No, it's okay. Facing Nanli's concerned inquiries, Shenli was a little afraid to face Nanli's eyes, and always felt an inexplicable guilty conscience. Chapter 85. One Tang monk is not enough. It's okay, let's go down too. I will collect some daily necessities after the move later. Moving? You guys, well, we are going to live together in Yunchuju near Yanda, so it is also convenient to go to and from school. Is that so? Then you have to leave me a room. I don't want to live in school anymore, but I have to stay with you for a few days. You can't refuse me. Of course, no problem. Nanli looked at Shenli, and from Shenli's dodging eyes, she saw many things. At this moment, Nanli felt extremely wise about pulling Gu Ran to get the certificate that night. She was right to be worried. Ji Yuxuer is definitely not the only one who covets Gu Ran. His sister Wan and Yu Weiran have already succeeded. She didn't allow herself to fall behind anymore, especially from Gu Ran, who knew the characteristics of Gu Ran's Tang monk meat. She was the first to discover and the first to enjoy. In this matter, Nanli decided to delay it for a while. She wanted to make a fortune in a muffled voice for a while. How long can you hide it is how long, because according to Nanli's understanding of Gu Shuer, if Gu Shuer knew that Yu Weiran had already married Gu Ran, and knew that she was also married to Gu Ran, then 9 out of 10 would let Gu Ran divorce herself, and then she would also get married and divorce once. If others have it, she also has it, whether it is marriage or divorce. If you can't be a husband and wife, then be an ex-wife. This is Gu Shuer.as for Shenli. Nanli also saw Shenli's self-deception, and there was also a little shameless, vixen, and sister-in-law's mentality of wanting to be on the top. It's just that Nanli didn't expose it, and even had to draw cakes for her. It would be a while before she could deal with it, because until now, although Shenli has been close, she has never really integrated into their circle. If you have the opportunity, you still have to work with Weiran, Cher, and Sister Wan to build a small internal group. You can't let some flirtatious bitches join in casually. A Tang monk is not enough. Nanli secretly felt in her heart that at this moment, she had already awakened as an adult, not the original airbag, so she had to plan for the future. Ji Yuran is working hard on her career outside. Nanli is a life assistant, and her future ex-wife. She thinks that in her career, she may not be as capable as Yu Weiran, so she can only open up her own track. Perhaps, the hidden grand lady of the palace, the uncrowned lord of the harem, is a good choice. Moreover, helping Gu Ran stabilize the contradictions in the rear seems to be what the life assistant should do. Thinking of this, Nanli couldn't help but think of someone. Xiaoxiao.as a woman's intuition. Nanli felt that Xiaoxiao would come into contact with Gu Ran one day sooner or later. There are not many reasons and why. A woman's intuition is very accurate. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? After Nanli went downstairs, he asked, actually ending the awkward chat between Shin's father, Shin's mother, and Gu Ran. Afterwards, Shin's father and Shin's mother took out a card and handed it to Nanli. Yao Yao, here is 12 million, go buy a car you like. Thank you, parents. Uncle, aunt, it's getting late. I have to go with Nanli to prepare living supplies. Look, when Gu Ran spoke, he looked like he was coming to visit relatives and would take his daughter-in-law home after the end. Of Father Shin and Mother Shin saw this scene, the corners of their mouths twitched unconsciously. They originally wanted to leave Nanli behind, but they mentioned their fate. But they didn't expect that Gu Ran would guard Nanli so tightly. At this moment, Shin Li's eyes turned, and she suddenly said, sister, I'll help you. I know the place here in Kyoto best. Dad, Mom, I'm going to live with my sister for a while and help my sister get a picture. Goodbye. Shinli finally sat in Gu Ran's car and said goodbye to Shin's father and Shin's mother. Gu Ran didn't speak about this, and he didn't know how Shinli secretly persuaded Nanli, and Nanli thought Gu Ran had acquiesced in Shinli's existence. Anyway, Shinli, a guy with a not very high IQ, unconsciously made a hole between Gu Ran and Nanli, two people with a lot of thoughts. But after Gu Ran drove away from Shin's house, he suddenly discovered that the fake daughter had counterattacked the mission. And because she left Shinli's house with Shinli, she inexplicably had another progress point. We don't seem to be talking about Fu Yanjing? No action has been taken either? Gu Ran looked at Shinli, who was sitting in the back seat with Nanli, holding Nanli's arm and looking like a sister, but he couldn't think of the key. However, it doesn't matter anymore. As long as there is a reward among the many task girls, except for Yi Qingman, who has only one fate. Shinli's task is the most difficult to brush. No way, it's not every day that I have the opportunity to attack Fu Yanjing. After all, when he was at school, Fu Yanjing seemed to have his own radar, and he could sense Shinli's existence at a distance apart, and then automatically detour, except for sometimes when he couldn't avoid it. Fu Yanjing didn't even give Shinli a chance. Preventing her was more rigorous than preventing thieves, especially after taking the medicine that time. Fu Yanjing directly pulled a safe distance to within 100 meters. In this case, Shinli and Fu Yanjing, two people, also came together during the college entrance examination graduation banquet, which was the closest one. Originally, Gu Ran thought that Shinli's mission was abandoned, but now, Gu Ran feels a bit like turning around to the fake daughter counterattack the mission. In this task, Shinli was able to reverse the embarrassing situation presented by the fake daughter after the real daughter appeared, maintain her own quality of life, and still be a blessing in her circle. Among them, marrying Fu Yanjing is the easiest and most efficient way. However, this is not the only way. The true daughter of the Shin family is Nanli. After she came back, she didn't grab much parental care from Shinli because there is a marriage between Shin Fu and Shin Gu. Shin's father and Shin's mother will take care of her and Nanli in the future. Even because Nanli was with Gu Ran in advance, Shin's father and Shin's mother had no other choice but to let Shinli and Fu Yanjing fulfill their marriage contract, although I don't know if the marriage contract can be fulfilled. Nanli's behavior makes Shin's father and Shin's mother very dissatisfied. Therefore, in the current situation, relatively speaking, Shin's father and Shin's mother are more inclined to Shinli. These should all be important factors in promoting the counterattack of the fake daughter. Well, that's it. Gu Ran completed complex logical deductions in his heart, and finally came to the most reasonable conclusion. Yanshuju. After Gu Ran arrived at Yanshuju, he found that someone was already cleaning there. That person Gu Ran had seen before was Gu Yuan's housekeeper, Lao Su. Chapter 86. New home, shopping. Come quickly, Xiao Gu, you are back. Steward Su, why are you here? That's it, the old man ordered. Let me take some people from Gu Yuan to take care of your daily life for a period of time, and I will go back after it is completely stable and on the right track. Well, then you are not here. Gu Yuan sighed. Don't worry, Master Gu, there is Wang Ma watching there, it's not a big problem. Is that so? Well, after that, for a while, housekeeper Su will be in trouble. Where is it? If you have something to do, take care of your orders. It just so happens that I am going to buy some things myself later. You first take me to see the situation of Yunshuju. I will go out for a stroll later and buy something I need by the way. Come back. In fact, I just told me to buy these. The Gu family has a lot of involvement in various industries. Buying through the Gu family's channels, not only don't you have to worry about the quality, but the price is also very favorable. I see, I will say if there is a need, but for some more personal supplies, I still decided to come by myself. This is natural. When Steward Su heard Gu Ran's words, he glanced at Nanli and Shinli unconsciously, smiled and nodded suddenly, and secretly gave Gu Ran a thumbs up. This guy, did you misunderstand something? I don't know if I misunderstood or not, but you did not refuse Shinli to come over just now. Nanli spoke at this moment, and his voice fluttered into Gu Ran's ears, but Gu Ran heard Nanli's doubts in his words. Yes, doubts. It's not jealousy and dissatisfaction, but simple doubts. According to Nanli's understanding of Gu Ran, anything Gu Ran does will have a strong sense of purpose. It is definitely not simply coveting Shinli's beauty, or wanting to do something to Shinli's sister-in-law. Is my performance that obvious? It's obviously not obvious, I don't know, I can feel it anyway. Whether it's for Shinli, me, Yue Ran, Gu Shuer, or even Sister Wan, you have all had similar thoughts. You little clever ghost, why are you so keen? Didn't you say you wouldn't keep it from me? You didn't ask before. If I don't ask you, you won't say it? You don't say how I will answer you. Okay, then I'm asking now, you can talk about it. Before answering your question, I'm curious, why didn't you ask before, but now you ask? You want to know? Does it feel that my attitude towards you is something less than before, or that I don't have the feeling I had before? Your purposeful nature to me is over? Almost. Did it end on the day of receiving the certificate? It seems you really feel it. Can you feel how dependent I am on you? What do you mean? After coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was time for me to make a big bet and decide to believe in you with all my heart. Really? Is Nanli's classmate right? For a while, I felt like I might have lost. But now, I feel like I haven't lost everything. You made me more curious, and I suddenly didn't want to know the secret anymore. After Nanli finished speaking, she didn't give Guran a chance to speak, so she walked directly towards Yunshwaju, and together with Shinli, she began to visit her home for a while in the future. Guran, Nanli, and Shenli stayed in Yunshwaju for more than an hour, visiting various places inside and out, and expressing their own layout and ideas about the house to each other. Steward Su next to him was very conscientious, holding a small notebook where he recorded some objects that needed to be added later. When he left Yunshwaju, Guran took Nanli to the mall. Shinli, the light bulb, undoubtedly followed, without treating herself as an outsider at all, and Nanli seemed to realize that Shinli was going to rely on her, and she always interrupted her calm communication with Guran, and her intention to step in was quite obvious. As the future Grand Lady of the Palace and the Lord of the Harem, Shah Nanli, the life assistant, easily solved this matter with just one phone call. Hello? Who is this? Learning to drive, share, new home, shopping, someone pays for it, come as soon as possible. Half an hour later, brother, Nanli Gu Shuer made her debut and gave Nanli a hug directly. Hey, Shinli, why are you here too? Why can't I be here anymore? Nanli is my sister now, why can't I be here? When Gu Shuer heard this, she then looked at Nanli, and suddenly understood the purpose of Nanli's message. Brother, do we have a new home? Well, Grandpa just gave it to Yunshwaju, which is near Yanda. Great, take me there quickly, I want to pick a good place. Gu Shuer, that's your brother and my sister's house. How can you pick a house there to live in? You buy daily necessities here, don't tell me you don't live here. I'll just borrow it for a few days. Hey, then you dare to say in front of me, but I want to be the mistress of the house, and when you see me in the future, you have to lower your head and speak. You guy, what hostess? Isn't the female owner of the house the hostess? Yunshwaju belongs to my brother, and that is also mine. I can live as long as I want. The house belongs to my sister, too. As long as my sister can live, so can I. After Gu Shuer and Shenli met, they started arguing in less than 3 seconds. Although Guran and Nanli were chattering around at the moment, they at least took themselves out, sat firmly on the fishing platform, and watched the tearing battle with a smile. Regarding quarrels, Gu Shuer has never lost. When the four walked out of the mall and returned to Tianchuaju with large bags of things, Steward Su looked at Guran, from the original thumbs up with his right hand to thumbs up with both hands. After a trip out, I brought back a little beauty yacht on this day. The three girls played very late, and in the process, Shirley found that Nanli and Gu Shuer got along very well. That kind of harmony is not as simple as a simple friend, it obviously seems to have lived before. Under questioning, Shinli learned the truth that shocked her. What, when you were in Dongzhou, you shared a house together outside? Yeah, there is Weiran who was with us. You Weiran? The girl who has been with you before the college entrance examination? Yes. I kind of can't remember what she looks like. It's normal that she can't remember. She's secretive at school, so it's weird that she can remember. Actually, she is very beautiful, I will show you her picture. As Nanli said, she pulled out the photo album from her phone. That was the photo she had taken before. When Shinli saw this, she was surprised on her face. I didn't expect her to look so good looking, but why is she secretive? I don't know, maybe I don't like publicity. Then how is she now? Have you come to Kyoto too? Not yet, but she will definitely come. The house next door shouldn't be just for her, right? Well, she likes sunny rooms, and she booked that one in advance. Chapter 87. Shinli's shattered world. Nanli nodded and did not deny it, but Shinli looked at Gu Shuer, who was already sitting in the living room on the second floor watching TV without knowing when, and found that the other party was wearing pajamas, holding potato chips in his hand, and Coke next to him. It has been completely integrated with the environment. Integrated. It's not like coming to someone else's house for the first time, it's more like taking up land decisively after moving to a new home. Hey, who is this sister? Just when Shinli was thinking a lot, she saw that there was another girl in Nanli's mobile phone photo. Oh, this is Sister Wan. Sister Wan? Are you a friend? Sort of, he is Gu Ran's ex-wife. Oh, Shinli nodded thoughtfully, then her eyes suddenly opened, and she looked at Nanli in disbelief. Nanli, who did you just say this person is? Sister Wan. No, next sentence. Gu Ran's ex-wife. When did he get married? No, when did he get divorced? It's not right, I mean, why are you with his ex-wife? It's not right, Shinli, don't be so surprised, he was married before you met Gu Ran. As for divorce, after the college entrance examination, they can get together and disperse. Sister Wan is actually a very good person. Shuer and Weiran, I often went to Gu Ran in her wedding room for dinner. Nanli, don't talk yet. I want to take a look. I feel that the ethics and morals I have accepted since I was a child are not perfect. There must be something wrong. Good boy, take your time, there are more exciting things, I'll tell you when you slow down. Nanli patted Shinli with a gentle smile on her face, as if her sister was caring for her mentally disabled sister. Just kidding, she is no longer an airbag. Since she dared to covet the position of her right wife, she naturally wanted the Xingyi Yen Yen to accept the shock she received as a right wife. Even if you can't do this, you are worthy of arguing with her. Of course, the most important thing is that Nanli has long been ready to become her ex-wife at any time, so she should have fun with some of the explosive things that happened to Gu Ran. Although Gu Ran did spend money, one thing about Gu Ran made her very satisfied. Only having a relationship with a married girl is a normal obligation for husband and wife. During the marriage to Sister Wan, even if she delivered it to the door at the time, Gu Ran didn't really do anything to her. There is also Yu Weiran, who was also together after obtaining a certificate from the other party after divorcing Sister Wan. Nanli made out Gu Rant's sincerity and disdain Gu Rant's scumbag nature, but she still believes in Gu Rant's professional ethics. He is a qualified husband. At least, during the marriage contract, Gu Rant would not cheat. At this point, he can defend Sister Wan under the siege of himself and Yu Weiran, so he can defend her. Of course, the most important point is that as the person who fits Gu Rant's soul best, Nanli has an instinctive intuition. Gu Rant's contact with so many girls is not simply greedy for their bodies, but to do it with a kind of career. Although this sounds strange, it feels like that even Nanli himself felt strange about his current state of mind. According to his previous thoughts, even if Gu Ran was so good and special, he would not want to share Gu Ran with others, or even choose to stay away. But now, what she accepts is very calm. Even, she was ready to accept that Gu Ran had many other women, no, or ex-wives, and was even thinking about becoming one of the best among this group of ex-wives. Nanli even sometimes wondered if he was crazy, but, thinking about the weak and cowardly Nanli really didn't want to return to that state from the bottom of her heart. Even if this is a road to the dark, the growth along the way is enough to make her full of gains, compared with using appearance and mind to win a man's heart and thus complete her gorgeous transformation. This kind of going up against the current, seizing the opportunity when you find it, and cherishing the benefits when you encounter it. Step by step, the process of continuous transformation with a little bit of mind and means is what she really wants. Even if she would become very different from what she is now, when she looks back at the way she came, she won't have the slightest regrets. This may be the true growth of a woman, not simply obsessed with love, and regards marrying a beloved as the biggest gamble in life. Good people, both men and women, never gamble, because they had already prepared for that day in their hearts. Okay, Xinli, you can play whatever you want. I'm a little tired and I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Nanli spoke, then got up and went to the bathroom. Gu Ran, not far away, also answered at this moment. Let me join you and wipe your back. Okay. You guys, how can you? Cher and I are still there. Xinli, just say, don't take me with you, I don't mind. Gu Shuer, who was watching TV not far away, yelled at this side without looking back. Afterwards, Gu Shuer watched TV again, as if she didn't care. Of course, neither Gu Ran nor Xinli found anything wrong with Gu Shuer, only Nanli, looking in Gu Shuer's direction, looked at the open bedroom again, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. I in the bedroom, there is her and Gu Ran's marriage certificate. When Gu Shuer was putting out daily necessities just now, she went to Gu Ran's room. Once, unsurprisingly, Gu Shuer found the marriage certificate. At this moment, Gu Shuer had already realized that Nanli's identity had been upgraded silently. Instead of arguing here and finally being admitted to marriage by Gu Ran himself, and finally being expelled from Yunshuju, it's better to pretend that you don't know anything. She can wait slowly. Of course, Dao couldn't hide her eyes alone, so Gu Shuer chose to watch TV to prevent people from seeing the murderous look in her eyes. However, Gu Shuer's fierce aura could not be hidden by her eyes. At this moment, it was a horror movie, and the terrifying atmosphere made the entire living room look fluffy. However, it was not created by horror movies, but the hostility that leaked out of Gu Shuer's body when she was watching TV. If at this moment, a female ghost crawls out of the TV set and looks into Gu Shuer's eyes, she may be frightened to shrink back again. The fierce aura in Gu Shuer's eyes at this moment is even more terrifying than the ghost. After all, in the fierce ghosts, they are also afraid of the wicked, and Gu Shuer is the most vicious group, not to mention the ghosts. Even if the ghosts and spirits are coming, Gu Shuer's accumulated evil spirit can be chopped up at this moment. However, Nanli was not worried about this, because she is Nanli, a woman who fits Gu Ran's soul. She had already thought of how to deal with this crazy group of little girls who liked her brother. After Gu Ran and Nan They went to the bathroom, they took a shower for more than an hour before coming out. Although the sound insulation effect of the bathroom is very good, there is not much noise outside, but after coming out of the bathroom, Nanli's whole body was picked out by Gu Ran like a shelled egg, weak all over, with spring water in his eyes. Even if Xinli hadn't eaten meat, he knew them. What happened in the bathroom, you guys, stinky and shameless. Xinli cursed, and then ran towards her room angrily. As for Gu Shuer, she had already chosen to go back to her room after Gu Ran and Nanli entered the bathroom. Chapter 88 Nanli vs Gu Shuer. Only Xinli was still sitting there in a daze, not knowing what to expect, expecting Gu Ran and Nanli to just wipe their backs and take a bath, and do nothing, looking forward to the two of them. They are actually pure boyfriend and girlfriend, and everything is made for other people to see, now that he is well. Xinli is finally looking forward to death. Gu Ran hugged Nanli back to the room like that, and never showed up again that night. The time was leisurely. The next morning, Gu Ran got up early as usual. After breakfast, he drove away from Yunshuju. Nanli was the second to get up, full of energy and full of vitality. In a way, Nanli has eaten so well these days. When Xinli and Gu Shuer woke up, Nanli was sitting there eating breakfast. I woke up and came over to eat together. Gu Ran made a lot. After dinner, let's talk. Nanli spoke without the slightest extra nonsense, and the aura of the hostess at home was fully opened, shaking Xinli a little guilty. However, Gu Shuer didn't eat this set at all, and sat directly next to Nanli, while eating her own breakfast. She said, "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I'll chop you up and make soup before my brother comes back. I knew you were crazy, so I took the initiative to speak, otherwise I'm really afraid I won't be able to eat lunch." Huh, say. That's right, your brother and I have obtained the certificate, and he is currently my husband. This is not enough. Yu Weiran also took it. What, when is that bitch? I still have to ask you about this? As soon as I left Dongzhou, you dropped the chain for me. Did I tell you before I left, keep an eye on your brother, keep an eye on your brother, that's what you think? Dead girl. As Nanli said, she directly clicked on the forehead of Gu Shuer, who was madly criticized, hating her indisputably, and Gu Shuer's crazy appearance at this moment suddenly became aggrieved. She was not as domineering as before. She curled her mouth and said with a crying voice, I don't know that Yu Weiran's little bitch smashed so fast. The family thief is hard to prevent. Is it a thief who is difficult to prevent, or do you want to replace it? I think so. Think about it, you can only row back now. I don't care. I can't be the first three. That's my carelessness. After that, the fourth must be mine. When will you divorce my brother? It's my turn. I haven't enjoyed enough yet, so I have to graduate in the summer vacation anyway. No, you are divorcing now, and you Wayran will only get married for a few days at most. You are almost enough. That won't work, the explanation your brother said to me hasn't been explained yet. Are you and my brother hiding something from me? It's not me and your brother, but your brother. Then I'll wait. Say that I am a trotter. Why do I feel that you are the trotter who will always be loyal to Guran? I am my brother's knife, and I will cut for him. My brother is my dog, and help me bite. Then, Sister Dao, after you stab other people, you can't stab me anymore. Otherwise, I won't help you in the future. I won't hurt what my brother cares about. No need, anyone hurts you, even if it's something he cares about, you can fight back. This is what your brother has always wanted to tell you, isn't it? Namli looked at Gu Shuer, not at all affected by Gu Shuer's fluctuating emotions and paranoid thoughts. She looked at Gu Shuer with opposite eyes, conveying things that words could not convey. Ji Shuer looked at Nanli. Her paranoid mood gradually returned to calm. After a long time, he looked at Nanli and said, I finally know why my brother let you stay with him all the time, and you always know more than us. Really? Then why? I am his knife, but you are another him. Although Gu Shuer is usually careless, many people have forgotten that from beginning to end, she is the one who gets along with Guran the most. Between her and Guran, there is no need for deliberate emotional management. With a move, a look in their eyes, and even a tone of voice, both of them can know what the other is thinking. Even Nanli, a confidant, did not have the kind of stable relationship between Guran and Gu Shuer. Sister Wan is a blessing to my brother. Yueran was an accident. To my brother only you, I took the initiative to find it, and it was premeditated. Moreover, I have no doubt that you are also impure to my brother. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been at the same table with my brother for 3 years. At this moment, Gu Shuer's eyes were burning, making Nanli a little unconsciously want to stagger. Gu Shuer is not bound by worldly rules, so her gaze can often break the restrictions of the rules and see the essence of things. A fishing man wants to find a girl Pua who is easy to control and has potential. A weak girl wants to find a man who is cruel enough to block her knife at a critical moment. The best is the kind that looks very good, looks down on yourself, and just wants to squeeze and make the most of yourself. Only such a person can make her better express her weakness and pity, so that she can better preserve her potential for sale, so that when she needs to leave, she cannot hesitate, without any nostalgia is completely over. Even at that time, she could not only in the other party and make him feel that he had lost his own gap, but also put all the mistakes and responsibilities on the other party. But she carried everything alone, and there happened to be such a person who took her out of the abyss, accompanied her to face a bad future, gave her courage, let her learn to be strong, and willing to take care of the pure white character in her heart for a lifetime. Of these, Nanli admitted that she had once had such an idea. It is already in operation. It's just that, later, he discovered that Guran seemed to have become different. Ji Yuran was quietly changing, and at the same time keenly captured her disguise, which had to make her readjust her planned eye. In the end, unknowingly, the relationship between the two became what it is now. Love, maybe both of them have heart-pounding moments, but when it comes to pure love, no one believes it. Everything is just right. It's just that I met the best person at the right place and at the right time. After determining that Guran could indeed be relied on, Nanli decisively gave up the back path that he was secretly exploring. The Fu Yanjing who occasionally secretly observed her, she was not sure what the other party thought of herself, but she knew that the road was not easy to go. She already has the best choice, so she will focus on this path. Distraction will only make both roads difficult to walk. Moreover, Guran did not allow her to be half-hearted. People, no matter when, what identity, and what environment they choose, may be very important, but only when they are fully outstanding and can reflect sufficient value can they live a better life. No1 and Nanli, who seemed weak, knew that there was a strong heart facing everything. As long as she is given the opportunity, she can bloom gorgeous flowers in any environment and amaze everyone. This is the self-confidence in the bones. Nanli had never said all this to anyone, but she could see from Guran's attitude towards her that Guran had known all this a long time ago. Instead of debunking her, it became a boost to her on this road. Ji Yuran don't mind her dark side. He enjoys the good side of himself, and he also accepts all his careful thoughts according to the order. It's just that Nanli didn't expect that Gu Shuer would see through this so quickly. Or to put it another way, she saw herself through Guran. However, this is not a bad thing. At this moment, Gu Shuer, who is stubborn and aloof, can tell her this because from the bottom of her heart, she recognizes her identity as a sister-in-law. Different from Sister Ruan's wealth and compelling Yueran stitches. Gu Shuer understood why Nanli was special to Guran among them. She is Guran, Guran is her, and they have similar souls. They are each other, people in the world who can have a common frequency, confidant. Perhaps it was Nanli's positioning in his brother's heart. Shinli next to her, facing the conversation with Nanli and Gu Shuer, she listened the whole time, but she felt more and more incomprehensible. What Guran is Nanli, what are you, and he is you, don't understand it all. Await have Nanli and Guran received their certificates, but it was the third marriage. How many things did she miss when she was in Dongzhou? Why does she feel that life here is more interesting? This kind of feeling of taking turns queuing up to get married, I feel that Gu Ran is very popular. I don't know how many I can rank. No, I just came to see the situation. How could I have such a strange idea? Shinli shook her head quickly and continued to sit next to her and eat melons. At this moment, Shinli was like a curious baby, her eyes wandering between Gu Shuer and Nanli, trying to collect more information. However, although Nanli and Gu Shuer were chatting, they were only chatting in one range. When it came to Guran, some of them were just clicked while they were there, while others were encrypted and tacitly. This made Shinli want to explore further, but she always felt that she couldn't fit in. The more this happened, the more curious Shinli became. He didn't know at all that the atmosphere of the three of them was very strange. It's like when a flat-headed brother and a little fox are communicating how to fake a tiger. There is a silly roe deer squatting next to them, still digesting what they said. On the other side, after Gu Ran drove back to Gu's house, he took a car to a private hospital with Old Man Gu. Although it is a private hospital, its facilities, services, and medical team are among the top in the country. Here, it only serves a small number of people. Old Man Gu took Gu Ran into it, skipped the hall, took the elevator to the top floor, walked a section of the cloister, and stopped in a ward. Through the glass on the door of the ward, Gu Ran saw a person lying in it, being taken care of by the caregiver. He is my dad? Go and have a look. Although he is an asshole, no matter what, he is also the closest person in your bloodline. After Gu Ran listened, after a moment of silence, he finally pushed the door into it, looking at the man on the hospital bed, who was 3 or 4 points similar to himself. Although Gu Ran had no feelings for him in his heart, the throbbing of his blood still made his eyes a little more complicated. This should obviously be a man in his early 40s, but his face is haggard like an old man in his 60s. In Gu Ran's eyes, he saw that Gu Yuan not only had a wound on his head, but also in the heart and kidney areas, all of which were entangled with illness. Obviously, there was a problem in these 3 places, and the delay in waking up should be related to the sickness on his head. As for the heart and kidneys, it is estimated that young people spend a little bit of time playing and use too much hard work. Chapter 89. Gu Feng. However, perhaps it was the appearance of Gu Ran's immediate family, or perhaps it was that after Gu Ran's own changes, a special radiation appeared in the magnetic field of his body. He stayed in the ward, and the sick aura that lingered on Gu Yuan seemed to be gradually decreasing. Seeing this, Gu Ran immediately adjusted his emotions and said, "Old man, I want to go out for a walk." "Well, go ahead, I'll be here with your dad again." Old Man Gu nodded and said nothing. The Old Man Gu at this moment is not the head of the Gu family, but just a father, a lonely old man who has lost a son and is now guarding another dying son. Outside the ward, Gu Ran, who had left far away, slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after staying there for a long time, my wealth was almost gone. Although Gu Ran didn't have much hatred for Gu Yuan, he didn't have any feelings either. Old Man Gu came back to him to let him continue the fragrance of the Gu family. Although this is a life-changing opportunity, it is also your own luck, then you have to catch it. If Gu Yuan wakes up now, then the Gu family will have a chance to breathe. He won't delay his great future for the sake of that non-existent blood family. Almost the good days are gone. Just as Gu Ran was feeling emotional in his heart, a figure suddenly sprang from behind and smashed towards the back of Gu Ran's head. The speed is not fast, but the means are bad of this attack. With Gu Ran's current reaction ability, could be easily avoided. However, in Gu Ran's remaining light, he saw a young man who looked 6 or 7 points similar to himself, with a hideous and perverse face. Gu Ran quickly realized his identity. Gu Ran looked aware, pretending to be suddenly discovered, and then pretending to be panicked, he turned around and blocked the blow thrown by the opponent with the fire extinguisher bottle. "Stop, who are you and why are you attacking me?" "Go to hell, what I can't get, no one else can get it. An illegitimate child shouldn't have lived in the first place, let alone want to live in my place and die for me," the young man roared frantically, holding a fire extinguisher, and continued to besiege Gu Ran. Gu Ran dodged again and again, without the idea of fighting this young man. However, the young man refused to stop, chasing Gu Ran fiercely. When Old Man Gu heard the noise outside and seemed to be aware of something, he hurriedly walked out of the ward, only to see Gu Ran being hit by the fire extinguisher picked up by the young man, and the whole person fell to the ground, and then lost consciousness. The young man still wanted to do it, but he was immediately stopped by Old Man Gu. "Gu Feng, stop it." Old Man Gu hurriedly asked someone to restrain the young man, and hurriedly asked someone to check Gu Ran's situation. "Doctor, how is he?" "It's just that I passed out of a coma. There is not much problem, but it is best to have a comprehensive physical examination afterwards to prevent sequelae." "Okay, it's okay." Old Man Gu relaxed a little bit when he heard that Gu Ran was okay. When Old Man Gu recovered from his worries and looked at the young man, there was a bit more coldness in his eyes. The perverse young man before, or rather, Gu Feng, who was once the only heir of the Gu family, was frightened by a look in the eyes of Old Man Gu. "Grandpa, Gu Feng, you let me down so much. This is the last time. Next time, I will expel you from Gu's family and send you abroad to fend for yourself." "Grandpa, why is he? He is just an illegitimate child." Pop. Before Gu Feng finished speaking, Old Man Gu slapped him over. This slap was very heavy, and it directly bled the corners of Gu Feng's mouth, and his cheeks were bruised and red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving Gu Feng, who still wanted to argue or something, completely stunned there. "Grandpa, I'm not negotiating with you anymore, but in the name of the Gu family as a family member, I'm informing you that you are incompetent and want to self-destruct. Don't take the entire Gu family with you." After the Old Man Gu finished speaking, he glanced at Gu Feng indisputably with hatred, and finally turned and left. Gu Ran, who had been carried into the ward to rest, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The smile is a little playful, but also a little cool. This matter is over for Old Man Gu, but for Gu Ran, it's not over. If he can't get what he wants, it won't be over. In the afternoon of that day, Gu Ran woke up and sat quietly on the luxurious hospital bed, looking through the glass at the scenery that was dazzling by the sun outside. It is midsummer at this moment, and the temperature outside is very high. Otherwise, Gu Ran would definitely go out for a stroll in such weather. At this moment, Gu Ran could only pretend to be delicate, expressing everything silently with silence. Old Man Gu, after hearing that Gu Ran woke up at this time, he also quietly came to the ward. "Are you okay? How are you feeling?" "Is he Gu Feng?" "Gu Ran, I know you are angry, I have already taught him a lesson. Next time, he won't be taking care of his family. But there is always the blood of the Gu family in his body. After all, he hurt his body, and old man, I'm here to take care of my family's well-being, and I have made an agreement with you a long time ago. In the agreement, it did not say that it would threaten personal safety. Why, do you want to take down the boss and quit? How could it be? The Gu family is rich and wealthy, how could I give up a great future for a waste? What do you want to do?" I don't want to do anything, it's just that I'm not a person who swallows my breath. In Donjo, I usually repay 10 times if I get angry. Even if you can't avenge it at the time, you will slowly return it in the future. Are you threatening me? No, I'm just explaining a fact to Old Man Gu. I, Gu Ran, am a very filial person. I was just thinking, the old man treats me so well. If you leave one day, will it be too lonely to be alone down there? Do you want someone to go down and accompany you? Old Man Gu looked at Gu Ran. Even if he had been in a high position all the year round, he had already become accustomed to the evil of human nature, but in the face of Gu Ran's light words, he still felt a cool breeze in his heart. Lunatic, this is a calm and sane lunatic, Gu Ran, this is the last time, let Gu Feng go once. Just say what you want, as long as you don't overdo it. Old Man Gu spoke, but in a stern tone. There was some pleading, however. The coldness in Old Man Gu's eyes has not changed in the slightest. This is a plea, but also coercion that he needs Gu Ran to draw a line in this matter to prevent Gu Ran from settling accounts later in the autumn. Facing the coercive gaze of Old Man Gu, Gu Ran only glanced at the opponent faintly, without the slightest cowardice taken by the opponent's momentum. Some were just playful. I will fight for what I want. I am a very contract-minded person, but I am also a person who is easy to hold grudges. Chapter 90 Accident. I will give the old man a face, and for the sake of him being my half-brother, I want him to have one leg and one hand. Do you do it, or do I do it? It all depends on what the old man likes. Gu Ran spoke, the coldness in his eyes was like a dormant hunter. All this seemed to be silently telling Old Man Gu that he had the patience to play slowly. Are you really going to do it? Well, I won't pursue it, you can look at the compensation. I was joking just now. Gu Feng said that he was also my brother, and he was still injured. How could I blame him? Gu Ran changed too quickly, from an extremely cold and vindictive poisonous snake, to a little sheep full of light in his heart in an instant, especially for Gu Ran's smile that was as warm as the little sun, as if it could melt the snow. It was hard to imagine that Gu Ran would say what he had said before just now. Did you really forgive him? Of course. That's good, don't worry, I will warn him well. By the way, I will give you another 300 million, and you can invest in practice whatever you want, and it will be all compensation to you. No, you have already given a lot before, and I don't want to take 2 big steps, 1 step at a time is not. But money, just leave it with Grandpa for the time being. If you need it, I'll ask Grandpa for it again. This, okay. Old Man Gu nodded, but kept looking at Gu Ran. He always felt very bad in his heart, because since Gu Ran changed his attitude, Gu Ran's gaze stopped looking at him, and even when he watched him smile, he narrowed his eyes unconsciously under the warm sun. There is a chilling coldness hidden at this moment. Old Man Gu felt that Gu Ran would not give up, however. Old Man Gu didn't say anything at this moment. He is very confident in himself. He believed that even if Gu Ran wanted to take action against Gu Feng, he would be aware of it. He wants to use this matter to shock Gu Ran and let him know that there are some things that must be learned to stop in moderation, and young people cannot be sharp-edged. After today, he will take strict care of Gu Feng. It is not only to restrict Gu Feng's freedom, but also to protect Gu Feng. However, Old Man Gu didn't expect it. That accident came so quickly that afternoon. Just when Old Man Gu and Gu Ran were relatively silent, the old man's assistant came in slowly from the outside and said anxiously, "It's not good, old man." Young Master Gu Feng rolled down the stairs and knocked on his head. He suffered multiple fractures in his body and was being sent to the rescue. What? Old Man Gu suddenly stood up and was about to go out to check, but when he was about to go out, he looked back at Gu Ran, who was still sitting there reading a book. I hope this matter is not related to you, otherwise the old man should go and see my unlucky brother. My body has just been severely injured by him. If it is inconvenient, I can't go with you. Old Man Gu snorted coldly and walked quickly outside the hospital on crutches. When the old man left, Gu Ran's gaze never left the book in his hand. It was a book of traditional Chinese medicine, very obscure, but Gu Ran read it with relish. In this way, the technique is still a bit rough after all. But fortunately, this time I just looked at it as an old man. Even if he doubted it, there was no evidence. On the contrary, the effect was just right. Next time, you can't waste talent like this. Study for a few more years, and when I refine some interesting pill medicines, maybe it will be even more unknowable. The dead man is like a piece of good steel. Good steel must be used on the blade in order to give full play to their greatest advantage. It's purely wasteful to use it to teach someone a lesson. For example, this time, Gu Ran sacrificed a dead man who could shove skills. She is a nurse in the hospital, she is young and beautiful, and her identity is naturally fake given to her by Gu Ran. And she is just an internship in the hospital. When Gu Feng returned to the ward, he just wanted to escape. Struggling to get rid of the old man's control over him, die in the middle. I met this nurse. Then, Gu Feng tore into a group of staff members, and this nurse was one of the people who was torn apart. Under the influence, she instinctively shoved Gu Feng, accidentally causing Gu Feng to slip and stagger, and rolled down the stairs from a distance. Everything is very coincidental, and a woman doesn't have much energy. However, all coincidentally, Gu Feng rolled down the stairs, and in the process of rolling down, none of the hard objects in the corners did not hide, and all of them bumped into it. All this is really just a coincidence. It's a coincidence that a person who was shoved skilled accidentally pushed it. Fortunately, Gu Ran's skill inheritance can only pass on the skill itself. If you want to get enchanted, you need to pass it 3 times in a row, regardless of skill, or talent, because the number of inheritances is limited. The person who inherits can only reach +2 strengthening, advancement, or enchantment. However, the damage of pushing without a little bit is enough. Gu Ran didn't want to kill Gu Feng. Such an injury was just right. It's not that Gu Ran is kind, thinking about that trivial blood family, but that he still wants to use Gu Feng to brew a big move. For Gu's future, old man Gu, don't mess with me anymore. I just want to be a safe and stable young Master Gu, and you don't want anything to happen to the Gu family, right? Gu Ran murmured in his heart, then lowered his head again, his gaze on the medical book. Gu Ran was checked by the doctor that night and found that nothing was wrong, so he announced that he could be discharged from the hospital. According to this situation, especially if it hits the brain, it should be safe to stay in the hospital for 3 days for observation. However, Old Man Gu was not at ease that Gu Ran would continue to stay here. If he stayed any longer, Old Man Gu was not sure what else would happen. Even if Old Man Gu investigated for a while, he couldn't find what this matter had to do with Gu Ran. However, Old Man Gu is not a young man, and there is no need to pursue a truth, even if it is completely unreasonable. It is Gu Ranka and Gu Feng. So no matter what, it is only right for Gu Ran to leave. Gu Ran didn't want to stay in the hospital much. His hospital bed was next door to his cheap dad. After staying for a long time, he was afraid that cheap dad would wake up. Therefore, Gu Ran didn't talk too much nonsense. After leaving the hospital, he rejected Old Man Gu's proposal to take him to other hospitals, and even drove back to Yunchuju by himself. As for Old Man Gu's thoughts, what idea, can't there be a generation gap? But just halfway through Gu Ran's drive, he happened to meet two acquaintances. Ji Yuxiao and Xie Xiaoxiao. The two of them seemed to be meeting and going shopping together. Originally, it was nothing to encounter. Gu Ran could completely pretend that he hadn't seen it, and drove directly past. Chapter 91. Gu Ran, Immortal, show your spirit quickly. It's just that at this moment, I don't know if it was a coincidence or the koi carp robbery. When Gu Ran was about to leave quietly, he saw a robber and suddenly grabbed Xie Xiaoxiao's bag. However, Xie Xiaoxiao was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and grabbed the backpack without letting the robber take it away. When the robber saw this, he suddenly had a small knife in his hand and stabbed Xie Xiaoxiao directly. Depending on the opponent's intention, it is not really to hurt people, but to try to get Xie Xiaoxiao to let go. But Xie Xiaoxiao was frightened at the moment, clutching the strap of the bag in a daze. His whole body froze, but Gu Xiao next to him reacted, but he was afraid that the robber would hurt himself, but he hurriedly shouted to the surroundings. However, this shout made the robber anxious. There was more ferocity in his eyes and less scruples in his hands. The knife instinctively stabbed Xie Xiaoxiao. An unopened can flew out, but at this moment it accurately hit the robber's head, knocking it to the ground and instantly losing consciousness. Because of the impact, the can broke open by itself, the juice splattered, and the mist woke Xie Xiaoxiao, who was stunned, up involuntarily. Xie Xiaoxiao instinctively looked in Gu Ran's direction. Gu Ran, it's you. You are really troubled. I don't usually do this. I know that every time you meet me, you will be unlucky. That's not true. Thank you for saving me again. Come here. Oh, give me your hand. Gu Ran looked at Xie Xiaoxiao, who came over, then grabbed the opponent's hand, and a force entered Xie Xiaoxiao's hand. If you have something in the future, you can call my name and I will appear when I hear it. Really? Yes. Can I try it now? No, it will only work when I really need it. Can you take us back? I'm scared here. I have something else to do. Goodbye. After Gu Ran finished speaking, he closed the window of the car again, completely ignoring Xie Xiaoxiao, who was in a daze, and drove away. From beginning to end, he didn't get out of the car, nor did he say anything to Gu Xiao next to him. His attitude was extremely cold. Ji Yuxiao looked at Gu Ran, who was far away, and stomped his feet in anger. Why is he like this? His sister has met a robber, so how can she just leave us both like this? Originally, she still had a lot of affection for Gu Ran's rescue, but seeing Gu Ran's cold attitude, she became angry and dissatisfied again. It's too drag. Maybe he really has something. Moreover, he did save us. Compared with Gu Xiao, Xie Xiaoxiao is much more understanding, but soon, Xie Xiaoxiao's gaze was placed on the hand that had just been held by Gu Ran. At this moment, she had a strange feeling. Since I met Gu Ran for the first time and was rescued by him, I have a feeling of missing in my heart, and now, that feeling has finally dissipated. What did he do to me just now? If you have something to do, call him? Although Xie Xiaoxiao didn't understand what all this was, she had an intuition. Ji Ran's words are true. Even, she was a little looking forward to that time. Koi tribulation, progress 3% ability, come as soon as you call it, and go when you wave it. Number of binders, 3 binding person, Nanli, Gu Shuer, Xie Xiaoxiao. The Koi tribulation mission was triggered 3 times in total. For the first time, Xie Xiaoxiao was sick and had a sudden emergency. The second time, Xie Xiaoxiao got stuck eating. For the third time, Xie Xiaoxiao was robbed. 3 crises, 3 points of progress, and 3 rewards are all to increase the number of people bound to a skill. For the first time, Gu Ran chose Nanli. For the second time, Gu Ran chose Gu Shuer. For the third time, Gu Ran didn't have any particularly important people around him for the time being, so he finally gave this choice to the provider of this skill. Is she really troubled, or is it only when she meets me that she will be troubled? Hey, Koi doesn't seem to be good either. Gu Ran was so emotional, thinking that this little Koi was still pitiful. However, soon Gu Ran didn't feel that she was pitiful. In the evening of that day, bursts of calls came from Gu Ran's ears and mind. Ji Ran frowned. He could only sense the call of others, but who was calling? Gu Ran could only feel one direction, but he didn't know which binding person it was, and this calling, the feeling of calling, made Gu Ran very strong. Almost the moment Gu Ran felt the call, after instinctively thinking of a move in his heart, his figure disappeared into the room. The next moment he appeared. But he was in a princess room like a dream castle. On the big bed in the princess room, a girl was holding 3 incense sticks in her hand, and a palm-sized sandalwood incense burner was placed in front of her. She knelt there, closing her eyes and reciting words. Daxian Gu Ran, show your spirit quickly. As if sensing movement around her, the girl quietly opened one eye, just in time to see Gu Ran in her pajamas. At this moment, Gu Ran's face was close at hand. Little girl, do you have something to look for me? The breath of the big brother on his face made Xie Xiaoxiao's face flushed. She is already a freshman in high school, and she understands a lot of things she should know. Stared at close range by a big brother who looked handsome, and who grew on aesthetic points in all aspects, she could still smell a smell that made her inexplicable between the wings of her nose. Xie Xiaoxiao's indefatigable little heart was a little full of power at the moment, beating frantically, causing her small head to vaguely exceed the standard, and bursts of heat rose. No, I just wanted to try, but I didn't expect you to really show up. Xie Xiaoxiao quickly explained, and seeing Gu Ran in her pajamas at this moment, she suppressed the panic in her heart and changed the subject. At the same time, Xie Xiaoxiao was also very curious. It's incredible, how did you do it? Gu Ran didn't intend to answer for the other party, but shrugged and replied, this is a secret. I don't have much time, are you sure it's okay? Gu Ran looked at Xie Xiaoxiao and asked with some uncertainty, because when they tried with Nanli and the others, Gu Ran found that Nanli and the others needed to call Gu Ran sincerely and eagerly before Gu Ran could hear and respond. Moreover, it is the kind of anxious situation that can't be solved by oneself, or that oneself is very eager, wants to be completed urgently, but cannot be completed. That kind of induction is triggered, and Xie Xiaoxiao's call was not so much Gu Ran's response. Gu Ran felt that Xie Xiaoxiao meant to summon him unilaterally. This feeling is like when you are doing something, suddenly someone calls your name. Normal people will instinctively follow the reputation. Even if it's not your name, you will instinctively take a look. Chapter 92, the tug of war with Xie Xiaoxiao. Gu Ran is also a normal person, and naturally he will instinctively respond, and this ability is also like this. When Gu Ran felt Xie Xiaoxiao's call, as long as he made an instinctive glance, he would appear directly in front of Xie Xiaoxiao as if responding. This is not to come as soon as it is called. Gu Ran feels that this is playing a hooligan. The sensitivity of the binding of the abilities of the two people is too high, which makes Gu Ran feel a little out of control. Moreover, after Gu Ran was called, there was no so-called safe distance of 10 meters between the two of them. It's completely like a shadow. This is very bad, I'm leaving. Feeling that the time was almost up, Gu Ran said goodbye. In Xie Xiaoxiao's trance, he disappeared in place and returned to Yanchuju's bedroom. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Gu Ran felt the call again. Gu Ran passively responded to the call and reappeared in Xie Xiaoxiao's room. This time, Gu Ran found himself transferred from his bed in Yanchuju to Xie Xiaoxiao's bed. And Xie Xiaoxiao was lying next to him. As long as Xie Xiaoxiao turned sideways, he could roll into his arms. Why did you show up in my bed? You ask me, why don't you look for reasons on yourself? What do you call me? Well, sorry, this is amazing. I feel like I'm dreaming. I'm curious to see if I can summon you if I don't set up an incense case. When did I say that I need to set up an incense case? But, this is really amazing. Don't you really need any sense of ritual? No, as long as you really call me. No, depending on your guy's situation, I feel you should be more relaxed. Gu Ran looked at Xie Xiaoxiao's state and was speechless. Sure enough, his intuition was right that he shouldn't have bound Xie Xiaoxiao. This is a trouble. Moreover, he is still entangled in trouble. Don't call me if it's okay next time. Can I call you if I have something to do? Yes. Okay, I see. Gone. Gu Ran saw that Xie Xiaoxiao's attitude of admitting his mistake was quite sincere, nodded, then said no more, and then left. After an hour, Xie Xiaoxiao did not look for Gu Ran again, which made Gu Ran very satisfied. However, just as Gu Ran was about to go to Nanli to talk about life, he felt the call again. Gu Ran wanted to try to resist, but his body's reaction made him disappear in Yanchuju again. When Gu Ran turned his head, he saw Xie Xiaoxiao who was blinking at him next to him. Something's wrong? Okay. Say. I can't sleep. What's the matter? If you can't sleep, you may be out of state when you go to school tomorrow, which will affect your studies. What does it have to do with me? Didn't you say you have something to look for you? This is not a problem. But this is very serious for me. It has nothing to do with me. But if I can't sleep, I will want to find you. Can you tell me a story? No, my inspiration time is only 1 minute, so I can't talk a little bit. It's okay, I can call you a few more times. I have a relationship, I can't tell stories. Then, can you bring me some snacks in the evening? Snacks? My parents and brother both think those are unsanitary and won't let me eat them. What do you want to eat? Are you really willing to bring it to me? As long as you don't use this ability indiscriminately, I'll bring it to you. I want spicy strips. My classmates gave me a taste of them at school. It feels very delicious. Okay. By the way, get me some more duck neck and potato chips. Yes. If you can, some more Yodo plums and chocolate. By the way, some Coke too. Little girl, don't go too far. Sorry, I haven't eaten any of these, that's why I want to give it a try. Don't pretend to be pitiful and cute for me, I won't eat you. If you don't help me, I'll keep calling you, annoying you to death. Oh, little girl, are you threatening me? Gu Ran looked at the little girl who was going to be a rascal, overwhelmed her like a hungry tiger, and then kept approaching the girl's face. What do you want to do? I'm only 15, if you dare to do something strange to me, I will. Are you 15 years old? It's not young anymore. The flowers are blooming at an age, and it's also when the little white rabbit's meat is the most tender. It's easy for the big bad wolf to eat it in one bite. Gu Ran murmured in Xie Xiaoxiao's ear, bit Xie Xiaoxiao's ear unconsciously, and threatened, next time you dare to call me if nothing happens, you will be eaten. After speaking, Gu Ran's figure disappeared again, leaving only a frightened bunny lying there at a loss. However, if someone who is attentive is here, they will find that although the little girl is tight and short of breath, she doesn't look like she is scared, more like, I was too excited. About a quarter of an hour later, Xie Xiaoxiao only recovered from that state, and suddenly seemed to feel something. Quickly got up from the bed and went to the bathroom. On this day, Xie Xiaoxiao needed to wash more clothes by hand than usual. However, Gu Ran didn't know this, all he knew was that his deterrence had finally had an effect. The little girl was not calling herself indiscriminately. Of course, just in case, Gu Ran also consciously controlled his instinctive response from this day on, controlling Xie Xiaoxiao's extremely sensitive call. In this way, a week has passed. At noon this Sunday, Gu Ran suddenly heard the call to leave for a week. Moreover, it is very rapid. Gu Ran's training was not in place yet, and after reacting instinctively, his figure disappeared in place, reappeared, but on an ice rink, Xie Xiaoxiao fell to the ground, and was confronted by a fat skating man who couldn't stop the car. He stepped on his skates and rolled towards Xie Xiaoxiao, and the figure of Gu Ran appeared just across Xie Xiaoxiao and the out-of-control skater. The skater's speed was very fast, but Gu Ran's reaction was faster. Proficient in fighting, he folded his figure, and directly used some ingenuity to shift the direction of the speeding skater and let him head towards the guardrail not far away. Although this is the case, the skater may fall on his back, but he will not suffer too much injury. Are you okay? No, thank you, Gu Ran, you saved me again. Xie Xiaoxiao thanked Gu Ran, with lingering fears on his face, but then he seemed to think of something, but he didn't dare to look at Gu Ran, and Gu Ran naturally knew what the other party was thinking. However, when he received a reminder of the progress of the task by 1%, his mood instantly improved, and the idea of reprimanding him for a few words directly dissipated. Ability point +1. After adding a little bit, Gu Ran found that there was one more binding person again. Chapter 93. Big yellow girl. Raising her hand, she touched the soft black hair of the little girl, and said softly, I said, just call me if you have something. It's okay, I'll leave. Wait. Well, I want to talk to you about something tonight. Can I find you? Okay, but only today. Okay, but it's best after 10 o'clock. Why? Until then, I have to accompany my girlfriend. Yes, is it the kind of bad company? Xie Xiaoxiao spoke with an unusual excitement and curiosity on his face. Rhubarb girl, don't ask too much. Gu Ran looked at Xie Xiaoxiao, who was a little bit wrong, gave her a brain collapse, and left directly. There is a special passivity when it is called except for Gu Ran and the binders. No one will find this ability to violate the peace die in the eyes of others. Gu Ran came suddenly and disappeared suddenly, but just happened to appear beside Xie Xiaoxiao to save her, and then something happened and left when others didn't notice it. That night, not much, 10 o'clock sharp. Gu Ran heard the call. Fortunately, Gu Ran was prepared because he had an agreement with Xie Xiaoxiao in advance. For the first time, he successfully resisted Xie Xiaoxiao's immediate call. He walked out of the bathroom, wiped the water stains on his body, and after putting on his pajamas, he felt Xie Xiaoxiao calling intermittently for a while. After he dried his hair, he responded to one of the calls and disappeared into Yunchuju. But this time, Xie Xiaoxiao was much more honest. She did not sit on the bed, but stood far away from the bed, as if to avoid Gu Ran from eating her dry and wiping her clean. However, Gu Ran appeared too suddenly, and the location where Gu Ran appeared was very close. To what extent is it close? At this moment, Gu Ran looked at the big yellow girl lying in her arms, unconsciously pulling on her abdominal muscles, and asked, have you touched enough? Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to. You suddenly appeared by my side. I no need to explain. Hurry up and talk about the main thing, Rhubarb girl. I am not. Okay, Rhubarb girl. In the end, this title became her code name after Xie Xiaoxiao tried to argue to no avail. After that, it was Xie Xiaoxiao's situation with Gu Ran. The 1 week cooling off period, coupled with Gu Ran's rescue when he responded to the call today, made Xie Xiaoxiao finally realize the meaning of this call of the child from the wolf. Can't ask for it, therefore. First of all, Xie Xiaoxiao apologized to Gu Ran for the previous incident. In this regard, Gu Ran didn't care much. If you know your mistake, you can change it. It's still a good comrade. After that, there were a series of inquiries. For example, Xie Xiaoxiao's curiosity and conjecture about the origin of this ability. For example, some of the feelings I once felt when I saw Gu Yan. For example, Xie Xiaoxiao asked about his own bad luck. For example, the plan for the future situation and so on. In this regard, Gu Ran would naturally not reveal to Xie Xiaoxiao what the task was related to. However, Xie Xiaoxiao was able to sense that this ability was related to her, and Gu Ran did not deny this. At the same time, Gu Ran also called the matter of binding a contract. Only the contractor can call him, and Xie Xiaoxiao also knew that the first contractor was not himself. How can this be? I am obviously the one who brought you this ability. Why not the first contractor? Big yellow girl, think about the situation when we met. Which time do you think it was safe and smooth? You mean, I will be unlucky when I meet you? If that's the case, what does my ability mean? This originally, between us, it was supposed to be unlucky when we met. But the last time you and Gu Xiao were robbed, after I made a contract for you, I felt that the trigger mechanism between us might have changed as a result. How has it changed? I don't know. The next time you encounter danger, summarize the rules again. I don't want to be in danger anymore. It's so scary every time. I don't want you to meet either, but I have a feeling your situation may last for some time. How long? I don't know. I have to continue to observe the details. Well, then I'm in danger. You must come and save me. As long as you don't try indiscriminately, I'll come over if something happens. However, if possible, I don't want others to know about our relationship. Why? Can't my parents and brother do the same? They know that you can save my life and they will thank you. It's best not to. I'm in the same bedroom with your brother now. I don't want to be stared at by a sister control all day. It feels very troublesome when I think about it. Moreover, there is another rival who is eyeing him. If he misunderstands something, maybe he will give me something to fix them off. Rival? You mean brother Yan Jing? He really likes sister Xinyao. Do you know this? Well, when I once went to Qingqing's house to play, Qingqing took me to one of his brother's photo studios to see it. There were many photos in it. Although they are all campus landscapes, there will always be some background of Xinyao and sister Xinli. That's it. Hey, aren't you angry? What's so angry about? It's not that he didn't do it in high school. Really? Can you tell me about you and sister Xinyao? No, at a young age, don't be so gossiping. With that said, Guran directly gave the little girl a brain collapse again, and extinguished the fire of gossip she had ignited again. Xie Xiaoxiao let out a sigh, covered his forehead and stepped back, and said angrily, don't say it, cheapskate. I won't tell you Gu Zhao's little secret either. I don't care. She's your sister, how can you not care at all? I've been outside since I was a child, and I don't kiss her, so I don't care. It's normal, isn't it? But if it's okay, then I'll go. Don't, talk to me again, talk for a while, I really want to know more about things. For example? For example, Sister Xinli still can't catch up with brother Yanjing, where are you and Sister Xinyao now, and when will you get married? Xie Xiaoxiao's little mouth kept talking, judging from the flame of gossip flashing in her eyes, there is no doubt that this is a gossip spirit, but in order to put an end to the chatter of this little gossip spirit, Guran provoked the chin of the little gossip spirit, and then pinched the opponent's fleshy face. After pinching it a few times, he played with taste. I have more exciting things, not only can I let you know, but also let you experience it for yourself. Do you want to try it? Unsurprisingly, the big yellow girl was stopped by Guran's sudden offensive, and quickly broke free, cautiously distancing herself from Guran, but her eyes were full of a desire to refuse to greet her. Guran didn't continue to tease each other, she looked at the big yellow girl helplessly, and then disappeared into Xie Xiaoxiao's room. Chapter 94 Secret Night. After a period of time, Guran's life began to become regular. It is also that since he came out of the hospital, Guran has rarely had much contact with this old man Gu. Many times, it was notified by Steward Su, for example, for some banquets. Guran is invited almost every week, however, except for some necessary large-scale gatherings. Guran can choose whether to go or not. In addition to the banquet, Guran's studies were also carried out in an orderly manner. Books, electronic documents, and video guidance on the 3 disciplines have all been delivered to the villa by Guran through the channels of the Gu family, and Guran will conquer part of it every day. Of course, with Guran's current talent, Guran is over-completing these things every day. However, in just over half a month, he completed a semester of schoolwork. This is only within the scope of study prescribed by Guran every day. If you are fully focused on your studies, it is estimated that you can almost finish your college studies at this time. In this regard, Guran would like to thank Weiran for his talent and Nanli for his aura of practice makes perfect. However, Guran did not show too much of his talent in this regard. On the bright side, he just tried to complete his schoolwork step by step, and none of the other superfluous outstanding points were revealed. The heir to the waist must look like the heir to the waist. It's too good, but it seems that the bloodline is a bit complicated. In addition, it was the small company that Mr. Gu gave him. The company is a venture capital company that specializes in making some investments. Its total assets are almost 300 million, but its working capital is less than 100 million. For ordinary people, this is absolutely arrogant, but for the successors of the 4 major Kyoto families, it is a basic test link for minor troubles. In terms of company investment, Guran has also studied and understood this aspect, and the effect is also quite effective. But if you want to make achievements in this area, it takes more effort. Although Guran is not short of time, he doesn't want to put the place where he wants to waste time most here. Therefore, Guran took a coincidence. Halo, money is rolling in his own territory. Everything he does is based on extensive financial resources. This is one of the last rewards that Sister Wan brought to herself. The company is its own territory, and the place where the company expands is also its own territory. So, some of the projects invested in and some of the industries invested in are actually part of the industry. On the surface, Guran Ming, based on the resources and contacts of the Gu family, secretly blessed by the aura of wealth, and invested in some of his own expansion industries in Dongzhou. In this way, on the one hand, he can get the income from the venture capital company obtained by the Gu family, and on the other hand, he can use the Gu family's contacts and influence to allow his industry in Dongzhou to eat away at Zhongzhou more smoothly. And Gu Ran's behavior also belongs to a more submerged type. He did not rush to go head-to-head with Zhongzhou's large industries, but merged some small industries. In this process, Guran used a little art of war from the edge of the erosion of Zhongzhou until the soldiers finally came to the city. His own minister welcomed him into the capital and justified his name. Judging from the current situation, Guran obviously didn't do much, but the slowly growing interests of venture capital companies made him remarkable, even if old man Gu is still estranged from Gu Ran because of the hospital. There is no restriction on Gu Ran's opportunity to get more preferential treatment in Gu's family. Although Gu Ran was not the true heir to the support of old man Gu, he did not completely give up. If Gu Ran is capable, old man Gu will give Gu Ran the opportunity to use his abilities. This is not only Gu Ran's privilege, but also a right enjoyed by all Gu family members. Of course, the person at the helm is still the master's family, unless there is no one in the real master's family, there is no possibility for the branch, and this is also the key to a big family that has been passed down to this day, but can still stretch on. There are no rules, so in the current Gu family, the competition for the position of patriarch alone is enough to greatly hurt the vitality of the entire Gu family. During this period of time, Gu Ran has also maintained effective contact and communication with the big yellow girl Xie Xiaoxiao. Over time, Gu Ran also discovered the fixed law triggered by the catastrophe after binding to Xie Xiaoxiao. As expected by Gu Ran, after binding Xie Xiaoxiao, who had originally appeared in disasters irregularly, began to appear regularly in the frequency of disasters. Sunday, disasters are experienced once a week, and they all occur on Sundays, but the time period when disasters occur is relatively random and irregular. However, when the catastrophe was about to appear that day, Xie Xiaoxiao would have a strong feeling of panic, and as long as Xie Xiaohui felt that kind of panic, she would quickly call Gu Ran several times in succession. Xie Xiaoxiao encountered various problems, either accidentally or accidentally. Each seems to be a small problem, but that kind of small problem will make things go in the worst direction because of the relationship between bad luck. For example, once, Xie Xiaoxiao went out on Sunday. While crossing the road, I saw a vehicle passing by. The driver who originally reacted should have braked and slowed down, but I don't know why. He stepped on the wrong place. Braking becomes acceleration. The car slammed into Xie Xiaoxiao at a fast speed. Fortunately, Gu Ran appeared in time and pulled Xie Xiaoxiao back, avoiding the impact in a thrilling manner. For another example, when Xie Xiaoxiao went downstairs, he felt flustered again and he quickly called Gu Ran. When Gu Ran appeared, Xie Xiaoxiao just went downstairs. Then, her legs softened unconsciously, and she was about to fall down the stairs. Gu Ran hurriedly held it, but in the end it was only a slight ankle twist, just a little bit of relief. Several times in succession, Gu Ran found the law that triggered Xie Xiaoxiao's tribulation, and at the same time, Xie Xiaoxiao became more and more dependent on Gu Ran. However, in the relationship between Xie Xiaoxiao and Gu Ran, he found that Gu Ran was not completely cold-blooded and unfeeling, and did not give any affection. This guy, it seems, just doesn't like publicity and trouble. As long as she doesn't give Gu Ran the initiative to cause trouble and help Gu Ran not be discovered by others, even if she makes more requests, Gu Ran won't refuse. Even once, the catastrophe was at night, and it was so scary that she didn't dare to sleep alone. In the end, Gu Ran was willing to stay with her, even humming a lullaby to her. That time, she knew that Gu Ran used to sing so well, and it was still the kind of song that she had never heard before, but it was very nice. In addition, Gu Ran would occasionally secretly buy her some snacks, and after eating, he would help her destroy the evidence, so that Xie Xiaoxiao gradually accepted Gu Ran's state of secret existence. Even if her brother asked side by side, she pretended not to know. Xie Xiaoxiao has a princess dream, as can be seen from her princess room, and Gu Ran, not only will she appear in times of crisis, but she also has an indescribable sense of security. With her handsome appearance, she meets almost all the standards of the princess guardian knight. It seems very good to have such a secret guardian knight, and Xie Xiaoxiao wants to keep it going. Chapter 95. Nanli's death. 2 flowers bloom, one for each table. On the side of Yunshuju, something also happened. Xinli, who had been living in Yunshuju, finally returned home under repeated orders from her parents. Originally, Gu Ran, Nanli, and Gu Shuer all thought that they could be cleansed at this point, and they could try the effect of 1,000 hammers, without having to face a pair of suspicious, curious, and ignorant eyes in a concealed manner. However, after less than half a month of such days, Xinli came back again, and this time, she still brought a large bag and 3 transport vehicles over. The scene was no different from moving. Of course, in fact, it is no different from moving house. Xinli moved over directly because Xinli is also attending Yanda University. She said that her sister is also here. In order to make school more convenient and safe, isn't it reasonable for her to live with her sister? Of course, she also came with a mission. For example, get along well with your sister, instill a lot of family thoughts in your sister, let her understand the meaning and importance of the Shin family to her, and so on. After all, the future of the Shin family still needs their 2 sisters to maintain it in the future. The above are Xinli's exact words, and it is also Xinli's reason to convince her parents. As a fake daughter, Xinli knows what her parents think too well, so she can easily handle it. Even looking at Xinli's attitude, this guy not only wants to go to school and stay here, but also said that Nanli will have children in the future, and she, her sister-in-law, will bring her children back. As for what Xinli was thinking, Nanli was clear in her heart, but she didn't say much. On the other hand, Gu Shuer was not used to it. She often clicked on Xinli and told her some news about Fu Yanjing and how Fu Yanjing was doing, so that she wouldn't make a mistake about the target of the strategy. At first, Xinli dealt with it in a secretive manner, but after a long time, Xinli just messed it up. She didn't even know when Fu Yanjing's 3 words sounded like waves to her. Gu Shuer successfully helped her realize that she had completely changed her mind. However, no one really pierced that layer of paper. As the school was about to start, Gu Shuer, Nanli, Xinli, and the 3 of them finally successfully obtained their driver's licenses, and under Gu Ran's arrangement, they had their own transportation tools. To celebrate this, a few people had a good time eating, drinking, and having fun for a few days, but after it was over, Gu Ran divorced Nanli. To be precise, it is a widowed compulsory singleness. The reason for the divorce is simple. Gu Ran wants to marry Xinyao, not Nanli. Although they were alone, the Shin family did not follow their promise. In order to cut off Nanli's relationship in Dongzhou, they secretly erased the name Nanli from Dongzhou's message by way of social extinction. In order to calm Nanli's resentment, the Shin family used their relationship so that Nanli could use Xinyao's identity to study multiple disciplines at Yanda. But in any case, from today on in this world, there will be no such person as Nanli in the social sense. Look for Nanli, and the label is death, and it has nothing to do with Xinyao. Therefore, although the marriage certificates of Gu Ran and Nanli were still there, Gu Ran's identity in Dongzhou was forced to become a widower. Gu Ran, on the other hand, unilaterally received a message asking him to do a death certificate in the past to eliminate the registration of the Nanli account. The final result was that Gu Ran and Nanli were divorced. In this way, that day, Nanli accompanied him throughout the journey to witness his own death, with a complicated mood. Of course, the other person who accompanied Gu Ran was in a different mood. That is Gu Shuer. She is always happy before going. She also brought her own account book. After Gu Ran went through the formalities with Nanli, Gu Shuer directly took out her account book and started a flash marriage with Gu Ran on the grounds that my brother's account book must have my name, and after a flash marriage, it is a flash away, she officially became Gu Ran's 4th ex-wife. According to Gu Shuer's more uninhibited and worldly attitude, that is, if others have it, she also has it. What others don't have, she actually doesn't need much. The most important thing for a person to live a lifetime is to compare. Others can become my brother's wife. Why can't I do it myself? It used to be unnecessary to be a family with Gu Ran, but now Gu Ran is not a family anymore. This marriage is very necessary to get married in order to consolidate his family status, and Gu Ran has 2 identities. One is Gu Ran of Dongzhou and the other is Gu Ran of Gujet. So Gu Shuer said to this, her brother is Gu Ran from Dongzhou. What does it have to do with Gu Ran from the Gu family? She just found the same person with the same name, the same appearance, and the same experience as her brother. I had an account with my brother before I got married, and so did I after I got married, and she, who is striving for the first place, is also not weaker than others in this matter. The reason why she got married and left in a flash was because she said that since she couldn't be Gu Ran's longest-lasting wife, she had to be the wife who left the fastest. In this way, it can be regarded as a complete end to the fact that Gu Ran is her adoptive husband. Of course, the above are all Gu Shuer's own reasons. Nanli had already expected it, but she didn't expect that Gu Shuer would do it on the day of her death, and in front of her dead wife. She did it so quickly, and for such a good reason. As for Xinli, she was shocked at first, but after the shock, she was silent, and after the silence, she was thinking. During the thinking, she silently put away the account book that she didn't know when to put it in her bag and forgot to take it out. Gu Shuer's reason is above her. I in this game, no matter the time and place, she lost. Sure enough, none of the women who came out of Dongzhou were simple. In this way, Gu Ran delayed for a long time, from 2 ex-wives to 4 ex-wives, and returned to single life. In order to celebrate this day's flash marriage and flash departure, Gu Shuer still set off a firecracker at the door of Yanshuiju, regardless of everyone's blocking, causing the surrounding neighbors' vehicles to have varying degrees of alarms and reminders. That night Nanli, who had been in the nest all day, took the initiative to check in with Gu Ran, although Gu Ran only played games with his wife. His ex-wife was also his wife, so he did not resist, which was not against his professional ethics. After all, although the contract is over, there is still after-sales. The most important thing is that Nanli played quite well this time, making Gu Ran feel a brand new experience. It's a pity that Nanli still overestimated herself. To be precise, she underestimated Gu Ran. She thought she had seen Gu Ran's limit, but in fact it was just the limit that Gu Ran asked her to see. Even if she was fully prepared and tried her best to overestimate Gu Ran's upper limit, Nanli still couldn't imagine it. She was tempering herself every day, secretly strengthening and improving Gu Ran, who was more frequent than her. Now, her physique just looks like a person. When Nanli reacted, she was already deep in mud. Even if you were in a hurry, even if you go astray, you were just fishy on your back and unable to lick it back. In desperation, Nanli could only see Yu and I in the process. Gu Ran's eyes were blindfolded by ribbons, and he could only see hazy figures staggered in front of him between the wings of his nose. He smelled 2 fragrances. A familiar smell of Nanli, the other is a taste that is more familiar than Nanli. Chapter 96. There must be my teacher. Gu Ran had smelled the smell since he was a child, but he had always been calm and had never had any superfluous thoughts. It's just that this time, perhaps it's a change of mentality. When I smell it again, my body is surprisingly stiff. He wanted to struggle, but was held down by one person. As for who held him down and who began to wander in front of him again, Gu Ran couldn't tell clearly. All he knew was that the moonlight was beautiful this night, and when he finally overlapped the figures together, he grinned for a long time in the moonlight. When he woke up in the morning, only Nanli was left by Gu Ran's side. As for Gu Shuer, as in the past, everything seemed to be business as usual. However, from this day on, Gu Shuer, like Nanli, became the king of the stomach, and at the same time developed the habit of getting up early to exercise. Unlike Nanli's comprehensive development of running, dancing, yoga, etc., Gu Shuer seems to be more interested in martial arts. Moreover, it is not a self-defense technique that women learn, it is a fighting technique: Muay Thai, 8 poles, karate, free fighting, and even some sticks, swords and guns. Do not seek self cultivation, and specialize in the most lethal. I have to say that Gu Shuer is very talented in this area, especially Muay Thai. The emphasis is on fierceness. After Gu Shuer studied for a month, she beat the Muay Thai teacher to force her to graduate. It's not that Gu Shuer can surpass the Muay Thai master within a month, but that Gu Shuer's shots are too cruel and ferocious, so that the Muay Thai master dare not continue teaching. Time flies, and a few days before the start of school, Yu Weiran finally came to Kyoto. Say 2 months is just 2 months. 1 day is not less, 1 day is not more, and since Gu Ran was killed and taken away, the relationship between Yu Weiran's message and Feng Fan has been erased, except for Gu Ran's own heads of industry, as well as the elderly veterans under Feng Fan's hands. No one knew that Yu Weiran was now the queen of Dongzhou, and why Yu Weiran's identity outside is just an ordinary orphan girl. She accidentally met Gu Ran in a rental house in high school, and then accidentally started a story of a 3-year cohabitation career. Even, this orphan girl has always kept a low profile in school, and few people know what she looks like. In short, even if others investigate, the result is just that this point was personally verified by Gu Ran through his own intelligence channels. When Gu Ran saw Yu Weiran again, he found that Yu Weiran's moonlight temperament had become more prominent. Standing in the moonlight, Gu Ran could even feel her skin shining through. Her hair was jet black and shiny, and in addition to her youthful aura, her whole body also had a gentle maternal radiance. Of course, this is not the main thing. Importantly, Yu Weiran not only came, but also came with 2 bar pregnancy test sticks. It's not that she wants to show off something, but to avoid being torn apart by Nanli and Gu Shuer. However, after all, she still did not escape the fate of being retaliated against. From the time of arrival to the start of school, Yu Weiran lived next door to Gu Ran. On the grounds of raising a fetus, Gu Shuer and Nanli were forcibly separated from Gu Ran. During this period of time, Gu Ran's room never stopped from the sound of grinding and grinding every night. Moreover, every time it is one after another, there must be scenes of my teacher. One by one, the shots are better than the shouts, as if in a chorus. Yu Weiran's heart is numbed. What's even more hateful is that Nanli and Gu Shuer are quite good at making people uncomfortable. In the process, Yu Weiran also learned the effect of 1,000 hammers and 100 trials under the inadvertent reminders of Nanli and Gu Shuer. Seeing that Nanli and Gu Shuer's physical curves are getting better and better, and their physical fitness is getting healthier, Yu Weiran, who as always wanted to continue to develop their brain regions, seems to have seen new hope. However, because she is now pregnant, this attempt can only be suppressed temporarily. This torture, even if Yu Weiran's mentality is restrained enough, it is still entangled. Fortunately, Nanli and Gu Shuer didn't do too well either. After some tossing and Yu Weiran decisively announced an apology and admitted their mistake, the 3 girls once again became a trio as in the past. In the process, Gu Ran also quietly pressed one of the binding quotas of call it and come, wave it and go on Yu Weiran. The entire Yanshui is centered, and perhaps the only one who is still suffering is Xinli. Although she lives in Yanshuiju, she always feels like an outsider. Or she felt that those guys didn't treat her as a human being. It's not that Xinli doesn't know some dirty things about the wealthy. Xinli has seen a lot of things about the 3rd and 4th children. However, under normal circumstances, it is Xiao San who was angry with his Zheng wife. The Zheng wife gives Xiao San an abortion, or the illegitimate son of a wealthy man is abused by the Zheng wife at home, etc. It's so harmonious. Like Gu Ran's side, and even if Gu Ran belongs to the Toolman series, it's incredible. Moreover, as they communicated, Shinli was also dumbfounded when she heard it. The three girls in the center of Yunchue, including her own sister, all have a common relationship with Gu Ran. Ex-wife, including the one who didn't pay with herself, Gu Shuer, who used to be Gu Ran's sister, was also found out by her one morning walking out of Gu Ran's room in an untidy dress. Shinli yelled at the other party for being smelly and shameless, while Gu Shuer took out a marriage certificate from her pocket and threw it to her in no hurry, telling Shinli that this was just fulfilling her obligations and was a normal and legal thing. As for who is shameless, who has the most identity in Yunshuju, let alone who is the most shameless in Yunshuju, Shinli was very angry, but had nowhere to vent. As for leaving, it is impossible to leave. If you leave, you will have no chance at all, she only choked Gu Shuer. After all, when they met for the first time, the two of them broke each other's faces, which can be described as chess rivals. In addition to Gu Shuer, Nanli, the elder sister, is the object of Shinli's constant efforts to befriend, whether it was from family interests or personal feelings. Nanli had no conflict with her, even Nanli has been thinking about her. Moreover, when they were in Dongzhou, they were considered friends by themselves. No matter whether it was before or now, there is no harm in getting along well with Nanli's sister. However, for this reason, Shinli was a little afraid to face Nanli's gaze. After all, she had chosen it first before, and now she wanted to go back. No matter how you say it, it's a bit unreasonable. As for Yue Ran, although the two of them don't know much about each other, Yue Ran's personality is simple and capable, and he doesn't bend around, so he gets along pretty well. However, Shinli had an intuition. She felt that Gu Shuer, Nanli, and Yue Weiran must be hiding something from herself, especially Nanli and Gu Shuer. Their condition has improved in a state visible to the naked eye, enjoying food to the fullest every day, but there is no sign of gaining weight. Shinli ate and slept with these guys, and even she secretly went on a diet, but she accidentally gained 5 caddies. But the two guys did nothing. This made Shinli's teeth itchy, but he couldn't find a specific reason, especially seeing the clavicles of Gu Shuer and Nanli. That can raise fish, the increasingly shiny and fair skin, and the clear and smooth waistcoat line, even the figure that should not grow further. Chapter 97. The hearts of several women, these, all of which made Shinli jealous and jealous beyond recognition. I really want to tear them up. Fortunately, there is another Yue Ran. However, this guy is naturally beautiful. His skin is as white as the bright moon, as delicate as sheep fat and white jade, and his body's increasingly special temperament makes people ashamed of themselves. The main thing is that she still has morning sickness. Yes, Shinli was the last to know that Yue Ran was pregnant the day before school started. What, are you pregnant? How old are you? Why are you pregnant? I feel it, I want one. This is the result of natural breeding. I will definitely regret missing it. Why not? No, you are also Gu Ran's ex-wife. Is your child Gu Ran's? As I said, this is the result of natural breeding. Besides, I'm just Gu Ran's ex-wife. What does my child have to do with Gu Ran? My child belongs only to me, and will only be surnamed you in the future. Sister, don't you mind? Use child, why should I care? But she was before me. But that's too much, I can't understand. You will understand sooner or later. Sometimes, even if things are outrageous, as long as the conditions are sufficient, it is not unacceptable. In other words, do you mind if Gu Ran has other women? Why don't you mind? If he dares to mess around outside, I will chop him up. Then now that I am my ex-wife, at least during the marriage period, he didn't feel sorry for me. You are deceiving yourself. But, at least Gu Ran is willing to continue to find a reason to lie to me, isn't it? Then if Shinli was dumbfounded by Nanli's words, but also by Nanli's words, ignited a small flame in her heart. But it's a pity that Shinli didn't say it after all, and Shinli didn't notice the uncomfortable and tangled expressions of the three of Nanli looking at her. That expression was full of helplessness. It's like saying, the steps are paved for you, and you can get down by lifting your feet, but if you have to take a tortuous road, then don't blame us. In a strange atmosphere, Nanli, Gu Shuer, Yue Ran, and Shinli, who were troubled, went to report together. Shinli couldn't help asking until all the admission procedures were completed. Sister, where's Gu Ran? Why didn't he join you today? It stands to reason that as your fiancé, he has to behave at this time. On the faces of Gu Shuer and Yue Ran, they also looked at Nanli with doubts. Obviously, they are equally curious. If you have something to ask Nanli, this is a habit that Shinli, Gu Shuer, and Yue Ran have gradually developed, because Nanli is not only Gu Ran's ex-wife, fiancé, running errands, but also Gu Ran's life assistant. If Nanli doesn't know where Gu Ran went, then there is a high probability that other people don't know where Gu Ran went either. Nanli didn't hide it when she heard Shinli's inquiry. He said that he has his own things to do today. What's the matter? Shinli asked curiously. Nanli looked at Shinli with some playfulness, which made Shinli a little overwhelmed. Every time Nanli looked at her like this, she always felt a feeling of being seen through, as if Nanli knew her well, or knew what was going on between her and Gu Ran. Well, today is Yanda University's graduation day. Shinli, you used to be a member of the Guangming group. You should know where he went. Light group? I didn't, my friend added it for me. I don't care about this, I'm just stating a fact. Did he really go? He said that he wants to bring every promise in his life to a complete end. But, aren't you jealous? Jealous? Why? It's still that sentence, I'm just his ex-wife, and I'm ready to get together. Shinli heard Nanli's indifferent words, but in silence, she turned around and ran towards the entrance of Yanda University, with only one thought in her heart, you were ex-wives, but I am not. Yue Ran looked at Shinli Fei's running back, and couldn't help but ask curiously, what is this guy doing? Yue Ran is the only one who has not joined the light group. Even if it weren't for the Banjo King incident, her relationship with Gu Ran would still be in an ignorant ambiguity, and there would be no certainty about the relationship between men and women. Although she is going to have cubs now, this will not delay her from eating melons, even if the melons belong to her ex-husband. This duplicitous little prodigal hoof. Gu Shuer cursed. Although it was unpleasant, Nanli nodded deeply next to her, as if she agreed with Gu Shuer's evaluation very much. I just don't know, my sister has what he needs. Nanli thought so in her heart, looking at Yueran and Gu Shuer. Nanli saw the same unspoken things in each other's eyes. Nanli, Gu Shuer, and Yueran all knew this ability when they were called, although I don't know how Gu Ran did it. There are some things that don't need to be asked too clearly, because a person treats you well, it depends not on what he said, but on what he did. If the husband goes to find other women, they can still get along peacefully, which may be normal in some male video worlds, but this is in the world of female frequency. The reason why they can live in harmony is definitely not because of the so-called love. Even if Gu Ran is perfect and excellent in all aspects, it is absolutely impossible for these girls with independent ideas to be willing to follow Gu Ran and share Gu Ran's love together. What really brings them together is their interests, their future, and their self-worth. If Gu Ran's value is not in place one day, none of them will hesitate when they should go. Those empathetic people that exist in the male frequency in this world will only be scumbags waiting to be retaliated against. The three girls, together with Gu Ran, can still be so stable. It has never been because of simple love and good feelings. Why Yueran was completely locked in with Gu Ran because of Dongzhou's interests. The so-called love is just a medium for maintaining this relationship. Why Yueran even chose to have a cub with Gu Ran because of the unreliable medium. Nanli used to be with Gu Ran because she wanted Gu Ran to help her break through the quagmire of her family and grow up freely. It's the same now, but she has changed to a bigger environment, and she also needs Gu Ran's greater help. As for Gu Shuer, she is a fishing girl. This has never changed. My own brother is developed, so he has to hug Gu Ran's thigh to death, and he can't let go of it. After all, fishing for other men is risky. Fishing for one's own brother not only knows the roots, but also doesn't have to run in with each other. Feelings are mixed with interests. That isn't pure feelings, but there are feelings mixed between interests, and that is a very interesting relationship. They were destined not to share Gu Ran's complete love, but this was not their pursuit from the beginning. Why Yueran got the whole of Dongzhou. Nanli will climb to the authority of the entire Gu family. Gu Shuer leaned back on her brother, able to act as a blessing. Many choices were placed in front of them, and they did not choose Gu Ran because they were blind. On the contrary, it is precisely because the eyes of all of them are extremely sharp. In Gu Ran's body, there is great value that no one else can give, and they just chose the most correct and beneficial choice for themselves. So far, the three of them have no substantive disputes of interest, and they can even help each other, and for the greater good of the future, the three of them have now formed an alliance. They knew that no matter what situation Gu Ran was in, it was impossible for them to be the only three women. What they did was not to stop them, but to be able to suppress them steadily when those girls came, so as not to let the various variables brought by those girls affect their interests. For example, Xinli. Well, forget about Xinli. They accepted Xinli not because of how much benefit she could bring them, but because Xinli, the girl, was completely non-threatening. After all, the three of them had already given her the steps in the dark, and she was stunned that she didn't understand. It's almost clear this girl looked shrewd, but the light in her eyes is too clear. Seeing that, they didn't bother to think carefully about her. Even every time there are three-way talks, Xinli is not avoided, because it's really unnecessary. In addition to the interests of the three Nanli people, in addition to choosing to involve Gu Ran with each other, many things in Gu Ran's body also attracted them. In addition to money, identity, and appearance, Gu Ran still has many mysterious things to be discovered. For example, the effect of 1,000 hammers. For example, by Gu Ran's side, learning efficiency is higher. For example, why does Gu Ran's kiss help Weiran's body? For example, why does Gu Ran have such a special ability? All this and so on put a layer of mystery on Gu Ran. Behind Gu Ran, Lao Man, Soft Rice Man, Rich Man, Banjo King, Heir of the Gu family, etc. There seems to be a layer of secrets that no one knows. Some of Gu Ran's behaviors seem to be targeted at some girls, although they don't know the specific reason. They are sure of it. In Gu Ran's place, there is definitely a set of standards of behavior that they do not understand. Those behaviors are most likely related to Gu Ran's particularity, and they have all been treated like this by Gu Ran. Only later, it seemed that because of something, that situation ended, and they all became ex-wives. All this and so on made them full of exploration and curiosity about Gu Ran, but they were all smart and no one asked, because truly wise people never take the initiative to ask, but wait for Gu Ran to tell them one day and share the secret with them. Of course, Gu Ran also felt the thoughts of these little girls. At least, Nanli's mind is known to Gu Ran, and he might share some of his secrets with them one day. However, he will not tell them everything about himself, because of the mystery of a man. It is a plus for him, revealing the tip of the iceberg, letting them explore and discover slowly, letting them guess slowly, thinking slowly, and brain replenishing slowly, is the true cultivation of a mature man. And it is also a bonus item that can preserve value for a long time on the road of affection. Of course, the premise is that you have enough background for others to dig. Chapter 98, Appointment with Yin University. At the entrance of Yanda University, there is a sea of people. Ji Yuran was dressed in a simple casual outfit, standing in a corner of the gate of Yin Gate, holding 3 love letters in his hand. These 3 love letters come from 3 girls. Of course, Gu Ran didn't just receive 3 letters, but only the owner of these 3 letters came to Yanda. As for the owners of other love letters, Gu Ran used the time after dinner to reply to them one by one. Asa man promoted from fishing man to sea king. Gu Ran needs to cast a wide net. In fact, Gu Ran didn't want to do this either. He also wanted to be a dedicated man. However, his golden finger is a trigger type, and he can't just wait for others to trigger him all day long. He must take the initiative to attack and try everywhere. What if there is earn one more? Moreover, giving a happy ending to the girl who has a crush on herself can also be regarded as an explanation for those who silently set up a support group for themselves and silently support themselves. Just think of it as giving some feedback to your fans. For those girls who have not been admitted to Yanda University, but have worked hard, Gu Ran prepared a reply and a gift for them. Maybe they won't see each other again in the future, but if they can see each other again in the future, they will still be friends. And this is also an accumulation of contacts. He is not a qualified husband or a qualified boyfriend, but he is a qualified By you, all the other letters have been sent out by him along with the gifts, and in his hands, only these 3 letters are left. Point 2 of the letters are still anonymous. There is only one letter, which is a generous confession, explaining between the lines why he likes him. From it, Guran saw a girl's tenacity, frankness, optimism, and sanity. This made Guran faintly feel that there was an inexplicable fate holding him through this letter. I and this girl will definitely see each other again. This is a strong intuition. As for the other 2 letters. A John Doe, even writing a love letter, uses printed Arial characters. When it was delivered, it was still carried by others, for fear that others would know who she was. However, after Guran received the letter, she knew who she was because of Guran's sense of smell. It is possible to judge who the owner of the fragrance is from some of the smells stained on the letter. Of course, this is based on that person Guran has been in contact with. It just so happened that there was such a person in the messages included by Guran, and he often wandered in front of her. Even now this guy is silently peeping at him in a corner not far away. It was a girl who had lived in Yunchue for more than a month and was preparing to live in his house permanently. At this moment, a beautiful girl with a braided braids, a t-shirt on her upper body, jeans on her lower body, and sneakers on her feet, who looked very plainly dressed, carrying a school bag and pulling a suitcase, appeared at the entrance of Yanda University. In the hustle and bustle of the crowd, even if she is dressed simply, she is still a beautiful landscape. Her gaze looked around. Soon, in the crowd, I saw a dazzling place. There, a boy holding a love letter in his hand, looked quietly there, as if waiting for someone. The Qingli girls saw each other, and the boy seemed to feel something, looking at the girl. But when the girl saw the boy looking at her, she couldn't help but turn her head away. With cramped hands, he unconsciously organized his hair and clothes. However, when she saw her cheap clothes, she felt a kind of speechless inferiority complex in her heart. He really came, and he really kept his promise to wait for me there. However, I am not worthy of him, the woman murmured in her heart. Although she hadn't expected the result herself, she still felt pain and bitter when she saw Guran really appear. Fortunately, I didn't like the wrong person. The bitter thing is that I can't really own this person who makes me feel heartbroken. The so-called white moonlight means that when your low self-esteem is in your bones, a touch of moonlight falls on you inadvertently, allowing you to inadvertently experience a moment of gentleness that does not belong to you. The girl stepped back unconsciously, and never dared to look there again. She was afraid that she would lose her temper. He lowered his head, silently pushed the suitcase, and headed towards Yanda campus. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind her, strange and extremely familiar. This is because the voice has never called her name, and she doesn't even know if the other person remembers her name. What is familiar is that she has secretly heard this voice many times. However, only once did it belong to her for a moment because of an accident. Yi Qingman. The girl stopped when she heard the voice, and then slowly turned her head, with an uncertain doubt and uncontrollable expectation. In some crystal clear eyes, he just met the boy's gaze at that moment. It's that boy, he's really looking at himself. The boy smiled at her with a bright smile, as if he could dissolve all the clouds and stagnation. The boy walked towards her while strolling, stood by her side, and said softly, "Classmate, don't you remember me? You classmate Yi Qingman, we have met in a 5-star hotel." And this Guran took out the most frank confession letter from his hand. "I came to the appointment. Do you want me to miss the appointment?" Guran's voice was clear, warm and soft, faintly playful and funny. This made Yi Qingman's original expression of loss all replaced by panic and shyness at this moment. "Sorry, I thought we wouldn't. I thought I had heard your name somewhere before, but then I remembered that you are the girl who has always been in the top 5 in our school." "Me, I'm not always in the top 5, unstable. But you have to not only study, but also go out to work to earn living expenses. You are much better than others. Do you know me?" "Of course, I know that hotel waiters, milk tea clerks, takeaways, and even on special holidays, you will set up stalls near the snack street." How do you know?" "I happened to see it." "Sorry, let you see my embarrassing side." "How can a person who doesn't bow to life be said to be embarrassed?" "But I exhausted my strength for life." "Being so persistent means that you have something that you don't want and cherish. Isn't this a kind of abundance in itself?" The boy's words are always very nice. Whether it is his voice or his words, he is obviously gentle and outrageous, but he tears open the line of defense in her heart and falls strongly on her heart, leaving a touch of warm sunshine for her. Looking at it, I saw the boy's eyes, full of calm and sincerity, without the slightest lies and mockery. At this moment, Yi Qingman's nervous and inferior heart gradually relaxed under the gaze of this gaze, becoming relaxed and calmed. "I didn't like the wrong person, even if it's just a secret. Love. My own youth is worth it. I'm really lucky to be in the same school as you and to meet you when my life is depressed. Thank you too for making me like you." The boy spoke with a bright smile, as generous as in the letter, and the boy also responded with a smile, his voice warm and refreshing. "Classmate Yi Qingman, thank you very much, too. I have always liked it. Let's get to know each other formally. My name is Guran, make a friend." Chapter 99 Potential Points. Guran reintroduced himself, drawing an end to the past, and also looking for a new beginning for the future. Yi Qingman looked at Guran, the smile on his face was extremely bright and pure, and he stretched out his hand to hold each other. "Hello, my name is Yi Qingman, please take care of me in the future." At this moment, Yi Qingman had crystals spinning in his eyes, but they did not fall. A youth may not be destined to be bitter, but also because of some people, some things, and some inadvertent moments, things that should have been impossible to bear fruit bear an alternative and mature sweetness. It's complete. The regret of life. The first time I had a complete harvest was still in the most bitter and difficult youth period. The hard work has received a positive response in the true sense, even if it's just an agreement that is destined to be fruitless, even if it's an impossible secret love. However, the object of her secret love came to her side and told her about his actions. In her youth, she did not secretly fall in love with the wrong person. A light once existed for her, even if it was only for a moment. At this moment, an invisible force quietly merged into Yi Qingman's palm. Yi Qingman retracted his hand, looked at his palm suspiciously, and found that there was nothing. In the future, everyone will still be alumni. If you encounter something, remember to ask your old classmates for help. Gu Ran said with a smile. Yi Qingman nodded with a smile, and then the two separated with a smile. Looking at Yi Qingman who entered the campus, Gu Ran stood for a long time, as if looking at a landscape. Why Yi Qingman? His father is disabled, his mother is vegetative, his grandmother is seriously ill, and he has a younger brother who is in middle school. She is similar to the family members of Gu Ran and Nanli, but she has something that Gu Ran and Nanli do not have. My father is disabled, but he still works hard to make money for their siblings to go to school, and he has not given up taking care of his poor wife. Although she was just an adult, she understood the hardships of life early. Since I was 6 years old, I have known to pick up bottles and go to the garbage station to sell them for money. At the age of 8, I started to do a little business with my classmates in school. In order to be able to go to school with less tuition, she was able to skip grades twice in a row in elementary school, skipping the 3rd and 5th grades, and graduating at the age of 10. Then he retained his academic status, used 2 years to earn enough living expenses and tuition for himself and his younger brother, and then went back to junior high school. However, except for the first year of junior high school, the next school year and the entire second year of junior high school, she was not in school most of the time. She didn't return to school until the middle of the 3rd semester of junior high school. It took more than half a year to make up the missing courses, and with the first grade in the whole school, he entered Gu Ran's high school. Because of her excellent studies and the difficult family situation, she received poverty subsidies in high school. Relying on the school's poverty subsidies and work study, although it is barely enough for tuition and living, the money for college is not enough. For this reason, she can only give up some of her study time, and when others are still studying hard, she goes outside to do odd jobs to deliver food, and strives to earn tuition for future universities. Many teachers are also very tolerant of her because they know her situation. Therefore, it has created the phenomenon that she is often not in school. After Gu Ran investigated these messages, the idea of directly helping her arose in her heart, but later, Gu Ran didn't do that. For such a girl, before she speaks for help, help may be a kind of pressure for her, because in school, many teachers once wanted to help her, but she refused. This is a girl who lives in poverty, but has a strong sense of self-esteem and a very strong heart. The things she has experienced, the sharpening and improvement of her heart, may be an awareness that some people will never be able to achieve in a lifetime. Before she spoke, any alms and help were a kind of disrespect to her, because of herself. She doesn't need these things to be pitted. This girl shocked Gu Ran very much. If Nanli is a hibiscus flower that blooms in the silt, keeps it pure, and tries its best to grow healthy, then Yi Qingman is a white plum blossom blooming in winter. Aoshui is independent and fragrant. The two of them, one is to survive with wisdom, and the other is to conquer everything with mentality. For Yi Qingman, what she needed was not to raise her hand to take care of it, but to stop silently in a corner and wait quietly for it to bloom. At a certain moment of her success, she appeared inadvertently, and then shared the joy of success with her. Let it bloom to the fullest. I really want to take a look. The day you surprised everyone. Ding tragic salvation, progress 10%. Whether to withdraw rewards, yes, congratulations, potential fragment +1. The accumulation of potential fragments reaches 10 pieces, and it will be automatically synthesized. Congratulations, potential point +1 inch. Potential point, adding a little bit to any existing aspect allows that aspect to have a higher potential and break through the original upper limit. Currently available options: industry, skills, props, talents, occupation, physique, aura, characteristics. Yi Qingman, I have to say, is a troubled girl. When I was a hotel waiter, I encountered harassment. When I was a milk tea clerk, I was embarrassed by one of my little yellow-haired colleagues. When I work as a takeaway, I often have various problems. For example, the delay in food delivery was complained by customers. For example, the battery car suddenly ran out of power. For example, accidentally ran into some people. For example, I encountered Fu Yinjing's kind of accident. When setting up a stall near the snack street, I encountered some city managers and some unscrupulous stall owners who drove away to tutor someone. Either the child is allergic, or the male owner of the house is a color germ, or the hostess has some serious illness and makes all kinds of unreasonable requests. But although everyone may encounter these things more or less at work, however, it is quite outrageous that someone like Yi Qingman can encounter various problems wherever he goes. Anything this girl does, it seems that there will be all kinds of problems blocking the way. Some of those problems are small problems, some are big problems, and some are even desperate problems that may affect the direction of life. That is, Gu Ran met Yi Qingman for the first time. He became interested in Yi Qingman's mission rewards. He wanted to know what the potential fragments would be different after they were put together. This made people secretly investigate and pay attention to it. After that, Gu Ran gradually learned about Yi Qingman's situation. Therefore, Gu Ran became a visitor in Yi Qingman's life, admiring the moment when this Aoshui Hanmei finally broke through the shackles of adversity and bloomed in full bloom. And before the plum blossom was completely opened, Gu Ran did not allow any special factors to damage the plum blossom. The severe cold may make the plum blossoms bloom more fragrant, but the hail will only crush the plum blossoms. Gu Ran could watch the severe cold fall on Mei, but he did not allow the hail to fall, because it fully disturbed Gu Ran's mood of looking at Mei. It doesn't matter to Yi Qingman, it's just that he is simply pleasing to himself. Chapter 100 Graduation Invitation. In the past few months, Gu Ran has quietly helped Yi Qingman many times unintentionally, except for Fu Yinjing's time. On the eve of the college entrance examination, Gu Ran sent people who were staring at Yi Qingman to help Yi Qingman find her lost admission ticket. On the night of the graduation banquet, she was drunk, and some people who had a bad attitude towards him were finally taught a lesson, and she was safely sent home. In addition, during the summer vacation, when she was working in the factory, she encountered bullying and so on, and now, Gu Ran has come to the appointment unexpectedly. It virtually added something a little different to her miserable life. With 10 potential fragments and 1 potential point for synthesis, it seems that he can add some points in his 9 major aspects. This is quite precious. Gu Ran did not choose immediately, but was ready to think about it, and then try a more useful choice. At this moment, in a corner at the Entrance of Yanda University, Shinli looked at the scene where Gu Ran and Yi Qingman met and said goodbye to each other. Her heart was quite complicated, although the two of them only communicated briefly. Shinli had a feeling the spiritual distance between the two people on the other side may be closer than the distance between themselves and Gu Ran. At least, she hadn't seen that look in Gu Ran's eyes. Did I miss it after all? Shinli muttered to herself, her expression lost, and at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Hey, what are you thinking? Yeah, Shinli didn't expect someone to suddenly appear from her side, and she was frightened looking back. He found that Gu Ran didn't know when he appeared behind him, with a bright smile, full of playfulness that owed a beating. I'm dying, why are you scaring me? I want to tell my sister. Really? Then I have to tell your sister about this letter. Gu Ran took out the letter of John Doe's confession printed in Arial, which made Shinli's face, which had originally pretended to be angry, turn red in a flash. What are you talking about? I don't know what letter. Really? Since I don't know this, I should be fine if I read it out loud here, right? With that said, Gu Ran was about to take out the confession book in the envelope, as if he was about to read it out. Shinli was annoyed at the moment, but she stopped pretending. Gu Ran, you bastard, you can do that to that girl, why can't you be nice to me? I hate you. Shinli waved her fist at Gu Ran angrily, but in the end she didn't smash it down, but jumped angrily, turned around, and fled here. However, at this moment, Gu Ran's voice sounded like a magic spell, setting her directly there. Turning her originally annoyed mood around. I'm going to meet the last girl, do you want to go together? Yes. Shinli, who was about to leave, immediately turned his head, quickly came to Gu Ran's side, and also found a very reasonable reason for himself. I want to keep an eye on you to prevent you from doing things that I'm sorry for my sister. Really? Then you have to keep an eye on it. Gu Ran said, then drove his Maybach and took Shinli in one direction. It took about half an hour to drive to the crowded section of the road. She, here? Shinli looked at the hospital in front of her and asked with some uncertainty, but Gu Ran didn't speak, but took out a bouquet of flowers from the trunk and strolled towards the hospital. Shinli followed Gu Ran all the way to the Department of Oncology in the inpatient department of the hospital. Following the number, Gu Ran came to the door of a ward. Through the glass of the ward, Gu Ran saw a figure lying on the hospital bed. Gu Ran stopped there for a moment, but did not go in. He put the flowers in his hand at the nurse station, and there was also a reply from him, asking the nurse station to help forward it. By the way, Gu Ran also used a beautiful mail meter and asked the nurse for the girl's medical card information, went to the payment station, renewed some medical expenses for him, and then quietly left. When he left the hospital, Shinli, who was following Gu Ran, asked, why don't you go and meet her? Because what I want to see is the girl who once handed me a love letter. She is very beautiful in my impression. Gu Ran handed a letter to Shinli, which was the last love letter. An signed letter. It was full of thanks to Gu Ran. Thank Gu Ran for the inadvertent gentleness he once gave her, and thank him for giving her the courage to live. Although she really wanted to come over to make an appointment, she didn't have time. In this letter, there is no name, but there is a photo. It was a shy and quiet girl with some tension and expectation in her eyes. This girl is exactly the girl who handed Gu Ran a love letter on campus 3 months ago, and was finally rejected by Gu Ran with Yin Dao's appointment. It's just that the girl at that time had already been found to be sick. That confession was just an act of not wanting to leave regrets for the rest of her life, but I didn't expect that Gu Ran spat in wrong agreement, on the contrary, made the girl persevere. Gu Ran didn't break the girl's insistence, so he silently sent an invitation letter. An invitation to a graduation appointment. I hope that after graduation, I can have a date with her, take a walk together, eat together, watch a movie together, and chat about each other's lives over the years. You are such a scumbag, provoking girls everywhere. Yeah, if you don't look at your beauty, how could I let you live in my house? You actually have ideas for your sister-in-law. I want to tell my sister. Are you sure? I ignored you, you villain. Shinli's face turned red and she wanted to run away, but she was held back by Gu Ran and did not run away. Gu Ran, you let it go. Shinli struggled gently and asked Gu Ran not to pull, but in the next moment, she felt a force that followed Gu Ran's hand and passed to her palm. Shinli raised her hand in doubt and looked at it, but found nothing. Just now, what did you do? Give you a stamp. You can call me if you have something. Stamp? Is this the secret between you and your sister? Am I joining you now? It doesn't count. Then when will it count? Wait, you will know one day. After leaving, hurry up and go back to meet Nanli and the others. You wait for me, you answer me quickly. What? Answer me quickly, what is a seal? I don't know. You lied, you absolutely know. Tell me quickly, okay, I feel that is very important, just tell me, silly road dear. They all said it's a secret, and you need to find out for yourself to be interesting. Shinli grinded Gu Ran all the way, but in the end he didn't get what he wanted to know from Gu Ran.